500 years ago, spiritual energy revived and more than 80% of animals and plants evolved into extraordinary creatures. The apocalyptic scene ensued, with the global population plummeting to 25%. In this desperate moment, the forefathers of mankind emerged. The gifted ones awakened the ability to tame beasts, used the tamed beasts to fight back, and rekindled the fire of hope. In order to protect this fragile survival, the federal government requires that everyone must take a major test after reaching the age of 18. Only by successfully contracting a beast in the final exam can you become a beastmaster and change your destiny. My name is Shinji, and I used to be an ordinary office worker on Earth. When I woke up, I traveled to this fantasy world and accidentally bound to a system, and received a powerful reward, the Eye of Evolution. This ability not only allows me to identify powerful beasts, but also to plan their future growth paths. During the final exam, I discovered the three-headed dog of hell that could devour the world. A white tiger with evil eyes that can shatter mountains and rivers with one palm. As powerful beasts such as the lava giant that can spit out magma to corrode and attack. However, I unexpectedly chose a mosquito as the object of my contract. Just because I activated the Eye of Evolution and stared at the mosquito in front of me, a detailed information appeared before my eyes. Ordinary beast blood mosquito, juvenile first stage, attribute fire, evolutionary route, blood-sucking mosquito, large blood-sucking mosquito, super large blood-sucking mosquito, hidden evolutionary route, exploding blood mosquito, hidden bloodline, phoenix bloodline. At this moment, I was stunned, and my heart was shocked. What the hell? Hidden evolutionary path? Phoenix bloodline? I realized how precious the Eye of Evolution was. This mosquito actually contained the blood of the phoenix. Could it eventually evolve into the immortal phoenix? Excitement surged in my heart again, and I didn't care about the normal evolutionary path at all. Those names looked unattractive. Instead, I couldn't wait to study the hidden evolutionary path. I quickly checked the required conditions. Evolution condition of exploding blood mosquito. Soak in a magma pool with primary dark magic crystals. Looking at this condition, my mind froze instantly. If I let this insignificant mosquito soak in the magma, I'm afraid it will be melted? What bothers me even more is the scarcity of dark magic crystals. Magic crystals are an important material in the bodies of alien beasts, and almost every alien beast has them, but dark magic beasts are rare, and dark magic crystals are in short supply. It seems like I can only try my luck in the market. I rummaged through my pockets and discovered that all my belongings added up to only a few $100s, which was not enough to buy the dark magic crystals. My only hope was to try my luck in the black market. That night, I went to the famous local black market. There was everything here, from small fruits to rare beasts. As long as you had money, you could find almost any treasure. However, there is a mix of good and bad things here, and 99% of the things are fake, and people with poor eyesight can easily be deceived. Holding a starch sausage, I looked around, and the dazzling array of goods dazzled me. Fortunately, I had the eyes of evolution, so I could identify the real and the fake at a glance. Soon, a black stone caught my eye. Take a look, it's 100% authentic. A museum site just discovered outside, absolutely worth the money. The roadside stall owner shouted enthusiastically. Brother, what's so special about this? I asked curiously. I'm the oldest. The boss glanced at me and answered coldly when he saw that I was still a kid who hadn't even grown all his hair. So I took a quick look at the stalls and used my evolution eye to carefully identify them. After a look, I found that the boss was not lying, and he was the oldest in this stall. Then, my eyes fell on an inconspicuous black stone on the boss's stall. It was about the size of a pigeon egg and lay quietly at the feet of the pair of exquisite bronze tripods. Boss, how much is this? I asked, pointing at the stone. This young man has good taste. This is a bronze tripod from the Warring States period, a treasure that is thousands of years old. If you really want it, I'll give you 5 million. The boss proudly held out 5 fingers. I rolled my eyes in my heart and stared at him blankly, wondering if this guy is an idiot, or does he think I'm an idiot? Boss, I'm asking about the stone next to it. I corrected hurriedly. Oh, that stone? The boss was stunned for a moment, his eyes wandering around the stall, and suddenly realized. This is a piece of jadeite raw stone. If you want it, it's 200 yuan. I couldn't help but laugh secretly. It was indeed a bargain. 50. I offered without hesitation and cut the price in half. Deal! The boss agreed immediately. $50 was a pleasant surprise for him. I was stunned for a moment, wondering if I had been tricked. But after a closer look, I realized that the black stone was exactly the primary dark magic crystal I had been looking for. I was so excited that my doubts disappeared instantly. Next, it's time to evolve. Holding the magic crystal, I couldn't wait to walk towards the beast training institution in the city center. Here, I rented a fire breeding room, which has a magma pool specially prepared for fire beasts. Although the price is not cheap, it costs 4,000 a day, and 200 an hour, but for my blood mosquito, what is this little money? As soon as I entered the cultivation room, the oncoming heat wave made me want to retreat instantly. The flames were blazing all around, the air was so hot that it was almost suffocating, and in the center was a rolling magma pool. The surrounding torches made the fire element even more vivid. What a sauna! I wiped the sweat off my face and summoned my blood mosquito. The blood mosquito hovered around my hand, and seemed to be affected by the rich fire elements around it, and seemed particularly excited. Little guy, I'm going to throw you into the magma pool. Whether you can evolve successfully depends on you, I said to the blood mosquito seriously. The blood mosquito seemed to understand and lay motionless on my hand. Then, the blood mosquito flew towards the magma pool with a buzzing sound, landed on the edge, and waited for my instructions. Very good, dear, I said with a smile. Don't worry, you will definitely be right if you follow me. I will make you the king of the Zerg. I confidently took out the magic crystal and threw it into the lava pool without hesitation. In an instant, the color of the magma changed slightly, with a few hints of black added to the red. The originally rolling magma also gradually calmed down, as if it was cooling down. Okay, go in, I said to Blood Mosquito. Before he could finish his words, the blood mosquito seemed to be attracted by something and dived into the magma pool without making a sound. This little guy is really bold. I was a little worried. Although I believed in my choice, it was my first time using the Eye of Evolution. If something went wrong, it would be terrible. I sat aside, staring at the magma pool. Although the high temperature here made me feel uncomfortable, I decided to evolve with the blood mosquito. As time passed, my sweat poured down like rain, and even the chair was wet. At this moment, a slight sound was heard from the magma pool, followed by a powerful breath. Ouch! Outside the training room, the surrounding beasts suddenly became restless, lowered their heads and whimpered, as if they sensed some terrible breath. What happened? The staff member looked confused and quickly sent the agitated beast to a veterinarian for examination. However, he didn't notice that in this area, except for my cultivation room, all the surrounding cultivation rooms were empty. I walked out of the beast training institution with a painful look on my face, thinking that I had spent $1,000 in these 4 hours, which had emptied my family's savings, and I didn't even have a penny left in my pocket. Alas! A penny can make a hero fail, I said to myself, sighing in my heart. The beastmaster is indeed expensive, and it costs thousands of dollars just to start. What should I do next? The next day, I came to Qiaoqing No. 1 Middle School. Every student who entered the campus had an uneasy look on his face, because today was the most important day for senior high school students, the final exam. Different from the college entrance examination in the previous life, this exam is a screening for beastmasters. Only students who have contracted a beastmaster can participate, and beastmasters cannot be contracted casually. The classification of beasts quickly emerged in my mind, from ordinary beasts to exotic beasts, to soul beasts and fantasy beasts. Although ordinary beasts are common, their room for growth is limited. Exotic beasts are slightly stronger, but soul beasts and fantasy beasts have extremely high potential and can become truly powerful. Today's exam will test not only the type of beast we can tame, but also our spiritual power. Only by passing these 2 items can we enter the Beast Taming Academy and become a beast tamer. Hey! Isn't this Chinji? A sarcastic voice came from behind. I looked back and saw it was Suchin, the rich second-generation classmate. He was pale and had a flaming puppy by his side. Master Su, are you walking the dog? Be careful not to burn the bird. It will be useless if it is burned, I joked, feeling secretly happy. Don't be so proud. Today is the big exam, and without a beast tamer, let me see what you can do. Suchin pointed at me angrily, with a smug look on his face. Don't bother worrying about that, Mr. Su, I replied indifferently, too lazy to pay attention to Suchin. At this moment, a subtitle appeared in front of me. Ding! Triggering the mission, make a big splash, crush everyone with absolute strength, and be admitted to Longting College. Reward Dark Skill Stone, Spiritual Power plus 100. When I saw this task, I was ecstatic because the skill stone is an extremely precious treasure. I raised my head and looked at Suchin with confidence. For the sake of us being classmates, you kneeled down and begged me, so I reluctantly asked your father to find you a security job. Suchin smiled sarcastically. I don't want it. I'm going to Longting College. You should keep the security guard to yourself, I responded calmly. Suchin was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you actually want to apply to Longting College? This is really laughing to death. After hearing this, the classmates around me shook their heads and laughed at me for overestimating my own abilities. Longting Academy is one of the 4 major beast taming academies. Those who can get in are all geniuses, which is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people like me. I know this Chinji. I would have laughed if he could even get into Muchuan College, let alone Longting College. He doesn't even have a beast taming contract. Someone nearby sneered. I looked calm and fearless as I watched them laugh at me. Don't you believe it? I asked Suchin. Believe? I believe there are ghosts in the world, but I don't believe you can be admitted to Longting College. Suchin smiled coldly. What if I pass the exam? I asked calmly. If you pass the exam, I will kneel down for you right here and then, he said with disdain on his face. What if you fail the exam? I asked back. If I fail the exam, I will also kneel down in front of you. Suchin was full of confidence, and seemed to not take me seriously at all. Everyone heard it. Our bet is that if he fails to get into Longting College, he will have to kneel down and kowtow to me in public. Suchin's voice was like rolling thunder, instantly attracting the attention of the people around him, as if his words had spread throughout the entire campus. As Suchin shouted, the news of the bet spread quickly. Almost all the candidates knew about my challenge and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. All candidates please gather at the playground. All candidates please gather at the playground. The school broadcast sounded, urging everyone to go to the playground. I followed the crowd. The playground had been cordoned off with only one exit. The interior was arranged like a test site. The security personnel maintained a strict control and only allowed students with admission tickets to enter. After half an hour of waiting, all the candidates finally gathered in the center of the playground. Everyone who hears your name, please go up to the stage and take the test. The Dean of Education stood on the stage. His voice was loud and clear, reaching every corner. He was a beastmaster, and he could use his spiritual power to send his voice to everyone's ears. Zhang-san! The Dean flipped through the list. Hearing his name, Zhang-san walked out of the crowd and stepped onto the testing platform. First, summon your beast, said the teacher. Zhang-san used his spiritual power to summon a green toad from the beast controlling space. The teacher scanned the toad with a barcode scanner, and the information was immediately displayed. Green water frog, ordinary beast, passed. The following is the spiritual power test. Zhang-san came to the spiritual power tester again. The screen was flashing. He placed his hand on the ball and released his spiritual power with all his strength. The numbers kept soaring on the screen and finally stopped at 333 points. Although it was qualified, it was insignificant for future prospects. Next, Sudong. The test continued. Shinji observed silently below and gradually understood the entire test process. Soon, a girl named Sunlinger came on stage. She was a talented girl from Qiaoqing No. 1 Middle School and attracted much attention. Please summon your beast. As the teacher opened his mouth, Sunlinger waved her hand, and a huge bird descended from the sky, shocking the whole audience. Sky-splitting bird, soul beast, passed! The teacher's voice revealed a bit of shock, and the scene instantly erupted with exclamations. The sky-splitting bird is an extremely rare creature among soul beasts. It possesses both thunder and physical attributes, and is extremely powerful. Genius! As expected of Sunlinger, she has both the ability and the background. She is really enviable. The students around expressed their admiration. Sunlinger calmly completed the test, and then walked towards the spiritual power tester. Then, her spiritual power soared instantly, and the number rose at an almost alarming speed, breaking through 5, 6, 7, and up to 9. Everyone held their breath and stared at Sunlinger. It's already 900 and it hasn't stopped yet. We're almost reaching the record. The representative of Longting College whispered to himself with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The atmosphere at the scene became increasingly tense, and the numbers on the spiritual power tester continued to rise until it reached 999 points. Everyone thought that this was all going to be over. However, Sunlinger frowned slightly, as if she felt the surge of some power. Oh shit! 1,000! As the number on the screen jumped up, shocked exclamations broke out at the scene. Oh my god! The representatives from the 4 major academies cursed in their hearts at the same time when they saw Sunlinger's spiritual power value. They came here specially just to see how talented Sunlinger is. Now it seems that this exam is useless. If they had known earlier, she would have been directly recommended. Now they have to compete with other colleges for her. Sunlinger looked at the numbers in front of her and smiled with satisfaction. Teacher, I'm fine. She had to remind the tester, who was already stunned. Oh, Sunlinger, spiritual power is 1,000 points. The teacher finally came to his senses and hurriedly announced the result. Sunlinger then turned around and walked off the stage. The atmosphere was still filled with shock. I watched Sunlinger leave, and I couldn't help but admire her. The Eye of Evolution gave me the confidence to enter Longting College, but they directly asked the 4 major colleges to come and snatch her. This is definitely a genius among geniuses. At this moment, Sunlinger seemed to notice my gaze and we looked at each other. Sunlinger was slightly startled, then looked away without paying too much attention. After all, although we were classmates, we were not familiar with each other and had hardly communicated in the past 3 years. Next, Suchin. As his name was called, Suchin walked onto the stage happily. When he passed by me, he gave me a provocative look. What are you looking at? Is there shit in your eyes? I was not willing to be outdone and responded sarcastically. Suchin didn't dare to care about it. After all, it was his testing time now, and he might miss the opportunity if he lost his concentration. Sure enough, Suchin was so angry that his face turned pale, but he did not refute. He could only walk past me silently and walked onto the stage. Summon the beast, the teacher ordered calmly. Suchin summoned his beast with resentment. Firehound, a strange beast, passed. The test teacher glanced at the firehound and announced immediately. Woof! The firehound barked angrily at the testing teacher. The dog sensed the emotions of its owner, and the emotional fluctuations affected it, making it appear unusually irritable. The teacher in charge of the test frowned. The firehound is emotionally unstable and has weak control over its beasts. The teacher added a comment lightly on the score sheet. A seemingly insignificant sentence may greatly affect Suchen's overall score, even lowering it by several tens of points. Suchen's face changed as he realized what this meant. Teacher, that's not the case. Listen to my explanation. It's because of him. But the test teacher didn't have time to listen to his explanation and announced directly. Next, Sujiang. Suchen looked at me in the audience with resentment. I spread my hands nonchalantly. Humph! Suchin snorted coldly and had no choice but to walk towards the spiritual power tester helplessly. Suchin, spiritual power 580 points. Suchin walked off the stage proudly. Although 580 points may not seem like a lot, it is quite impressive in this environment. After all, not everyone is Sunlinger. Suchen's grades are considered to be top-notch. Although he cannot enter the 4 major colleges, he definitely has a chance to enter the first-class beast taming college. As long as his points are not deducted. 580 points, how about you? Can you reach 500 points? Wait until you kneel down. Suchin was in a good mood and said to me sarcastically. I glanced at him calmly and kept silent. The more he shouted, the more painful it would be when he got hit on the face. After a while, the test teacher called out. Next, Shinji. When Suchin heard this name, he was delighted. He remembered that he had been influenced by me just now, and he planned to fight back. Waste, don't forget to kneel down and kowtow if you lose. I'll give you 3 seconds, I responded indifferently. Suchin suddenly turned pale and looked dazed. I stepped onto the stage and held out my hand before the teacher could say anything. Summon the beast. The teacher glanced at my palm and reminded me. I asked you to summon the beast? Shinji did not respond and still stretched out his hand. Are you kidding me? The test teacher had a dark face. If Shinji didn't explain clearly, he would definitely give him an evaluation of disrespect for elders on the score sheet. Teacher, it's in the palm of my hand, please take a closer look, I explained helplessly. The teacher lowered his head in confusion and looked carefully, and sure enough, he saw a red dot in the palm of Shinji's hand. The red dot buzzed, and the tester finally saw it clearly. Mosquito, mosquito? The tester never expected that someone would actually contract a mosquito. Student, ordinary mosquitoes cannot be used as beasts, the test teacher reminded. You test it, I said helplessly, too lazy to explain. The tester reluctantly picked up the tester and scanned the mosquito, and the information appeared. He was surprised to find that the mosquito was indeed a beast. When the tester saw the information displayed on the instrument, his eyes widened. This is impossible! At this time, Suchin heard that my beast was a mosquito, and he immediately laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Chenji, this guy took a mosquito as a beast, it made me laugh to death. Your contracted dog is better than a mosquito, ha ha ha. Mosquito? I've never heard of a mosquito being a beast tamer. This Chenji is really a loser. Is he planning to give up being a beast tamer? Sigh. A boy in the audience said. Isn't this a good thing? One less competitor means we have more opportunities. Besides, we can watch a wonderful show, don't you think? There was laughter at the scene and no one was optimistic about me. There has never been an example in history of using mosquitoes as imperial beasts. Even those rare and exotic level mosquitoes have no killing power and are truly useless. Only the test teacher had a look of astonishment on his face. Teacher, please announce it. I saw the test teacher was stunned for a long time and had to remind him. Oh. The testing teacher came back to his senses. His previous contempt for Shinji disappeared, leaving only surprise and confusion. Exploding blood mosquito, soul beast passed, the test teacher said slowly. As soon as the tester finished speaking, the scene suddenly became silent, terrifyingly quiet. What the hell? A mosquito? A soul beast? Someone nearby asked in confusion. What is the exploding blood mosquito? I turned around and saw that all the students around me were stunned. Even the knowledgeable representatives looked confused. This kind of beast control was not recorded in their knowledge base at all. But the instrument clearly showed that this creature did exist and had been included in the database. I seem to have heard that this is a creature that lives in extremely high temperature and dark environment. The living conditions are extremely harsh. The female teacher of Fengxiang College frowned slightly, as if she was remembering something. I thought to myself, it is incredible that he could make a contract with me under such circumstances. Then where did this guy get it from? Is there a master in his family? The representative of Longting Academy looked at me with confusion. I know that, apart from Sunlinger, they don't know much about me. Although they were confused, I left a mark in their memory. In addition to Sunlinger, I also became the focus of attention. If my spiritual power reached the standard, I would also have the opportunity to be invited. Soul beast? Impossible! This kid definitely doesn't have the money to buy a soul beast. I noticed that Suchen's reaction was the most intense. He and I had a bet, and if I lost, he would have to kneel down in public. Teacher! I report him! He can't possibly have the money to buy a soul beast. His family can't even afford an exotic beast. He must be cheating. Suchen hurriedly raised his hand and shouted loudly, helplessness evident in his voice. The dean frowned, thought about the sponsorship from Suchen's family, and did not get angry for the time being. Quiet! The dean's stern shout instantly quieted the entire scene. I know that he is the dean of studies who is known as the black-faced king of hell, and everyone is afraid of him. Teacherly, is there a problem with the instrument? The dean asked the testing teacher, his tone unquestionable. No. The test teacher shook his head quickly, knowing that there was no problem with my information. Then continue the test. The dean nodded, motioned to continue, glared at Su Chen, and told him to shut up immediately. I walked to the spiritual power tester, and the teacher kindly reminded me, "Put your hand on it." I nodded and put my hand on the ball. Although I had never used it before, I had seen it for so long that I had an idea of what it was like. I released my spiritual power directly, and the numbers immediately began to soar. Although it was a little slower than Sunlinger, it was only slightly slower. This scene made everyone around unable to sit still. The college representatives at the back stood up one after another, their eyes sparkling with surprise. "It was not in vain today! Is there another genius?" The representative of Longting Academy was full of excitement. Just based on this speed, he could conclude that my spiritual power value was definitely not less than 900 points. Although it was still a little worse than Sunlinger, I was definitely a genius. I felt the gazes of those around me and felt secretly proud of myself. Sunlinger also raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at me. At this moment, my spiritual power value soared to 999. Everyone held their breath, feeling both expectant and nervous. This stopped. The representative of Longting College looked at the screen with disappointment on his face. Haha, I was still too proud. The 999 spiritual power points actually disappointed Maine. The representative of Longting Academy then laughed at himself. Everyone's expectations had been raised because of Sunlinger just now, but the result was a little bit off, and they felt empty in their hearts. "Chenji, your spiritual power value is 999 points. The testing teacher announced the result clearly. I looked at the reactions around me and laughed in my heart. Sunlinger frowned slightly, looking serious, as if she noticed something unusual about me. She knew it was not easy to reach this number, but I seemed to be doing it with ease. Sunlinger stared at me with a sharp gaze, muttering to herself, "There's a problem." I knew she suspected that I hadn't used my full strength. In fact, I did have some strength left, but I didn't pay any attention to it. After all, showing off one's strengths can easily lead to being framed. Then I walked down from the stage and saw Su Chen's face was livid. He looked down at the ground. I couldn't help but smile slightly, secretly proud in my heart. "Master Su, when will you fulfill the bet?" When Su Chen heard my voice, his heart trembled. He looked up at me with a strange expression, as if he was crying and laughing at the same time. "You haven't been admitted to Longton College yet, and I haven't lost yet, so what's the point of fulfilling the bet?" Su Chen was stubborn, obviously trying to delay time. Everyone around me knew my results this time, and the 4 major colleges would definitely compete to invite him, but he was playing dumb. "You're right." I smiled and didn't continue arguing. After all, there would be a result soon. I returned to my seat and waited quietly for the test to end. After a whole morning of testing, it was finally time to announce the results. The Dean of Studies took the freshly released report card and glanced at it indifferently. "The results are out and will be sent to your phones later. The results of others will not be announced. Only the top few outstanding students will be announced." The Dean decided not to announce the results one by one to avoid wasting time. Soon, the results came out. First place, Sunlinger, with an overall score of 780 points. Unsurprisingly, Sunlinger topped the list. With a high score of 780, she could almost be called a genius among geniuses. The comprehensive score was based on the sum of the beast control test and the spiritual power test, with a full score of 800. Second place, Chinji, with a comprehensive score of 774.5 points. My score was also quite amazing, only 5.5 points less than Sunlinger. I knew that the extra 5 points were deducted because my exploding blood mosquito was not as good as the sky-splitting bird. In the eyes of the judges, soul beast level beast taming is very important, and I obviously did not meet that standard. There were gasps of shock all around. Sunlinger is understandable, but what about Chinji? Why is he so strong? My classmates cast resentful looks at me, as if they were extremely surprised by my breakthrough. "This guy Lao Lu has endured for 3 years, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger?" Someone exclaimed. "What a fucking loser! He's been pretending to be a loser for 3 years, only to stand up today?" Another classmate said indignantly. I shrugged innocently. Who is playing dumb? I just got here. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered the bet between Su Chen and I. Per Su-chin, he has become the tiger that was eaten. Just then, the dean was about to leave, and representatives from various colleges came over and called Sunlinger and me. I am the admissions representative of Longton College. Would you two like to study at Longton College? The representative of Longton College asked enthusiastically. I am an admissions representative from Fengxiang College. If you can come to Fengxiang College, we are willing to waive tuition and provide generous scholarships. A female admissions representative said with a smile. At this time, representatives from other colleges also expressed their opinions. We at White Tiger College are also willing to pay for your tuition. It's the same for our Qilin College. Representatives from other colleges also expressed their willingness to offer the same conditions. Although the 4 major colleges were vying for invitations, the admissions representative of Muchuan College took a different approach to try to attract us. We know we can't compare with the 4 major colleges, but if you are willing to come to our college to study, in addition to free, we are willing to give you 100,000 yuan in training funds every month. This is a very tempting condition. Although the conditions of Muchuan College are low, they are very attractive to me. As expected, representatives from the 4 major colleges all looked at me with curiosity. Sorry, I already have a plan. Sunlinger apologized to the representative of Muchuan College, and her eyes fell on the representative of Fengxiang College. I want to go to Fengxiang College. Sunlinger made her choice clear. Fengxiang College is well known for training flying beasts, so Sunlinger's goal is clear. Welcome, Sunlinger. I'll have someone deliver the admission letter right away. The representative of Fengxiang College seemed extremely excited. Everyone was a little disappointed when they saw Sunlinger's decision, but they knew that the next focus of the competition would be me. Student Chinji, where are you planning to go? Representatives from various colleges asked me curiously. I wandered between the 4 major colleges, and my eyes finally fell on the representative of Muchuan College, looking hesitant. The representative of Longton College was worried. Is this kid planning to go to Muchuan College? That would be a waste of his talent. Student Chinji, you must think carefully and not delay your future, the representative of Longton College reminded me anxiously. I sighed and thought to myself. My family is in a bad situation, and 100,000 yuan is really important to me. Muchuan College immediately responded. Student Chinji, as long as you are willing to come, we will definitely keep our promise and the 100,000 yuan training fund will be deposited on time every month. This sentence made my heart beat fast. I looked at the representative of Longton College, who seemed to be weighing the choice between the two. If you are willing to come to Longton College, we will directly transfer 100,000 yuan to your account to help you solve your current difficulties. The representative of Longton College put forward the conditions without hesitation. My heart was instantly moved, and I thought to myself, deal! I nodded without hesitation and shook the hand of the Longton College representative. This straightforward move made the other party stunned for a moment. Seeing my smug look, the representative of Longton College immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap. You did this on purpose, kid! He stared at me with a puzzled look on his face. I just chuckled and pretended to be silent. Sunlinger next to me couldn't help but speak up. He made a bet with someone that if he didn't get into Longton College, he would have to kowtow and call me grandpa. Sunlinger's words were like a thunderclap, directly hitting the heart of the Longton College representative. You kid, you're really funny! He laughed in anger. But I could feel that he was not actually angry. Instead, he thought I was an interesting person and was secretly happy about it. You are perfect for our Longton Academy. He looked expectant, as if he could already foresee my wonderful performance in the academy. This freshman competition will definitely be a good show. The admission letter will be sent to you soon. Remember to pay attention to your phone, don't turn it off. After completing the task, the representatives of Longton College left with satisfaction. Seeing that the 2 geniuses had been snatched away, other colleges turned their attention to other students who performed well. With the end of the big exam, students who failed can only go home to prepare for the ordinary exam and live an ordinary life in the future. I turned around and saw Su-chin preparing to sneak away. Where are you going, Master Su? I shouted. Su-chin was frightened by my shout and immediately froze in place. I put my arms around Su-chin's shoulders and felt his body trembling slightly. I've been admitted to Longton College. What else do you want to say? I smiled lightly, with a hint of provocation in my tone. Chin-ji. No, brother Chin, we have been classmates for 3 years. Don't be like this, let's just forget it. Su-chin smiled apologetically, trying to make himself look stress-free. Su-chin was scared, not only because I won the bet, but also because Chin-ji had already soared to the sky and had a promising future. Thinking about the future, Su-chin could only look up at my back and felt a chill in his heart. Classmate? If I lost, would you say the same thing? My tone was light, but with a hint of oppression. Of course. I definitely will. Su-chin hurriedly agreed, but he knew in his heart that only he knew whether he could let me go. Ha! I sneered, my eyes as cold as ice. As a man, you should keep your word and fulfill the bet. My eyes were as sharp as knives, staring straight at Su-chin. Su-chin's face changed instantly. He realized that I was serious, and his heart sank. The eyes around him seemed to be focused. If he refused to pay, he would lose face. But if he really knelt down, the shame would hit his soul. Chin-ji, how about changing the bet? I'll give you money, okay? Su-chin hurriedly came up with an idea, with pleading eyes. Then let's see how sincere you are. The corners of my mouth rose slightly, and the result I wanted finally came. It was unrealistic to ask Su-chin to kneel down and kowtow. If he was pushed too hard, he might refuse to pay and get nothing in the end. The best way was to make Su-chin pay with a painful heart. Sure enough, Su-chin volunteered and said, 200,000, I'll give you 200,000, let me go. This guy is really a rich second generation, he asked for 200,000 yuan. But I had no expression on my face, just looked at Su-chin coldly, as if the 200,000 yuan was not worth mentioning at all. Anxiety began to appear on Su-chin's face, not understanding my intentions. Then, 300,000. Is 300,000 okay? Su-chin gritted his teeth and continued to raise the price. I still didn't react, just stared at him calmly. 400,000. Su-chin almost gritted his teeth and raised the price to 400,000. 500,000. This is all my belongings. Please let me go, I will never go against you again. Su-chin was about to cry and begged. Scan the code. I finally took out my phone and said lightly. In fact, I was a little tempted at the beginning. 200,000, Loaning Academy only agreed to give him 100,000, and Su-chin actually asked for 200,000 easily. How could I not be tempted? But I knew this was not Su-chin's bottom line, so I pretended to be calm, and as a result, I reaped a lot of rewards. Su-chin was so distressed that he transferred 500,000 yuan to me, and the bet between the two ended. Although Su-chin lost, at least he did not lose all his dignity, and Chin-ji gained 500,000 yuan, which was a win-win situation for both parties. When I got home, I opened the door and saw a pretty girl sitting in the living room. My heart suddenly trembled, and I felt inexplicably frightened, as if the girl in front of me brought back some bad memories. Then, the memories of my original body came flooding back like a tide, reminding me of this girl. Who you? Why are you in my house? I widened my eyes. Hu Yu is my childhood friend. We often played together when we were young and she often came to my house. But Hu Yu was a girl with extraordinary strength. She once broke my arm, leaving an indelible scar on me. Therefore, every time I saw Hu Yu, an inexplicable fear rose in my heart. Chen-ji, you're back. How was the exam? As soon as Hu Yu saw me, he jumped up from the sofa and rushed over to me excitedly. Bang! I was caught off guard and was hit by Hu Yu's back against the door, making a dull sound. Ouch! I couldn't help but scream. Sister, don't you know how heavy you are? Chen-ji looked at Hu Yu hanging on him with resentment. Hu Yu immediately pouted and retorted unhappily. You're talking nonsense. I'm not heavy at all. I only weigh 120 pounds, how can I be heavy? Hu Yu looked innocent. I looked down and thought, 120 pounds, 30 of which are in my chest, right? Okay, come down. Where's my mother? I pulled Hu Yu down helplessly. Auntie is out, let's go to the restaurant downstairs to eat. Hu Yu treated my home like her own, and was not polite at all. After all, my mother never treated her as an outsider. Okay. I shook my head and took Hu Yu downstairs helplessly. Afterwards, we came to a Li Ji home-cooked restaurant. Huyu waved his hand and called the boss. Boss, order some food! Looking at the names of the dishes on the menu, Huyu was puzzled. I know about snow-covered Flame Mountain and Azure Dragon stepping on snow, but what is this Minesweeper? When I heard the name, my face froze instantly. I advise you not to order it, I kindly reminded Huyu. Why? Huyu looked at me with confusion, apparently wanting to know. Actually, I can't explain it clearly, but my intuition tells me that curiosity kills the cat. Just don't touch things you don't understand. I don't know, but just don't order anything. Order some home-cooked dishes and go back after eating. I didn't want to get involved. No way, I just want to see what it is. Huyu didn't listen to my dissuasion at all. Boss, give me a Minesweeper! Huyu insisted on placing the order. The boss quickly brought the food for both of them, and Minesweeper was just a plate of fried shredded potatoes. Boss, why are shredded potatoes called Minesweeper? Huyu asked, puzzled. You'll know after you try it. The boss smiled innocently, wiped his hands and left. Huyu picked up a piece of shredded potatoes with chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and then realized something was wrong. Puff! Huyu suddenly sprayed the food out, right on my face. I wordlessly wiped the potato shreds off my face with the tissue. This fried shredded potatoes with shredded ginger. Who would have come up with this? Huyu looked at the plate in horror. I wanted to try it, but after hearing what Huyu said, I quietly moved my chopsticks away. This name is really appropriate. Eating is just like playing Minesweeper. After Huyu finished eating, he stayed for a while and then left. I finally had time to check my tasks. Task: make a big splash, completed. Reward: 1 dark skill stone, 100 spiritual power. I felt my spiritual power increase significantly, and a black skill stone with runes appeared in my hand, with runes flashing like ghosts. Exploding blood mosquito, come! I summoned my soul beast. Soul beast exploding blood mosquito, juvenile level 2, attributes: fire, dark, innate skills, undying blood explosion, self-explosion produces explosive damage, and does not cause any damage to itself. This is the evolved blood mosquito, with an additional dark attribute and a new talent skill. Its power should not be underestimated. Xiaohong, this skill stone is for you. I decided to use the skill stone on the blood mosquito. The skill stone is several times larger than Xiaohong, and I want to know how to use it. Xiaohong seemed to understand what I meant, and landed on the skill stone. The rune lit up instantly, and black energy surged towards Xiaohong, and the skill stone disappeared instantly. Xiaohong's information has an additional skill. Skill: split, consumes spiritual power to split itself. The more spiritual power consumed, the more splits there are. I was moved. Isn't this a clone? It exploded after splitting, just like a small bomber. Imagine a swarm of mosquitoes rushing into the enemy camp and exploding, causing terrible damage. My dear son, I'm back! Mother's voice came from outside the door. It was my mother in this world, Qindongdong. Growing up in a single-parent family, I couldn't even remember what my father looked like. Son, how did you do in the exam? It doesn't matter if you didn't do well. I've found a good school for you. When my mother saw me, she smiled like a child. She didn't look like a woman in her 40s at all. Her skin was as smooth as if she was in her early 20s. I have been admitted to Longton College and the notification letter will be sent to me in a few days, I said proudly. What? Mom was stunned. Longton College? Mom hurried over to me and touched my forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? Are you crazy? I was speechless at my mother's reaction. I really passed the exam, and the blood mosquito evolved on its own and became a soul beast. Soul beast? Mom was shocked. But she quickly regained her composure. You are worthy of being my son. I knew you could do it. My dear son, have you eaten? Mom has made something delicious for you. Mom quickly accepted the fact that I was admitted to Longton College. I have eaten with Huyu. I nodded. That's good, I've eaten too, Mom said, and it seemed that she had no intention of cooking for me. It's okay, I'm going to rest, I said speechlessly and turned back to the bedroom. My mother looked at me as I walked into the bedroom, and the smile on her face disappeared instantly. Who actually activated the Phoenix bloodline? Mom said to herself seriously. Autonomous evolution is not that easy. Without human intervention, the mortality rate is as high as 90%, not to mention activating the evolution of hidden bloodlines. Mom guessed that I must have met some expert who gave me advice, but this is indeed a good thing for me. It seems like I've done something unnecessary. Mom shook her head in self-mockery and then made a phone call. You don't have to worry about the special admissions. My son passed the exam on his own, the mother said calmly. What do you mean by how is it possible? My son is extremely talented. It shouldn't be difficult for him to get into Longton College. Stop talking nonsense. I'm hanging up, the mother said dissatisfiedly, and then decisively hung up the phone. Oh, my son has grown up. I don't have to worry about him anymore. I can finally have a good sleep. Then, the mother said to herself. Time flies, and 3 days later, the admission letter from Longton College was finally delivered to me. Today, I will report to Longton College. The Beastmaster Academy is different from other universities in that there is no holiday after the exams. After the final exams, I only had a week to rest before I had to rush back to school. Longton College is not in Xiaoqing, but somewhere else. There are many dangers outside the city due to the rampant beasts. If you want to go to other cities, you can only take the underground shuttle. I arrived at the station, holding the ticket that came with the admission letter, and walked into a place that looked like a subway station. There were already quite a few students gathered here, all of whom were here to register. However, the destination is not all Longton College, and we may get off halfway. We just looked at each other without saying much, quietly waiting for the arrival of the shuttle. Woo! Soon, a dull roar came from the distance. The sound was getting closer and closer, and followed by a huge steel train. I looked at the shuttle in front of me and finally understood why it was called the Iron Dragon. The heavy steel shell gave people a strong sense of security. After the shuttle stopped, passengers boarded the train one after another. The interior of the train was no different from that of an ordinary high-speed train, except that there were not many passengers. After all, no one was willing to take the risk of going out. Dear passengers, please fasten your seat belts, the shuttle is about to depart. The flight attendant enthusiastically reminded us to fasten our seat belts. I looked down and saw that there was indeed a seat belt, similar to the waist belt on an airplane. Do I need a seat belt on a high-speed train? I was confused, but I followed the train attendant's advice and fastened my seat belt just in case. After everyone was fastened, the shuttle started quickly. I felt a strong push on my back, and my body was forced to lean back on the chair. On the display screen in front of me, the speed was as high as 600 kilometers per hour. I was shocked. What an amazing speed! It really lived up to its reputation. The centrifugal force soon disappeared and I returned to normal. Is this your first time riding a shuttle? You'll get used to it, a middle-aged man next to me said with a smile. Yeah, I responded awkwardly. You look so young, you must be a student, right? He looked at me and guessed my identity. Yeah, I nodded. Okay, you are the future of this world, so you must work hard. The middle-aged man looked at me with satisfaction. I didn't say much. For me, the future doesn't matter. I just want to live a good and wonderful life. I don't think about that much. Boom! Just as we were chatting, the carriage suddenly shook violently, and there was a loud noise, and the passengers' hearts were instantly lifted. What's going on? There was a sudden commotion in the carriage. Dear passengers, please be patient. The shuttle was hit by a strange beast, but please rest assured that the shuttle has not suffered any damage and its operation is not affected. The flight attendant reassured us through the broadcast. Have we encountered a strange beast? Won't we become canned food? Some passengers began to worry. I looked at the middle-aged man next to me, but he seemed very calm and didn't seem worried at all. You don't seem worried at all? I asked him curiously. What are you worried about? I've taken the shuttle more than 100 times and encountered attacks from strange beasts nearly 20 times, but not once did it pose a threat to the shuttle. Even the outer steel shell couldn't be broken. What's there to worry about? He explained calmly. After listening to his explanation, I felt relieved. Indeed, if the shuttle was so easy to be destroyed, it would have been shut down long ago and would not have been able to continue operating. Sure enough, after the loud noise, the outside quickly returned to calm, and no more accidents occurred until the shuttle finally stopped. "We have arrived at Sunset City. Passengers, please get off the bus one by one," the broadcast sounded. I looked at the ticket in my hand and saw that the destination was Sunset City. "Uncle, see you again if we're lucky." I waved goodbye to the middle-aged man. After getting off the shuttle, I took out the admission letter, which had the detailed address of Longton College on it. "Longton College is 10 kilometers north of Sunset City, not in Sunset City." I looked at the address and was a little confused. 10 kilometers north. If I got off track, would I be lost? I could only ask the locals for directions. There were so many people outside the station that the best choice for asking directions was the taxi driver. "Master, do you know where Longton College is?" I walked to a taxi, knocked on the window and asked. The driver looked at me and asked, "New student?" "Yes, I'm here to report." I nodded. "Get in the car." The driver didn't say much and just gestured for me to get in. I was stunned for a moment and saw that the driver had an extraordinary temperament and was obviously not a taxi driver who was struggling for a living. I guessed something, so I opened the door and got in. "Master! Wait! Take me with you!" Just as the driver was about to start the car, a fat man suddenly blocked the car. "Master, please take me to Longton College, thank you," the fat man said breathlessly. The driver glanced at the fat man and without asking any questions, he gestured for him to get in the car. "Hello, classmate." After the fat man got on the bus, he saw me and immediately shook my hand in a friendly manner. "Hold on tight." The driver instructed us and put the car in gear and prepared to set off. However, just as he stepped on the accelerator, a beautiful figure suddenly rushed in front of the car. The driver hurriedly stepped on the brakes. "You are going to die!" Chapter 11 Fatty Iceberg. "Longton College, new students." An icy beauty appeared in front of the taxi and said with a cold expression. The driver was helpless. "Didn't you check the almanac before going out today? It's really Chow Dan, can you come along?" The driver complained in his heart indignantly. "Get in the car, get in the car." Then he impatiently motioned for the girl to get in the car. The girl then opened the car door and squeezed in with Shinji. However, as soon as she got in the car, the girl's eyes stayed on Shinji, and then she stared at him with a frosty face. Shinji felt a little confused by the other party's look. The fat man Fugitive was a little excited. "Hello classmate, my name is Fugitive, nice to meet you." Fugitive extended his hand to the girl enthusiastically. However, the girl did not shake hands with Fugitive, but just glanced at him indifferently. 2 seconds. The girl introduced her name coldly. Then he continued to look at Shinji with cold eyes. "Do we know each other?" Shinji asked Su Miao curiously. Looking at each other's eyes, it was as if they were enemies, and there was even murderous intent in Su Miao's eyes. Su Miao didn't say anything, but turned his head away and no longer looked at Shinji. "We are all classmates. It is fate that we are sitting in the same car today. We will take care of each other in the future." Fugitive quickly broke the silence and said excitedly. But the one who was a frosty beauty and the other who was wondering who Su Miao was, ignored Fugitive, which made him look a little embarrassed. But Fugitive was a carefree person and didn't care about these things. He was like a chatterbox, talking to himself along the way, which made the three of them closer. The taxi drove all the way, leaving from the north gate of Sunset City, heading north, and into a forest. Until finally there was no road left, and the taxi started to shake. "Master, what kind of road is this? It's so broken." The flesh on Fugier's face was tossed up and down, and he asked the driver in silence. "What road? Where is the road?" The driver replied calmly. "My goodness, there is no road. Are we just going to force our way through?" But to be honest, the performance of this taxi is really good. Even in such a bumpy ride, there was not a single malfunction. It was not until they drove 10 kilometers north that the three finally saw the building. It is a huge college, and in front of the college gate is a commercial street with bustling people coming and going. It is hard to imagine that there is such a busy street in such a remote place. Arrive. The taxi driver then stopped in front of the college gate and signaled the three people to get off. At this time, the three of them were dizzy from the shaking. They got out of the car and almost sat down on the ground. Their legs were weak. "How much?" When Shinji turned around to pay the bill, he suddenly found that the taxi had disappeared and he didn't know when it left. He should be responsible for picking up and dropping off new students. Sumiao looked back and guessed that the taxi driver was from Longtan College. The three of them came to Longtan College together, and were let in after showing their admission letters. When we arrived at the registration office, each person received a dormitory key. The freshman competition will be held tomorrow, go back and have a good rest. The teacher at the registration office reminded the three people. See you later. I have to go back and pack my bags. Fugitive waved goodbye to the two of them. When they reached the dormitory, the three of them separated. But before Sumiao left, he looked at Shinji with an unfriendly look, which made Shinji very strange. When he arrived at the dormitory, Shinji found that his dormitory was in a very good location. It was located near the corridor, in a room against the wall with stairs next to it. Except for a dormitory opposite, there were no other dormitories on both sides, and the lighting was also very good. Shinji is very satisfied with this dormitory. Unlike other schools, the dormitories at Longtan College are not that crowded. Unlike other schools where 4 or 5 people are squeezed into one dormitory, the dormitories at Longtan College are all single rooms. Shinji packed up his things in the dormitory briefly, and then planned to go out to buy some daily necessities. As soon as he went out, he met a young man who walked straight towards him. Shinji didn't care and was about to go downstairs, but was stopped by the other party. The other person was holding a key with 312 written on it. Let's switch. The other party spoke to Shinji rudely, as if ordering Shinji. Shinji frowned. Who are you? Shinji said impatiently. Xiao Wenbiao. The other party said lightly, as if his name was very famous, looking down on Shinji with contempt. There's something wrong with you. Shinji directly blocked the other person's hand and prepared to leave. Give me the dormitory, and I will make sure you are in the top 10 tomorrow, Xiao Wenbiao said to Shinji indifferently. Shinji stopped immediately. Top 10? I'll use you to guarantee it? Shinji was so angry that he almost laughed. Why are there all kinds of people here? It hasn't even started yet, and someone's already showing off. But if you think about it, it makes sense. After all, those who can get into Longtan Academy are all geniuses among geniuses. Everyone is arrogant, and it is normal to look down on others. If you don't change, I will make you regret it tomorrow, Xiao Wenbiao said to Shinji in a warning tone. Oh, I'm so scared. Shinji sneered immediately, and patted his chest pretending to be afraid. If you can make it into the top 10, my king will write it backwards, Shinji said with a sneer. Very good. Shinji's arrogance made Xiao Wenbiao so angry that he sneered. Do you dare to tell me your name? Xiao Wenbiao didn't dare to take action here, but in tomorrow's freshman competition, haha. Xiao Wenbiao sneered in his heart, he must teach this guy a lesson. Why should I be afraid? A real man never changes his name or surname. Wang Fugier, Shinji said calmly and simply borrowed the fat man's name. When you are away from home, your identity is given by yourself. Okay, Wang Fugier, I'll remember you. I hope you won't regret it tomorrow. Xiao Wenbiao said something harsh and remembered the name Wang Fugier. He has never been rejected by anyone in his life. Baffling. Shinji didn't care and turned around to go out to buy daily necessities. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and it was early the next morning. Shinji was awakened by the alarm in the dormitory. What the hell? Shinji looked up at the ceiling in confusion, and saw a speaker in the corner of the ceiling that was constantly sounding the alarm. All freshmen, head to the back mountain. Then a voice came from the loudspeaker, asking the freshmen to go to the back mountain of the college. Shinji got up helplessly and glanced at the time. It was only 4 o'clock in the morning. 4 in the morning, these guys are such idiots, they didn't tell me to gather at 4 o'clock earlier. I wouldn't have stayed up late if I had known. Shinji couldn't help but complain. Although he said it tough, his body still honestly got up and washed, then walked towards the back mountain of the college without stopping. When he arrived here, quite a few people had already arrived. Among them, Fugier and Su Miao have also arrived here. Shinji, come here! Fugier waved to Shinji hurriedly, motioning him to come over. The teacher looked at the time and only started speaking after he found that everyone was present. Today is the most important day for you since you arrived at London College, the freshman competition. This concerns your educational resources for the next few years. I would like to remind you that no matter what means you use, it will be good for you to survive to the end and achieve excellent results. The teacher said a few simple words, mainly to remind them to take the freshman competition seriously, as it was related to their future prospects. Behind me is a beast breeding farm, which houses countless beasts. Their strength is below the growth stage, ranging from level 1 to level 9. Your mission is to survive in there until the end of the competition. During the survival process, if you kill a young first-level monster, you will get 1 point, a second-level monster, 2 points, and so on. If you defeat other players, you will get all their points. In the end, you will be assigned to a class based on your ranking points. The teacher explained the rules of the freshman competition to everyone. It sounded cruel, and it was inevitable that they would kill each other. Next, those who hear their names will enter the breeding farm. The first one is Shinji. Chapter 12, Freshman Competition, Sloppy Development. The first name to be called was Shinji. Shinji was stunned for a moment, then rushed into the woods ahead. He understood the rules just now. Those who enter the farm first have the advantage, whether they are ambushing or hiding. Now that Shinji has this advantage, he must not waste it. After Shinji entered the woods, he moved forward quickly and went deep into the woods to avoid being caught up by the people coming from behind. Shinji's purpose is to develop slowly and not to be the first to stick out. It's just the beginning. There's no benefit in fighting with other players. Even if you win, you won't gain any points. It's just a waste of time. After Shinji went deep into the farm, he found a place to hide. Regain your energy and wait for a while before taking action. The method of gaining points by killing alien beasts is too slow. Even if you kill a 9th level alien beast, you can only get 9 points. His target is other players. As long as he defeats his opponent, all the opponent's points will belong to him. However, Shinji still doesn't know how the points are calculated, and they don't have any equipment on them. Do they have to calculate it themselves? Shinji thought of this and decided to try it himself. His eyes scanned the area, searching for prey. Soon a wild boar with fangs appeared in his sight. Strange beast steel mane pig. Juvenile stage 2. Attribute physical. Skill pig rush. Evolution route silver pig. Hidden evolution route golden pig. The other party's information immediately appeared in Shinji's eyes, a juvenile 2nd level alien beast. Physical attributes, defense seems to be relatively high. However, Xiaohong should have no problem dealing with it. After all, Xiaohong is a soul beast, 1 level higher than the alien beast. Xiaohong, it's up to you. Shinji immediately released Xiaohong. The tiny Xiaohong nodded in Shinji's hand, and then flew towards the steel-maned pig. The steel-maned pig didn't notice anything unusual at all. The tiny Xiaohong seemed to be invisible and didn't attract attention easily. Xiaohong flew above the steel-maned pig's neck and lay on its neck. Then he activated his innate skill, the immortal blood explosion. Boom! There was a loud bang, and suddenly there was a violent explosion on the steel-whiskered pig's neck. The power of the explosion directly blew the steel-whiskered pig's neck into 2 halves, and the entire pig's head was blown in half, with flesh and blood all over the place. Xiaohong was safe and sound. As he has the bloodline of the phoenix, using the immortal blood explosion will not cause any harm to himself. It's so powerful! Shinji did not expect that the power of the immortal blood explosion would be so great. The monsters of the same level had no resistance in front of Xiaohong. This is a physical beast that excels in defense, which shows how terrifying its power is. After this experiment, Shinji basically understood the power of Xiaohong. He immediately turned around and left the scene quickly. The explosion just now must have attracted a lot of people. If we don't leave quickly, we will be discovered soon. Sure enough, not long after Shinji left, people arrived at the scene one after another. They only saw the body of the steel-maned pig, but not the murderer. The people who arrived one after another became hostile upon meeting each other, and started fighting. Until finally only one person was left standing. The others either fell to the ground seriously injured or were killed by their opponents. The teacher suddenly appeared and rescued them, but was eliminated. Finally, a drone suddenly flew over and displayed a number on it. 7. This proves that the person standing at the end has obtained 7 points. After beating so many people and being seriously injured, he only got such a small number of points in the end. He felt that he had suffered a great loss. On the other hand, Shinji also understood how the points were calculated. The drone hovering overhead would report the player's point status in real time. After Shinji knew how to calculate the points, he hid himself and waited for an opportunity. Although he doesn't want to meet other contestants for the time being, there are always surprises. Shinji was hiding in a bush when a young man came up to him and untied his belt. Shinji. To be honest, if it was anything else he would have just put up with it. But how could I bear to pee on his head? The other party had just released his younger brother, and Shinji directly let Xiaohong fly over and exploded in front of the other party. Boom! There was an explosion, and this guy's bird's nest was directly burned to ashes by the aftermath of the explosion. Although he is not completely disabled, if he is not treated in time, I guess he will never be able to hold his head up again in this life. Ah! The boy fell to the ground and wailed. This attack not only hit his little brother, but also exploded in front of him, causing serious injuries to himself. Such a serious injury immediately attracted the teacher in charge of safety. Lu Haojia, eliminated. Score before elimination 4 points. The teacher immediately announced that the other party was eliminated, then took him away and sent him to the infirmary for treatment. Shinji's points also increased by 4 points, reaching 5 points. It seems that Xiaohong's self-explosion power is unstoppable for most people. Shinji once again realized how powerful Xiaohong's self-explosion was. The beastmaster himself is relatively weak, and Shinji's direct attack on the beastmaster himself is unethical. However, this freshman competition does not say that beastmasters cannot be attacked. It can be said that Shinji is taking advantage of a loophole. Or maybe Longding Academy did it on purpose, and it was also a way to train beastmasters. It's time to go. Shinji knew he had to leave quickly, otherwise many people would hear the noise and rush here. Shinji ran away quickly. However, he was still a step too slow, and while escaping, he met a contestant coming towards him. He rushed over after hearing the noise. When he saw Shinji, the other party was stunned. It's you! The person who came was Xiao Wenbiao, who had met Shinji once. What a coincidence! Shinji didn't expect to meet the other person by such a coincidence. Humph! I'll give you one last chance. Give me the room and I'll let you live. Xiao Wenbiao has not given up on Shinji's room yet. The main reason is that Shinji's room is in a better location, much better than his. His room is at the end of the corridor, with poor lighting and is very far from the stairs, which is very inconvenient. Who left your pants open and let you out? Aren't you afraid that the strong wind will freeze you to death? Shinji sneered. The other party's attitude really made him unhappy. You take yourself too seriously. Hearing Shinji's words, Xiao Wenbiao's face suddenly turned cold. You're looking for death! Xiao Wenbiao shouted angrily. Then he stretched out his hand, and a huge white tiger appeared in front of him. The white tiger is surrounded by white ice, and it is obviously an ice-attributed beast. When Shinji saw the other party summon the beast, his eyes immediately focused. Soul Beast Ice Tiger. Juvenile Stage 2. Attribute Ice. Skill, Ice Blade. The information about the other party's beast appeared in Shinji's eyes. As expected, those who can enter Longding Academy are not simple. The opponent's beast is also Soul Beast grade, and it is an Ice attribute beast. Thunder, Ice, Dragon, and Dark are all relatively rare attributes with strong offensiveness. At the same level, if there is no attribute restraint, their damage is higher than other attributes. Boy, you messed with the wrong person! Xiao Wenbiao sneered, as if Shinji had already fallen in front of him. Fuck! Soul Beast, spare my life, hero! Shinji immediately looked terrified and begged for mercy from the other party. This made Xiao Wenbiao smile, and he really enjoyed other people's fear of him. Buzz buzz buzz! Chapter 13, Self-Destruction and Splitting Small Bomber. Just as Xiao Wenbiao was enjoying the feeling of being superior, he suddenly heard the sound of a mosquito flying. Xiao Wenbiao frowned and waved his hand, trying to drive away the mosquito in front of him. A mosquito kept flying in front of Xiao Wenbiao. It soon fell on Xiao Wenbiao's arm. Only then did Xiao Wenbiao see the full picture of the mosquito. Why is this mosquito red? It can't be poisonous. When Xiao Wenbiao saw this strange mosquito, he immediately became alert. It would be troublesome if it was poisonous. He immediately raised his hand to kill the mosquito. Qinji on the opposite side looked at the other party's actions calmly, and upon seeing this, he uttered a word softly. Burst! Under Qinji's instructions, Xiaohong immediately used the immortal blood explosion. At the same time, the ice tiger seemed to have discovered something and roared at Xiao Wenbiao. Roar! When Xiao Wenbiao heard the roar of the ice tiger, he immediately realized the danger and quickly shook off the mosquito on his arm. But it was too late. At such a close distance, even if he got rid of her, at most he could save his arm. However, Xiaohong still blew herself up in front of him at close range. Boom! The power of the explosion directly knocked Xiao Wenbiao away, and he hit a big tree behind him hard. Roar! Sensing that its master was injured, the ice tiger roared angrily and immediately pounced on Qinji. Split! Qinji's expression changed, and he gave the order for Xiaohong to use the split skill. A part of the spiritual power was drawn out from Qinji's body, and Xiaohong immediately turned into two, one of which quickly flew towards the ice tiger. Soon it flew to the side of the ice tiger's abdomen. But Qinji had no time to think about it, as the ice tiger was almost in front of him. Burst! Let Xiaohong self-destruct without hesitation. Boom! The split Xiaohong exploded again, leaving a circular burn on the ice tiger's waist and abdomen. All the surrounding hair was burned and the skin was blown black. The ice tiger's body swayed and it almost lost its balance. But this did not cause fatal damage to it, and it still has the ability to fight. The ice tiger bared its teeth and glared at Qinji, then rushed towards him again, leaped up, and pounced on Qinji to bite him. Qinji's expression changed slightly, and he quickly rolled over to avoid it. Although the action was not very elegant, the result was good as he barely avoided the ice tiger's attack. This situation made Qinji dare not hold back any longer. He immediately consumed a large amount of spiritual power and used the splitting skill. Xiaohong instantly split into dozens of pieces and flew to Qinji under his control. After the ice tiger on the opposite side missed its attack, it turned around to face Qinji again and attacked again without hesitation. This time Qinji was prepared and directly let dozens of little reds charge head-on into the ice tiger. The ice tiger seemed to have not realized how terrifying these inconspicuous mosquitoes were and did not retreat at all. Xiaohong hit the ice tiger like a small missile. There was an immediate explosion. Boom! Boom, 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 boom! Explosions continued to sound on the ice tiger, and soon the huge ice tiger was submerged by the explosions. Roar! The ice tiger also let out bursts of wailing. Thump! Before the smoke from the explosion had cleared, Qinji heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. When the smoke cleared, the ice tiger had been blown all over, with not a single piece of good flesh on its body. It fell to the ground with its eyes rolled up. If it weren't for its chest still rising and falling, one would have thought it was dead. Qinji immediately breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and looked at Xiao Wenbiao. At this time, Xiao Wenbiao was leaning against a big tree, looking ahead with a dull look in his eyes. Some people couldn't believe that the ice tiger was beaten like this. Impossible! Impossible! He didn't want to believe that he lost. He was admitted to Longting College with the first place. Longting College took the initiative to invite him. He was the protagonist. How could this result be possible? Xiao Wenbiao felt as if his world had collapsed. Cough! Cough! Xiao Wenbiao's blood rushed to his heart, and he coughed twice, then couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured, and now he was very angry. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Are you going to admit defeat, or do you want me to do it? Qinji walked up to Xiao Wenbiao and said lightly. I. Xiao Wenbiao gritted his teeth and glared at Qinji, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. You are a tough guy. Qinji nodded. Just when Xiao Wenbiao thought that Qinji was going to let him go, Qinji suddenly reached out and slapped Xiao Wenbiao in the face at a 45-degree angle from bottom to top. Bang! The loud slap suddenly echoed in the woods. Xiao Wenbiao was stunned. A red slap mark appeared visibly on his face, and the right side of his cheek quickly became red and swollen. Teacher, do you want me to beat him half to death before you come out, or do you want me to take him away now? Qinji looked up and spoke into the void. As soon as he finished speaking, a teacher appeared from somewhere. Xiao Wenbiao was eliminated, with 20 points before elimination. The teacher directly announced that Xiao Wenbiao was eliminated. Of course, he couldn't just watch Qinji beat Xiao Wenbiao half to death. Xiao Wenbiao was in his current situation and had no power to resist, so he could only come out and take Xiao Wenbiao away. Qinji also knew that the teachers watching the fight nearby would not allow him to kill Xiao Wenbiao, so he was too lazy to do it. Until Xiao Wenbiao was taken away by the teacher, he did not react and was still shocked that he was slapped by Qinji. Wang Fugitive! I want you to die! When Xiao Wenbiao reacted, his angry voice was heard from a distance. Qinji pinched his ears and quickly left the scene. Akyu! Fugitive on the other side suddenly sneezed, looking a little puzzled. This guy is amazing. He scored 20 points in such a short time. Qinji looked at his score, which had turned into 25 points, and said sincerely. Obviously, Xiao Wenbiao defeated many opponents or killed many strange beasts in a short period of time. With Qinji's current score, there should be no problem in the short term, and he will definitely be among the top. Let's find a place to rest. Qinji planned to continue hiding. He didn't know when it would end. He probably wouldn't be able to finish it in one day. It would be better to conserve his energy and do it in the evening. When everyone else has rested, it is his home court. Qinji hid in a dense tree and waited until night fell before he came down from the tree. Sleeping in a tree is really uncomfortable. Qinji moved his numb hands and feet. Then he took advantage of the night to look around. Soon he saw a ray of fire in the distance. A smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you light a fire at night, won't you be a sitting duck, idiot? Qinji smiled and shook his head. He didn't know which idiot actually lit the fire. In the dark night, the flame was as obvious as a firefly. Doing this was no different from seeking death. Qinji immediately touched it carefully. Soon they arrived near the fire and found two people there. The two of them built a bonfire and were leisurely grilling fish. Just follow me and you'll complete the mission with good food and drink. Can you eat grilled fish by yourself? One of the boys patted the other boy in an old-fashioned manner. Falcon, come back! Then the boy blew a whistle, and a falcon with a wingspan of 2 or 3 meters flew back and landed on his shoulder, holding a big fat fish in its mouth. How about it? Just eat it without making a sound. The boy raised his head proudly towards the other boy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 14. The sound of firecrackers in the moonlight. Where did the mosquito come from? Hearing the noise, the boy frowned. But it's normal to have mosquitoes in this weather, so I didn't think much about it, and just waved my hand and ignored it. Seeing that the other party didn't notice, Qinji let Xiaohong fall on the back of the boy's neck. I had planned to wait until they fell asleep before taking action. But when Xiaohong fell on the other person's neck, Qinji felt a sense of hunger coming from Xiaohong. It was as if telling Qinji that he wanted to drink blood. Qinji was stunned. Then he remembered that Xiaohong was originally a mosquito. For such a long time, he seemed to have never let Xiaohong eat. I'm sorry, I forgot you have to eat too. Drink until you're full. Qinji immediately apologized to Xiaohong. After getting Qinji's consent, Xiaohong was no longer polite. She raised her mouthparts and stabbed them into the boy's neck, greedily absorbing his energy. The boy didn't notice anything unusual until Xiaohong sucked for a while. Then he felt an itch on his neck and reached out to scratch it. But Xiaohong had already run away. After the two young men finished their meal, they extinguished the campfire and rested aside. However, these two people are not hopelessly stupid. They even know to let the beastmen stand guard. But this had no effect on Xiaohong. After they both fell asleep, he sucked even harder. He didn't stop until he couldn't digest it anymore and returned to Qinji. Qinji didn't care much at first, but when he saw Xiaohong's changes, he was stunned. Soul Beast, Exploding Blood Mosquito. Juvenile Stage 3. Attributes Fire Dark. Xiaohong actually reached a higher level. This made Qingji confused. How did he make a breakthrough? Then he thought of Xiaohong sucking blood. Could it be that? Can Xiaohong absorb energy by sucking blood to advance? When he saw Xiaohong's deflated belly, he immediately reacted. What Xiaohong sucks is not blood, but energy itself. Oh my god! You're capable of this! Qingji suddenly became excited. He didn't expect Xiaohong to have such a hidden ability. It was too incredible. Doesn't it mean that as long as Xiaohong absorbs enough, he can reach any level he wants? Xiaohong, keep smoking. It doesn't cost money anyway, so don't feel sorry for them. Qingji hurriedly said to Xiaohong. Then Xiaohong sent him a message of consciousness. You mean, it takes some time for you to digest before you can continue to absorb energy? Qingji said doubtfully. Xiaohong nodded immediately. Qingji was a little disappointed. But this is also very good. After all, there is no need to worry about Xiaohong's level. As long as Xiaohong can digest it, she will be able to break through soon. Since Xiaohong can't suck anymore, you guys can only be eliminated, Qingji said helplessly as he looked at the two people sleeping. Since it has no value anymore, let's make use of the last bit of energy we have left. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions followed. Lu Shiguang and Zhang Jinyuan were eliminated. Points before elimination, 12 and 13 points. The two were knocked unconscious by the explosion while they were sleeping, and they didn't even know how they were eliminated. Qingji also got another 25 points, and his total points reached 50 points. On to the next one! Qingji smiled slightly and continued to move forward in the night, looking for new prey. Boom! 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 Under the moonlight, loud noises were heard from time to time in the woods. This made the other contestants afraid to sleep. They woke up one after another and looked around vigilantly. Who is it? Who is firing the cannon? The remaining contestants were all confused, not understanding who made these loud noises. Don't sleep, someone must be causing trouble at night. A young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes and sharp gaze woke up the others. He joined forces with several experts at the beginning and acted together for the sake of insurance. This act of uniting and forming a team does not violate the rules, so it is reasonable for them to do so. Of course, this way of forming a team also has its pros and cons. The advantages are naturally convenience of movement, greater safety, and the ability to take care of each other. The disadvantage is the problem of points distribution. Having many people means that every time you get points you have to share them with others, resulting in each person getting very few points. If you want to get more points, you need to hunt more exotic beasts. Setting off firecrackers so late at night is so wicked. You must be doing it on purpose. There were 5 people in this team, and the remaining 4 started complaining after waking up. I wish I could hang up the person who set off the firecrackers and beat him. They formed a team and worked hard during the day to get more points. Now they are not allowed to rest at night. How can they not be angry? Find him, otherwise we will have a hard time, the leading young man said in a deep voice. They work very hard, and if they don't get enough rest at night, accidents may happen during the day. Damn it! Let me catch him and skin him alive! The team immediately scattered, looking for the person who set off the firecrackers. There are actually quite a few teams like this. Many people have found loopholes in this team. After being awakened by the sound of artillery fire, they all hated Qingji. One by one, they began to look for Qingji's whereabouts. Qingji naturally didn't know that he had been hated by many people and was still constantly looking for prey. At this time, Qingji's points were close to 100, reaching 93 points. If you can get into the 3 digits, you will probably be able to stay in the top few and won't have to worry about being eliminated. Qingji soon spotted another figure. The other person was resting on a tree and was quite cautious. However, Qingji was sharp-eyed and noticed the other person's big butt. Xiaohong, come on! Qingji didn't waste any time and directly asked Xiaohong to go up and blow him up. Xiaohong received the order and quickly flew towards the opponent's big butt. Get ready to blow this ass apart. The owner of the big butt cat on the tree might have slept uncomfortably and turned over, but forgot he was on a tree and fell directly from the tree. Ouch! The other party cried out in pain immediately. Shinji was stunned when he heard this somewhat familiar voice. Return! He quickly signaled Xiaohong not to do anything and asked him to come back. Shinji walked out from the darkness and was naturally discovered by the other party. Shinji! The other party exclaimed. Fatty, why are you here? The owner of this big butt is the fat man Fugitive. Shinji almost hurt his own people. Aren't you going to take a break? What's wrong with you? Why are you still wandering around in the middle of the night? The fat man was just looking for a place to rest for a while, but he unexpectedly fell from the tree and met Shinji. It's a long story. How many points do you have? Shinji asked Fugitive. Not much, just a few dozen points. Do you want to form a team? Let's unite and kill everyone, Fugitive said modestly. Shinji was speechless. How many points are there? 10 points are also tens of points, and 90 points are also tens of points. The difference is huge. But judging from Fugier's appearance, there should be quite a lot, so he doesn't need to worry. Hey! You two, did you see the person setting off the fireworks? Chapter 15. The person who set off the firecrackers has been found. The two were chatting when a voice suddenly sounded from behind Shinji. A young man riding a wolfhound came up behind them at some point. What's firing? Fugitive looked at the other person with confusion. He was in a relatively remote area here and had not heard any explosions before, so he didn't know that many people were now looking for the culprit of the explosion. I don't know, forget it. When the other party saw Fugier's puzzled look, they immediately thought that the two men were not the ones who set off the firecrackers. But he had no intention of letting them go. He jumped directly off the beast. Release the beasts, I'll take your points. The young man looked at the two of them with a haughty expression and said calmly. However, he was still quite martial and actually let Shinji and the other two summon their beasts before taking action. Shinji and Fugitive looked at each other, not knowing where the other's confidence came from and why they were so arrogant. Oh, I've never seen such a crazy person. Shinji, don't stop me. I must teach him a lesson today. Fugitive immediately rolled up his sleeves and prepared to compete with the other party. Forget it, let me do it. Shinji stopped Fugitive. Although the other party's strength is average, he doesn't know how strong Fugitive is. In order to avoid any accidents, he should take action himself to prevent future troubles. Shinji stretched out his hand and immediately summoned Xiaohong out. The young man opposite only saw Shinji stretch out his hand and make a gesture to summon the beast, and then nothing happened. The other party waited for a long time, but there was no movement. Suddenly he looked confused. Huh! What are you doing? Where's the beastmaster? The other party looked at the empty surroundings and asked Shinji with a puzzled look on his face. It's on him. Shinji smiled immediately. He had already ordered Xiaohong to fly close to the other party, and now she was lying on the wolfhound. The other party looked at his own beast in surprise, but still did not notice Xiaohong's existence. No one could have imagined that someone's beast would be such a tiny mosquito. Only the wolf hunter noticed something was wrong and felt something falling on him. Ouch! He immediately raised his head and shouted, then shook his body, trying to throw the things off. Unfortunately, it's too late. Burst! Shinji uttered a word softly. Boom! The wolf hunter's waist suddenly exploded. The saying, iron bones and tofu waist, is used to describe dogs. The weakest part of a dog is the waist. It was bombed at this time and suffered heavy damage. A huge bloody hole was blown out of his waist and abdomen, and the wolf hunter was lying on the ground, breathing weakly. Wolf hunter! The wolf hunter's master screamed in surprise and hurriedly took his beast back into the beast taming space, otherwise this injury would soon take the wolf's life. The beast taming space can temporarily slow down the worsening of injuries. It's you! At this time, the boy also realized that Shinji was the source of the previous explosions. Shinji asked Xiaohong to fly in front of the other party. Are you going to admit defeat, or do you want me to do it? Shinji looked at the other party calmly and asked. At this time, the other party also saw clearly what Shinji's beast was. Mosquito, mosquito? He couldn't believe that it was such an insignificant mosquito that injured his wolf. The boy frowned and then put his hand in his mouth. Call out! He blew a loud whistle. Chenji's face changed immediately. Boom! Without hesitation, he let Xiaohong self-destruct, and the explosion blew the boy away. The beastmaster, whose defense was already weak, was seriously injured by the explosion at such a close distance. The teacher who was watching the match instantly appeared and took the opponent away for treatment. Chenji also got the opponent's points as he wished, 16 points. Chenji's points instantly broke through 3 digits, reaching 109 points. Walk! Chenji didn't hesitate at all. After dealing with the other party, he called Fugitive and prepared to leave. The whistle that the other party blew just now must have been to notify his companions. If he didn't leave now, he might be surrounded by his companions. However, Chenji was still a step slow. The other party was nearby, and after hearing the signal from their companions, they immediately rushed over. A young man riding a flying bird stopped the two of them. Then more people appeared and completely surrounded Chenji and the other man, blocking all directions. Chenji and Fugitive had nowhere to go and were immediately surrounded. Chenji frowned immediately and looked around, and saw that there were more than 10 people surrounding them. These people were not from one team, but from 3 teams. They just temporarily came together in order to find the person who set off the firecrackers. It's the firecrackers you set off! One of them stood up with a cold face and asked. Chenji didn't say anything. Even if he denied it now, these people probably wouldn't believe it. Why waste your time talking to them? Let's get rid of them and see if anyone else disturbs my rest. The captain of the other team snorted coldly, not wanting to waste time talking, and decided to take action directly. Chenji, how many people have you offended? So many people want to arrest you. Fugitive was a little scared. How could he not be afraid when he was surrounded by more than a dozen people? After all, these are all geniuses who were admitted to Longtan College. There is not much difference in their strength. Now, facing the siege of so many people, he was glad that he could break out. How would I know when I offended them? It's inexplicable. Chenji didn't know when he had offended so many people. There was no way anything could slip through his net, right? He could not have imagined that just because the explosion disturbed these people's rest, they would hate Chenji. It's no use saying this. Looks like we have to find a way to break through. Do you have the confidence? Chenji asked Fugitive with a serious face. I'll try, Fugitive said with lack of confidence. Superior! While the two were talking, the other party had become impatient. After one of them gave an order, they immediately summoned various powerful beasts to attack the two. Chenji's expression suddenly changed. Being besieged by so many beastmasters, he was somewhat unable to resist. Xiaohong's attack power is definitely among the best, but she has no defensive ability, so she can only dodge in this situation. Upon seeing this, Fugitive immediately stretched out his hand and summoned his own beast. A fat white pig appeared in front of Fugitive, using its 2 huge ears as wings and actually able to fly. Soul Beast, Cannon Boar. Juvenile Stage 2. Attribute Physical. Skill, Mountain Collapse Cannon. The moment the cannon boar appeared, it directly crashed into Chenji and Fugitive, knocking them away and avoiding the attacks from the surroundings. Part of the attack landed on the cannon boar, causing minor damage to him. The cannon boar's defense is very high, and these attacks did not cause fatal damage to him. Damn it! Little pig, shoot them to death! Fugitive got up from the ground with an embarrassed look on his face. He immediately gave the order to Pao Shanzhu angrily. When the cannon boar heard Fugitive's order, it immediately lay on the ground and pointed its butt at the enemy. Collapse! Mountain! Cannon! Chapter 16 Combo Skills, Super Explosion. Chenji's expression suddenly changed. Looking at the cannon boar with some anticipation. Fugitive is so confident, so this skill must be very powerful. The boar's belly gradually swelled, and then the back door opened with a bang. A loud fart was let out, and a green smoke spurted out from the back door of the mountain boar, covering all the beasts that rushed up. The beastmasters shrouded in the green mist suddenly looked strange. Ah! Many beastmasters opened their mouths and almost vomited. Oh my god! What the hell is that? It stinks! Soon the boar's stinky farts floated near the surrounding students, and a foul smell immediately penetrated their noses. They covered their noses and retreated one after another, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Shinji had a strange look on his face. Is this the mountain-breaking cannon? I thought it was some powerful move, but it turned out to be just farting. Fuck. However, although the skills are low-level, the effect is outstanding. A fart instantly opened an exit from the encirclement. Shinji, let's go! Upon seeing this, the fat man hurriedly called Shinji, grabbed him, rode on the mountain boar and ran away. The mountain boar flapped its two big ears and led the two of them out of the encirclement. By the time the beastmasters and the young men reacted, Shinji and Fugitive had already rushed out. Chase them! Don't let them get away! When these guys discovered that the two men were running away, they hurriedly called on their companions to chase them. Shinji smiled slightly when he saw this. Fatty, it's your turn, Shinji said with a smile. Although the fat man's beast taming skills are not very good, the effect is really good. Hee hee, it's just SOSO. No one can stand the pig's fart. This is just the tip of the iceberg, Fugitive said modestly. Oh? Is there any variation on this move? Shinji immediately became interested. He saw clearly that the mountain boar only had this one skill. It seemed that the fat man had a hidden card in his words, which made Shinji curious. Could it be that this trick had any special use? The mountain collapsing cannon released by the pig contains a large amount of methane. It will explode as long as it encounters an open flame. Therefore, I still have the ability to attack, and the power is not bad. The fat man did not hide anything from Shinji because he had no intention of hiding anything. It's no secret that he has used this trick against many classmates. After hearing this, Shinji's heart moved and an idea instantly came to his mind. Isn't methane plus explosion equivalent to a super explosion? Thinking of this, Shinji immediately told Fugitive his idea. Fugitive was also moved when he heard this. Then he glanced at the group of people chasing after him. How about we give it a try? Fugitive suggested to Shinji. Of course Shinji also wanted to try it, so he nodded immediately. Then summoned Xiaohong. I'm ready! He gestured to Fugitive. Fugitive also nodded solemnly. Pig, go back and use the mountain collapsing cannon. Fugitive immediately gave the order to the piglet. What if there are several flying beasts? Fugitive saw that there were several flying beasts among the pursuers behind them, which would affect their operations, so he immediately told Shinji. Leave it to me, Shinji said calmly. They are just two flying beasts, it is not difficult to deal with them. Xiaohong, split! Shinji directly asked Xiaohong to use splitting to create several clones, and let Xiaohong's clones rush directly towards the flying beast. The attention of the two flying beasts was all on Shinji and the other man, who suddenly turned back, and they didn't notice a few tiny mosquitoes flying towards them. Chiu! With a long cry, it dived down and extended its sharp claws to attack the opponent. Boom! Boom! But then, the flying beast suddenly exploded without any warning, its wings were blown to pieces, it lost its balance, and fell from the sky. The two flying beasts were easily dealt with by Shinji. Let's see your performance next, Shinji said to Fugitive. Just watch it. Without the threat of air units, Fugitive would have nothing to worry about. Just let the pig fly low and over the heads of this group of people. Mountain collapsing cannon. Bang! 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 Loud, stinky farts were heard one after another, and green mist poured down from above their heads, instantly submerging them in it. Fuck! Ugh! You have no moral principles! Ugh! Everyone was infected, and even though they covered their mouths and noses, they still couldn't stop the stench from entering their noses. They immediately ran outside frantically. No one wanted to stay in such a smelly place. Shinji, it's your turn, Fugitive hurriedly said to Shinji. And Shinji was already prepared. Xiaohong had already flown into the mist below. Burst! At Shinji's command, Xiaohong exploded herself. Boom! The flames produced by the explosion instantly ignited the methane in the mountain collapsing cannon, which then triggered an even bigger explosion. Boom! At this time, all the contestants below were in the fog, including the beastmaster. Without exception, they were all hit and submerged by the explosion. The huge power of the explosion directly blew up all the trees within dozens of meters below, forming a clearing in the forest. All the players inside were seriously injured. The teacher who was watching the game was shocked when he saw this. He never expected this result. Looking at the dozen freshmen lying on the ground, my scalp suddenly felt tingling. How come this class of freshmen has such a genius? The teacher couldn't help but complain. Who would have thought that these two seemingly unrelated skills would be so powerful when combined? Report, Area 17 is requesting support. There has been a serious injury here. Please ask nearby teachers to come and provide support. He had to notify other teachers to come for support. If he had to send these people to the infirmary by himself, someone would probably die due to time constraints. He can't bear this responsibility, so he has to find someone to support him. Soon all the teachers nearby rushed over, and they were all a little surprised to see so many freshmen falling down here. What's going on? Some teachers looked puzzled, wondering who could make such a noise. Don't ask, save people! The teacher in Area 17 didn't have time to explain, and asked everyone to send these people to the infirmary immediately. Shinji and Fugitive also got their points after blowing those guys down. These people do have a lot of points. There are more than a dozen people, and on average each person has 20 points. This time alone, they have nearly 300 points. Shinji and Fugitive each scored 140 points. Shinji's score reached 249 points, and Fugitive's score also reached 200 points. This shows that Fugitive himself already had a score of 60 points before, which shows that Fugitive is not an ordinary person. That's amazing! If this happens a few more times, won't we be rich? Fugitive became excited when he saw that he had obtained so many points. There aren't that many opportunities. There aren't many people who are capable of forming a team. Shinji shook his head. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by, not to mention that next time there is such an opportunity, they may not have the chance to use this trick again. Then let's hide and wait until the competition is over. Fugitive nodded. With their current points, as long as they are not eliminated, they will definitely stay at the top, and there is no need to worry about points. Just as they were planning to find a secluded place to hide, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Su Miao! Fugitive's face suddenly became excited. The figure was Su Miao. Fugitive was just about to rush up and give Su Miao a warm hug. Su Miao suddenly summoned his own beast, an ice attribute flying beast. Soul beast, ice crystal bird. He looked at Shinji with a bad face, as if he was on the verge of a confrontation. Chapter 17. The competition is over, and the classes are divided. Fugitive felt the murderous aura coming from Su Miao and stopped immediately. Su Miao, what are you doing? Fugitive asked Su Miao hesitantly. Even if it's a freshman competition, there's no need to kill each other, right? The freshman competition doesn't seem that cruel. Go away, I'm looking for him, Su Miao said to Fugitive in a cold voice. Fugitive frowned slightly. Shinji also looked confused. He still hasn't figured out what the grudge is between him and Su Miao. As far as he can remember, he has no idea who Su Miao is and has no impression of him. I don't understand. From the first time we met, I felt that you were hostile to me. Why? Shinji asked Su Miao with a puzzled look on his face. You're right not to understand. Let me teach you a lesson today. Ice bird, go ahead. Su Miao obviously had no intention of explaining to Shinji, and directly ordered the ice crystal bird to attack Shinji. Shinji looked solemn and immediately summoned Xiaohong out. Use split directly, and dozens of mosquitoes appear in front of you. Don't fight. We are all family. Fugitive looked helpless. He didn't want to see the two of them fighting. Since they met yesterday, he regarded the two as friends. Now they are killing each other, which he cannot accept. Fugitive gritted his teeth and immediately made a decision that went against team training. You forced me to do this, don't blame me, Fugitive said in a deep voice. Then he summoned the collapsing boar. Pig, fire! Without saying anything, he directly ordered the mountain-breaking pig to use the mountain-breaking cannon. Phew! A long, loud fart was let out, and a strong green odor spread out. The snow-white ice crystal bird flew near the stinky fart. Its expression suddenly changed, and it stopped and quickly retreated. The pure white crystal bird with a strong obsession with cleanliness could not stand the stench at all. Fuck! Fatty, you attack indiscriminately! Even Qingji was caught in the range of the stinky fart. He quickly covered his mouth and nose and ran behind him without hesitation. Su Miao on the opposite side also frowned, and soon she smelled a nauseating stench. His smooth brows immediately frowned and he quickly stepped back. Su Miao, stop fighting. If you have anything to say, wait until the freshman competition is over. Fugitive persuaded Su Miao patiently. He didn't want to see Su Miao and Qingji killing each other, at least not fighting each other at this time. Su Miao frowned and looked at Fugitive. Although she really wanted to teach Qingji a lesson, the thick green smoke around her made her hesitate, and she dared not move forward at all. I won't let you go next time. Su Miao glanced coldly at Qingji opposite him, then rode on the ice crystal bird and flew away. This made Fugitive feel relieved immediately. Qingji, what did you do to Su Miao? Why does she hate you so much? When Fugitive saw Su Miao leave, he turned around and asked Qingji curiously. How should I know? Qingji had no idea where he had offended Su Miao, and he was also very confused. You're the one who abandoned Su Miao after having an affair with him, right? Fugitive looked at Qingji with resentment, as if his goddess had been snatched away by someone. What are you talking about? I didn't know her before. Qingji could be sure that Su Miao did not exist in his memory. But he also wondered if it was a debt of love owed by his predecessor? But without this memory, Qingji wasn't quite sure. That's good, it means I still have a chance. Fugitive immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said thankfully. Qingji looked at the fat man speechlessly. Fugitive is 1.8 meters tall, with a big body and weighs over 200 kilograms. And how could Su Miao, with her goddess-like figure and appearance, be attracted to him? Qingji shook his head, threw away the messy thoughts, and hid with the fat man. As time goes by, the number of new students gradually decreases, and the points of the remaining people continue to increase. It was only at noon the next day that the freshman competition was announced to be over. This freshman competition is over, the remaining personnel returned to the back mountain. The teachers who were present in every corner of the farm suddenly stood up and announced the end of the competition. It's not because the time is up, but because the elimination rate in this freshman competition is too fast. The number of people is already very small at this time. These people have some difficulties and can only rely on hunting exotic beasts to gain points. That is too slow, and the points ranking will not change much. There is no need to continue. Qingji and Fugitive came out from the dark when they heard the teacher announce the end of the competition. Back at the back of the academy, there were only a dozen contestants left who had not been eliminated. A teacher stood up, took out a list, and looked at the dozen or so people present. You will be assigned to different classes based on your grades, the teacher said calmly. The results are now announced. Zhang Yiqi, 63 points. Li Jiodong, 69 points. Zhao Jie, 188 points. Jia Lan, 189 points. Cold Army, 192 points. Wang Fugier, 200 points. Su Miao, 202 points. Soon everyone's scores came out, and Fatty and Su Miao were both firmly at the top. In the end, only Qingji's score had not been reported. After seeing Qingji's score, the teacher's expression changed and he looked at Qingji deliberately. This made everyone curious about what this person's final score was. Qingji, 249 points. The teacher told Qingji's score calmly. Hiss. How many? There was a sudden cry of surprise from the crowd. If the score was just over 200, everyone could still understand it. Even if it was 210, everyone could accept it. But 249 points? That's more than 40 points more than the second place. Everyone worked so hard, how did he pull away from the lead of more than 40 points? Everyone looked puzzled. Those teachers naturally knew how Qingji got such a high score. If you can kill more than a dozen team members at once, you can also reach this score. Unfortunately, no one has this ability. Quiet! After the teacher announced the scores, he looked at the noisy crowd and immediately scolded them to quiet down. Those with scores above 150 will enter Class A, those with scores between 100 and 150 will enter Class B, and the rest will all enter Class C. The main purpose of this freshman competition is to screen talents and assign classes. There are only a dozen people who have scored above 150 points, including those present here. When everyone heard that they could enter the A-level class, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The A-level class is known to be a class full of geniuses. The resources and education are absolutely top-notch. Who wouldn't want to be in a good class? Now, follow your instructors to your classes. After the teacher announced the results, he handed the situation over to the class instructor. A man who looked to be around 30 years old walked over. Hello, my name is Su Zhongdao. I'm the instructor of the A-level class. Please follow me. Su Zhongdao briefly introduced himself, and then led everyone to the A-level class. There is nothing special about the A-level class, it is just a simple classroom. Su Zhongdao looked at the students who were sitting obediently in their seats, and an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you think the freshman competition is over? It's not easy to stay in the A-level class. You may be kicked out in the future. The test has just begun. Chapter 18, the first lesson of the A class. Su Zhongdao's words left the freshmen in the audience puzzled. Teacher, what do you mean? Zhao Jia frowned, stood up and asked. Su Zhongda smiled. I like students who ask questions when they don't understand something, but next time, please write a report before asking a question. Su Zhongdao said lightly. It's very simple. My class may be different from others. If you are eliminated in my class, then I'm sorry, you are kicked out. Go back to Class B. Class A is not suitable for you. Su Zhongdao explained calmly. And the first lesson I'm going to give you is... Su Zhongdao turned around and quickly wrote 2 words on the blackboard with chalk. Eyesight. Eyesight? The students in the audience were whispering to each other, discussing the meaning of the 2 words, Su Zhongdao. Gather at the school gate at 10 o'clock tonight. I will give you the first lesson of the A-level class. Su Zhongdao didn't care and just informed them of the class time. Now, get out of class is over. Su Zhongdao then announced his resignation. It is completely different from the general teaching method. They haven't even warmed up to their seats yet, and the get out of class is already over? He didn't even get to know the new students during this period, so he probably didn't even know the names of his own students. The students who were experiencing this teaching method for the first time looked at each other in confusion. At the same time, I felt a little panicked. The new teaching method means that they are confused about the future and don't know what is waiting for them. Eyesight Chengji, what do you think eyesight is? What exactly is the first lesson for? Fugitive asked Chengji curiously. Maybe it's to test our judgment of the beast's strength, or something. Chengji didn't know either, but from the word, he knew that they should be asked to use their eyesight to judge something. Makes sense. The fat man nodded. I'll go back and study more on the beast taming guide, so as not to embarrass myself at night. Fugitive immediately went back and started to cram on the relevant knowledge. Everyone else had the same idea, and they all went back to the dormitory and buried themselves in studying. As expected, they are talented young people from all over the place. They all work very hard and have no intention of giving up. At 10 o'clock that evening, about 10 people from Class A arrived at the college gate on time. Su Zhongdao glanced at his watch. Not bad, very punctual. Seeing that no one was late, Su Zhongdao nodded with satisfaction. I guess you all did a lot of homework after you went back? Su Zhongdao said lightly. However, your homework may not be useful. Su Zhongdao smiled slightly. He naturally guessed that these freshmen would guess what the class for tonight would be based on their eyesight after returning. Unfortunately, the lessons he taught were not that superficial. Your first lesson at Longting Academy is eyesight. The eyesight I'm talking about is not as complicated as you understand. See the market behind me? Su Zhongdao pointed to the night market behind him. There is a night market every evening on the commercial street outside Longting College, similar to the black market that Chengji visited before. There is everything in there, with a wide variety of goods. Naturally, treasures for cultivating and taming beasts are also indispensable. Your lesson today is to shop in this market. Buy the highest priced goods at the lowest price, Su Zhongdao said calmly. The students who thought that the first class was a test of their knowledge of beast taming were stunned. What does this have to do with the beastmaster? Many people are confused. What is the relationship between taobao and beast tamers in the market? Some students from wealthy families are even more dismissive. They don't need to look for bargains at all. They can just buy what they need. There is no need to waste time just to save a little money. Su Zhongdao knew what everyone was thinking by looking at their expressions. Your idea is correct, at least at this stage, but how much money does your family have? What realm can it support you to reach? High-level beastmaster? Special-level beastmaster? Or grandmaster of beastmaster? Su Zhongdao asked everyone with a serious face. I can tell you responsibly that being a beastmaster is very expensive, especially in the later stages. Money disappears like water, and there is a high chance that you will buy fakes. Maybe your parents have worked hard all their lives to save money, but a fake product can make you lose it all. As a person who had experienced this, Su Zhongdao naturally knew how much money a beastmaster had. His first lesson was also intended to make them deeply aware of how cruel reality was. Maybe you don't understand now, it doesn't matter, I just want you to remember everything that happened today, so that when you encounter the same situation in the future, you will be more careful. Su Zhongdao knew from the disdainful expressions on the faces of these young people that they didn't take it seriously. I won't say much, let's get started. Whoever spends less money and gets a higher value item will be ranked higher. Sorry, the last 3 ranked will go to Class B tomorrow. Su Zhongdao stopped talking nonsense and announced the start directly. Su Zhongdao walked aside and looked at his watch. You only have 1 hour. Gather here in 1 hour. Those who are late will be eliminated, Su Zhongdao said with a cold face. When everyone heard that there was still time left, they hurriedly took action and walked into the market. Qinji followed closely behind. However, Qinji was not worried. He had the eye of evolution. In his eyes, all items had no privacy at all. It was very easy for him to find high-value goods. It's over. I was so busy looking at the information on taming beasts that I forgot to look at the natural treasures. I'm doomed now, the fat man said with a bitter look on his face. It's okay, I'm here. Qinji patted the fat man on the shoulder. The two could be said to be comrades who had fought together, so Qinji would naturally not leave him alone. Qinji, do you have any research in this area? The fat man's eyes immediately lit up, and he asked Qinji with anticipation. No. Qinji shook his head without hesitation. The smile on the fat man's face disappeared immediately. Then what are you talking about? We are finished. We are both finished now, the fat man cried bitterly. Qinji shook his head and didn't continue speaking. Instead, he set his sights on the roadside stalls. As my eyes swept across the products, pieces of information appeared before my eyes. Sky iris. Ordinary grade, top grade. Materials required for grass-type beast evolution. Qinji quickly found a decent treasure at one of the stalls. Ordinary grade, top quality materials, suitable for the advancement of juvenile forms. Boss, how much is this? Qinji immediately pointed at the Tianyuan grass and asked the boss. Sky kite grass, a top-grade material, priced at 125,000. The boss gave Qinji an offer with a calm expression. After hearing the boss's detailed information about the Tianyuan grass, Qinji turned around and left without any nonsense. In a situation like this where the boss knows the ins and outs of the items, it's basically impossible to get a bargain. It's better to try your luck somewhere else while there is still time. Boss, 125,000, I want it. As soon as Qinji left, he was intercepted by someone else. Chapter 19, Night Market Shopping. Qinji turned around and saw that it was a classmate from Class A. If Qinji remembered correctly, this man's name was Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia saw Qinji looking at him, then smiled and nodded at him. Thank you very much. Zhao Jia raised the Tianyuan grass in his hand and gestured to Qinji. Qinji, you seem to have been used by him. The fat man approached Qinji and spoke in a low voice. No need for you to remind me. Qinji rolled his eyes at the fat man. Although what Zhao Jie did was not very decent, he did not violate any rules. Qinji didn't care too much about it. It was just a Tianyuan grass, a top-grade ordinary grass. It was not a treasure to him. Then continues searching forward. With such a big market, there will always be some bargains for him to pick up, so there is no need to rush. However, Zhao Jie did not leave, but followed Qinji and the others. He followed Qinji and the other man wherever they went. Qinji also discovered this situation. "Boss, how much is this?" Then Qinji saw another nice treasure and asked the boss about it. 9 dragon ginseng, low-grade exotic herb, starting at 480,000. 9 dragon ginseng is a ginseng plant. Its appearance resembles 9 dragons entwined together, hence its name. Its quality has reached the level of exotic herbs and it is a good treasure. The boss is also a connoisseur of goods. He directly quoted a price of 480,000, which is 30% more expensive than the market price. Qinji naturally lost interest. "I want it." However, Zhao Jie, who was following behind him, once again took the 9 dragon ginseng. Qinji frowned immediately. Although Zhao Jie did not snatch things from him, this behavior made Qinji very unhappy. The reason why no one robbed him of his things now was simply because the boss's offer was too high and Qinji was not interested. If he really encounters a bargain next time and Zhao Jie is causing trouble, the price will probably increase several times, and he may not even be able to snatch it from the other party. But soon Qinji sneered in his heart. "I want to see how much money you have to spend." Qinji had a plan in mind and continued walking forward, examining the various goods on both sides. Soon Qinji's eyes lit up again, and he looked at something on the stall next to him. "Boss, how much is this?" Qinji asked the boss with a little excitement. The boss, who was smoking out of boredom, saw a customer coming in, immediately put out his cigarette and smiled enthusiastically. "Sanqing mine, top-grade exotic ore, 880,000. The boss smiled and made the shape of an 8 with his hands and said, "I want it, wrap it up." Qinji nodded and said calmly. The boss's eyes suddenly brightened when he saw this. "I didn't expect that I would encounter such a big business on my first opening today, and also encounter such a person who doesn't know what's good. It is impossible to tell that Qing ore is sold as Sanqing ore. Although these two types of minerals only differ by one character, their qualities are worlds apart. Qing ore is just a low-grade ordinary ore, while Sanqing ore is a low-grade exotic ore. There is a huge difference in grade, and the price has increased several times." "Okay." The boss immediately and enthusiastically wanted to wrap it up for Qinji. "Wait, 900,000, I want it." However, at this time Zhao Jie suddenly appeared, interrupted their conversation, and added another 20,000 to the original price. This made the boss stunned. "This?" He was a little hesitant. Although he didn't know where these two grudges came from, who wouldn't want to earn an extra 20,000 yuan? "Really?" the boss asked Zhao Jie affirmatively. "Really?" Zhao Jie nodded. It was only 900,000, which was only half of his funds. He could still afford it. In order to stay in the A-level class, he was willing to spend any amount of money. "Boss, I was here first." Qinji immediately pretended to be dissatisfied and frowned and said to the boss, "I'm sorry, little brother. This is a small business, and the highest bidder wins. If you really wanted, then add a little more?" The boss did not show any apology. Instead, he rubbed his fingers together, indicating that Qinji could pay more if he wanted. Qinji frowned. 950,000. Qinji hesitated for a moment, and added another 50,000. This made the boss even more excited. 1 million. But before he could say anything, Zhao Jie increased the bid by another 50,000 and offered 1 million. The boss suddenly felt a little dizzy. He didn't know what day it was today, and why he was so lucky. Is there smoke coming out of the ancestral grave? I have to go to the ancestral grave and burn some paper money tomorrow. Qinji looked disappointed and glared at Zhao Jie fiercely before turning and leaving. Zhao Jie smiled slightly and transferred 1 million to his boss. The item that they are willing to buy at a price of 950,000 is probably more than just a low-grade exotic ore, Zhao Jie said with certainty. He was determined to follow Qinji. This student who scored a high score of 249 must have something unique, so Zhao Jia paid attention to Qinji from the beginning. Afterwards, Qinji looked at a few more stores and found some good things. However, every time he made a bid, Zhao Jia got there first and lowered the price. As a result, he never bought the right thing. Zhao Jia smiled slightly. Time is running out, don't leave without buying anything, Zhao Jia said sarcastically from the side. Qinji smiled indifferently. How much money do you have left? Qinji asked Zhao Jia meaningfully. Zhao Jia frowned. But I still took a look at my balance. You won't know until you see it. It's shocking to find that your savings of nearly 3 million has been depleted and only more than 1,000 yuan is left. Zhao Jia's expression suddenly changed. But I let it go immediately. I don't have much money left, but I've already bought the right treasures, so I can definitely stay. But if you can't buy anything, no matter how good your grades are, you'll be eliminated, Zhao Jia said with a proud look on his face. However, Qinji smiled. Then I feel relieved. Boss, how much is this? Qinji then stopped paying attention to Zhao Jia and asked the inconspicuous stall owner next to him. Which one do you mean? The boss didn't see Qinji's gesture clearly and asked Qinji in confusion. I want to buy all your stuff for a flat price. Qinji thought for a moment and said. The boss hesitated for a moment. Seeing Qinji being so decisive, he thought he had stumbled upon some treasure. 300,000? The boss said hesitantly. 300,000 was already a huge price to pay. You should know that all the things on his stall were imported from one place. None of them were genuine. The most expensive one was just an ordinary low-grade exotic herb, worth only 20 or 30,000. It's too expensive. Give me a real price. To be honest, the only valuable things you have are those few exotic herbs. At most, they're worth 100,000. Qinji shook his head and said. When the boss heard Qinji say this, he immediately felt at ease. What Qinji said was true, but the difference was that some of the exotic herbs were fake and not even worth hundreds of thousands. One price, 200,000. The boss gritted his teeth and said with a painful look on his face. Qinji pretended to think about it and frowned slightly. Okay, if I didn't need these exotic herbs urgently, I really wouldn't want to buy them. I'll just take a loss. Qinji sighed and then decided to make the deal. Qinji had received 500,000 yuan from Suchin before, so he could still afford to spend the 200,000 yuan. Brother, you're not going to rob me anymore? Qinji quickly made a deal with the boss, exchanged money for goods, and the entire stall became Qinji's. Qinji asked Zhao Jia with a smile. Zhao Jia's face turned slightly cold. How many of these things are valuable? But he still sneered and said with disdain. It is of no value, but a lower-grade soul. Qinji took out a crystal-clear stone and said lightly. Chapter 20, Eliminated. When Zhao Jia heard Qinji's words, his face changed. But he didn't believe what Qinji said. Impossible. Will the boss sell you a treasure of soul-level quality? Zhao Jia just couldn't believe that there would be soul-level treasures in this small stall. You'll know soon. Qinji didn't say much. Qinji, is it really a lower-grade soul treasure? The fat man asked curiously. Hey, yours. Without any explanation, Qinji took out a small piece of bone from his cloth bag and handed it to the fat man. What's this? Fugitive asked curiously. That's enough for you to pass this class. Qinji didn't say much. Anyway, he had a lot of treasures in his pocket, enough for him to pass this eyesight test. The fat man looked at the bone joint in his hand curiously, but couldn't make any sense of it, so he simply put it in his pocket. The 1-hour deadline was almost up, so Qinji and the other man stopped hanging around and walked straight to the door. Before the time was up, I returned to the college gate. Time is up, you are eliminated, report to Class B tomorrow. Su Zhongdao pressed the pause button at the right moment, looked at the 2 students in the distance who had not yet reached the door, and said with a cold face. Ah? The 2 were stunned. They were eliminated just by a few seconds? Is it necessary to be so strict? In fact, as long as the 2 of them quickened their pace, they would definitely be caught up within the time limit. It was because they did not care and thought there was no need to fight for 1 or 2 seconds. Who knew Su Zhongdao would be so strict? Su Zhongdao glanced at the two of them coldly, then ignored them and looked at other students. I have good news. 2 people have been eliminated. Now there's only 1 spot left, so the last person will be eliminated next. You should thank these 2 students, Su Zhongdao said to the rest of the people with a smile. Su Zhongdao's words made the faces of the 2 people who had been eliminated turn pale. Enough of the nonsense, take out your treasures and receipts. Su Zhongdao then continued. Although this night market is inconspicuous, it is very formal. Everything sold has receipts, and they even pay taxes. Everyone is a legal citizen. The remaining people handed over the treasures they had bought to Su Zhongdao one by one, along with the receipts. Su Zhongdao watched them one after another and felt like laughing. You guys are so naive and cute. Su Zhongdao watched and shook his head and sighed. Among so many things, there are less than 5 that can be bought at market price. Not to mention finding a bargain, some people even lost everything they had. Until Su Zhongdao saw a crystal clear stone. Su Zhongdao's expression suddenly changed. 200,000? Whose is this? Su Zhongdao picked up the stone and asked everyone. Chen Ji stood up immediately. Mine. Su Zhongdao nodded. When he saw it was Chen Ji, he had some impression of him. He was the first in the freshman competition with a huge lead. When Zhao Jie saw Chen Ji's things being taken out separately, he immediately showed an expression of gloating. He thought Chen Ji was the only one to be eliminated. After all, there is only 1 spot, and now Su Zhongdao has specially taken out Chen Ji's things, so as not to let him think so. Do you know what this is? Su Zhongdao asked Chen Ji indifferently. He wanted to see whether Chen Ji knew the value of this thing or bought it by accident. Of course he knows. He said this is a soul-level treasure that is hard to come by. It only costs 200,000. Pack it up and take it home. Haha. Before Chen Ji could say anything, Zhao Jie beside him couldn't help but laugh at Chen Ji. Chen Ji looked at the other person speechlessly, then nodded to Su Zhongdao. Su Zhongdao understood immediately. All right. Then no more words were said. After looking through everyone's stuff, he already had someone in mind to eliminate. Ling Jun, the treasure is worth 750,000, and it costs 320,000, not bad. Jiaolan, the treasure is worth 880,000, and the cost is 480,000, which is not bad. Su Miao, the treasure is worth 1 million, and it costs 450,000. Wang Fudier, the treasure is worth 1.25 million. How much did you spend? As Su Zhongdao was looking at the treasures, he suddenly realized that Wang Fudier did not have an invoice, and immediately asked Wang Fudier in confusion. I bought it with Chen Ji, and it cost a total of 200,000 yuan. The fat man explained hurriedly. As soon as the fat man's words came out, Zhao Jie's heart suddenly moved and he had an ominous premonition. The things that Chen Ji gave to Wang Fudier were worth more than 1 million yuan, so what was the price of the treasures that Chen Ji left behind? Hiss. Thinking of this, Zhao Jie took a breath and dared not think about it any further. Fortunately, his decision to follow Chen Ji was the right one. The better Chen Ji's vision was, the more it proved that the things he had chosen before were good, and his money was not wasted. Su Zhongdao nodded and continued to call out names. It was not until the end that it was Zhao Jie's turn. Zhao Jie, the item is worth 30,000 yuan and costs 1 million yuan. Su Zhongdao said lightly. Before, everyone's stuff was called treasures, but when it came to Zhao Jie, it directly became things. This shows that in Su Zhongdao's mind, this thing cannot be called a treasure. What are you thinking? 1 million for a green mine? Do you have money to burn? Su Zhongdao was a little puzzled as to what Zhao Jie was thinking. Even if he had money, he couldn't waste it like this. That's not right, this is impossible, it has to be at least the Sanqing mine. Zhao Jie was shocked and couldn't believe the result. The difference between Sanqing or Enqing or is that Sanqing or has textures, while Qing or does not. Take a look at this to see if there are any? Su Zhongdao returned the green mine to Zhao Jie and asked Zhao Jie to check it himself. Zhao Jie looked at the stone in his hand in disbelief, and indeed he did not find the texture that Su Zhongdao had described. Impossible! This is what Qingji likes. He can't possibly buy a fake one, right? Zhao Jia didn't believe this result, and refuted it immediately. But Qingji sneered at this time. I like it, why shouldn't I buy it? And why should I give it to you? You idiot! Qingji said with a chuckle. Zhao Jia's expression suddenly froze. I realized instantly that I had been cheated. You're kidding me! Zhao Jia rushed towards Qingji like a madman, intending to teach Qingji a lesson. However, Su Zhongdao was right next to them, so how could he just watch Zhao Jia take action? No one knew how Su Zhongdao did it, but his figure flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Qingji and grabbed Zhao Jia's fist. Student Zhao Jia, you are eliminated. If you dare to attack our A-level students again, don't blame me for being rude. Su Zhongdao warned Zhao Jia coldly. With Zhao Jia's loss ratio, it was natural that he would be eliminated. Zhao Jia's legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. He tried his best to stay in Class A, but was eventually eliminated. This was unacceptable to him. And the culprit behind all this is Qingji. Zhao Jia looked at Qingji with resentment. Qingji! I'll remember you! Don't let me wait for the chance! Zhao Jia said something harsh and left angrily. Teacher, what exactly is Qingji's treasure? At this time, someone asked Su Zhongdao curiously. At this time everyone realized that Qingji's treasure was extraordinary, and they all looked at Su Zhongdao curiously, hoping that he could answer their questions. Chapter 21, Lesson 2. Su Zhongdao smiled slightly. Didn't the classmate just say that it was a low-grade soul treasure? Ice stone. Su Zhongdao explained with a smile. Ice stone has a very good auxiliary effect on ice attribute beasts. Ice attribute beasts can accelerate their growth after using it. Su Zhongdao explained the function of the ice stone to everyone. Treasures that can speed up growth are priceless treasures that are worth a fortune. And Qingji actually found it in such a place, he had to say he was very lucky. Oh my god, this thing is so powerful! I wish it could be given to me. One of the students whose beast taming was of ice attributes said with envy. But he knew that Qingji would never give such a treasure to anyone else, and even if Qingji planned to sell it, he couldn't afford it. He finally understood what his mentor had said before. Being a beast tamer was too expensive, and no matter how wealthy one's family was, they couldn't afford it. Su Miao looked at Qingji meaningfully. I don't know what I'm thinking. Okay, that's all for today, we'll continue tomorrow. Su Zhongdao immediately announced the end of the class and dismissed the class. From gathering at 10 o'clock to an hour of Taobao time, and then to checking the value of treasures one by one, it was almost early morning at this time and everyone was tired. After disbanding, they all chose to go back and rest. Qingji was no exception, but he was not in a hurry to go to bed. After returning to the dormitory, I released Xiaohong. Xiaohong, have you digested it well? Can you still suck blood? Qingji asked Xiaohong. Xiaohong flew around Qingji and nodded excitedly. Sent a signal to Qingji. Can. Qingji laughed immediately. If Xiaohong's ability to grow by sucking blood is used well, it can make Xiaohong grow quickly. It is naturally difficult to do it during the day. They only have a chance at night when everyone is asleep. Be careful, don't get shot to death. Qingji immediately opened the window, let Xiaohong fly out, and went to look for prey on his own. Xiaohong flew out of the window, swayed outside, and finally flew to Wang Fugui's window. Looking at the fat guy's plump white body, I'm almost drooling. But he knew that Fatty and Qingji were friends, so he could only suppress his greed and continue looking for his next target. Soon Xiaohong came to a room at the end of the corridor. Xia Wenbiao inside was practicing, constantly absorbing energy from the outside world and converting it into spiritual power. His injuries haven't healed yet. Practicing can speed up his recovery, and he can also use his spiritual power to repair the injuries of the beast. After seeing the prey, Xiaohong no longer hesitated and flew in decisively, landing behind Xia Wenbiao, piercing Xia Wenbiao's skin with her mouthparts, and slowly absorbing the spiritual power in Xia Wenbiao's body. Because the absorption was slow, Xia Wenbiao did not notice it. Daybreak soon arrived. Xia Wenbiao slowly opened his eyes. Then he frowned. Why hasn't my spiritual power increased? Xiao Wenbiao muttered to himself with a strange look on his face. After practicing for a whole night, his spiritual power not only did not increase, but instead decreased a little. Is it because of the injury? Xiao Wenbiao was very puzzled, and finally found a reasonable explanation for himself. It is believed that his spiritual power has decreased due to his injuries. On the other side, when Qinji woke up, he found that Xiaohong had returned. Although Xiaohong's level has not increased, it can be felt that Xiaohong's spiritual power has increased a lot, and she is not far from the 4th level of the juvenile body. Oh, I've been practicing all night and my back and waist are sore. Qinji stretched and sat up from the bed. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Qinji looked confused, wondering who came to see him so early. Who is it? Qinji asked outside the door in confusion. Then he got out of bed and walked towards the door. When he opened the door, Su Miao was standing outside with a cold face. When Qinji saw that it was Su Miao, he was very surprised. Su Miao was full of hostility towards him. They almost fought during the competition. Why would he take the initiative to find him? Why is it you? Qinji looked at Su Miao in confusion. Ice stone, can you sell it to me? Su Miao asked Qinji softly. Qinji was slightly stunned, and immediately understood why Su Miao came to him. It turned out to be for the ice stone. Ice stone can speed up the growth of ice-attributed beasts, and Su Miao's ice crystal bird is of pure ice attribute, so it naturally needs ice stone. Qinji immediately became interested. He looked Su Miao up and down. Is this your attitude when you ask for help? Qinji said with interest. How can you beg someone with such a straight face? Qinji shook his head and said dissatisfiedly. Su Miao's face changed, but he still forced a smile. Can you sell me the ice stone? You won't be able to use it anyway. I'll pay a high price. Su Miao said to Qinji with a forced smile. Qinji looked at the embarrassed Su Miao and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, you'd better stop laughing. Laughing is uglier than crying. Qinji looked helpless. It turned out that the iceberg beauty looked best when she was indifferent. You! Su Miao was so angry at Qinji that he wanted to eat him alive, but in order to buy the ice stone from Qinji, he endured it. I can sell you things, but the price is not cheap. Qinji immediately expressed his willingness to sell it at a high price. It is indeed useless for him to keep the ice stone in his hands. It would be better to exchange it for money and buy other things that are useful to him. Okay. You name your price. Seeing that Qinji was planning to sell, Su Miao said with a little excitement. According to the market price, the ice stone is worth 3 million, but there is no market for it, so I want 4 million. Qinji asked for a huge price and added 1 million to the market price. No problem, I'll transfer it to you, give me the card number. Su Miao didn't hesitate at all. After Qinji made the offer, he transferred the money without saying a word. This made Qinji suddenly feel that he might have offered too little. But the words had already been said and there was no reason to take them back, so he had no choice but to accept Su Miao's transfer. Before he even saw the items, Su Miao transferred the full amount to Qinji. This made Qinji suddenly feel the horror of the power of money. Aren't you afraid that I might take the money and deny it? After seeing the money arrive, Qinji asked curiously. If you don't admit it, then I'll have one more reason to kill you, Su Miao said lightly. Qinji's expression suddenly changed. I should have known not to sell you out. Qinji was speechless. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Then he handed the thing to Su Miao. After Su Miao got the ice stone, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face, and he smiled unconsciously. Qinji was stunned for a moment. This was totally different from the forced smile just now. So beautiful. For the sake of the ice stone, I will postpone teaching you a lesson, Su Miao said happily. Then I have to thank you? Qinji was speechless. After Su Miao left, Qinji finished washing up and went directly to the A-level class. After all the students had arrived, Su Zhongdao finally arrived. Follow me. After arriving at the classroom, he took them away without saying a word. No one knew where Su Zhongdao was going to take them. Su Zhongdao took them out of the academy and unexpectedly came to a hidden forest. Su Zhongdao looked at them seriously. A-level class, second lesson, survival. Chapter 22, Survival. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what Su Zhongdao meant. Before that, I brought you some good stuff, a pill that can speed up your cultivation, 1 pill for each of you. Su Zhongdao did not explain, but took out 10 black pills and gave 1 to each person. When the students heard that it was a pill that could speed up their cultivation, they immediately showed happy expressions. Thank you, mentor! Everyone thanked Su Zhongdao, and then swallowed the pills without hesitation. Qinji was a little wary and looked at the pill in his hand with the eye of evolution. Forbidden pill. After taking it, you will be unable to communicate with the beast taming space and summon beast tamers within 7 days. Qinji's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Su Zhongdao with vigilance. The others had already taken the pills, and it was too late for him to stop them. Qinji, why don't you eat? Seeing that Qinji did not take the pill, Su Zhongdao walked over and asked Qinji. I want to go back and eat more, Qinji said with some trepidation. He didn't know what Su Zhongdao's purpose was, but if Su Zhongdao wanted to harm them, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble, and he wouldn't have to drug them. He could just summon a beast to kill these rookies. Su Zhongdao's face changed. It seems you know what this is. Be obedient and eat it. Don't let me do it. Su Zhongdao smiled and said meaningfully. Qinji looked bitter. But under Su Zhongdao's threat, he had to submit. He had no choice but to take the forbidden pill in his hand. Very good. Su Zhongdao nodded with satisfaction. Try to summon the beast and let me see the effect, Su Zhongdao said to everyone indifferently. After hearing what Su Zhongdao said, everyone immediately tried to summon the beasts. But they suddenly discovered strangely that they had lost their perception of the beast space and were completely unable to summon the beasts. What happened? Everyone looked confused and looked around at other people, who all had the same reaction. No one can summon a beast. It seems to be working well. The pill I gave you just now is called the Forbidden Beast Pill. It will cut off your connection with the beast taming space, and you will not be able to summon the beast tamer within 7 days. Only then did Su Zhongdao tell the matter of the forbidden pill. What? Everyone was shocked immediately. What is the most important thing for a beastmaster? Of course, it is to control the beasts, especially in the early stage. Without controlling the beastmaster has no ability to resist at all. Without their beastmasters, they are no different from ordinary people. What are you going to do? The students immediately looked at Su Zhongdao with vigilance, thinking that Su Zhongdao was going to do something bad to them. Don't worry, I'm your mentor, of course I won't harm you. Su Zhongdao waved his hands helplessly to calm everyone down. This is the content of the second lesson. You must survive here for 7 days without taming beasts. If you choose to give up or lose your ability to survive during these 7 days, you will be eliminated. Try to survive. After Su Zhongdao finished speaking, he smiled, turned and left. Just like the gentle breeze that blew past, it mercilessly left them in this remote forest. Hey! I didn't bring anything with me, what should I eat or drink? A student suddenly shouted at Su Zhongdao's back. However, Su Zhongdao did not stop for a moment and disappeared from their sight in an instant. The students who were left behind suddenly looked melancholy. What to do? Several people looked at each other, as if looking for teammates. Let's find something to eat first. As long as we work together, we can definitely survive these 7 days. One of them took the initiative to step forward, apparently wanting to compete for the role of leader. Qinji remembered that this person's name was Qian Shijiwen. If you take the initiative to stand up at this time when everyone is feeling uneasy, you will naturally have the opportunity to become the backbone of everyone's hearts. Seeing this, Qinji decisively left the crowd and left alone. More people is not necessarily a good thing, especially when they are now competitors. After all, the more people who are eliminated, the more chances the remaining people have to stay. When the fat man saw Qinji leaving, he naturally followed Qinji and left. Su Miao looked at Qinji's back, was silent for a while, and followed him. Ling Jun and Jiao Lan also left alone and did not stay in the team. The remaining 5 people quietly formed a team. Why did they leave? One of them looked at the others with some confusion as they left. Don't worry about them. Let's divide the work. 3 of us will go find food and water around, and the rest of us will stay here to set up tents. Let's get moving. Qian Shijuan immediately gave orders and arranged for everyone to work together. At times like this, the chances of survival are higher if multiple people work together than if they fight alone. However, Qian Shijuan forgot about the word human heart. Not everyone will work hard for the group and may even stab you in the back. But there is indeed strength in numbers. With their concerted efforts, they soon found a source of water, a lot of wild fruits, and even set up a simple tent. But no one dares to eat these fruits. In these deep mountains and forests, no one knows whether these fruits are poisonous or not. If something goes wrong after eating them, you will be doomed. What should I do? Everyone was busy all day and was hungry. Looking at the tempting fruits in front of them, everyone was greedy, but they were afraid of having problems eating them. I picked the fruit, let me try it first. Sun Yaoran, who was responsible for finding food, took the initiative to test the poison himself. Without saying a word, he grabbed a fruit and put it in his mouth and took a bite. Soon he finished eating the whole fruit. Sun Yaoran wiped his mouth and smiled. It's okay, I don't feel any discomfort. Sun Yaoran said to everyone excitedly. When everyone saw this, they no longer hesitated, and rushed forward to grab all the remaining fruits. Seeing this, Sun Yaoran smiled slightly and calmly put the fruit in his hand into his pocket. What he ate was the apple he brought in the morning, not a wild fruit at all. He used this method to lure others to eat the fruit to test whether it was poisonous. If it is poisonous, he will kill these opponents at the same time. If it is not poisonous, he knows where the fruit tree is, and the remaining fruits are enough for him to survive for 7 days. Whatever the outcome, it will be good for him. Soon everyone finished eating the wild fruits and barely filled their stomachs. Fortunately, these wild fruits are not poisonous. Although they escaped this disaster, with Sun Yaoran causing trouble, it is still unknown how long they can survive. On the other side, Qinji and the fat man were wandering around in the forest like headless flies. Qinji, where are we going? The fat man asked Qinji curiously. Qinji looked around, and information about the surrounding plants appeared before his eyes one by one. He glanced at Su Miao behind him. What he was most worried about was Su Miao. Sister, why are you following us? Qinji finally couldn't bear it anymore and planned to drive Su Miao away. Although it was pleasing to the eye to have the beauty Su Miao around, he did not forget Su Miao's hostility towards him. If someone takes advantage of the situation and attacks him, without a beastmaster, etc., why should I be afraid of her if I don't have a beast to tame? Qinji suddenly realized that now that no one had their own beast, how could 2 men be afraid of a woman? Who said I followed you? Can I go this way? This place is not your home, Su Miao said stubbornly. Qinji shook his head helplessly and simply ignored her. He continued to search along the trail, and finally found the target thanks to his persistence. Wow! Chapter 23 Danger comes from around us. The sound of someone falling into the water came from the front. A small waterfall falls from the cliff and falls into a pool below the cliff. The water in the pond is extremely clear, even cleaner than mountain spring. Oh my gosh! Water! The fat man shouted excitedly, rushed to the edge of the pool, lay down in the pool and took a sip. Qinji looked around worriedly and found animal footprints around the pool. He frowned slightly. Get some water and get out of here! Qinji knew that where there was water, there would be living things, and this was an eternal truth. So the longer you stay here, the more dangerous it becomes. Su Miao, who was behind, looked at the water source so close at hand and swallowed his saliva. After walking for so long, she was already thirsty, but she didn't want Qinji to find something to laugh at her. Qinji filled up all the things on his body that could hold water. Only then did he look at Su Miao behind him. Hey, don't you want to have a drink? Qinji asked Su Miao with a smile. Su Miao hesitated for a moment, and finally broke through his reserve. He rushed to the pool and lay down beside it to drink without caring about his image. Ah, so cool! Su Miao took a swig and wiped his mouth with satisfaction. Go, we can't stay here for long. Seeing that both of them were full, Shinji hurriedly pulled them away. Just as they were about to leave, a wild boar approached them from the side. This immediately made the three of them alert. However, the wild boar did not attack them. Instead, it walked straight to the pond and lay down to drink water. Shinji's heart was immediately relieved. He remembered that there was such a rule in the animal kingdom. Near a water source, even natural enemies rarely hunt near the water source unless they are very hungry. So sometimes you can see creatures that are natural enemies drinking water from the same water source. Obviously, the wild boar is not hungry now and has no intention of hunting. Walk. Shinji spoke softly to the two of them, signaling them to leave quickly. If we wait until the wild boar is full and its thirst is solved, we may be able to solve the food problem. The three of them quickly left the place while the wild boar was drinking water. Once the water problem is solved, the food problem will naturally be solved. You guys set up the tent here, I'll go find food, remember to stay off the ground. Shinji explained to the two of them. In places like this, there must be a lot of poisonous insects on the ground. You must never set up a tent on the ground, otherwise you will be bitten by poisonous insects at night, which may be life-threatening. Relying on the eye of evolution, Shinji found a lot of edible wild fruits, vegetables, and other foods. Came back and solved the hunger problem together with the fat guy. Everything is going well for Shinji. If nothing unexpected happens, he can spend the 7 days safely. But the team on the other side wasn't so lucky. The next morning. Get up and go find food. Qian Shijuan had already called everyone up and was giving them orders. This made others somewhat dissatisfied. Why don't you go find some food when you get up so early? The only one who had no complaints was Sun Yaoran. I'm going to look for food. Sun Yaoran had no objection and left the team calmly. This surprised Qian Shijuan a little, and also made him a little suspicious. The reason why Sun Yaoran was so obedient was naturally because he planned to eat all the wild fruits on the tree for himself. Those wild fruits were enough for him to consume for 7 days, so he didn't have to worry about food. Sun Yaoran came near the fruit tree and looked around vigilantly. After making sure that no one was following him, he turned around and walked towards the fruit tree. Soon a fruit tree as thick as an arm appeared in his sight. It is covered with red fruits, and there are dozens of them if you count them carefully. Sun Yaoran's face lit up with joy. He took a step forward, climbed up the fruit tree in no time, reached out to pick a wild fruit and put it in his mouth to taste. Yesterday he didn't have time to taste the fruit for fear that it might be poisonous. Now that someone has helped him test the poison, he doesn't have to worry anymore and can eat it with confidence. You idiots, you didn't even know you were being used, you deserve to starve to death, Sun Yaoran said proudly. Sun Yaoran! You discovered this fruit tree a long time ago. Just when Sun Yaoran was enjoying his meal, a loud shout scared him so much that the fruit in his hand fell to the ground. Following the sound, he saw Qian Shijuan, who had arrived here at some point, looking at him angrily. Why are you here? Sun Yaoran asked with some guilt. If I hadn't come with you, I wouldn't have known you hid so many fruits. Qian Shijuan looked unhappy, and it was obvious that Sun Yaoran's behavior made him very angry. Sun Yaoran frowned and suddenly felt that the fruits behind him could not be kept. With Qian Shijuan's attitude, he will definitely share these fruits with everyone. And he will be ostracized by everyone. So, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Sun Yaoran's eyes. He can't let Qian Shijuan go back. Listen to my explanation. I know I was wrong. I just wanted to eat my fill. I brought all the fruits back today and didn't intend to keep them all by myself. Sun Yaoran hurriedly shook his head to deny it and walked towards Qian Shijuan. Qian Shijuan did not realize that Sun Yaoran had any ulterior motives, and was still blaming Sun Yaoran for his wrongdoings. Do you think I believe you? Take the things back, and I'll settle the score with you later. Qian Shijuan snorted coldly and immediately ordered Sun Yaoran to take the fruit back. Yes. Sun Yaoran nodded and walked in front of Qian Shijuan. What are you waiting for? Get started. Seeing that Sun Yaoran was unmoved, Qian Shijuan said dissatisfiedly. I'll do it right away. Sun Yaoran looked at Qian Shijuan approaching and sneered, then attacked instantly with his right hand hidden behind his back. I don't know when he took out a dagger and stabbed it directly into Qian Shijuan's chest. Qian Shijuan never expected that Sun Yaoran carried a sharp weapon with him, and was caught off guard and stabbed by the dagger. Blood spurted out from the dagger. Qian Shijuan looked down at the dagger on his chest with a look of disbelief. You dare to kill someone! Qian Shijuan could never have imagined that Sun Yaoran would dare to kill someone in class. Why not? The name of this class is survival, so the danger does not only come from the surrounding environment, but also from the companions around you. Sun Yaoran sneered. Ever since the freshman competition, he had felt the cruelty of Longding Academy, so he carried a dagger with him in case of emergency. Who knew it would be used here? You! Thump! Before Qian Shijuan could finish his words, his legs went limp and he fell heavily to the ground. Want to be a leader? You are too naive. Sun Yaoran looked at Qian Shijuan's body and sneered. Then he left and returned to the camp. After Sun Yaoran left, Su Zhongdao's figure suddenly appeared here. Looking at Qian Shijuan lying on the ground, he waved his hand and a grass leaf elf appeared beside him. Save him. Su Zhongdao looked at Qian Shijuan lying on the ground and said lightly. The grass leaf elf received Su Zhongdao's order and immediately sent a green light shining on Qian Shijuan. The wound on Qian Shijuan's chest healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye and soon disappeared completely. After Qian Shijuan's wounds were completely healed, Su Zhongdao picked him up and disappeared into the forest. Sun Yaoran returned to the camp with his clothes in a mess. He rushed into the camp with an embarrassed look on his face. Oh no! Qian Shijuan was attacked by a strange beast. Chapter 24 I Don't Like You. What's wrong? Sun Yaoran's words startled everyone, and they hurriedly asked Sun Yaoran what had happened. Qian Shijuan and I went to look for food. On the way, we encountered a strange beast. Qian Shijuan was hit by the beast due to his carelessness. He may be dead now, Sun Yaoran said with a sad face. What? Are there strange beasts here? Instead of feeling sad about Qian Shijuan's death, people were worried about the strange beasts that might be here. After all, they have no ability to resist now and cannot summon beasts. They are just ordinary people, and they will only die if they encounter strange beasts. What should we do? The strange beast is so close to here, it is very likely to find our way here. Everyone suddenly became worried, afraid that strange beasts would find this place. How about we run away? As long as we have the Green Mountains, we will never run out of firewood. Someone suggested. Yes, run! I don't want to become the digestion of alien beasts. Some people who were worried took action directly and ran away without saying a word or any hesitation. After someone took the lead, the others no longer remained reserved and took their belongings and left. Only Sun Yaoran stayed. Looking at the ready-made simple tents in the camp, he decided not to leave. Now he has enough food, a shelter from the wind and rain, and even the fruit itself contains moisture. As long as he can hold on here for 7 days, he can pass this class. Others were not so lucky. Over time, after leaving the camp, the other 3 began to suffer from hunger. On the 3rd day, some people could no longer bear the hunger and tried unknown wild fruits. But unfortunately, the wild fruits they found this time were poisonous, and one of them was directly poisoned. Su Zhongdao appeared and took the man away. After seeing this, the rest of the people were even more afraid to eat these wild fruits. Continued to endure hunger. On the 4th day, in addition to hunger, they began to become dehydrated and feel weak. I can't hold on any longer. I give up. I want to go home. On the 4th day, one of the 2 remaining people finally couldn't hold on any longer and chose to give up. When he was the last person left, he felt a little numb, but his physical weakness still made him feel powerless. But he thought he could still hold on. After hiking for a while, he actually found a source of water. Water! Water! The moment he saw the water, he went crazy and dived into the pool, drinking the spring water madly. After replenishing water, he felt much better. I am more confident that I can make it through the 7th day. But things did not go as planned, and a wild boar came to the edge of the pond. When he saw the wild boar, he was suddenly shocked. Unlike Shinji and the others, he was not lucky enough to encounter a well-fed wild boar this time. The wild boar was staring at him closely at this time, looking exactly like it was staring at its prey. When the man saw the wild boar, he hurriedly climbed out of the pool and ran away quickly. He also knew how ferocious wild boars were, and without the protection of the beast tamer, he had no ability to resist. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears and 3 tigers. It can be seen that the killing power of wild boars is higher than that of tigers. What is he waiting for if he doesn't run away? Is he waiting to die? However, how could he, who is already weak, possibly outrun the wild boar? The wild boar lowered its head, dug the soil under its feet with its front hooves, and charged towards the opponent. The sharp fangs flashed with cold light, and this collision would definitely kill or injure him. Bang! The wild boar slammed into the man with its head. Under the impact of the wild boar, the guy flew up on the spot, flew high, and then fell heavily to the ground, completely losing consciousness. The wild boar stepped forward and nudged the man with its nose. Just then, a figure appeared nearby. Su Zhongdao kicked the wild boar away, then picked up the person on the ground and disappeared on the spot. Not long after Su Zhongdao disappeared, Shinji, Fatty and others came here to fetch water. Hey! Is that the wild boar? It seems to be sleeping. The fat man was the first to notice the wild boar. But unlike before, this time the wild boar lay on the ground without any movement. Shinji frowned and activated the Eye of Evolution. The wild boar's information appeared before his eyes. Ordinary beasts, wild boar. Near death. Shinji was stunned. Dead? Shinji was a little unsure, but the Eye of Evolution would not lie to him. But why did the wild boar suddenly die? Then Shinji picked up a big stone and walked towards the wild boar. What are you going to do? The fat man was shocked by Shinji's actions. He didn't know that the wild boar was dying. If Shinji goes up rashly like this, wouldn't he be giving the wild boar more food? It's okay, kill him while he's sick. Shinji didn't explain further. There are many benefits to killing wild boars. First of all, the water source will be safe. Secondly, the wild boar meat can be eaten, which will improve their lives. Shinji came to the wild boar, raised the big stone in his hand, and smashed it on the wild boar's head with all his strength. Hold head high! The wild boar let out a scream and was smashed to death by Shinji. Shinji breathed a sigh of relief only after he was sure that the wild boar was dead. Take it back, we'll have pork tonight, Shinji said to the fat man with a smile. Fugitive was stunned. He didn't expect Shinji to be so bold. Okay. But he felt happy that he had succeeded. After all, he would have meat to eat in the evening. Shinji and his friends had a meal of roasted wild boar meat that day. Although it was not very delicious, they enjoyed the meal very much since they had not had any oil for a few days. On the 5th and 6th days, the remaining few people had gradually begun to get used to this kind of life. On the 7th day, Shinji and his companions could suddenly feel the beast taming space, and the effect of the beast taming pill disappeared. Su Zhongdao suddenly appeared in front of them. Survival class is over, follow me, Su Zhongdao said calmly to the 3 of them. Then he followed Su Zhongdao and came to the previous gathering place again. At this time, Leng Jun, Jialan and Sun Yaoren had already arrived. Su Zhongdao looked at the 6 people in front of him with a cold expression. The final list of the A-level class has been confirmed, a total of 5 people, Su Zhongdao said lightly. The 6 people looked at each other. There are 6 of them, but there are only 5 places in the A-level class, which means 1 more person will be kicked out. The 6 people looked at each other and all thought it couldn't be them, and thought their performance was very good. Su Zhongdao naturally knew what they were thinking. Qinji, Su Miao, Leng Jun, Jialan, Wang Fugir. Su Zhongdao didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly said the 5 names. You stay and officially become A-level students. Su Zhongdao looked at the 5 people and said with a satisfied smile. Only Sun Yaoran's name was not called, which made him very puzzled and a little angry. Me too, Sun Yaoran asked loudly in dissatisfaction. Su Zhongdao gave Sun Yaoran a cold look. Hiding a sharp weapon and backstabbing a teammate, do you think I can't see it? Su Zhongdao looked at Sun Yaoran coldly and said. Sun Yaoran was suddenly speechless. This lesson is about survival. I survived. What's wrong with that? Sun Yaoran did not feel that he had done anything wrong and had no intention of reflecting on it. You are right, the rules are indeed about survival, but sorry, the final right of interpretation belongs to me. I don't like you. Su Zhongdao said indifferently. Chapter 25, Arena. Sun Yaoran's face turned pale, but there was nothing he could do. I'm going to report you to the principal. Sun Yaoran left angrily and returned to the college, intending to go to the principal to file a complaint against Su Zhongdao. Su Zhongdao spread his hands indifferently. Remember to make it clear, A-level class instructor, Su Zhongdao, don't sue the wrong person. Su Zhongdao did not forget to remind Sun Yaoran of his name. How could Su Zhongdao be so simple to be the instructor of the A-level class? Not to mention one student complaining about him. Even if all the teachers complained together, there would be nothing they could do about him. Would Su Zhongdao be afraid of him? You are now official members of the A-level class. Build good relationships with each other, and go back to rest. I will inform you of your new tasks in 2 days. Su Zhongdao said to them indifferently. Su Zhongdao's teaching method is different. He does not focus on theory but only on practice. No matter what, he gains experience from practice. This is his teaching method. He was so kind that he gave Qinji and the others 2 days to rest. Is he still a human being? He has another mission after 2 days of rest? I have lost more than 10 pounds in these 7 days. Damn him! The fat man looked at Su Zhongdao's back with resentment. It would be nice to have 2 days off. Qinji shook his head. He felt that Su Zhongdao might not have intended to let them rest from the beginning. Sun Yao felt the beast taming space and hurried back to the academy in a panic. Others also returned to the college one after another. Qinji returned to the dormitory, summoned Xiaohong, and continued to send him out to absorb spiritual energy. Strive to make a breakthrough as early as possible. Xiaohong flew out of the window and staggered to the window of Xia Wenbiao's dormitory. He slipped in through the gap with ease. Then he lay on Xia Wenbiao's back. It was still the same position, still the same bag. He stabbed it in and began to slowly absorb the opponent's spiritual power. After 7 days of recuperation, Xia Wenbiao's injuries had basically recovered, but his training was delayed a lot. At this moment, he is making every effort to break through and become a junior beastmaster as soon as possible. After a night of practice, Xia Wenbiao slowly opened his eyes. Then he frowned. Where's my spiritual power? Xia Wenbiao was bewildered. After practicing for a whole night, not only did my spiritual power not increase at all, but it decreased a lot. This is very strange. The previous decline in spiritual power could be attributed to injuries, but now that the injuries have healed, why is it declining again? Am I not going crazy? Xia Wenbiao looked worried. Afraid of taking the wrong path. But he checked for a long time and couldn't find the reason. Strange. Xia Wenbiao simply decided not to think too much about it. When I got up and left the dormitory and walked to the stairs, I suddenly saw that the light in Qinji's dormitory was on. Xia Wenbiao was stunned. In order to get back at his former boss, he looked for Qinji many times, but every time Qinji was not there and the dormitory was empty. The lights inside are on now, which means Qinji is back. Xia Wenbiao's face immediately turned cold. He walked straight to Qinji's door and knocked heavily on it. Wang Fugui! Come out! Xia Wenbiao shouted angrily. Xia Wenbiao didn't know Qinji's real name. Last time Qinji used Fatty's name to fool him, he really thought Qinji's name was Wang Fugui. Qinji in the room frowned. It's so early in the morning, go to Fatty's dormitory and look for him. Come to my place. Qinji opened the door while complaining, and reacted the moment he saw Xia Wenbiao. What are you doing? Qinji looked at Xia Wenbiao puzzledly and asked. Do you dare to fight me on stage? Xia Wenbiao looked at Qinji and asked, pointing at his nose. In the Beast Taming Academy, all grudges can be resolved through fighting. This is the safest and most effective way to resolve the problem. Use beasts to fight, and the loser must apologize to the winner, unconditionally, without any reason, regardless of right or wrong. Although it is a bit unreasonable, this is the principle of the Beastmaster Academy. Are there any benefits? Qinji asked Xia Wenbiao curiously. What's the benefit? Just tell me if you dare or not. If you are a coward, then hide. Xiao Wenbiao snorted coldly and had no intention of making a bet with Chen Ji. Chen Ji's expression changed. Okay. Chen Ji nodded immediately. He could choose not to gamble, but he couldn't be called a coward. This time, let Xiao Wenbiao learn a lesson and tell him not to bother me again in the future. The two came to the fighting arena of Longning Academy together. It's much more lively here. There are more than a dozen fighting arenas, and almost all of them are occupied. After all, Longting College not only has freshmen, but also senior students. There are quite a few students, and they are all elites. They are all arrogant and will come to the arena to resolve the slightest friction, so the arena is always crowded and people have to queue up if they want to fight. Waste of time. Chen Ji shook his head helplessly. He can absorb a lot of spiritual energy during this time. Fortunately, not long after they arrived, a competition ended and it was their turn. Humph! Get on stage! Xiao Wenbiao sneered and said to Chen Ji. The two men came on stage and stood on the sidelines, facing each other from a distance. I know what your beast is, Mosquito. Although I don't know the grade of your beast, I know your skill. It's explosion, right? I won't be easily ambushed by you this time. Xiao Wenbiao sneered. With the lesson learned last time, Xiao Wenbiao was full of confidence this time and had already prepared countermeasures. Chen Ji sneered and shook his head. Really? That's great. Chen Ji stretched out his hand and clapped for the other party, saying nonchalantly, Arrogant! Ice Tiger! Seeing Chen Ji's arrogant look, Xiao Wenbiao snorted coldly and summoned out the Ice Tiger directly. Chen Ji also summoned Xiao Hong out. But it's not just one, but a group. At this time, Xiao Hong's strength has reached the 4th level of the juvenile body. His spiritual power has greatly increased, and he has more clones. There were 100 of them, so densely packed together that they were no longer so hidden and could be clearly seen. Xiao Wenbiao was slightly stunned when he saw a ball of red mist in front of Chen Ji. What is this? Even though Xiao Wenbiao was prepared, he was still surprised. I realized instantly that Chen Ji's beast was not a mosquito, but a group of mosquitoes. There is such a beast? Xiao Wenbiao was even more confused, as he had never heard of a beast tamer being able to directly contract a group. No matter how many there are, they are still mosquitoes in the end. Ice Tiger, go! Xiao Wenbiao snorted disdainfully and immediately signaled the Ice Tiger to attack. Xiao Hong, spread out, Chen Ji said calmly. Then Xiao Hong quickly separated the formation and formed a large net, dividing the fighting arena into two and blocking the Ice Tiger. The Ice Tiger rushed over, and when it found that the road ahead was completely blocked, it hurriedly braked. After the last lesson, the Ice Tiger still has some trauma against the exploding blood mosquitoes and dares not face it easily. However, Chen Ji did not give the Ice Tiger time to think and waved his hand lightly. Superior! At Chen Ji's signal, the large net formed by Xiao Hong's clones slowly moved towards the Ice Tiger, forcing it back. Every time Xiao Hong took a step forward, the Ice Tiger subconsciously took a step back. Xiao Wenbiao, who was standing behind him, frowned when he saw this. Ice Tiger! What are you doing? Attack! Xiao Wenbiao felt that the Ice Tiger was a disgrace to him, and gave the order angrily. Under Xiao Wenbiao's command, the Ice Tiger could not resist and could only rush forward unwillingly. He opened his mouth and spit out ice blades, attacking the big net formed by Xiao Hong. Bang bang bang! Chapter 26, Terrifying Initial Spiritual Power Value. Xiao Hong's clones that were hit by the ice blade exploded one after another, and Xiao Hong directly chose to self-destruct to offset the ice blade attack. However, these ice blades were like a drop in the bucket for Xiao Hong, who had hundreds of clones, and had no effect at all. And self-destruction will not make the clone disappear, and Xiao Hong's immortal blood explosion will not harm herself. While offsetting the ice blade, the little red clones on both sides quickly surrounded the center. Like a big net, it surrounded the Ice Tiger from all directions. Although the Ice Tiger was aware of the danger, his master's consciousness made it impossible for him to resist, and he could only move forward. Boom! The Ice Tiger crashed into the big net formed by Xiao Hong's clone, and the clone immediately exploded, causing a violent explosion. Soon after, all the other clones gathered around. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, the little red clones crashed into the ice tiger and exploded continuously. The dense explosions quickly caused the ice tiger to fall into a state of serious injury. And Xiao Wenbiao naturally felt it. There was a hint of shock and disbelief on his face. Impossible! Impossible! This is impossible! Xiao Wenbiao absolutely could not accept this result. He couldn't believe that the gap between him and Qingji was so big. Stop! Stop! Stop now! Then he felt that the ice tiger was in a state of near death. He hurriedly and excitedly stopped Qingji loudly. Qingji didn't want to cause any death, so he immediately asked Xiaohong to stop. If someone dies in school, he will be in trouble. After Xiaohong stopped, the ice tiger had been blown all over its body. There was not a single piece of good meat on its body, and its snow-white fur had long turned into charcoal. Ice tiger! Xiao Wenbiao walked forward excitedly, looking at the seriously injured ice tiger with a sad face. He hurriedly took the ice tiger back to the beast taming space. You lose, apologize. Qingji looked at Xiao Wenbiao and said indifferently. Xiao Wenbiao looked at Qingji with anger. But that was the rule of the Beastmaster Academy. If he lost, he had to apologize to Qingji unconditionally, otherwise the school would intervene. Then he will either be fired or apologize. Wang Fugui, I'm sorry! Xiao Wenbiao bent down with a look of humiliation on his face and bowed to Qingji to apologize. But the name called was Wang Fugui's. This made Qingji look weird. Oh my god, the boomerang I threw hit myself, damn! I don't accept it. Qingji raised his head proudly and walked straight past Xiao Wenbiao. You can apologize, but I don't accept it. Are you going to bite me? Xiao Wenbiao lowered his head with a gloomy expression. The ice tiger suffered such serious injuries that it would take at least half a month to recover, and it might even be left with hidden injuries that would affect its future. How could he be willing to not take revenge? Wang Fugui, just wait, just because I can't beat you doesn't mean no one can beat you, Xiao Wenbiao said with a frosty face. After Qingji returned, he continued to practice. He could feel the spiritual power in his body increasing, as if it was about to break through. Now they are not actually formal beastmasters, they are just hovering between beastmasters and ordinary people. The final exam tests one's initial spiritual power before becoming a junior beastmaster. He still doesn't know what Qingji's initial spiritual power was. Qingji opened his eyes quickly. He felt that his spiritual power had reached its limit, which was the final state of his initial spiritual power value. Now he needed external assistance to break through and become a junior beastmaster. Should there be equipment in the academy to test spiritual power? Qingji still wanted to see how much initial spiritual power he had. Last time, I stopped halfway because I didn't want to expose my spiritual power, so the last test was not accurate. Thinking of this, Qingji immediately walked out of the dormitory and found an old student to ask. I learned that there is indeed a psychic power tester in the medical examination room. Qingji went directly to the physical examination room. There were not many people in the physical examination room, except for a teacher lying on a chair reading a book. Teacher, I want to use the spiritual power tester, Qingji said to the teacher. Student ID card. The teacher didn't even raise his head and stretched out his hand to ask Qingji for his student ID. Qingji took out his student ID and handed it to the other party. Third room from the front. After taking the student ID, the teacher placed it on the table and pointed to the corridor ahead. Qingji nodded and walked towards the corridor. I came to the third room and pushed the door open and walked in. The room is divided into small grids, each of which can only accommodate one person. It is similar to the things used to take headshots, and is relatively private. Qingji found one of them and went in. Place your hand on the ball of the instrument and release your spiritual power. As the spiritual power was released, the screen on the instrument began to display numbers, and the numbers soared rapidly. It soon broke through 4 digits and is still rising. 1001, 1002, 1003. Qingji looked slightly excited. When he saw that it had not stopped even after reaching 15,000, A look of shock appeared on his face. You know, the world record is only 1,000 points. Now he has broken the record by 500 points, and he hasn't stopped yet. Is the machine broken? Although Shinji felt that his spiritual power was definitely not low, he never expected it to be so high. Finally, the numbers on the screen stopped. 1999. A number that shocked Shinji. So high. Shinji couldn't believe it. His initial spiritual power was nearly 2,000 points. After he broke through, wouldn't he have at least twice as much spiritual power as others? Shinji was very excited. This was good news. The next step is to break the limit and become a junior beastmaster. It is easy for a junior beastmaster to break through. As long as the spiritual power reaches the limit, it can be said that even a dog can break through. Because you don't need any talent, you can just use the pills. This is the best method that humans have discovered over the past 500 years. Of course, only junior beastmasters can use this method, and it will not be so easy to break through in the future. Shinji had just finished testing his spiritual power when the teacher in charge of the physical examination room outside noticed it. A red light suddenly lit up under his desk. This made the teacher, who was reading leisurely, suddenly stunned. He immediately put down the book in his hand and looked at the red light representing the spiritual power tester with a look of surprise. What's going on? Is the instrument broken? There is only one situation where the red light comes on, and that is when the data is abnormal. The teacher was just wondering when Shinji walked out of the spiritual power tester room. Teacher, I'm fine now, please give me back my student ID card, Shinji said to the teacher. The teacher looked at Shinji in a daze. Were you in there just now? He asked Shinji curiously. Shinji nodded. Is there something wrong with the instrument? The teacher asked Shinji puzzledly. No. Shinji shook his head. But he soon reacted. Maybe there's something wrong. It's a little inaccurate. I'm in a hurry, bye. Shinji hurriedly picked up his student ID and left the physical examination room. He didn't want to attract attention, so it would be better not to reveal his spiritual power. Watching Shinji leave in a hurry, the teacher looked confused. He got up and went straight to the room where the spiritual power tester was set up. I found the tester that was just used, and after some operations, I opened the history record. There are all the records used recently. The most recent one is at the top. When he saw the number above, he was stunned for a moment. 1999! The teacher was a little bit unbelievable. A freshman? He thought of Shinji's unfamiliar face, and his expression changed. If it was a freshman, this spiritual power value would be too terrifying. Even if he has become a junior beastmaster, these are extremely terrifying statistics. Chapter 27, The Longhorn Beetle War Bug Comes to Cause Trouble. The teacher thought about it, then operated the spiritual power tester and deleted Shinji's record. In any case, if this news were known to outsiders, it would likely cause trouble for the freshman. It's better not to expose him until this kid grows up. After Shinji left the physical examination room, he came to the college store. The college store is not the place to sell snacks. All the things sold here are the Beastmaster stuff. Everything a Beastmaster needs can be bought here, except for the precious items, which are hard to find. You can only get them by luck. Hello, I want a Ryuden. The Ryuden is the elixir that is necessary to become a junior beast tamer. Taking one pill can transform one completely. Of course, the prerequisite is that the spiritual power has reached its limit. Otherwise, the user's spiritual power will be greatly reduced. Please show me your student ID card, the staff member said to Shinji. This is the store of Longton College. Things are only sold to students of Longton College, and student ID cards must be shown. Freshman? Are you sure your spiritual power has reached its limit? The staff was a little surprised when they saw that it was a freshman this year, and they repeatedly asked Shinji whether he had really reached his limit. Sure. Only after Shinji confirmed it was he given the imperial pill. 200,000 yuan card or cash? The staff member said to Shinji. Card swipe, Shinji said decisively. Although I feel a little sorry for the money, I have to spend it. A pill that allows one to become a junior beast tamer costs 200,000, which shows how expensive it is to become a beast tamer. These are the prices after discount in the college store. The prices outside will be higher. After Shinji paid with his card, the funds were reduced again. If it weren't for the 4 million that Su transferred in seconds, Shinji's funds would have almost run out. After getting the Ryudan, Shinji returned to the dormitory and swallowed it in one gulp. The spiritual power within his body was like a bottle filled with wine. After taking the Ryudan, the cork on the bottle opened with a pop. The wine inside instantly overflowed, breaking through the limitations of the wine bottle and flowing into the large wine jar outside. However, this amount of wine only covered the bottom of the wine jar, a thin layer, which was just a drop in the bucket compared to the entire wine jar. Is this so difficult to break through to the intermediate beastmaster level? After Shinji felt the spiritual power capacity of the junior beastmaster, he was immediately confused. Little did he know that it was because Shinji's initial spiritual power value was too high, and after the breakthrough, it would be even more difficult for him to break through next time. However, after becoming a junior beastmaster, there is a new benefit. That is, his spiritual power has found a place to be used. When taming beasts, he no longer has to consume his own spiritual power to use his skills, but can borrow the spiritual power of the beastmaster. In other words, Xiaohong could split into 100 clones before, but now she may be able to split into 200. Shinji, let's go and have dinner. As soon as Shinji finished his training, the fat man came over. After spending 7 days deep in the mountains and forests, of course we had to eat something good during these 2 days. Oh. Shinji nodded and was about to go out to eat with the fat man. A figure appeared outside the door again. Who is Wang Fuge? The man was tall and strong, and looked like someone who was not someone to be trifled with. Especially since Shinji had never seen this person before, it meant that this person was not a freshman. Apart from the freshmen, the only ones who can enter Longtan College are the seniors. Who are you? What do you want from me? The fat man asked the other party with a strange look on his face. Are you Wang Fugier? The other party looked at the fat man coldly and asked. Yeah, who are you? The fat man didn't know what was going on. He didn't know the person at the door at all. Hey, my name is Xia Wenyu. You dare to hit my brother? Do you have the guts to fight with me? Xia Wenyu sneered. Shinji, who was behind him, was immediately aware of what was going on. I'm afraid Xia Wenbiao is not convinced and has sent someone to cause trouble for him. It's just that Xia Wenbiao thought Shinji's name was Wang Fuge, which led to this mistake. What the hell, I'm in a hurry to eat, don't block my way. The fat man looked confused and said impatiently. Arrogant! If you don't dare to come to the fighting arena, then I will teach you a lesson. Xia Wenyu snorted coldly and punched Wang Fuge in the face. Etc. Shinji hurriedly called for a stop, interrupting Xia Wenyu's actions. Who are you? Xia Wenyu looked at Shinji and asked puzzledly. I am nobody, I am just passing by, you guys continue, I won't bother you anymore, bye. Shinji grabbed the bed sheet, nodded and bowed, walked around the other person and left the dormitory. Shinji, you coward, are you just going to run away like that? Even the fat man couldn't help but curse when he saw Shinji's actions. I misjudged you. The fat man's face turned red with anger. It seems your friends are much more sensible than you. Seeing this, Xia Wenyu sneered and said to Wang Fuge sarcastically. The academy doesn't allow private fighting, how dare you do it here? Wang Fuge frowned and said. The school does not allow private use of beastmasters, but it does not forbid beastmasters from fighting. The school does not care about minor conflicts between classmates. Xia Wenyu, who had been in Longtan College for a year, knew the school rules better than the fat man, and he certainly knew the loopholes there. Wang Fuge's expression suddenly changed. I thought to myself that I couldn't escape this disaster today. Damn it! Looks like we have to fight today. Wang Fuge said helplessly. Humph, today I'll let you know that people with the surname Xia are not to be trifled with. Xia Wenyu raised his fist again and was about to hit Wang Fuge in the face. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Xia Wenyu. A black shadow flashed by, and Xia Wenyu was immediately covered by something, obstructing his vision. What are you standing there for? Fight! Qinji hurriedly shouted to the fat man who was still in a daze. The figure that suddenly appeared was Qinji, who covered Xia Wenyu's head with the sheet he took away. Oh! The fat man reacted, stepped forward quickly, and started punching and kicking Xia Wenyu under the sheets. After knowing that he would not be punished for fighting, the fat man showed no mercy. Fight? When I'm fighting, you don't even know where to hide. The fat man sneered while beating Xia Wenyu. Before the big exam, the fat guy was not a good person either. In the past, fighting was a common occurrence for him, and he had extensive combat experience. Judging from his height and build, you could tell that he had never been defeated. Xia Wenyu was beaten by the two men and screamed in pain. Although he was already an intermediate-level beast tamer, he could not use beast taming skills unless he became a top-level beast tamer, so his personal combat power was still very limited, and he had no power to fight back when besieged by two people. Asshole! Xia Wenyu became angry after being beaten. When has he ever been beaten like this? Longhorn beetle! Xia Wenyu roared. A 2-meter-long black beetle appeared in the dormitory. It looks exactly like a longhorn beetle that has been magnified countless times. In anger, Xia Wenyu directly summoned his own beast, completely forgetting the consequences of doing so. Fuck! Run! Qinji and the other man were shocked when they saw this and ran away. Chapter 28, 10 times the speed, stay calm first. Asshole! Don't run if you dare! Xia Wenyu crawled out from under the sheets, looked at the two people's backs as they ran away, and shouted angrily. Longhorn beetle! Attack! Xia Wenyu was so angry that he completely forgot about the school rules and directly ordered the beast to attack the two of them. The longhorn beetle warbugs that have reached their adult size can fly even faster. The wings behind him spread out, flapped, and flew away, catching up with the two of them in the blink of an eye. Qinji and the fat man's expressions changed slightly. They had just run downstairs at this time. Faced with the grown beast tamers, they had absolutely no power to resist. Teacher! Save us! However, when Qinji saw a teacher passing by in front of him, he immediately shouted loudly, hoping that the other party could save them. Zhao Shiji was just about to prepare for class when he suddenly heard someone calling, Teacher! Looking back, he saw two students running towards him desperately, followed by a huge insect-shaped beast. Zhao Shiji's face changed immediately. The figure flashed and appeared behind Qinji and the other man. He stretched out his hand and swung it, and a stream of energy directly hit the longhorn beetle war insect. The carapace of the longhorn beetle warrior insect cracked directly, and green blood flowed out from under the carapace. You dare to act so presumptuously in Longdon Academy! You are courting death! Zhao Shiji thought it was a strange beast that broke in from outside, and snorted coldly. But soon, Xia Wenyu caught up and saw that his beast was injured, and his face was immediately filled with heartache. You! Just when he was about to blame Qinji and the other two, he suddenly saw Zhao Shiji and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Xia Wenyu? Is this your beast? Zhao Shiji was not stupid and he quickly understood what was going on. No. No, Mr. Zhao, please listen to my explanation. Xia Wenyu had a bitter look on his face. Not only did he not get his brother back, but he was even discovered by his own mentor. What the hell is this explanation? Do you think I have no eyes? I don't care if you guys fight in private, but you actually dare to use the beast control? Come back with me! Zhao Shiji's face turned cold and he scolded Xia Wenyu in a cold manner. When Xia Wenyu was scolded by Zhao Shiji, he immediately became as obedient as a baby and did not dare to make any rebuttal. I'm sorry, my students have caused you trouble. Zhao Shiji apologized to Qinji and the others. It's okay, teacher. You must not show mercy to him just because he is your student. You must punish him severely, Qinji said indifferently. The corner of Zhao Shiji's mouth twitched suddenly. Is this okay? Yes, teacher, we were scared enough. We must ask him to compensate for mental damages and other things. We don't want anything else. A few 100,000 or 100,000 will be enough. The fat man nodded and agreed. The corner of Zhao Shiji's mouth twitched. Looking at the two freshmen, he suddenly felt that these two people were not simple and would probably cause a lot of trouble in the future. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation. Who is your instructor? I will ask him to take over. Zhao Shiji had no choice because Xia Wenyu was the first to violate the school rules. This matter is big and small at the same time. After all, Qinji and others were not hurt. But if the two of them really care about it, Xia Wenyu might really be fired because of it. Our mentor is Su Zhongdao, Qinji said calmly. Zhao Shiji was stunned when he heard Su Zhongdao's name. Are you from the A-level class? Zhao Shiji naturally knew that Su Zhongdao was teaching the A-level class and was a little surprised. I understand. I will contact Su Zhongdao. Zhao Shiji shook his head. When I learned that I had to deal with Su Zhongdao, I suddenly felt a headache. A difficult teacher brings difficult students. I'm afraid Xia Wenyu will suffer a heavy loss this time. You useless thing! Why don't you leave now? Zhao Shiji scolded Xia Wenyu in a frustrated manner. Xia Wenyu lowered his head and had to follow Zhao Shiji away. Chenji and Fatty breathed a sigh of relief immediately. Chenji, I thought you really ran away just now. I curse you 800 times in my heart. The fat man said to Chenji speechlessly. Am I that kind of person? I know I can't win, so I have to outsmart myself. Chenji said speechlessly. No more talking, let's go eat. I'm in urgent need of delicious food to fill my excited mood. The fat man waved his hand and didn't pursue the matter further. Do you want to call Su Miao? Chenji suddenly asked the fat man. She doesn't have time. She's practicing in the dormitory. It seems like her beast control is about to break through. The fat man said lightly. What? Chenji was stunned. He felt that his training speed was fast enough. He became a junior beastmaster in just a few days, and Xiaohong only took more than half a month to go from the first level to the fourth level. Su Miao is actually already preparing for a breakthrough in beast taming? Yeah, I also feel like she's a little perverted. Should she be so curly? The fat man knew what Chenji was thinking without even thinking, and echoed him. Forget it, maybe he is a genius. Chenji shook his head. Although he felt that Su Miao was a little too abnormal, there was nothing he could do. This was not something he could catch up with by practicing for a day or two. All he could do was to let Xiaohong absorb other people's spiritual power faster, speed up her cultivation, and tried to catch up with Su Miao. After dinner, that night, Qinji continued to summon Xiaohong, intending to let Xiaohong absorb spiritual power. According to Xiaohong's current absorption speed, even if she absorbs day and night, she won't be able to catch up with Su Miao in a short period of time. Qinji thought with some distress. But soon his expression changed, and he thought of a way. Can Xiaohong's clone absorb spiritual energy? Qinji suddenly remembered that Xiaohong also had the ability to split. I wonder if the clone has the ability to absorb spiritual energy? Thinking of this, Qinji immediately decided to give it a try. He asked Xiaohong to use split, and immediately 100 Xiaohongs appeared in front of him. Open the window and let the little reds fly out. In the night, it floats in the air like a red ghost. I hope it doesn't scare anyone. Qinji looked at the red ghost in the night, and muttered to himself with some worry. Qinji asked Xiaohong to use his clone to suck blood first, to see if the clone could absorb spiritual power. Xiaohong brought her clones to the girls' dormitory, and one of the clones staggered in through the window gap. In the dormitory, a girl is practicing with her eyes closed. She didn't even notice a mosquito landing on her. Xiaohong's clone took a bite and began to attack the opponent's spiritual power. Qinji, who was in the dormitory, immediately felt that Xiaohong's spiritual power was slowly increasing. It's just that the speed is 10 times slower than before. But this also made Qinji look excited. Even though the speed is not as fast as the original body, only 1/10 of it, but with 100 clones, that is 10 times the speed before, which is not slow at all. Great, Xiaohong, let's get started! Qinji excitedly conveyed instructions to Xiaohong. 100 little reds immediately dispersed and went to different dormitories. They lay behind the necks of the girls and began to absorb spiritual energy. In fact, Qinji could use his spiritual power to split more Xiaohong, but unfortunately there were too few students in Longting College. 100 were enough, and he didn't dare to provoke those senior students for fear of being discovered. Let's just survive with these 100 little reds for now. Chapter 29, the first mission. What's going on? Why has my spiritual power increased so little? It's much less than before. I've lost a lot too. Is it because there's too little energy in the air recently? Stop talking, your spiritual power has increased. How come mine has decreased? A student who was visited by Xiaohong's true form had a bitter look on his face. What's going on? Something is wrong. Someone noticed that something was wrong with the situation and that there must be some reason for the sudden strange events. I was half asleep last night, and I seemed to see a red shadow outside the window. Could it be haunted? A girl suddenly said with some fear. I saw it too. Little red dots, I wonder what they are. Me too. I saw that too. During the discussion, many people said that they saw a red shadow last night, but did not see any suspicious people. This made them feel even more weird. The haunted school instantly became a hot topic on campus. There was even a post titled, Red Ghost, on the campus website. Someone made this incident into a story and made it sound incredible. It is said that a student died tragically in school before, and his soul turned into a ghost that feeds on spiritual energy. When encountering such a ghost, the best way is to pretend not to see it. Once the red ghost finds out that it has been discovered, it will kill and eat the discoverer. Qinji looked at the post with mixed feelings. Sure enough, too much movement will cause trouble. Qinji shook his head helplessly. But he also gained a lot. Xiaohong's spiritual power directly grew from the 4th level to the 6th level. But again, Xiaohong was full again and could no longer absorb spiritual power in a short period of time. He could only wait for it to digest. Qinji also took this opportunity to keep quiet for a while to avoid trouble. The 2-day rest time passed in a flash. The 5 people from Class A came to the Class A classroom again. But this time, compared to before, the classroom seemed unusually empty. There were only 5 of them in the huge classroom. I guess you all have become junior beastmasters in the past 2 days. Su Zhongdao looked at the 5 people below and said calmly. Students who take part in the exam have basically reached the upper limit of their initial spiritual power. After they have some free time, they will naturally purchase the Beast Tamer pill and enter the ranks of junior Beast Tamers. What's more, they are all geniuses, and breakthroughs are a matter of minutes. I had already planned your mission, but something unexpected happened. Su Miao's Beastmaster is about to break through and reach the 9th level of the juvenile form, and is about to evolve into a grown form. So your next task is to help classmate Su Miao obtain the materials needed for evolution. Su Zhongdao looked at everyone and spoke slowly. Su Zhongdao's words made everyone look at Su Miao in surprise. Originally they were all at a similar level, so how come Su surpassed them so much in an instant? Only Qingji thought of the eye stone that he had sold to Su Miao before. Is that thing so powerful? Qingji suddenly felt a little regretful. Did he sell it at a too low price? It actually made Su Miao's Beastmaster grow so fast. I don't need help, Su Miao said to Su Zhongdao indifferently. Anyone who can get into Longting College is a gifted one, and everyone is proud and arrogant. How could Su Miao bother to ask others for help? This is a class assignment, you cannot refuse it, Su Zhongdao said indifferently. He certainly has his reasons for doing so. Su Miao wanted to say something, but opened his mouth and closed it again. Next, you will listen to Su Miao and help her get the evolution materials. Get out of class dismissed, Su Zhongdao said calmly, and then announced the end of get out of class. Ling Jun and others looked at each other, obviously disdainful of Su Zhongdao's words. They are used to fighting alone, and it is difficult for them to accept teaming up with others and obeying others' orders. Su Miao, what are your evolution materials? We will help you, right, Qinji? But the fat man didn't care. He walked up to Su Miao with a joking look on his face and said, Unnecessary! However, Su Miao decisively rejected it. That's right. At this moment, Su Zhongdao suddenly came back. This mission is related to your credits. If you don't participate, it may affect your graduation, Su Zhongdao said to everyone with a faint smile, then left again. Qinji and the others were stunned. What materials? I'll help you get them. The taciturn Ling Jun walked over and asked Su Miao. Sister Su Miao, I can help you too. Jiao Lan also came over, hugged Su Miao's arm warmly, and tucked her forearm tightly into her arms, as if they were close friends. Su Miao frowned immediately. I really don't need help, Su Miao said helplessly. Whether you want it or not, we have to participate, and you have to understand. Chen Ji looked at Su Miao and said indifferently. After all, this concerns their future graduation, so we must not be careless. Whether Su Miao agreed or not, they had to follow Su Miao. Okay, just don't make trouble. Su Miao had no choice but to agree and let them follow. Su Miao's arrogance made Ling Jun and others somewhat dissatisfied. But he didn't say anything. That day, they went to Sunset Forest under the leadership of Su Miao. The Sunset Forest is a forbidden area where exotic beasts always gather. Longting Academy is located just on the edge of the Sunset Forest, and there are relatively few exotic beasts there. The depths of the Sunset Forest are filled with various dangers, and strange beasts of adult size or above may jump out at any time. And Su Miao's evolutionary materials are in the Sunset Forest. Su Miao's ice crystal bird is an ice attribute beast, and the core material required is also of ice attribute, just like the dark magic crystal used when the blood mosquito evolved before. The place I'm going to is called Ice Pond. It's very dangerous there. You still have time to go back now. Halfway through the journey, Su Miao sincerely reminded everyone. He wasn't being arrogant, but he was really worried about them. After all, this is only her business, and Qin Ji and the others don't need to take risks for it. If Qin Ji and the others really got into trouble because of this, she would feel guilty. Don't worry about it, we still have the ability to protect ourselves. Jia Lan snorted coldly. She was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Miao's arrogance. Su Miao shook his head helplessly. He couldn't persuade them and could only move on. Not long after, Su Miao and his friends arrived near a pond. But once you get close to the pool, the temperature around you suddenly drops, just like a sudden snowstorm in the hot summer of June, with the temperature difference dropping by more than 10 degrees. Oh my God! It's so damn cold! What the hell is this place? The fat man hugged his shoulders and complained with some trembling. Even the fat man felt cold, let alone others. Everyone felt a little trembling. Su Miao frowned and looked towards the ice pond. What she needed was in this icy pond. Su Miao picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the pool with force. Boom! The stone fell into the pool, creating ripples. The water surface was quiet for a moment, and then there was a splash, and a strange beast emerged. A snow-white, slender water snake. Strange beast, ice snake. Juvenile Stage 9. Attribute Ice. Chapter 30, First Cooperation. As soon as the ice ghost snake appeared, it discovered several people near the pool. Hiss! The snake opened its mouth, stuck out its forked tongue, and let out a hissing sound. Everyone immediately became alert. They summoned their own beasts one after another. Don't interfere! I can do it myself! However, Su Miao decisively refused everyone's help and went forward to fight alone. After hearing Su Miao's words, everyone did not insist and stood aside without moving, watching the show. The ice crystal bird flew forward, spread its wings, and several ice spikes immediately attacked the ice ghost snake. Hiss! When the ice snake saw the attack coming, it hissed and swung its tail, causing a splash of water that splashed onto its body and turned directly into ice armor. Bang, bang, bang! The ice spikes attacked the ice snake, but were all blocked by the ice armor. However, the ice armor of the ice ghost snake was directly shattered. Although it blocked most of the attacks, the ice armor on its body was also completely shattered. Su Miao's expression changed, and he took advantage of the moment when the ice snake's ice armor was broken to once again consume a large amount of his own spiritual power to perform his skills. The ice crystal bird flapped its wings again, and more ice thorns appeared than before. There are at least 3 times more ice spikes than before. Of course, the ice crystal bird could not do this alone, so Su Miao consumed his own spiritual power to perform this operation. Dense ice spikes instantly attacked the ice snake. The ice snake hurriedly swung its tail, trying to use its ice armor defense again. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before the water splashed on its body, the ice spikes had already reached it. Phew! 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 One after another, the ice spikes pierced into the body of the ice ghost snake, turning it into a hornet's nest in almost the blink of an eye. Thump! With a dull thud, the ice snake fell directly to the shore, its tongue lolling out, its eyes rolled back, and it had already lost its life. Su Miao's face lit up with joy, and he hurried forward, took out a sharp blade, cut open the ice ghost snake 7 inches, and took out an ice blue snake gall from it. This is the core material needed for the evolution of the ice crystal bird, the ice snake gallbladder. Su Miao had just put away the snake gall when suddenly a shadow enveloped her. The people behind him were stunned. Run! Qinji hurriedly shouted to Su Miao. Su Miao frowned and raised his head, and an extremely huge snake head appeared in his sight. Hiss! The snake opened its mouth and let out a roar. The cold air enveloped Su Miao, and before she could react, a snake tail swung out from the pool and hit her chest. Su Miao immediately flew backwards. Puff! He spat out large mouthfuls of blood while flying backwards. He then fell to the ground and fell unconscious. The 4 of them looked at the huge monster that suddenly appeared in horror. Only Qinji could see this guy's information clearly. Strange beast, ice snake. Growth body first stage. Attribute ice. Skills sprinkle water to form armor, icy breath. Obviously, he was the parent of the young ice snake. The ice ghost snake looked at the young ice ghost snake lying beside the pool. A trace of human-like anger appeared on its face, and then it glared at the unconscious Su Miao. When Qinji saw this, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Let's go together! Save Su Miao! Qinji shouted and spoke to everyone. Ling Jun and his men also realized that this ice ghost snake was going to harm Su Miao, so they stopped watching the show and immediately summoned their beastmasters to stand in front of Su Miao and face the grown ice ghost snake together. Fatty! Combined attack! Qinji greeted Wang Fugier. Wang Fugier nodded immediately and understood what Qinji meant. Let the cannon bore fly near the ice ghost snake and release the mountain collapsing cannon to spread the methane near the ice ghost snake. However, how could the ice ghost snake let the cannon bore get close to it? As soon as the cannon bore flew near it, it was swept away by its tail. Qinji, there's no way to get close, the fat man said anxiously. If it weren't for the high defense of the cannon bore, it would have lost its combat effectiveness after being hit by the opponent's tail. Even so, the cannon bore was seriously injured. Can you two hold him? Qinji asked Ling Jun and Jia Lan. When facing the grown monsters, they must cooperate, otherwise they will definitely not be able to kill the other party. Leave it to us! Ling Jun nodded immediately. He didn't have much confidence in killing the grown monster, but he was confident that he could entangle it. Ling Jun's beast is a subdragon. A creature with dragon-like features, its overall appearance resembles a dinosaur, but it is much smaller, only about 2 meters tall, and has 2 purple whiskers under its mouth. Soul beast, purple-bearded dragon. Juvenile stage 5. Attribute dragon. Skill, dragon roar. Dragon roar, let out a roar with dragon power, shocking the target and making it dizzy. And Jialan's beast is a ghost. Soul beast sick a weasel charm. Juvenile stage 5. Attribute dark. Skill, ghostly surrounding. Ghostly, release ghost to surround the opponent, disrupting the target's vision. The ghost explosion can cause damage. It was because Qinji saw the beast taming information of the 2 people that he asked Ling Jun. Ling Jun and Jiao Lan immediately ordered the beastmasters to attack the ice ghost snake. Ling Jun's purple-bearded dragon immediately stepped forward, opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. The ice snake, which was the target, suddenly felt as if its head was hit by a huge hammer, but it quickly recovered. After all, it is a grown monster, 1 level higher than them. However, Jialan has taken this opportunity to let the sickle weasel charm release the ghosts. The ghost circled and rotated in front of the ice ghost snake, completely making it lose its vision. Fatty! Now's the time, go ahead! General Qinji greeted Wang Fugier. Wang Fugier immediately ordered the cannon bore to fly near the ice snake and released the mountain collapsing cannon. Balls of green smoke containing methane completely enveloped the ice ghost snake. The ice snake seemed to smell a stench and became even more violent. The snake opened its mouth and a stream of icy air spewed out, indiscriminately attacking everything around. Seeing this, the fat man hurriedly asked the wild boar to come back. The cannon boar was already injured, and if it was hit by the icy breath, it would probably be in trouble. Shinji, the cannon pig can't stand up to the opponent, the fat man said to Shinji with some apology. Enough. Shinji waved his hand. This situation was enough for now. The methane gas obscured their vision. That's right. The purpose of Shinji asking Fatty to release the collapsing mountain cannon was not for a combined attack technique. Although their combined attack skills were powerful, the level gap between the cannon boar was too great, and it could not cause fatal damage to the ice snake. Shinji's purpose was to hide from everyone's sight and provide cover for Xiaohong. Xiaohong! Go! Shinji immediately released Xiaohong and let her fly towards the ice snake. Xiaohong plunged into the thick green fog. Boom! It then exploded on its own, igniting the methane in the thick fog, which then triggered an even more violent explosion. The explosion directly covered the ice snake. Split! Chapter 31 Su Zhongdao's Purpose. Shinji's mind moved, and he directly consumed his own spiritual power to allow Xiaohong to undergo extreme splitting. Xiaohong was at the center of the explosion, like a cell, splitting into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, dense swarms of little reds filled the entire explosion range. After counting carefully, it was a little difficult to count them. Shinji felt that there were at least 500 of them. More than he had previously guessed. Boom! 500 exploding blood mosquitoes exploded at the same time, and the resulting explosive power made the explosion range even greater. The ice snake was instantly submerged in it, and its figure could not be seen at all. Damn! Are you two that powerful together? When Jiaolan saw Shinji and Fatty's combined attack skills for the first time, he was immediately surprised. The fat man was also confused. Really? I'm fine. The fat man was also a little confused. He remembered that the power was not so great last time. Why was it completely different this time? With the fat man's confused expression, the smoke dissipated and the ice ghost snake inside was blown to pieces. There was not a single piece of good meat on its body. Blood and flesh were flying everywhere, and the bones were visible. There is no breath of life anymore. Seeing this, Shinji finally let go of the last bit of fear in his heart. It seems that he now has the ability to deal with grown soul beasts. Su Miao! After Shinji solved the immediate crisis, he hurried to the unconscious Su Miao. However, Su Miao was seriously injured at this time and had fallen into a coma and could not be awakened at all. Send her back to school quickly, the fat man said on the side. At this time, Su Miao's condition is not optimistic. He is in a coma and it is unclear how serious his injuries are. Then Shinji carried Su Miao on his back, and everyone worked together to bring Su Miao back to the academy. Nonsense! After sending Su Miao to the infirmary, Su Zhongdao, who rushed over after receiving the news, started scolding the four people. I asked you to help Su Miao get the advanced materials so that you can get to know each other and work together. But you let her take the risk alone? After Su Zhongdao learned the whole story, he scolded the four people without hesitation. Su Miao was injured. You have an unshirkable responsibility. Of course, I am also responsible. Su Zhongdao looked at the four people with a serious face and said, If she doesn't wake up, have you thought about how to explain to her family? Huh? Su Zhongdao questioned the four people. This left the other four people, including Shinji, speechless. They went out with Su Miao together. Now Su Miao's life or death is unknown, and they feel very guilty. I'm telling you, no matter what the reason is, as long as we're teammates, we must be responsible for our teammates' lives. Do you understand? Su Zhongdao scolded the four people. Understood. The four of them nodded and understood for the first time what responsibility meant. No matter what the reason for forming a team, once they become teammates, they must be responsible for the lives of their teammates. Next time this happens, get out of the A class, Su Zhongdao said angrily. Then he walked away. It can be seen that Su Zhongdao was really angry this time. Chen Ji looked at Su Zhongdao's leaving back with a serious expression. At that moment, he seemed to understand what responsibility meant. When they left the infirmary, the four of them walked on the road in silence. Even Wang Fugitive, who was usually quite excited, was silent. If we had worked together from the beginning, maybe Su Miao wouldn't have been hurt. Ling Jun, who had been silent all the way, suddenly spoke. Well, if I get closer to Su Miao, maybe I can save her. Jiao Lan also nodded and said seriously. That's right. If I had moved closer and let Xiaozu block the attack for Su Miao wouldn't be like this now. Wang Fugui nodded. If he could have let Xiaozu block the ice ghost snake's tail attack, Su Miao would not have become what he is now. What you said is all correct, but the problem is that we are all too arrogant. No one thought that anything would happen to Su Miao, and no one thought that there would be a situation that they could not handle. Qingji said with a frown. These words immediately touched everyone's heart. That is indeed their problem. As the chosen ones of heaven, they all had high aspirations and never thought that such a situation would occur. The instructor asked us to help Su Miao get the advanced materials. I think he wanted us to get to know each other and cooperate with each other. Qingji looked at the three of them with a serious face and said. Qingji's words left everyone silent. There are only 5 of them in the entire A-level class, so Su Zhongdao's purpose is self-evident. But they didn't understand it before. Even now, I may not be able to abandon my arrogance and obey the orders of others. Su Miao is injured. He should not have any other missions in the short term. Go back and think about it carefully. Qingji said in a deep voice. He should also take this time to improve his own strength. Su Miao's beasts have all grown to their adult form, so he can't fall behind. But now, because of his last action, the Red Ghost crisis in the academy has not dissipated yet. If he continues to absorb spiritual energy, he might be discovered. Therefore, if Qingji wants to quickly improve his beast taming level, he can only take the risk of going out. Absorbing the spiritual power of strange beasts is not a solution. What if he provokes a creature he cannot afford to offend and Xiaohong dies as a result? The best way is to leave Longting Academy, go to the night market, and absorb the spiritual power of the night market customers and owners. Thinking of this, Qingji came to the outside of Longting College that night. Of course, you also need to choose carefully outside. First of all, the target group cannot be too young. Those who are too young are most likely students of Longting College. Any student of Longting College who Qingji is unfamiliar with must be an old student, and the old students of Longting College are definitely not easy to mess with. Secondly, those older people were also excluded. After all, those who came here were people with some connections, and the older they were, the stronger they were likely to be. So Qingji's target group appeared, young people under the age of 30, and unfamiliar faces. As long as it is this group of people, Qingji feels there is no problem. At the age of 30, if you were a student, you should have graduated. If you are not a student, but you are still here, it doesn't mean you are much better off. Qingji chose this group after careful consideration. Qingji came to the night market and summoned Xiaohong directly. This time Qingji did not hold back and summoned out all 500 little reds without any reservation. This night market has a huge flow of people, so there is no need to worry about lack of target. 500 little reds dispersed and sneaked into the night market. This brought a lot more mosquitoes to the night market. Even during the hot summer, no one noticed anything unusual. Qingji instructed Xiaohong to choose their own targets and start their actions. To be on the safe side, Qingji did not let Xiaohong's real body move. If an accident occurred, he could abandon his clone and escape directly. 500 mosquitoes were scattered throughout the night market, targeting the people around 30 years old, biting them without hesitation and starting to absorb their spiritual energy. One of the young men suddenly felt a sharp pain on his neck and slapped it with his hand. Bang! Bang! Xiaohong's clone exploded on the spot. Chapter 32: Choice, Size or Quantity? Although Xiaohong did not self-explode, his physical characteristics would cause him to explode slightly when attacked. The other party looked confused as he looked at the blood on his hand. Fuck! What a big mosquito! So much blood! The companion next to him exclaimed immediately. Goddamn mosquito! This is my blood! The person who was hit by the explosion said speechlessly. What the hell did I do to anyone? What the hell blew me up? Who threw the firecracker? He thought it was a firecracker thrown by some naughty kid, but he happened to catch it in his hand. However, the people around him just looked at him strangely, and no one paid any attention to him. The matter had to be left unresolved, and the man had to go to the hospital to bandage his neck and hands that were blown up himself. What the hell, so unlucky! He was still complaining on the way to the hospital. Shinji looked at the people who were blown up and bleeding, and dared not say a word. Fortunately, this was the only special case, and no one else noticed anything unusual. After absorbing energy for most of the night, Xiao Hong's spiritual power grew rapidly. Within one night, it rose from the 6th level to the 7th level. At this rate, he would be able to get Xiao Hong to level 9 in a few days and meet the requirements for advancement. Chenji's eyes focused, and Xiao Hong's message immediately appeared in front of him. Soul Beast, Exploding Blood Mosquito. Juvenile Stage 7. Attributes: Fire, Dark. Skills: Immortal Blood Explosion, Split. Evolution Route: Exploding Dragon Mosquito. Hidden Evolution Route: Phantom Dragon Mosquito, Phantom Mosquito Mother. Xiao Hong's evolutionary path appears again. However, this time there are 2 hidden evolution routes. Chenji's expression changed, and a detailed description of the illusionary dragon pattern and the illusionary mosquito mother suddenly appeared in front of him. Illusionary dragon mosquito absorbs dragon magic crystals, evolves into a sub-dragon, grows in size, and gradually gets rid of mosquito characteristics. Illusionary mosquito queen strengthens the ability to split and regenerate. Queen of mosquitoes, king of the Zerg, commands millions of mosquitoes. Chenji's expression changed immediately. Obviously, this is an extreme evolution. The illusionary dragon mosquito is strengthening its own strength and evolving into a dragon-type beast. Later, it may completely get rid of the mosquito species. The illusion mosquito queen is completely different. From the introduction, it seems that its splitting ability has been enhanced, and it wins by numbers. Chenji's face was solemn, and he was unable to make a decision for a moment. But Chenji soon made a plan. Xiao Hong's current advantage is that she is small in size and not noticeable. This is also the reason why he can let Xiao Hong grow so fast. Relying on her small size and not being easily discovered, she has the opportunity to absorb other people's spiritual power without being noticed and speed up her growth. If the body size becomes larger, this advantage will be lost. Therefore, Chenji was directly scared to death by the evolutionary route of the illusionary dragon mosquito. Then there is only one evolutionary route left, the illusion mosquito queen. Chenji immediately took a look at the evolution conditions. Evolution conditions of the illusionary mosquito queen: 1 fierce dragon egg, 1 rebirth flower, and various auxiliary medicinal materials. There are only 2 important materials needed for evolution: the fierce dragon egg and the rebirth flower. The rebirth flower is a kind of exotic grass, and it is also relatively rare among the exotic grasses. It takes a bit of luck to find it. However, there is some clue about the ferocious dragon egg. There are traces of the ferocious dragon's activities deep in the Sunset Forest. If you look up information at the academy, you may be able to find the dragon's lair. Shinji searched the night market but couldn't find the whereabouts of the rebirth flower, so he had no choice but to go back and head to the mission hall early the next morning. This is a benefit provided by Longting College for students. You can earn money by taking on tasks, or you can spend money to buy various information here, or pay to post tasks. Sometimes you don't even need to go out, others will bring you what you need. Unfortunately, Chenji has no money, so he can only come here to see if he can find any tasks about the evil dragon and get the information about it for free. Chenji came to the mission hall. It was packed with people. Although there are not many students in Longton College, they are all elites, and the mission hall alone takes up nearly half of them. Students of all grades are waiting for suitable tasks here. Some come for experience, while others come from poor families and come for money. Shinji looked at the screen above the hall for a while, and various tasks kept flashing by. As long as you connect to the internal network of the mission hall, your mobile phone will also publish similar information in real time, and you can accept missions using your mobile phone. Shinji immediately registered an account with his real name, opened the task categories, and checked them one by one. Soon his eyes lit up. The word Evil Dragon stood out in his eyes. Then he pressed the accept button without hesitation. Bite. Acceptance successful. Subjugation mission, Fierce Dragon. Mission objective, kill the Fierce Dragon and take its reverse scale. Task reward, 660,000. 40,000 funds will be deducted if the mission fails. Only then did Shinji see the content of the task clearly. Is there any punishment for mission failure? Shinji didn't expect that he would be fined if he failed the mission. But fortunately, the fine was not too much, only 40,000 yuan, which he could still afford. The evil dragon is a soul beast, and he cannot defeat any grown form of it, so he never planned to have a head-on confrontation with the evil dragon. His purpose was only the dragon eggs. As long as he found the dragon's lair, he could steal the eggs without alerting the dragon. Shinji opened the mission details, which contained information about the evil dragon, including its habitat, lair location, etc. These are all announced by the task publisher. I believe that the exploration missions have been released before. When Shinji was about to leave the mission hall, he ran into an acquaintance as soon as he reached the door. It was Xia Wenyu who had come to cause trouble for him before. Xia Wenyu was stunned when he saw Shinji appear here. Then his face turned cold. Last time, because of Shinji, he was scolded by his tutor, given a serious warning, and even paid a large sum of money to avoid the risk of being expelled. At this time, when enemies meet, they are naturally jealous of each other. Wan Fugier! Xia Wenyu gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words. This made Shinji almost laugh out loud. After so long, the Xia brothers still haven't realized that his name is fake. Hey, isn't this old Xia? He wasn't fired? Shinji said jokingly. Humph! Sooner or later you'll pay the price. Don't be so complacent. Xia Wenyu knew that he had suffered a loss at the hands of Shinji, and didn't want to say anything more to Shinji. Then I'll wait. But as a senior student, you are really shameless to bully freshmen. Shinji deliberately raised his voice and spoke loudly. There are so many people in the mission hall, most of them are senior students, so naturally there are people who know Xia Wenyu. There are even people who don't get along with Xia Wenyu. After hearing what Shinji said, he would definitely not miss the opportunity to discuss Xia Wenyu. Xia Wenyu, when did you become like this? Bullying newcomers? Do you have any shame? Haha. The classmates who didn't get along with Xia Wenyu immediately laughed and said. Xia Wenyu frowned, and immediately realized that if he continued talking to Shinji, he would be the only one to be embarrassed. If others knew that he bullied the freshmen and didn't get any benefits in return, he would be even more ashamed. Snort! Xia Wenyu immediately turned away. Junior, you made Xia Wenyu suffer in silence. Good. I am optimistic about you. Chapter 33 Bold Ideas. My name is Dai Renjie. If Xia Wenyu causes trouble for you, feel free to come to me. Anyone who opposes Xia Wenyu is my friend, Dai Renjie. Dai Renjie said to Shinji with a smile on his face. Hello, senior. My name is Shinji. Shinji nodded and nodded to the other party kindly. Well, let's talk when we have a chance. Dai Renjie nodded, and then continued to check the task list. To him, Shinji was just a small episode. If they were destined to meet again in the future, they would naturally meet again. If not, they would just be strangers. After leaving the mission hall, Shinji walked directly out of the school gate and headed towards the Sunset Forest. The road in Sunset Forest is not easy to walk on as there are thorns all along the way. However, with the survival experience of the previous 7 days, this was not a difficult problem for Shinji. For the first time, Shinji also understood Su Zhongdao's painstaking efforts. Every decision Su Zhongdao made in the early stage was to lay the foundation for their future. If it weren't for the 7 days of survival experience, perhaps Shinji would have suffered a lot by now, or at least he wouldn't be as at ease as he is now. After traveling for most of the day, Shinji looked at the map and finally arrived at the range of the evil dragon's activity. When he got here, Shinji immediately became alert. We are already deep in the Sunset Forest at this point, and a terrifying beast may emerge at any time, so we must not be careless. Shinji walked slowly and carefully towards the dragon's lair, looking around and guarding against the sudden appearance of the dragon. However, he did not wait for the evil dragon, but encountered a cow-shaped monster first. Strange beast, forest flame ox. Growth body first stage. Attribute fire. Seeing a growing strange beast, Shinji's expression suddenly became serious. After all, it was a growing monster. Although Shinji had killed a growing monster before, that was accomplished with the joint efforts of several people. He might not have a chance to kill it alone. Before being discovered by the other party, Shinji hurriedly hid, wondering if he could avoid the other party. Moo! The Lin Yenyo, who was eating grass, suddenly raised his head with a puzzled look. The grass he was chewing no longer tasted good, as if he had sensed some danger. Lin Yenyo looked solemn. Whoosh! 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 The sound of strong wind blowing leaves came from a distance, which made Lin Yenyo even more frightened. He ran away with his legs spread out. Shinji was a little confused, and soon a huge shadow flew over from a distance, making him understand why Lin Yenyo was running. A flying dragon with a completely black body, dozens of meters long, and a mouth full of scraggly fangs flew from a distance. It flapped its two huge wings, and the strong wind generated made the branches below rustle. Soul Beast Evil Dragon. Growth Body Level 6. Attributes: Dragon Dark. Skills: Tearing Dragon Claw, Dark Breath. Shinji was shocked when he saw this. He knew that the fierce dragon must be very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. A soul beast of the 6th stage of growth. This is not comparable to the previous ice snake, they are completely two different concepts. Shinji has absolutely no ability to fight. Shinji hurriedly buried his head in the grass to avoid being discovered by the evil dragon. The evil dragon's target was Lin Yenyo, and he didn't notice Shinji, who was hiding nearby. The ferocious dragon flapped its wings and swooped down towards Lin Yenyo. The two dragon claws under his body flashed with dark black light. He caught up with Lin Yenyo and grabbed Lin Yenyo with a light claw. Lin Yenyo was directly split into two halves. Then he grabbed Lin Yenyo's body, swung it hard, threw it into the air, opened his mouth wide to catch it, and swallowed it in no time. A several-meter-tall forest flame bull was eaten up by the ferocious dragon in just a few bites. The grown Lin Yenyo had no power to resist the vicious dragon. Shinji once again realized the strength of the fierce dragon. But Shinji would not give up. No matter what, since he had already come here, he would not give up halfway. We have to try it anyway. We don't have to confront the evil dragon head-on. All we have to do is avoid being discovered. After the fierce dragon had eaten and drunk its fill, it flapped its wings again and flew high into the sky and far away. Shinji hurriedly chased after him. This vicious dragon was probably going back to its lair, so Shinji wouldn't have to waste time looking for it if he followed it. Wherever the evil dragon passed, no strange beast dared to approach, and Shinji did not encounter any accidents below. The evil dragon could never have imagined that there would be a human being who was not afraid of death and followed him. Shinji followed the evil dragon and came to the edge of a cliff. And on the edge of the cliff, there is a huge nest, which is the nest built by the evil dragon. After the evil dragon returned to its nest, it stayed there and fell into a deep sleep. And under the body of the evil dragon, there are several white dragon eggs. This is exactly what Shinji needs. Shinji was a little surprised, but he didn't dare to get close easily. Once the evil dragon is awakened, he will definitely be in danger of death. Shinji could only hide here and wait for an opportunity. The next time the evil dragon goes out to hunt for food, that will be the time for him to take action. Shinji hid in the bushes and waited until night, but the evil dragon did not make any movement. Shinji was almost falling asleep. Looking at the ferocious dragon falling into sleep, Shinji's heart moved. A bold idea came to my mind. Xiao Hong can absorb the spiritual power of people, can she absorb the spiritual power of strange beasts? Shinji suddenly thought of it. Thinking of this, Shinji was shocked himself. This idea is indeed worth a try, but it's fine to test it on other people's exotic animals, but to test it on a fierce dragon. Isn't this a bit suicidal? However, as soon as this idea appeared, it seemed to have magic, urging Shinji and making Shinji feel itchy. How about releasing a clone and try? Shinji still couldn't resist the temptation and planned to release a clone to give it a try. If it didn't work, he would just give up the clone. This should be safer. Try it if you think of it, Shinji summoned Xiaohong. Xiaohong has just been summoned. The eyelids of the sleeping fierce dragon over there moved. This frightened Shinji so much that he dared not even breathe. He held his breath and stared at the evil dragon closely. However, Shinji was overthinking. The evil dragon just moved and there was no follow-up. Shinji heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Then he asked Xiaohong to split into one clone and fly towards the evil dragon. The tiny Xiaohong was inconspicuous in front of the ferocious dragon. She flew all the way to the ferocious dragon without alarming it. Xiaohong's clone found a weak spot in the dragon's scales and stabbed it. Shinji watched anxiously, but the fierce dragon did not react at all. Given the size of the fierce dragon, it had no sense of Xiaohong's bite and naturally would not notice anything. Shinji breathed a sigh of relief again. This also made Shinji even bolder. A few more? Thinking of this, Shinji once again asked Xiaohong to split into dozens of clones and fly towards the evil dragon. The fierce dragon still did not respond. This made Shinji even bolder. Let Xiaohong use all her strength, and nearly 200 clones are scattered around the evil dragon's body, starting to absorb the dragon's spiritual power. But Shinji was surprised to find that Xiaohong's spiritual power was growing faster than before. Could it be that, before, it was all human spiritual energy that was absorbed, but now it is absorbing the spiritual energy of strange beasts, which is more suitable for the body of the beastmaster? This discovery astonished Shinji, as if he had discovered a new continent. Chapter 34, Rivals in the Same Team. Shinji was not quite sure, but absorbing the spiritual power of the evil dragon was indeed much faster than absorbing the spiritual power of other people. In just one night, just by getting close to 200 clones, Xiaohong was promoted from the 7th level to the 8th level, and was one step closer to the 9th level. As the day dawned, the evil dragon finally woke up. The fierce dragon slowly opened his eyes, felt a little itchy on his body, and immediately shook his body. The little red clone on his body was immediately thrown away. This action made Shinji's breathing stop, for fear of being discovered by the evil dragon. However, the fierce dragon did not notice anything unusual. Xiaohong was too small and the fierce dragon did not notice her at all. He looked down at the dragon eggs beneath him, and after confirming that there were still 5 of them, he flapped his wings and flew away to look for food. Shinji watched the evil dragon leave, and then he felt relieved. At the same time, he also knew that his chance had come. After watching the ferocious dragon's figure disappear in the air, he hurriedly came out from his hiding place and ran to the dragon's lair. Clinging to the dragon's nest built with dead branches, looking inside, there were 5 neatly arranged white dragon eggs. How could such a dark and ugly dragon lay such white eggs? Is it its biological child? Shinji said with a look of doubt. He was just complaining, but if you take a quick look with the eye of evolution, you will know it is true. Shinji had just climbed into the dragon's nest, reached out to pick up a dragon egg and was about to take it away. A little dinosaur suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed the dragon egg in Shinji's hand with its 2 short forelimbs. Hiss! And roared at Shinji as a warning. Shinji was stunned. The little dinosaur in front of me was only about 1 meter tall and not very strong. It looked like it was malnourished. Strange beast, oviraptor. Juvenile stage 4. Attribute dragon. Skill speed up. Shinji was slightly stunned after seeing the other party's message. Shit! So we are in the same industry, Shinji said with some surprise. He never expected that there would be creatures with the same purpose as him in these deep mountains and forests. There are so many eggs here, why are you trying to steal them from me? Take the others! Shinji scolded the oviraptor in dissatisfaction. There are 5 dragon eggs, and Shinji only needs 1. Why does this egg-stealing dragon have to steal 4 dragon eggs instead of his? The oviraptor obviously had no intention of fighting with Shinji. Perhaps it realized that there were more dragon eggs here, so it simply let go of the dragon egg in Shinji's hand, bent down to pick up another one, and then prepared to jump out of the dragon's nest and escape. Roar! However, at this moment an angry dragon roar suddenly sounded. The evil dragon came back for some unknown reason, and when he saw Qingji and the egg-stealing dragon attacking the dragon eggs, he immediately became angry. Qingji's expression changed. He quickly put the dragon egg in his arms, jumped out of the dragon's nest, and fled forward desperately. There is basically no chance of winning in a battle with a vicious dragon. The only way to survive is to escape. The Overaptorosaur did the same as Qingji. After discovering the evil dragon had returned, it fled desperately. However, how could Qingji's speed be compared with that of the fierce dragon? He closed the distance in the blink of an eye and was about to catch up with him. Qingji looked solemn and thought of a countermeasure quickly. If this continues, it won't be long before he dies under the claws of the vicious dragon. He still remembers clearly how Lin Yanyo died tragically yesterday. Qingji's eyes scanned and soon fell on the Overaptorosaur next to him. The Overaptor has an acceleration skill and is familiar with the environment here. The fact that it dared to steal the dragon's egg shows that this guy has a strong ability to protect himself. Thinking of this, Qingji decisively grabbed the Overaptor's neck and flipped over to ride on its back. The Overaptorosaur almost lost its balance and fell down due to Qingji's actions. He wanted to resist, but he could feel the ferocious dragon approaching from behind, so he could only temporarily give up caring about the human behind him and flee. It seemed that the evil dragon was about to catch up. An acceleration skill of the Overaptor that increases the speed of the feet. The vicious dragon swooped down from behind, but its claws missed and were dodged by the Overaptor. The Overaptor clearly knew where its advantages lay and specifically went to places with complex terrain. As a result, the evil dragon in the sky had nowhere to start and could only chase, but could not find a chance to attack. Qingji rode on the back of the Overaptor, hugged its neck, and pressed his body tightly against it, trying his best to avoid being scratched by the surrounding branches. The Overaptorosaur turned many turns and finally entered a mountain stream that was only wide enough for one person to pass through. Roar! The ferocious dragon was so big that it couldn't enter and was so angry that it roared wildly outside. After the Overaptorosaur got rid of the vicious dragon, it swung hard and threw Qingji off its back. Then he walked towards Qingji with an angry face. He looked like he was going to settle accounts with Qingji. The Overaptor swung its sharp claws and attacked Qingji. Qingji was already prepared. If he couldn't defeat the vicious dragon, how could he not defeat an egg-stealing dragon? He stretched out his hand and summoned Xiaohong out. Boom! Just as the Overaptor was about to attack Qingji, Xiaohong rushed towards it and exploded in front of it. The Overaptor was blown away. Not far away, the dragon egg that was stolen with great difficulty fell to the ground and shattered. When the Overaptor saw that the dragon egg was broken, it lay on the ground and licked it with a look of heartache, not wanting to waste any of it. He finished a dragon egg after just a few bites. Then he turned his head greedily and looked at the dragon egg in Qingji's arms. Qingji immediately hugged the dragon egg tightly with caution. If you dare to attack me, I will kill you! Qingji originally didn't intend to kill the Overaptor because it had saved him, but if the Overaptor was looking for death, there would be nothing he could do. When the Overaptor heard Qingji's warning, it seemed to remember the pain of being blown up just now, and a trace of fear appeared on its face. The greedy look disappeared instantly. Qingji was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this Overaptorosaur had such a high IQ. Let's say goodbye here. I won't kill you, and you don't want to take my dragon eggs. How about that? Qingji said to the Overaptor. After he finished speaking, he realized how a strange beast could understand human language, and then he shook his head in self-mockery. Anyway, we'll see each other again. Bye. Qingji waved to the Overaptor and said goodbye to it. The Overaptor also knew that Qingji was not someone to be trifled with. Although he was not as threatening as the vicious dragon, he definitely had the power to kill him, so he did not stop Qingji and let him leave. After Qingji left the mountain stream and determined the direction, he quickly returned to the academy. After most of the day, we encountered many strange beasts on the road and finally returned to the vicinity of the academy. Now Qingji only needs to find the flower of rebirth and upgrade Xiaohong to the 9th level so that it can evolve again. But the rebirth flower is not easy to find, and Qingji didn't find any clues at the night market. The college store is even harder to come by, and it is basically hopeless to find it in the store. Qingji, where have you been these 2 days? Your tutor is looking for you, the fat man said anxiously after seeing Qingji. What's wrong? Qingji asked the fat man with a puzzled look on his face. Class B has united to challenge you. The instructor has agreed and is looking for you. Chapter 35, Rats Crossing the Street. What the hell? Su Zhongdao is crazy! Qingji looked puzzled. Why did Su Zhongdao accept the challenge from Class B on his behalf? Who knows? Just go and ask. The fat guy was also puzzled. The guys in Class B were obviously bullying the minority with their numbers. Even if it was a round-robin battle, Qingji didn't have the physical strength to keep up. I'll go take a look. Qingji frowned and went to Su Zhongdao's office. The entire office was empty, and Su Zhongdao was leisurely lying on a recliner basking in the sun. Boom, boom, boom. Qingji knocked on the door and became furious when he saw the leisurely Su Zhongdao. He had just returned and Su Zhongdao inexplicably agreed to a challenge. This really didn't take him seriously. Why should he make decisions for him? Teacher, why did you accept the challenge on my behalf? Did you ask for my opinion? As soon as Qingji came up, he questioned Su Zhongdao. Su Zhongdao opened his eyes and looked at Qingji, then opened the drawer and threw a thick stack of cash on the table. 100,000 per show, Su Zhongdao said calmly. Qingji was about to say something in anger, but he immediately took it back. Please give me more challenges like this, Qingji immediately said to Su Zhongdao with a smile. Su Zhongdao suddenly sneered. Little guy, can I cure you? Xia Wenyu's compensation has been brought. You and Wang Fugier each need 300,000 yuan. Then Su Zhongdao took out a thick stack of cash, a full 300,000. Only 300,000? Qingji picked up the money and said with some disappointment. You're good enough, kid. You didn't move anything, and you didn't get beaten, but you beat him up. 300,000 is still not enough? If you think it's too little, give it to me. Su Zhongdao looked at Qingji speechlessly. Hey, no less, no less. How could Qingji let the duck that was right in front of his mouth fly away? So he quickly put the money away. What's the money for this challenge? Qingji curiously held up another stack of 100,000 yuan and asked doubtfully. Those guys in Class B don't like you and want to teach you a lesson. I'll ask them to pay 100,000 yuan each as a challenge fee. If you don't want it, I'll give it back. Su Zhongdao said lightly. He did this for Qingji's own good. He had read about Qingji's family background. He came from a single-parent family and they were not wealthy, at least not wealthy for a beast tamer. Unlike other rich second generations, they did not have to worry about money. So now that there was this opportunity, he created a way for Qingji to earn extra money. Of course, if Qingji wants to make this money, it still depends on his own abilities. They hate me so much? Qingji looked strange. Who told you to be so high profile? Together with Wang Fugue, you eliminated nearly 1/3 of the people. Most of the B-level class is complaining about you, and they know you are the culprit. Who else can they trouble if not you? Now you are a rat in the B-level and C-level classes. The powerful ones want to step on you to get to the top, and the weak ones will scold you. Su Zhongdao naturally knew why Qingji was so popular. Most of the people in Class B and Class C were eliminated by Qingji. If they didn't come to cause trouble for him, who else could they go to? Well, it's not my fault. It was your academy that set this rule. Qingji looked innocent. Stop talking nonsense. If you have nothing to do this afternoon, go to the fighting arena. Those guys can't wait to beat you up. Su Zhongdao said to Qingji. No time. I'm busy looking for the Rebirth flower now. I don't have any clue. Tell them to do it another day. Qingji waved his hands. He didn't have time to fight right now. He still had no idea about the Rebirth flower. Rebirth flower? Why are you looking for it? Su Zhongdao frowned. He felt that Qingji was not doing his job properly. Shouldn't Qingji be anxious to practice and save money to prepare for future advancement in beast taming? In the future, my beast will need a rebirth flower to evolve. Qingji did not hide it. As a mentor, Su Zhongdao might know where the rebirth flower was. Su Zhongdao looked Qingji up and down, then nodded in understanding. I was surprised enough by Su Miao's performance, but I didn't expect you to follow closely behind. I really know who has the rebirth flower, and you really must win in today's duel. Su Zhongdao smiled slightly and said to Qinji. What's the meaning? Qinji was confused and didn't understand what Su Zhongdao meant. The person you are going to fight with today is called Zhao Jie. Do you know him? Su Zhongdao said to Qinji with a smile. Qinji was stunned. When Zhao Jie was testing his eyesight, he also intended to pick up Qinji, but was tricked by Qinji and was eventually eliminated and missed the A-level class. Zhao Jie's family is in the business of exotic herbs. He definitely has the rebirth flower at home. Su Zhongdao said to Qinji indifferently. What do you mean? Let me fight him. Qinji immediately understood what Su Zhongdao meant. It was obvious that Su Zhongdao's intention was to let him challenge Zhao Jie to a bet during the fight and get the rebirth flower from Zhao Jie. You said it yourself? I didn't teach you that. I'm a good teacher and I won't teach students such things. Su Zhongdao quickly waved his hands to distance himself from the matter. Qinji was speechless. If Su Zhongdao were a good teacher, then everyone in this world would be a good person. Thank you, teacher. I understand. I will be there this afternoon. Thank you for your help. Although Qinji complained in his heart, he still looked very grateful to Su Zhongdao. In the afternoon, Qinji arrived at the arena on time. At this time, most of the people in Class B gathered here. Most of the students in Class B were kicked out of Class A, so many people have resentment towards Class A. If there is a chance to severely defeat the students in Class A, it will be an opportunity to prove themselves, to prove that those who remain in Class A are just SOSO, and to prove that Su Zhongdao's vision is not good. This time, this is the reason why they all want to challenge Qinji. First of all, Qinji has the highest score in the freshman competition, and can be said to be the first. If we defeat Qinji, it will naturally prove that Class A is not good enough. You're here indeed! When Zhao Jie saw Qinji arriving as promised, he sneered. If someone gives me money, how can I not come? Qinji smiled and said lightly. Stop talking nonsense! Get on stage! Zhao Jie didn't want to say anything more to Qinji and jumped directly onto the fighting stage, eager to teach Qinji a lesson. Why are you in such a hurry? What's the point of fighting? You come all the way here, and don't you want to try something? Qinji said to Zhao Jie calmly. Are you crazy because of poverty? Didn't I already give you 100,000? Zhao Jie said angrily, feeling like he was being fooled. He even gave money to challenge others, and now the other party thinks the money is not enough? Is there such a person? What can 100,000 do? Qinji calmly took out a large stack of money from his pocket, about at least 1 million. You're running out of money, right? Why don't you give it a try? If you win, you can take all the money. Qinji said to Zhao Jie indifferently. Zhao Jie's heart suddenly moved. Qinji's words really touched his heart. After being cheated by Qinji last time, his money was all gone, and now his pockets are cleaner than his face. Now seeing the red cash, my heart is moved. Really? Zhao Jie asked Qinji uncertainly. Of course I'm serious, but if you lose, you have to give me a rebirth flower. Qinji nodded and said with certainty. When Zhao Jie saw Qinji nod, his face suddenly brightened. As for losing? He never thought about losing at all. The last time I lost to Qinji was because of my lack of eyesight. This time it's a real fight, a test of strength. Moreover, his beast tamer had recently advanced to the 5th level. How could he possibly lose? Chapter 36, You only need 100,000 yuan to have a chance to beat me up. He didn't even hear what Qinji said about the bet, because he never thought he would lose. Go on stage. Zhao Jie said to Qinji with a sneer. Qinji slowly stepped onto the fighting stage and fought against Zhao Jie. Green Vine Beast! Zhao Jie waved his hand and summoned a green creature like a tree trunk. It's like tree roots entangled with each other, except that this root has facial features and is a living thing. As soon as Qinji thought about it, the information about the other party's beast appeared before his eyes. Soul Beast, Green Vine Beast. Juvenile Stage 5. Attribute, Grass. Skill, Ground Net. Under Qinji's evolving eyes, the opponent's beast had no secrets in front of him. Grass-type beast tamer? Qinji shook his head helplessly. Fire overcomes grass, Xiaohong can restrain the opponent and is also stronger than the opponent. There is no need to use the split skill. An immortal blood explosion alone can kill the opponent. Qinji waved his hand and Xiaohong appeared in front of him. The tiny Xiaohong made the audience around her look confused, and many of them did not even notice Xiaohong's existence. However, Zhao Jie had known Qinji in advance and knew that Qinji's beast was a mosquito, so he discovered it in an instant and was not careless. Green Ivy Beast! Go! Zhao Jie immediately ordered his beast to go up and fight, not giving Qinji any chance to make any tricks. He and people who had fought with Qinji learned that many times they were attacked by surprise because they did not notice the existence of mosquitoes. As long as he is on guard against Qinji and doesn't give Qinji the chance to launch a sneak attack, he will be sure to win the battle. Xiaohong, kill him, don't hold back. Qinji's face turned cold, and he explained to Xiaohong in a deep voice. Xiaohong flew out directly, as fast as an arrow leaving a bow. As her strength increases, Xiaohong's attributes in all aspects have increased, and her speed has naturally increased a lot. The Green Vine Beast, which is only at the 5th level in strength, is naturally no match for the 8th level Little Red. Xiaohong rushed to the Green Vine Beast almost in the blink of an eye and bumped into it in the face. Then, according to Qinji's instructions, he used the immortal blood explosion without hesitation. Boom! An explosion instantly exploded on the Green Vine Beast's face. The power of the explosion directly ignited the Green Vine Beast, and the vines on its face were blown into pieces. Half of its facial features were blown off, leaving only half of its mouth and one eye intact. The Green Vine Beast collapsed to the ground, seriously injured by the explosion. The flames were still burning on its body, and it would surely die if it did not intervene. Green Ivy Beast! As the owner, Zhao Jie was the first to sense the situation of the Green Vine Beast. The Green Vine Beast's life force is rapidly dissipating. Zhao Jie rushed forward hurriedly and put the Green Vine Beast into the beast taming space with great heartache to avoid causing more serious damage. You! Then Zhao Jie glared at Qinji. You lose. Qinji looked at Zhao Jie indifferently and said. Zhao Jie was stunned. Then he realized that they were now fighting and he had already lost. According to the bet, here is a flower of rebirth. Qinji stretched out his hand to Zhao Jie and said. Zhao Jie looked at Qinji angrily. Rebirth flower? Only then did I understand what Qinji was saying. You want to revive the flower? How is that possible? When Zhao Jie realized what the bet was between Qinji and him, he exclaimed immediately. You should know that the value of the rebirth flower is no less than 1 million, and it is rare and precious, so the price will be higher. Qinji actually bet with him on this. What's the matter? Do you want to cheat? Everyone was listening just now. Qinji knew that the other party might not admit his defeat after losing, so he stated the bet so loudly in public just in case. With so many people testifying, Zhao Jie wouldn't dare to deny it, unless he didn't plan to stay in Longting College anymore. That's right, if you don't admit your defeat, do you think you can afford to play? Is this the only tolerance you have in Class B? The fat man who came with Qinji said sarcastically. This immediately made everyone in Class B dissatisfied. But there was nothing wrong with what the fat man said, and they couldn't even refute it. Zhao Jie, accept the defeat and don't embarrass our B-level class. Qian Shijuan said to Zhao Jie with a cold face. Qian Shijuan woke up at some point and acted like the leader, looking at Zhao Jie with dissatisfaction. Other students in Class B were also somewhat dissatisfied with Zhao Jie's behavior of refusing to pay his debts. Zhao Jie knew that he had to give the rebirth flower today no matter what, otherwise there would be no place for him in the entire Longting Academy. Wait! I'll give it to you! Zhao Jie had no choice but to step aside and call his family. After his family learned what happened, they scolded Zhao Jie. You useless thing! I'll have someone deliver the stuff to you in a minute, but listen to me, no matter what you do, you have to get this place back. My Zhao family can't be humiliated like this. Otherwise, don't come back. Zhao Qingyuan scolded Zhao Jie on the phone. Yes, Dad. Zhao Jie could only nod reluctantly. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Jie walked back and looked at Qinji with a cold face. The goods will be delivered soon, just wait. Zhao Jia said coldly. Well, I'll wait. Qinji nodded. The most difficult rebirth flower has also been dealt with. The next step is to improve Xiaohong's strength as quickly as possible, so that he can reach the 9th level and meet the advancement requirements. Qinji, do you dare to accept my challenge? At this time, Qian Shijuan from Class B stood up and asked Qinji. Qinji remembered Qian Shijuan, the guy who took the initiative to lead everyone during the 7-day survival. We never even met again afterwards. It was obvious that he was eliminated in the process of leading the group. I don't have a holiday with you, do I? Qinji was a little curious. He and Qian Shijuan had no connection, so why did Qian Shijuan want to challenge him? I just can't stand you bullying my classmates. As the class monitor, I naturally have to seek justice for my classmates. Qian Shijuan said coldly. In fact, Qian Shijuan just wanted to step on Qinji to establish his authority. Many students in Class B are dissatisfied with Qinji. As long as he can defeat Qinji, his prestige in Class B will increase a lot, which will lay a solid foundation for his position as class monitor. Captain, yes, follow the rules. 100,000 per game. Take the money. Qinji nodded, thinking he would never refuse the money that was delivered to his door, and he stretched out his hand and said calmly. This made Qian Shijuan frown. Why are you so money hungry? I need money to challenge you. Qian Shijuan looked puzzled. He was not the one who approached Su Zhongdao to challenge Qinji before, so he didn't know the rules set by Su Zhongdao. If you don't have money, go to the side and make room for the rich students. Qinji waved his hand impatiently and chased Qian Shijuan away like a fly. Classmate, do you have money? Do you want to beat me up? You only need 100,000 yuan to have a chance. Do you want to try? Then Qinji looked at another student in Class B and asked kindly. Chapter 37 Self-Destructive Defense Network. The classmate immediately took a step back. His strength was average, and he didn't even make it to the end of the competition. Zhao Jia lost to Qinji. How could he dare to challenge Qinji? He was afraid that his beast would be seriously injured like Zhao Jia, which would cost a lot of money to treat. Qian Shijuan frowned when he saw Qinji ignoring him. Then he decisively took out his cell phone from his pocket. I'll give you money and challenge you. Qian Shijuan no longer hesitated. In order to consolidate his position, he spent 100,000 yuan to teach Qinji a lesson. He was not worried about Qinji's beast's self-destruction ability. His beast's attribute was thunder, which was not restrained by fire, and his strength was higher than Zhao Jia's. As long as he was careful, he still had a chance to defeat Qinji. Qinji smiled slightly, and was delighted when he saw the 100,000 yuan transferred by Qian Shijuan. 500,000 came into the account today alone. Where else can I find such business? Bring it on. Qinji stopped talking nonsense, and spoke to Qian Shijuan indifferently. Qinji didn't even take back his little red, but Qian Shijuan summoned a handsome unicorn after he came on stage. Soul Beast Thunderhorn. Juvenile Stage 6. Attribute Thunder. Skill Electric Spark. There were streaks of lightning emanating from the horn, and it looked extremely handsome. Even Qinji felt a little envious when he saw it. Xiaohong, when will you evolve to be so handsome? Qinji looked at Xiaohong with some resentment, and said. Xiaohong seemed to sense Qinji's thoughts and waved in front of Qinji with dissatisfaction. And sent a message to Qinji. I have the blood of the phoenix. Sooner or later I will be reborn from the ashes. Sensing Xiaohong's dissatisfaction, Qinji hurried to calm her down. Okay, I was just kidding. Xiaohong is the most handsome. Qinji spoke softly to Xiaohong. Only then did Xiaohong calm down. Are you done yet? Qian Shijuan saw Qinji talking to himself opposite him, and asked dissatisfiedly. Okay, why are you in such a hurry? If you are in such a hurry to lose, won't you lose the 100,000 yuan? Qinji said speechlessly. I asked you to hold on a little longer, why are you still unwilling? Hard talk. Pony, go spark. Qian Shijuan snorted coldly, and immediately ordered the Thunderhorn horse to fight. Instead of letting the beast rush towards Qinji, he used his skills directly. The Thunderhorn horse raised its head and shot out 3 thunder balls from its horn, forming a fan shape towards Qinji's position. Xiaohong! Qinji called on Xiaohong to fight, and then he rolled on the ground to avoid the opponent's attack. The lightning ball passed by him, and the slight electric current it emitted made the hairs on his body stand up. Qinji frowned. It was obvious that the opponent was not just attacking Xiaohong, but also him within the attack range. Qinji had just dodged the opponent's attack when the thunderhorn horse on the opposite side raised its head again and shot 3 thunder balls at him. Red! Split! Qinji's face changed. If he just relied on dodging, it would be too dangerous, and he might get hit if he was not careful. So immediately have Xiaohong use split. In an instant, dozens of little reds split from the main body. Seeing the incoming thunder ball, the clone rushed towards it without hesitation. Boom! An explosion ensued, and the thunder ball was also offset by the clone. Qian Shijuan on the opposite side frowned slightly when he saw Qinji using this method to offset his attack. Let me see how many clones you have available. Sparks! Qian Shijuan snorted coldly and ordered the thunderhorn horse to attack again. One after another, lightning balls attacked Qinji's position as if they were free. The target was no longer the beastmaster, but Qinji. This is not allowed in a normal fight. Although there is no rule prohibiting attacking the beastmaster, everyone knows that since it is a competition, it is naturally impossible to compete as a life-and-death battle. Qian Shijuan had obviously ignored this default rule and chose to attack the beastmaster directly. Qinji could only let Xiaohong split into clones to offset the incoming thunder balls, temporarily limiting Xiaohong's speed in approaching the thunderhorn horse. Xiaohong! Send your clones to attack the thunderhorn! Qinji frowned and gave orders. Xiaohong's main body has to constantly create clones to offset the opponent's lightning balls, and she cannot free herself to attack the opponent. But his clone can leave. Qinji immediately had an idea, and Xiaohong's clones increased again, reaching hundreds. About 10 of them avoided the opponent's attack range and attacked the thunderhorn horse. The entire fighting arena was in chaos, with the sounds of thunder balls and clones self-detonating constantly heard. The dozen or so little red clones were inconspicuous on the arena and were not noticed by Qian Shijuan. Qian Shijuan continued to order the thunderhorn horse to attack, intending to break through Xiaohong's defense and attack Qinji. The constant release of electric sparks made Qian Shijuan frown slightly. He could feel that the thunderhorn's spiritual power had been mostly consumed. If it continued like this, it would soon be used up. However, Qinji on the opposite side was still defending tightly and didn't seem to be under any pressure. This suddenly made him feel a little distressed. When Qinji saw Qian Shijuan's expression opposite him, his heart moved. Guessed what Qian Shijuan was thinking. If Qian Shijuan changes his strategy at this time, he is likely to discover the dozen or so little red clones that went to launch a sneak attack, and something unexpected might happen then. Qinji cannot let the other party discover his intention. I might as well open the door of hope for Qian Shijuan and let him continue to persevere. Qinji immediately ordered Xiaohong to stop splitting her clones, use the remaining clone to resist the thunderball, and reduce the number of clones. Because of the reduction in the number of clones, the defense was no longer so tight, and some thunder balls passed through the defense and passed through Xiaohong's self-destructive defense net. A ball of lightning struck Qinji. Qinji hurriedly dodged in embarrassment. This scene made Qian Shijuan seem to see hope, and he continued to speed up the release of electric sparks. From time to time, a lightning ball would pass through the defense and attack Qinji in the back, making Qinji look a little embarrassed. This made Qian Shijuan even more proud. Is Qinji okay? Even the fat man started to worry. Haha, this is what we got for first place in the freshman competition. The A-grade class is just like this. From now on, don't call it the A-grade class. Let's call it the A-goods class. Ha! The former A-level students who were eliminated by Su Zhongdao immediately laughed loudly. The fat man frowned and looked at the other person unkindly. If you don't agree, come up and practice. What are you so proud of? You're just shouting when you win. The fat man frowned and looked at the other party unkindly. Oh, what? Telling the truth hurts you? Can't you see the situation? If Qinji can hold on for another 2 minutes, I'll be your son. A piece of ass. The other party sneered. To outsiders, the situation on the field at this time was that Shinji was indeed at a disadvantage, looking more and more embarrassed, and was about to lose. The fat man looked at the other person angrily. But at this time Shinji's fight was not over yet. No matter how angry he was, he had to wait until Shinji was finished. If Shinji loses, then he will go up and tear the mouth of this biting guy to pieces. Shinji! Go to hell! Qian Shijuan saw that the Thunderhorn horse's spiritual power was about to run out, and Shinji's defense was also very weak at this time. Qian Shijuan simply took this opportunity to directly consume his own spiritual power and overclock to release skills. Electric sparks were emitted continuously and attacked Shinji one after another. 9 thunderballs attacked Shinji at the same time. Even if the remaining mosquitoes could defend against a few thunderballs, the rest would hit Shinji without any hindrance. This time, Qian Shijuan is almost certain to win. Shinji smiled slightly at this time. It's over. Boom! Chapter 38, Challenging Price Increases, Evolving Again. There was a sudden explosion on the Thunderhorn's head without any warning. The Thunderhorn was blown to the ground, and a piece of the horn on its head was blown off. The electric sparks released by the Thunderhorn were also interrupted. Xiaohong! Go! Taking this opportunity, Shinji immediately asked Xiaohong to rush forward. The explosive power of more than a dozen clones was not enough to completely deprive the Thunderhorn of its combat effectiveness. Xiaohong used Split again, leading nearly 100 clones to attack the Thunderhorn horse. Qian Shijuan was somewhat shocked by the sudden change. Xiao Ma, stand up and fight back! He hurriedly ordered the Thunderhorns to rise up and fight back. The Thunderhorn got up from the ground, dizzy from the explosion, unable to see the surroundings clearly and dazzled. Qian Shijuan didn't care what happened to the Thunderhorned horse and directly lent his spiritual power to it, allowing it to use electric sparks to fight back. Immediately, a flash of lightning condensed on the broken section of the horn. Whoa! The Thunderhorn neighed in pain, and 3 lightning balls shot out from its horn. However, this time they missed the target because they could not see the surroundings clearly. So the 3 lightning balls went straight to the audience nearby. Fuck! Murder! Everyone dodged in a hurry, causing a commotion. Fortunately, no casualties were caused. Taking advantage of this time, Xiaohong led his clone to the side of the Thunderhorn horse. Then a group of mosquitoes directly surrounded the Thunderhorn. Boom! Another explosion occurred, and the Thunderhorn was instantly engulfed by the blast. A figure flew out from the explosion, and the Thunderhorn was blown away by the power of the explosion. He fell to the ground, covered in wounds, and the horn on his head was broken off at the root. Qian Shijuan looked at his beast becoming like this and was stunned for a long time. The situation on the battlefield changed so quickly that he was unable to react for a moment. Even the B-class audience who were feeling proud just now didn't react. If you don't want him to die, quickly take back the beast control space and find some time to find a veterinarian to treat him. Shenji reminded Qian Shijuan, who was in a daze. Qian Shijuan came to his senses and quickly took the beast back. You! Qian Shijuan looked at Shinji, not knowing what to say for a moment. I want to say something harsh, but I don't think it's appropriate. But if I don't say something, I'll feel embarrassed. Next time you want to give me money, just tell me directly, don't use the challenge as an excuse. Shinji said while looking at Qian Shijuan with a smile on his face. This sentence almost made Qian Shijuan faint. The fat guy in the audience was even more excited. Hey, what did you just say? Can Shinji call me daddy for 2 minutes? My big son, call me daddy. The fat man said with a smile while looking at the student from Class B. The student from Class B's face turned pale. He could never have imagined that it would turn out like this. Qian Shijuan was clearly having the upper hand just now, so how did it suddenly turn out like this? Snort! The student didn't say anything, just turned around and left. The fat man had a smug look on his face. Compared to how frustrated he felt just now, he could finally feel proud. You should stay in the B-level class. Why are you doing this? You still want to step on us. Don't you know your own weight? The fat man spoke to them sarcastically in the same tone as those people in Class B just now. This made everyone in Class B look livid, unable to refute. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? It only costs 100,000 yuan. Qinji looked at the remaining people in Class B and asked calmly. None of the remaining people dared to look Qinji in the face. The fact that Qian Shijuan can become the monitor of Class B shows that Qian Shijuan's ability is at least among the top few in Class B. Even he lost, how could they still have the courage to challenge Qinji? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? If no one challenges me, I will leave. The price will be raised next time. 200,000 per challenge. Qinji looked at the indifferent crowd and spoke again. Although Qinji provoked them so much, in order to prevent their beasts from being seriously injured like Zhao Jie and Qian Shijuan, they all chose not to hear him. At this time, Zhao Jie's men also delivered the rebirth flower to Qinji. Let's go out for dinner. Qinji smiled slightly. Since no one challenged him, he was too lazy to stay here any longer, so he called Fatty and went out to find something to eat. The two of them had a quick meal at Li's home cooking restaurant, and Qinji treated them. After eating and drinking, the fat man went back to practice. Although they are geniuses, they dare not slack off at all. After all, every student of Longting Academy is a genius. If you slack off for a while, you may be caught up by others. The fat man did not stop his practice. Qinji did not go back, but waited until the night market opened. He summoned Xiaohong and used his clone to start absorbing the spiritual energy of the people in the night market. This time, Qinji's target was not only on people, but also on the summoned beasts. By the way, test whether his previous guess is true. Qinji set his eyes on a dog that belonged to the stall owner. As Xiaohong took a sip, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was obviously higher than before, but compared with the evil dragon, it was much slower. But this also proves that Qinji's guess was correct. Absorbing the spiritual power of exotic beasts or beasts is indeed faster than humans. And this is also related to the level of the beast. The level of the fierce dragon is much higher than Xiaohong, so when it absorbs spiritual power, it is particularly fast. However, this dog's level is not higher than Xiaohong's, so its absorption speed is much slower. It seems that I have a new target group. Qinji's eyes turned and he thought of another way to quickly increase Xiaohong's spiritual power. But today, let's upgrade Xiaohong to the 9th level first. After a night of unremitting efforts, Xiaohong finally successfully advanced to the 9th level of the juvenile body before the night market closed. Qinji can finally make Xiaohong evolve again. It is different from the last time. The last time was to activate the phoenix bloodline in Xiaohong's body, so she had to be reborn from the fire and bathe in the magma pool. There is no need for a lava pool this time, but a breeding room is still needed. Longting College provides a training room for students, and it is free. Of course, various auxiliary materials cost money, but the use of the room is free. And special rooms cost money too. For example, a dual attribute room. As for Qinji, he needs a dual attribute cultivation room. Qinji came to the breeding room. Teacher, I need a fire and dark dual attribute cultivation room, Qinji said to the teacher in charge. The teacher was not surprised at all. After all, this is Longting Academy. Although there are not many dual attribute beasts, they are common in Longting Academy. This is not uncommon here and will not attract the special attention of the teachers. Dual attribute cultivation room, daily usage fee is 10,000. The teacher gave Qinji a room card without saying a word. Ugh, that's expensive. Qinji didn't expect that the dual attribute breeding room would be so expensive. Okay, thank you. But he had no choice but to take the room card from the other party with a painful look on his face and transfer the deposit to him. Afterwards, Qinji put Xiaohong and various materials into the breeding room, waiting for Xiaohong to complete her evolution. And this wait lasted for 7 days. 7 days later, Qinji released Xiaohong again. After completing her evolution, Xiaohong had a new appearance. There was no change in the body shape, but the appearance changed. The red color on the body became much lighter, and there were more golden lines. Qinji! I want to challenge you! As soon as Qinji picked up Xiaohong, someone else came to his door. Qinji looked back helplessly. He was stunned when he saw the other person. Su Miao? Chapter 39 Shadow Charge, resolve the battle instantly. Why are you causing trouble? Qinji said speechlessly. So many days passed. Su Miao also woke up from his coma. I'm serious, isn't it 200,000 each time? I brought it. Su Miao said this seriously, and then took out the 200,000 cash he had prepared in advance. Upon seeing this, Qinji's face suddenly became serious. Obviously Su Miao was not joking, even the money was ready. Good. Qinji nodded immediately, as he wanted to see what changes Xiaohong had after her evolution. Qinji and Su Miao came to the fighting stage and stood facing each other. Ice Heart Bird! Su Miao stretched out her hand, and the brand new Ice Heart Bird suddenly appeared in front of her. Qinji's expression changed immediately. Ice Crystal Bird has completed its evolution. Qinji looked at Su Miao with some surprise and said, Well, now it's the first stage of growth. Su Miao nodded without hiding anything. Well. Qinji was silent for a while. Xiaohong just advanced to the next level, and no one knew about her advancement before. In other words, Su Miaoming knew that he did not have the strength of a grown body and deliberately came to challenge him? Isn't this obviously bullying? No, how did I offend you? Why do you keep pestering me? Qinji asked Su Miao in confusion. Su Miao frowned slightly and looked around. There was no one else around the fighting stage at this moment, and there were only the two of them on the stage. Su Miao let out a breath. My brother is Su Qin, Su Miao said lightly. Then Qinji was stunned. Su Qin? Damn! Qinji never thought that Su Miao would be Su Qin's sister. That's not right. I haven't heard that Su Qin has a sister, and you're not from Qiaoqing City, right? After Qinji was surprised, he looked confused. Since Su Miao is Su Qin's sister, she should also be from Qiaoqing City and be in the same class as them. Qinji should have met her before. But he had no impression at all. Moreover, Su Miao's college entrance examination results were so good that if he were in Qiaoqing City, he would definitely have heard of it. After all, in the entire Qiaoqing City, only Sun Linga was known as a genius girl, but no one had ever heard of the name Su Miao. I went to my grandmother's house when I was very young. I didn't grow up in Qiaoqing, nor did I go to school in Qiaoqing. Su Qin was bullied by you like that. I have to beat you up today to vent his anger. Otherwise, I would be an incompetent sister. Su Miao explained. Qinji understood instantly. Well, you can't blame me for all of Su Qin's problems. I've been very considerate. I didn't even let him call me grandpa in public. I just made him lose 500,000 yuan. Qinji said helplessly. Su Qin had been against him for so long, but in the end Qinji did not kill him. He felt that he had already made enough concessions. You still say that? When Su Miao heard Qinji mention the bet with Su Qin again, his face suddenly turned cold, and he directly signaled the Ice Heart Bird to attack Qinji. The Ice Heart Bird spread its wings in the air, and ice spikes formed, instantly attacking Qinji. Xiaohong! Qinji stepped back hastily, then signaled Xiaohong to take action. Xiaohong's figure moved, and she split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. Almost in the blink of an eye, it turned into a swarm of mosquitoes. Boom! The ice spikes hit the mosquito swarm and exploded, and some of the ice spikes were blocked by Xiaohong using her clone. Hey! Who is that? Ling Jun, Jiao Lan and the fat man came to the arena and suddenly saw a familiar figure on the stage and exclaimed immediately. Isn't that Qinji and Su Miao? Why are they fighting? Jiao Lan said with a puzzled look on his face. Go and have a look. The fat man ran over hurriedly and nervously. Fatty and others rushed to the fighting stage, where the two people were fighting extremely fiercely. The ice thorns of the Ice Heart Bird are densely packed, denser and sharper than before. Xiaohong's movements became even faster. She was able to accurately use her clone to block the Ice Heart Bird's attacks every time, and she seemed to be able to do it with ease. It seems like there is no pressure at all. This made Su Miao frown. Ice Ball! Then he signaled to Ice Heart Bird to use its new skill, Frozen Ball. Ice Ball, release an ice ball, which shoots ice spikes in all directions during flight, causing wide area damage. Obviously, Su Miao wanted to use this method to solve Xiaohong's endless ability to clone herself. A basketball-sized ice ball was spit out from the Ice Heart Bird's mouth and flew towards the swarm of mosquitoes. The ice ball continuously emitted ice spikes during its flight, and dense ice spikes attacked the mosquito swarm. This causes the mosquito swarm to consume a lot of energy, and from time to time a clone will be hit by the ice spikes and explode. Chen Ji frowned immediately. Although this ice ball could not cause any harm to Xiaohong, it seemed to be able to break through the defense of the mosquito swarm. If it passed through the mosquito swarm, it might hurt himself. Stop fighting! At this moment, the fat man suddenly shouted anxiously from the audience. Chen Ji looked at the people below the stage and was suddenly speechless. Seeing the fat man suddenly reminded him of a rainy day scene in his previous life. Without asking any more questions about the fat man, Chen Ji looked at Su Miao with a serious face. Su Miao, after today, no matter whether we win or lose, our feud will end here, okay? Your brother and I will no longer have any contact, and you don't have to keep pestering me, Chen Ji said to Su Miao. Su Miao frowned slightly, looked at Chen Ji, and nodded slightly. When Chen Ji saw Su Miao agreed, he immediately smiled. Let's end it then, Chen Ji said with a smile. Red! Split! Then at Chen Ji's signal, Xiaohong began to split instantly. The number of mosquitoes grew rapidly, expanding to several hundred almost instantly. 2 seconds later, the number of mosquitoes reached thousands. Thousands is just an idea. Even if they were all killed and put in, there would still be a full bowl. How horrible! Combine! Chen Ji shouted again. Under Chen Ji's instructions, Xiaohong gathered all the clones together to form a ball the size of a millstone. Shadow charge! At Chen Ji's command, the swarm of mosquitoes instantly turned black, like a shadow, and then rushed out in an instant. The swarm of mosquitoes passed directly through the ice ball, and the ice ball shattered directly under the impact of the swarm of mosquitoes. And the mosquito swarm's charge has not stopped yet, heading straight for the ice-heart bird in the sky. When Su Miao saw this, his face suddenly changed. I wanted to react, but it was too late. The swarm of mosquitoes has already rushed to the front of the Bingxin bird. Su Miao hurriedly reached out and took the Bingxin bird back into the beast taming space. Swish! The ice-heart bird disappeared. Boom! The swarm of mosquitoes instantly exploded at the location where the ice-heart bird disappeared. The terrifying power of the explosion blew Su Miao, who was nearby, off the fighting stage and fell to the ground in a mess. If Su Miao had not acted quickly, the explosion would have landed on the Bingxin bird. You have advanced too? Su Miao looked at Chen Ji with horror. She could see that Xiaohong had also reached her grown form, otherwise she wouldn't have been so powerful. Luckily, the evolution was completed today. Chen Ji smiled and did not deny it. Su Miao fell silent immediately. We're not done yet, I'll definitely beat you up next time. Then Su Miao raised his head and looked at Chen Ji coldly, and said in a cold voice. No, didn't we agree that the feud ends here? Why don't you keep your word? Chen Ji was speechless. The previous grudges are over, now it's my grudge with you. Su Miao snorted coldly, then turned and left. Chen Ji looked at Su Miao speechlessly. He had never seen such an unreasonable person. Was there anyone else in the world who was so shameless besides himself? Chapter 40. Installing a stable spiritual power source. What was even more speechless were the 3 fat guys. After watching the fight between Chen Ji and Su Miao, they suddenly felt like losers. Su Miao and Chen Ji had both advanced their beast taming to the grown form without realizing it, but they were still in the juvenile form. What else could they be but trash? How dare they be classmates with Chen Jisoo and others? This stimulated the 3 of them. Damn! Boring, let's go back. The fat man waved his hand in a bored manner to indicate that he wanted to go back. In fact, he planned to go back and speed up his training so as to catch up with Su Miao and Chen Ji as soon as possible. Ling Jun also turned around and left without saying a word. Jialan looked at the 2 of them and shook his head helplessly. Go back and practice if you want. Why are you pretending to be so cool? You pervert, don't practice too fast. Wait for us. After complaining about the fat man and Ling Jun, Jialan turned to Chen Ji and said, Chen Ji, eyes closed face. No, how did I become a pervert? Chen Ji looked at Xiaohong with satisfaction after her evolution. He was also very satisfied with his new skills. Phantom Beast, Phantom Mosquito Mother. Growth Body First Stage. Attributes Fire Dark. Talent Skill Undying Blood Explosion. Skills Split Shadow Charge. Shadow Charge Transform into a shadow, charge forward, and cause damage to objects along the way. At the same time, Xiaohong's grade was also upgraded from Soul Beast to Fantasy Beast. It is rare in the world to be able to reach the level of Fantasy Beast in its growth stage. There may not be more than 10 Beastmasters in history who have achieved this. Qinji was also very satisfied with this new skill. If used well, it could have miraculous effects. For example, use it as a charge skill. Xiaohong's previous weakness was his lack of mobility. When he was held back by the enemy, it was difficult for him to get close to the target, and his fighting style required him to get close to the enemy. Shadow Charge makes up for this deficiency very well. You can rush forward and use the undying blood explosion directly. Now that Qinji knew that Xiaohong absorbed the spiritual power of the beast the fastest, he had another plan in mind. We immediately drove to Sunset City. Sunset City is a city stationed on the edge of the Sunset Forest. The crowds here are complex, and even many vicious evil people come here to avoid legal sanctions. Therefore, if you don't have the power in Sunset City, try not to be too high profile, otherwise you might get hit by a club when walking at night. And Qinji had no intention of being high profile, he just came here to let Xiaohong absorb spiritual energy. Qinji came to a beast taming institution, which was much larger and more luxurious than the one in Xiao City. As long as you have money, they can build any kind of environment for you, and can even customize a cultivation room specifically for you. Sir, how can I help you? When the salesgirl saw Qinji walk in, she immediately came over and asked him. I want a quiet room for cultivation, Qinji said to the other party. Are there any requirements for the environment of the cultivation room? After hearing this, the salesgirl confirmed with Qinji with a smile on her face. No, I just want some quiet time without being disturbed. Qinji shook his head. He was not really here to train beasts. Okay, please follow me. The salesgirl nodded immediately and led Qinji inside. Qinji walked a long distance, at least 1,000 meters, which made Qinji feel a little shocked. Although this beast taming organization looks large from the outside, it's still acceptable. I didn't expect it to be so huge inside. Along the way, he could see many cultivation rooms, some large, some small, and in various environments. Qinji felt that there were no less than 100 breeding rooms here, which showed how rich the financial resources of the boss behind it were. Sir, we are here. Not long after, the shopping guide took Qinji to a breeding room. There are green mountains and clear waters, the air is fresh, and there is no mess. It is indeed very quiet. Are you satisfied with this house? The shopping guide asked Qinji. Well, I'm satisfied. Please don't come in and disturb me before I go out. Qinji nodded and explained to the other party again. Okay. The salesgirl nodded and then walked out. Their breeding institution is very professional. How could they break into a guest's breeding room for no reason? After the other party left, Qinji locked the door. Then Xiaohong was released. Little Red, split. Qinji immediately signaled Xiaohong to split. The little red clones soon filled the entire breeding room. There are hundreds of little red clones. Be careful, go to the cultivation room here, there's one clone in each room. Qinji smiled slightly, then gave instructions to Xiaohong. Xiaohong immediately let her clone fly out through the crack in the door, as Qinji instructed. Afterwards, they entered the breeding rooms in the corridor in a very orderly manner, regardless of whether there were beasts inside. After nearly an hour, the entire breeding room of the Beast Taming Institute was occupied by Xiaohong's clones. Only then did Qinji open the door and walked out of the breeding room. By the way, a little red clone was also left in this breeding room. Bill, please. Then Qinji came to the front desk and said he wanted to pay the bill. The young lady who brought Qinji in didn't expect Qinji to come out so soon, and there was some surprise on her face. Okay, wait a moment. However, her professional ethics allowed her to suppress her curiosity and helped Qinji calculate the costs. It's 1 hour and 12 minutes in total. The last 20 minutes are not charged, so the total is 15,000 yuan. the young lady said to Chenji with a smile on her face. Chenji looked distressed. This beast training institution is indeed more expensive than ordinary training institutions, and it costs 15,000 yuan per hour. It's so scary. Would you like cash or card? The young lady asked Chenji with a smile. Can I use my face? Chenji's face was full of pain. Although he had more than 1 million in his hands now, this money would not be enough to buy even one material in the future. He spent 15,000 in just over an hour. How could he not feel pained? Sir, don't joke. The young lady's face froze. If she encountered someone who ran away without paying, her whole day's work would be in vain. Chenji took out the bank card from his pocket with a helpless look on his face. Swipe your card. Chenji had no choice but to pay the bill. But when he thought about having a place to continuously improve his spiritual power in the future, Chenji felt much better. Just think of it as an investment and start up. When Chenji thought about it, he felt much better. Chenji closed his eyes and felt that Xiaohong's spiritual power was continuing to grow. Xiaohong, who was arranged in various cultivation rooms, has already started to exert his strength. In some breeding rooms where there are beasts, Xiaohong's clone has already been lying on the beast and started to absorb its spiritual energy. It seems the money was well spent. Chenji nodded with satisfaction. His purpose is to hide Xiaohong's clone in the breeding room. As long as a beast enters the breeding room, Xiaohong's clone will go up to absorb the other party's spiritual power, thereby continuously providing spiritual power resources for Xiaohong. If this continues, Xiaohong's strength will grow rapidly. The question now is, what should we do with Chenji's spiritual power? Chapter 41. This is a laser cannon. Chenji had no idea. He could only try to increase the time he spent practicing. Although the evolution of the beast would give him a lot of spiritual power, unfortunately, for Chenji, the spiritual power brought to him by the soul beast upgrade to a fantasy beast was far from meeting the standards of an advanced intermediate beastmaster. He is still a long way from becoming an intermediate beastmaster. We can only think of other ways. Chenji had no choice but to put the matter aside for the time being, and just when he was about to go back, a passionate young man came forward. Sun Yaran came over with an excited look on his face. Hello, Chenji? Sun Yaran excitedly shook Chenji's hand and greeted him excitedly. Chenji looked confused. Although he knew Sun Yaran, he was not familiar with him. He had only met Sun Yaran a few times and knew that he was eliminated by Su Zhongdao, but he didn't know the specific reason for the elimination. But after all, they were classmates for a few days, and Chenji smiled politely, so he didn't hit someone who smiled at him. Hello? Why are you here? Are you here to train beastmen? Sun Yaran asked Chenji in a familiar manner. When I saw Chenji coming out of the beast taming training institution, I guessed that Chenji was here to train beasts. Chenji nodded slightly. I didn't expect that we would meet by chance. How about having a meal together? Sun Yaran then said. No. Chenji decisively declined. He and Sun Yaran were not familiar with each other, so how could he feel comfortable asking the other party to treat him to a meal? Don't be polite. We are classmates. Why are you being polite to me? Let's go. Sun Yaran pulled Chenji away without saying anything. Chenji had no way to refuse and could only be pulled away by the other party helplessly. The two came to a luxurious restaurant, and Sun Yaran skillfully called the waiter to order food. That's all. By the way, get a bottle of your best red wine. Sun Yaran didn't ask Chenji's opinion at all. He ordered the dishes skillfully and asked for a bottle of good wine. You don't have any dietary restrictions, do you? Then Sun Yaran remembered to ask Chenji. Chenji shook his head. That's good. Come on, you're welcome. Although I'm in Class B now, we're still classmates, so we'll definitely meet in the future. Sun Yaran said with a smile. Chenji felt that what Sun Yaran said made sense and nodded slightly. Then I'm welcome. Chenji thought Sun Yaran really wanted to make friends with him, so he didn't remain vigilant. Soon the exquisite meal was served, along with a bottle of expensive red wine. Sun Yaran enthusiastically poured wine for Chenji, and the two of them toasted each other, and the bottle of red wine was soon empty. Chenji was a little tipsy. Chenji, what do you think of your mentor? Seeing that the time was almost right, Sun Yaoran immediately asked Qinji. Su Zhongdao? What a swindler! He has swindled me a lot. Qinji shook his head speechlessly. When Sun Yaoran heard Qinji's words, his face immediately lit up with joy. If I asked you to change a mentor, would you be willing? Then Sun Yaoran tested Qinji again. Qinji was stunned. What's the meaning? Qinji asked doubtfully. Nothing. Sun Yaoran waved his hand and did not answer Qinji's question seriously. Qinji frowned slightly. Soon he realized Sun Yaoran's purpose. Could it be that Sun Yaoran still holds a grudge against Su Zhongdao for eliminating him and wants to harm Su Zhongdao? Thinking of this, Qinji pretended to be tipsy again. I have been dissatisfied with Su Zhongdao for a long time. Just change him. I am so happy, Qinji said drunkenly. Sun Yaoran was immediately delighted when he heard what Qinji said. Then if I want to ask you for help in the future, you must not refuse. Sun Yaoran spoke to Qinji again. Of course. Just tell me what you want to say. I will definitely do it, Qinji said, patting his chest. Okay. Drink. Sun Yaoran showed joy on his face. He immediately clinked his glass with Qinji and drank the wine in the glass. Sun Yaoran talked to Qinji about some random things, but did not continue talking about Su Zhongdao. Qinji didn't know what Sun Yaoran was going to do. Sun Yaoran stood up only after they had both finished drinking. That's all for today, I'll contact you next time. After Sun Yaoran had eaten and drunk his fill, he chose to leave immediately. Qinji didn't manage to pry any secrets out of Sun Yaoran. After Sun Yaoran left, the expression on Qinji's face disappeared, and he looked at Sun Yaoran with a puzzled look on his face. He is still confused and doesn't know what Sun Yaoran is going to do. Who cares? Su Zhongdao can't fall into a ditch just because of a freshman, right? Qinji simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, Su Zhongdao's status in Longting College was not low and no student could shake him. He didn't need to worry about it at all. Qinji and Sun Yaoran had a meal, and before they knew it, it had become completely dark. It's bad. Don't let the academy close. Qinji was immediately shocked and rushed towards Longting College. I don't know if he can make it back before closing. As for Sunset City, after the sun set, the entire city fell into darkness. There was no one on the streets, and it fell into silence in an instant. Qinji frowned slightly and looked back from time to time. He always felt that something was following him, but every time he turned around he could not see any shadow. An illusion? Qinji looked confused. But he usually trusts his instincts. After hesitating for a moment, he calmly summoned Xiaohong. In the night, the light red Xiaohong is quite conspicuous. Qinji asked Xiaohong to use the splitting skill, splitting into hundreds of clones, which gathered together to form a swarm of red mosquitoes, floating in the air like a ghost. Qinji continued walking forward calmly, but let Xiaohong stay. Soon, a figure walked out from the back corner. He looked at Qinji's back with cold eyes and followed him quietly. A dagger slipped from his sleeve into his hand, and he quickened his pace and got closer to Qinji. At this moment, he saw a flash of red light out of the corner of his eye, which immediately attracted his attention. He saw a ball of red light floating in the air, which scared him. Just as he noticed the red light, a laser-like ray shot out from it and hit him directly. He hurriedly used the dagger in his hand to block. Boom! The laser hit the dagger in his hand and exploded instantly, blowing the dagger away in his hand, and his right hand was also bleeding. When Qinji heard the noise, he hurried back the same way and rushed over. Don't move! This is a laser cannon. If you move, I will kill you! Qinji warned the other party. The other party froze immediately. His face changed slightly, and he looked at the red light formed by Xiaohong vigilantly. He couldn't see clearly what it was in the darkness of the night. He could only see that they were glowing red dots. Laser cannon? Who are you kidding? There is no such thing. The other party obviously doubted Qinji's words. However, Qinji didn't waste any time and directly conveyed the instructions to Xiaohong. One of the little red clones used shadow charge at the opponent's feet and shot out instantly. Boom! Exploded under the opponent's feet. The other person was startled. He, who originally didn't believe it, now believed Qinji's words without a doubt. Do you believe it now? Chapter 42. I and evil are irreconcilable. The other party swallowed guiltily. Qinji was very satisfied with the effect. Why are you following me? Then Qinji asked the other party in a deep voice. Seeing that you are alone, I want to steal some money. Money is tight, brother, please understand. The other party said casually, as if robbing money was normal to him. Qinji frowned slightly. This might be a big deal in other places, but in Sunset City, it was not a big deal. There are too many evil people in Sunset City, which is why everyone stays indoors at night. Once it is late at night, and everyone is asleep, if you appear alone on the streets of Sunset City, you will easily be targeted by people with bad intentions. Brother, are you from the underworld? Qinji asked curiously. Qinji's words stunned the other party. Are you also from the underworld? The other party looked at Qinji puzzledly and asked. My brother is not talented. People call him Little Phoenix. The police want him for 200,000 yuan. I have no choice but to hide here. Qinji bowed and said to the other party. After hearing Qinji's words, the other party also put his guard down. Since we are all brothers in the same business, could you please give me a favor and let me go, just as we are friends? I think I'm also a well-known person in the underworld. My name is also on the wanted list. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone to check it out. It's in Xiazhou Mountain. How about making friends? Zhou Shan bowed and said to Qinji, How much is the reward on your wanted poster? Qinji asked the other party curiously. Zhou Shan didn't quite understand why Qinji asked this. 480,000, any problem? But he didn't think much about it, and told Qinji the truth. Oh, it's only 480,000. Qinji nodded somewhat disappointedly. Just when Zhou Shan was wondering what Qinji meant. Suddenly, several rays shot out from the red light in front of him and attacked him. Boom! 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 Several consecutive explosions hit Zhou Shan, causing him serious injuries. What do you mean? Zhou Shan still doesn't understand what Qinji means. If you wanted to kill him, why didn't you do it earlier, and why did you say so much to him? It's nothing, I just want to know how much you are worth so I can get the reward. Qinji smiled slightly. Aren't you afraid that the police will arrest you too? Zhou Shan's face changed and he said angrily. Why are you arresting me? I am a young man with great ambitions who is about to realize his dreams. Do you really think I am a wanted criminal like you? Qinji said speechlessly. This wanted criminal is so stupid that he actually believes that he is a wanted criminal. Judging from his age, you can tell that his credibility is not high. Puff! Zhou Shan was so angry that he vomited blood, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Upon seeing this, Qinji pulled out his belt, tied up the man's hands and feet, then carried him to the police station. The commotion here naturally attracted many people with ulterior motives, but after seeing Qinji carrying a person whose life or death was unknown, all of them gave up their ideas. Although they are unforgivable villains, they are not fools. This situation is obviously not easy to deal with, so they will naturally not go up and give themselves up. Qinji took the man to the police station. At that time, there was only one female police officer on duty, and everyone else had gone off duty. Qinji's arrival immediately made the policewomen alert. Stop! Don't move! Put him down! Obviously, the other party thought Qinji was a bad guy. After all, everyone would be wary when Qinji carried a bloody person whose life or death was unknown into the police station. Don't get excited. My name is Qinji. I'm a student at Longton College. I'm a good person. This guy is a wanted criminal. If you don't believe me, check it out. Qinji hurriedly explained to the other party. The policewoman looked at Qinji with confusion. He walked carefully to the computer and entered Qinji's information to check. Sure enough, Qinji's photo was found, and the information was almost the same as what Qinji said. Seeing that Qinji was indeed a student of Longton College, the policewoman immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong with him? The policewoman asked Qinji in confusion. This guy wanted to rob me, but I found him. After I learned that he was a wanted criminal, I sent him to you. You don't have to thank me. Just don't forget to give me the reward money. Chinji smiled and said. Ah? The policewoman suddenly felt that what Chinji said was somewhat magical. Chinji looked at the other person's cute, confused look and shook his head, wanting to laugh. Are you not sure? Check if he is among the wanted criminals with a reward of 480,000 yuan. Chinji reminded the other party. The policewoman finally reacted and hurriedly searched the internal network for the wanted warrant. Is he really a wanted criminal? The policewoman was also a little surprised. See, I didn't lie to you, give me the reward money. Chinji stretched out his hand and said. The bounty needs to be applied for, so please register first. The policewoman said awkwardly. Okay. Chinji nodded. He knew that the reward money could not be given to him so easily. It's so late, why don't you wait here until dawn before leaving? It's very dangerous outside. The policewoman said to Chinji. Chinji nodded. After wasting so much time, the academy was probably closed. He couldn't go back, so he might as well stay here. Your police station lets you be on duty alone in the middle of the night? Chinji looked around the police station and asked the other party curiously. It is obviously not normal to have a girl on duty in such a large police station. There are too few people in the bureau. They have been working all night. If I am not on duty tonight, there will be no one left. The policewoman expressed helplessness. You have such a big police station, but you don't even have this little staff? Are you so short of staff now? Chinji looked curious. Well, the policewoman suddenly sighed and communicated with Chinji for a while. She also felt that Chinji was not a bad person, so she temporarily let down her guard. You should know the situation in Sunset City. Our police station has double-digit casualties every year. It's too dangerous to work here. The policewoman sighed. Although it was not stated explicitly, Chinji understood what the other party meant. Because of the heavy casualties, people from outside were unwilling to come here. Over time, fewer and fewer people came here to work, and the current situation has been formed. Chinji also instantly understood why there were so many evil people in Sunset City, and why they were so arrogant. This is bullying the police because they are short-handed and cannot catch them. How many people are there in your police station? Chinji frowned and asked the policewoman. The policewoman held up 3 fingers helplessly. 30? Chinji asked doubtfully. 3. Chinji was suddenly shocked. There are only 3 policemen in such a big city. That's really too few. No wonder they have a female police officer on night shift. There is really no one here. There were more than a dozen people there half a year ago, but later on, more and more people died, and some colleagues couldn't bear the pressure and resigned. The policewoman said softly with a hint of sadness. Chinji raised his eyebrows immediately. Then why don't you leave? Chinji looked at the policewoman in front of him curiously. She looked young and seemed to be in her early 20s. It was obvious that she had just started working. Chinji was somewhat impressed that he was able to stay under such pressure. I have no sympathy with evil. Chapter 43, Sun Yaoran with Ill Intentions. The policewoman suddenly stretched out her hand and said seriously. Well. Chinji almost laughed out loud at the other person's cute appearance. The two chatted all night, and Chinji didn't get up until dawn. It's dawn, and I have to go. Goodbye, Officer Lee. Chinji waved goodbye to the policewoman. During the chat, Chinji also learned the other party's name, Lee Cece. Goodbye, I'll contact you when the reward application comes through. Lee Cece smiled and waved to Chinji. After leaving the police station, Chinji returned directly to the college. Then he went to find Su Zhongdao. Sun Yaoran obviously intended to harm Su Zhongdao, and Chinji had the obligation to remind Su Zhongdao. Why are you here? What's up? Su Zhongdao saw Chinji and asked in confusion. Sun Yaoran might do something bad to you, so you better be careful recently. Chinji didn't waste any words and spoke directly to Su Zhongdao. Who is Sun Yaoran? Su Zhongdao was completely confused and had completely forgotten about Sun Yaoran. That's the 6th person you drove away during the 7-day survival. Chinji reminded Su Zhongdao speechlessly. Oh, him, anything else? Su Zhongdao suddenly realized and remembered that there was such a person. Then he asked Chinji calmly. No. Shinji shook his head. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Recently, they have been stimulated by you and Su Miao and are practicing hard. The courses will be temporarily suspended until their beasts have reached their growth stage. Don't fall behind in your practice either. Su Zhongdao seemed not to be worried at all about Sun Yaoran's affairs, and told Shinji not to delay his cultivation. By the way, if you're okay, take this thing to the Sunset City Police Station and give it to their chief. Su Zhongdao took out a sealed file bag and handed it to Shinji. What is this? Shinji looked confused because he had just returned from the police station. Why do you care so much? Just go when you are told to go. Stop talking nonsense. Su Zhongdao frowned in dissatisfaction and looked at Shinji. Okay. Shinji looked helpless. After all, Su Zhongdao was his mentor. He couldn't beat him, and he was afraid of being beaten if he scolded him, so he could only let him do what he wanted. Shinji came to the police station again. Li Sisi had just got off work and went back to rest. There were only 2 men in the police station at this time. Who are you? The only 2 police officers inside looked at Shinji with confusion as he walked in. Who is Director Xiao Jianhe? I have a document for you. Shinji looked at the 2 of them and asked. I'm Xiao Jianhe, who asked you to deliver it. Xiao Jianhe's square face frowned slightly, and he stared at Shinji with sharp eyes, as if he wanted to see through Shinji. Teacher Su Zhongdao from Longting College asked me to deliver it, Shinji said truthfully. There were so many casualties in the Sunset City Police Station. If he couldn't explain clearly, he would definitely be treated as a dangerous person and be controlled. When Xiao Jianhe heard that the document was sent by Su Zhongdao, he immediately relaxed. Envoy, bring the documents here, Xiao Jianhe said to another policeman. Yes. Yu Envoy nodded, took the document from Shinji, and handed it to Xiao Jianhe. Xiao Jianhe opened the file, looked at the contents, and a look of joy quickly appeared on his face. Then he solemnly put the file into the drawer. Are you Su Zhongdao's student? Xiao Jianhe looked at Shinji and asked with a smile. Shinji nodded. Okay, what's your strength now? Xiao Jianhe nodded and continued asking. Shinji looked at the other person strangely, not knowing why the other person asked this. Primary beast tamer, growth beast tamer. Shinji didn't think much about it. Could a policeman who worked hard for the country and protected the people's safety in such a dangerous place have any bad intentions? So Shinji had no doubts about the other party. Okay. Xiao Jianhe became even more satisfied when he heard about Shinji's strength and nodded frantically. A hero emerges young. Go back and tell Su Zhongdao that I am waiting for his good news, Xiao Jianhe said to Shinji with a smile. Shinji nodded. By the way, when will my bounty be paid? Shinji suddenly remembered something and turned around to ask Xiao Jianhe before leaving. What bounty? Xiao Jianhe looked puzzled. Director, before Li Sisi returned, she did tell him that a wanted criminal had been sent here, and she applied for a bounty for him. Yu Envoy was dealing with the wanted criminal at the time and explained in Xiao Jianhe's ear. Xiao Jianhe took the information from Yu Envoy's hand and took a look at it. Are you Shinji? Then he asked Shinji in confusion. Shinji nodded. Xiao Jianhe was even more satisfied with this. Your application will be approved soon, don't worry, you will be included, Xiao Jianhe said solemnly. Thank you, bye. Shinji's face lit up with joy. With someone at the director level paying attention to him, it is estimated that the reward money will be in his hands soon. After returning, Shinji conveyed the other party's words to Su Zhongdao verbatim. Okay, I understand. You go back. I will notify you after they advance. Su Zhongdao nodded, and then drove Shinji away. Shinji returned to the dormitory and just walked upstairs when he found Sun Yaoran standing at his door and wandering around. When he saw Shinji, Sun Yaoran's face suddenly lit up with joy. Shinji, you are finally back, Sun Yaoran said with a look of surprise. What are you doing? Shinji looked at Sun Yaoran puzzledly and asked. Brother Shinji, last time you said you were dissatisfied with Su Zhongdao, were you serious? Sun Yaoran looked around carefully, and after making sure that there was no one around, he confirmed with Chen Ji in a serious manner. What are you doing? Chen Ji's heart moved, and he pretended to look around carefully and asked in a low voice. I have a plan to remove Su Zhongdao and replace him with a better mentor. What do you think? Sun Yaoran smiled sinisterly and said in a low voice. What's the plan? Chen Ji thought to himself that, as expected, this Sun Yaoran was really going to do something bad to Su Zhongdao. However, he did not show any abnormality, but continued to test the other party's plan according to Sun Yaoran's words. It's very simple. You just need to lead Su Zhongdao to a hotel in Sunset City, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Sun Yaoran may not have completely trusted Chen Ji. He only let Chen Ji implement part of the plan, and did not tell him the whole plan. Chen Ji frowned immediately. You didn't even tell me the complete plan. If the plan fails, won't I be suspected by Su Zhongdao? How can I stay in the A-level class then? Chen Ji said, pretending to be dissatisfied. Don't worry, I can guarantee the success of the plan 100%. Even if it fails, it's okay. I have an uncle who is also a tutor at Longton College. He taught the B-level class last year. He was supposed to teach the A-level class this year, but Su Zhongdao snatched it away. I promise you, if you are expelled from the A-level class, I will ask my uncle to take you in, and the educational resources will definitely not be lower than those of the A-level class. Sun Yaoran said to Chen Ji with a smile on his face. My uncle said that as long as you can handle this matter well, he will cover all the resources before you advance to a high-level beastmaster. Seeing that Chen Ji was still hesitating, Sun Yaoran then offered tempting conditions and spoke temptingly. Really? Chen Ji's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked Sun Yaoran anxiously. Chapter 44 Honey Trap. Certainly. Seeing that Chen Ji was moved, Sun Yaoran immediately smiled and nodded. Okay. I'll help you. Chen Ji immediately nodded excitedly. Sun Yaoran's face lit up with joy when he saw this. At the same time, he felt disdain for Chen Ji. They are indeed lowly untouchables who can be bought off with just a tiny bit of profit. Sun Yaoran thought with disdain in his heart. The reason why Sun Yaoran wanted to bring down Su Zhongdao was, firstly, for revenge, and secondly, for his uncle. The most important point is that Qian Shijuan is now the monitor of Class B. He has no place in Class B and now he doesn't even dare to enter the class. The only way to resolve his current predicament is to get rid of Su Zhongdao and leave the A-level class without a tutor. This will allow his uncle to smoothly take over as the instructor of the A-level class. Thus, through his uncle's connections, he was transferred to the A-level class through the back door. This is a win-win result. After 3 days, no matter what method you use, take him to room 403 of the hotel. Sun Yaoran explained solemnly to Chen Ji. Why 3 days later? Chen Ji asked doubtfully. Because 3 days from now is the day for teacher selection. On that day, the title of outstanding teacher will be selected. This is also the best opportunity to ruin Su Zhongdao's reputation. This time, Sun Yaoran did not hide anything from Chen Ji and explained the reason directly. And from this conversation, Chen Ji also learned some information. Sun Yaoran might be trying to corrupt Su Zhongdao morally, not to resolve the issue by force, so there is no threat to Su Zhongdao's life. Chen Ji breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one is killed. I understand. I'll contact you in 3 days. Chen Ji nodded. 3 days passed in a flash. Just in case, Sun Yaoran has been observing Chen Ji during this period to prevent Chen Ji from tipping off Su Zhongdao before the plan. During these 3 days, Chen Ji did not contact Su Zhongdao, which made Sun Yaoran feel relieved. On the planned day, Chen Jitsai appeared outside Su Zhongdao's office. Sun Yaoran nodded with satisfaction. After that, he contacted his uncle directly and went to the hotel with him. Chen Ji then walked out of the office with Su Zhongdao and headed towards Sunset City. Soon, Chen Ji brought Su Zhongdao to the hotel. Go directly to the 4th floor, room 403. Teacher, please go in first. I'm going to the toilet. Chen Ji suddenly pretended to be in a hurry to pee and said to Su Zhongdao. Go ahead. Su Zhongdao waved his hand, then opened the door of room 403 and walked in. Sun Yaoran and his uncle Sun Shirtong, who were listening to everything next door, heard the conversation between the two but did not notice anything unusual. Follow the plan, Sun Shirtong said to Sun Yaoran. Sun Yaoran nodded and made a phone call immediately. It's ready, Sun Yaoran explained to the person on the other end of the phone. Not long after, a scantily clad woman appeared in the corridor, took out her room card, swiped open the door of room 403, and walked straight in. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Su Zhongdao sitting on the bed. Handsome guy, sorry for the wait. The woman smiled charmingly, walked to the bed and took off her coat skillfully. Su Zhongdao frowned, suddenly stood up, covered the woman's mouth and pressed her against the wall. Shh! Don't talk or I'll kill you! Su Zhongdao said to the woman warningly. The woman's eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at Su Zhongdao in horror, who had a ferocious look on his face. The client only told her to commit honey trap, but he didn't say that the target was such a vicious person who wanted to kill people if they disagreed with him. I'm letting you go now. Don't make any noise or I won't show mercy. If you understand, just blink. Su Zhongdao looked at the other person with murderous eyes and said. The woman blinked hurriedly, fearing that if she hesitated for a moment, something unexpected would happen. Only then did Su Zhongdao release his hand that was covering the woman's mouth, and wipe the saliva on his hand on the woman's clothes. The woman kept her mouth tightly shut, not daring to make any sound. Now I asked you a question, who asked you to come? Su Zhongdao asked the woman in a cold voice. I don't know. It was a boy, not very old, who gave me a lot of money to come over. The woman told the truth, but she didn't know the background of the person who bribed her. She just wanted to make money. What did he ask you to do? Su Zhongdao continued to ask. He told me to come in and seduce the people in the room. If you take the bait, send him a signal. If you don't take the bait, he will force you onto the bed and send him another signal. The woman said hesitantly. Su Zhongdao frowned slightly. What signal? Su Zhongdao asked again. This? The woman pulled out an old walkie-talkie, a very old one, but still usable. Press the intercom button without saying anything, and you will hear a buzzing sound from the intercom on the other end. This is the signal. Su Zhongdao understood immediately. Go in! Su Zhongdao suddenly pointed to the bathroom and asked the woman to go in by herself. Don't come out without my permission! Su Zhongdao said to the woman warningly. After locking the woman in the bathroom, Su Zhongdao took the walkie-talkie. He wanted to see what Sun Yaoran's plan was. If it was just a honey trap, it wouldn't be enough to put the blame on him. Then he pressed the button. Sun Yaoran from next door was leaning against the wall and eavesdropping, but he heard nothing. The soundproofing of this hotel is good, Sun Yaoran complained. At this moment, the walkie-talkie on the waist suddenly started buzzing. Uncle! Here I come! Sun Yaoran said to Sun Shirtong excitedly. Well, go ahead and make some noise, and leave the rest to me. Sun Shirtong nodded, then left the room and walked towards the next room. Sun Yaoran held his head high and chest puffed out, walked to the door of room 403, and kicked it hard. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the door was kicked open by Sun Yaoran. Who the hell seduced my wife? Sun Yaoran started cursing before he even saw anyone, just to relieve the resentment in his heart. Sun Yaoran quickly noticed Su Zhongdao sitting on the bed smoking a cigarette. The quilt behind him was bulging, as if there was someone hiding inside. Sun Yaoran was stunned for a moment. Su Zhongdao, is this so fast? He's already smoking a cigarette? Sun Yaoran laughed at Su Zhongdao in his heart. But then, anger appeared on his face. Great! Teacher Su, it's you! It's you who seduced my girlfriend! Sun Yaoran pointed at Su Zhongdao with an angry look on his face. Su Zhongdao looked at Sun Yaoran calmly, watching Sun Yaoran's performance quietly. You are a teacher! You actually seduced your student's girlfriend. Are you still qualified to be a teacher? Sun Yaoran continued to curse at Su Zhongdao. The sound spread throughout the corridor. On the other side of the corridor, Sun Shirtong was talking to a group of Education Bureau leaders. The sudden noise they heard here made them very confused. What's going on? Gao Fangjing, Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, looked in the direction of 403 in confusion. Sun Yaoran made quite a commotion, especially when he mentioned terms like teacher and student, which made them even more curious. Maybe it's a family conflict, nothing. Sun Shirtong clearly knew what was going on, but he pretended to be indifferent. No, someone just mentioned the teacher, let's go check it out. Gao Fangjing frowned and immediately walked towards room 403. Chapter 45, Being Flexible and Adaptable, Internship at the Company. Everyone soon arrived outside the door of room 403. Sun Shirtong looked inside and then showed a surprised expression. Sun Yaoran! Why are you here? Sun Shirtong asked Sun Yaoran and pretended surprise. Sun Yaoran looked back and immediately pretended to be aggrieved. Uncle! You have to make the decision for me. Su Zhongdao is unworthy of being a teacher. He actually seduced my girlfriend. Sun Yaoran said aggrievedly. Gao Fangjing frowned after listening to the conversation between the two. Looking into the room, I saw Su Zhongdao at a glance. Teacher Su? Gao Fangjing naturally knew Su Zhongdao. Although Su Zhongdao had never been selected as an outstanding teacher, that was because Su Zhongdao disdained to take the award. Because the way it is taught is completely different. But the students they teach are all genuine, they have learned real fighting skills and are experienced in combat, and every one of them is a hero. Therefore, Gao Fangjing was still deeply impressed by Su Zhongdao. You are? Gao Fangjing looked at Su Zhongdao with confusion, not understanding what was going on. At the same time, there is also some dissatisfaction. No matter how outstanding Su Zhongdao's teaching ability is, he cannot attack his student's girlfriend. This is disgraceful and morally problematic. Director Gao, as you can see. Su Zhongdao smiled, spread his hands and said. Seeing Su Zhongdao's fearless look, Gao Fangjing became even more dissatisfied. Su Zhongdao, as a teacher, you actually did such a despicable thing. Are you still worthy of being a teacher? Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Sun Shirtong immediately shouted at Su Zhongdao in a harsh voice. What's that vile thing? What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Su Zhongdao looked at Sun Shirtong with a puzzled look and asked. You're still pretending. Look how wrong my nephew is. Don't you know what you did? Sun Shirtong snorted coldly and pointed at Su Zhongdao's nose angrily. What did I do? Su Zhongdao looked at Sun Shirtong meaningfully and asked. Do you think we are blind? She is hiding under the quilt and thinks we can't see her? Yaoran, pull her out for me. Sun Shirtong immediately ordered Sun Yaoran to go up and lift the quilt behind Su Zhongdao. A smile appeared on Sun Yaoran's lips. He walked over, grabbed a corner of the quilt, and pulled it open. Su Zhongdao sat calmly on the bed, without making any move to stop him. However, what was under the quilt made Sun Yaoran's expression freeze. There were only 2 pillows on the bed, and there was no woman as he expected. How is it possible? Where are the people? Sun Yaoran looked shocked. The woman clearly sent him a signal. According to the plan, the woman should have been lying on the bed with her clothes disheveled. This is not right. Who is it? Su Zhongdao looked at Sun Yaoran puzzledly and asked. Sun Yaoran came back to his senses and looked at the teasing expression on Su Zhongdao's face, and his heart was suddenly shocked. No, maybe I made a mistake. Although Sun Yaoran didn't understand the current situation, he knew that if things continued to develop in this way, it would definitely be disadvantageous to them. You are right, she is the one you are looking for. Su Zhongdao chuckled, then walked to the bathroom door and opened it. The woman inside was standing there trembling with fear. When she saw Su Zhongdao, she was so frightened that her body trembled. I didn't make any sound. She was indeed frightened by Su Zhongdao's eyes and dared not make a sound inside. Sun Yaoran was stunned when he saw the woman. But Sun Shirtong was still quick to react. Humph! So you hid someone here. Yaoran, is this your girlfriend? Sun Shirtong winked at Sun Yaoran and asked. Sun Yaoran also reacted immediately. Yes. Su Zhongdao. You actually seduced my girlfriend. Are you still qualified to be a teacher? Sun Yaoran immediately questioned Su Zhongdao with an angry look on his face. Shut up! Su Zhongdao immediately snorted coldly. I have no interest in your excellent teacher selection, but if you dare to interfere with my teaching, don't blame me for being rude. Su Zhongdao looked at Sun Shitong warningly. He could see Sun Shitong's purpose at a glance. Director Gao, I think you already know what's going on. So there's no need for me to handle this, right? Su Zhongdao said to Gao Fangjing indifferently. Gao Fangjing frowned. After looking for a long time, I naturally saw some problems. Obviously, Sun Shitong wanted to frame Su Zhongdao, but was discovered by Su Zhongdao. Teacher Sun, I will report your behavior today truthfully. You have no hope of getting the teacher rating this year. Gao Fangjing said with a cold face, then turned and left. He didn't want to stay with someone like Sun Shitong, and he even disdained to associate with him. Director Gao, listen to my explanation. You should punish Su Zhongdao, not me. Sun Shitong hurriedly chased out and tried to explain to Gao Fangjing. However, how could Gao Fangjing believe Sun Shitong? Sun Shitong didn't know Su Zhongdao at all. If he really made a mistake that affected his teaching qualifications, I'm afraid no one present today would be able to walk out alive. He would never let the news spread. Su Zhongdao is such a ruthless person. In his eyes, human life and the life of the ants under his feet are the same. There is no difference at all. The only things Su Zhongdao cares about are his students. Sun Shitong was looking for trouble with Su Zhongdao, but he really picked the wrong person. After Sun Shitong and Gao Fangjing left, only Su Zhongdao and Sun Yaoran were left in room 403. Su Zhongdao looked at Sun Yaoran with a bad expression. Sun Yaoran fell to his knees with a thud. Teacher Su, I was wrong. Sun Yaoran is also a guy who can bend and stretch. When he saw that the situation was not right, he knelt on the ground and admitted his mistake without saying a word. Snort. Su Zhongdao didn't bother to even look at Sun Yaoran. He snorted coldly and turned away. After Su Zhongdao left, Sun Yaoran looked gloomy and looked up to see the woman in the bathroom. You bitch! You betrayed me! Sun Yaoran vented all his anger on the woman. The plan failed. Su Zhongdao was not able to be brought down, but his uncle was also investigated because of this. He could no longer go to the A-level class, and he had no place in the B-level class either. There was no place for him in the entire Longting Academy. But it is impossible to leave Longting Academy. After all, Longting Academy is one of the 4 major beast taming academies and is the top educational institution among the beast taming academies. So he could only settle for the next best thing and spend his time in the C-level class. Time flies. After a period of time, the beasts controlled by Ling Jun, Jiao Lan, Wang Fugitive and others all completed their evolution and reached the grown form. That day, Su Zhongdao gathered the 5 of them together again. You have all reached the growth stage now and have some combat power, but strength alone is not enough. The outside world is full of dangers. You need to adapt and gain combat experience. Su Zhongdao looked at the 5 people and said seriously. This is the internship unit I found for you. Go and report. Remember, follow the instructions and don't act on your own. Su Zhongdao took out his letter of recommendation and handed it to Qingji. Qingji looked down and saw that the address on the recommendation letter was Sunset City Police Station. Qingji was stunned. Chapter 46. A life-threatening job for a few $1,000s. Look up at Su Zhongdao. He immediately remembered the letter that Su Zhongdao had asked him to deliver to the police station a few days ago. So Su Zhongdao had been preparing the internship content for them a few days ago? Go ahead. Su Zhongdao then waved his hand and drove the 5 people out of his office. The 5 people looked at each other, and then took a look at the letter of recommendation in Qingji's hand. Police station? Are we going to be police officers? After seeing the address, the fat man said excitedly. You think too much. At most, we will assist you in completing the task and give you a title. It is not that easy for you to be a civil servant. Ling Jun said calmly. But I heard that the police in Sunset City have a hard time. The casualty rate is the highest in the Chinese region. Ling Jun was obviously more knowledgeable about this aspect and said with a frown. That's right, there are only 3 people in this police station. Qingji nodded helplessly. Ah? The fat man was suddenly shocked. There are even fewer people than us. What are we going to do? Who knows? We'll see when we get there. Qingji shook his head and understood what was going on when he got there. Under the leadership of Qingji, the 5 people quickly arrived at the Sunset City Police Station. This was not Shinji's first time here, so he found the place easily. As soon as he entered the door, Shinji saw Xiao Jianhe and Li Sisi working inside. Today might be Yuan's turn to have a day off, so he is not here during the day. Although Xiao Jianhe is the director, he does the same work as ordinary police officers. From the dusty handle of the director's office, it can be seen that Xiao Jianhe rarely stays in the office. "You're here." When Xiao Jianhe saw Shinji, he immediately smiled and greeted them warmly. Obviously knew they were coming. "Sit down, feel free, just treat it like your home," Xiao Jianhe said to them casually. Li Sisi was a little surprised when she saw Shinji. Why are you here?" Li Sisi chatted with Shinji for a whole night, so of course she became very familiar with Shinji. "The reward is still being applied for, it hasn't arrived yet, don't worry." Li Sisi thought Shinji was here to collect the bounty. "No, I'm here to report. Director Xiao, this is the recommendation letter from our mentor." Shinji looked at Li Sisi, smiled and shook his head, then handed the letter of recommendation to Xiao Jianhe. "Yeah, I know." Xiao Jianhe already knew about this, as Su Zhongdao had greeted him before. "They are all outstanding people. Good, very good. We are in need of manpower right now." Xiao Jianhe looked at Shinji and others and said with satisfaction. "Director Xiao, I wonder what our instructor wants us to do here?" Shinji asked Xiao Jianhe puzzledly. "Sit down and I will tell you slowly." Xiao Jianhe signaled Shinji not to be anxious and asked him to sit down, and then he began to explain. "Recently, there are many wanted criminals who have fled to Sunset City, more than 10 times more than before, and an unknown force has gathered them all together, making it extremely difficult for us to find clues. Moreover, every night these people will come out to commit crimes, and they are more arrogant than before, posing a huge security risk to the citizens of Sunset City." Xiao Jianhe said in a deep voice. "We are short of manpower and cannot spare the time to investigate this force. We are overwhelmed by the daily trivialities, so Su Zhongdao took the initiative to suggest that you come to assist us." Xiao Jianhe briefly explained the purpose of asking Shinji and others to come. "Does that mean we have to fight the criminals and investigate the relevant clues?" Shinji asked doubtfully. No. Xiao Jianhe shook his head. "Of course, we, the professionals, are the ones who need to investigate this kind of thing. Your mission is to catch the criminals we have investigated. I will give you their detailed locations and all kinds of information, and you go and catch them. It's that simple." Xiao Jianhe continued. Although Shinji and his team don't need to investigate, this kind of arrest mission is more dangerous than an investigation. They are facing extremely vicious criminals, not ordinary people. They are extremely vigilant and ruthless. They don't care about their casualties at all, so the degree of danger is the greatest. "Of course, if you are afraid, you can choose to quit. I will tell Su Zhongdao," Xiao Jianhe said lightly. "I can't guarantee your safety here, because casualties can happen every day. Every year, I send off dozens of colleagues. The chances of you dying here are very high, so the choice is up to you. You must be cautious," Xiao Jianhe said in a deep voice. His eyes were firm and serious, he was not joking at all. Even if someone chooses to quit now, he won't have any intention of laughing at them. Who wants to hang their head on their waist? The 5 people remained silent. No one spoke, and no one expressed their intention to withdraw. "Well, what are the benefits like?" The fat man suddenly raised his hand and asked. Xiao Jianhe was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You can go talk to Su Zhongdao about your salary. I can only give you auxiliary police treatment, and the salary is very low," Xiao Jianhe said helplessly. He had no choice. This was all the benefits he could get for Shinji and the others. Any more would not meet the standards. "Alas, we work so hard for only a few $1,000s a month. This old Su is really bad," the fat man whispered speechlessly. "If you regret it, you can leave at any time." Xiao Jianhe spoke seriously to the 5 people. "I'm here to gain experience. The more dangerous it is, the more helpful it will be for my growth." The taciturn Ling Jun suddenly spoke. "Me too, they're just a few criminals, I'm not afraid of them." Jiao Lan glanced at Ling Jun, then stood up and expressed his opinion. Su Miao remained silent, obviously agreeing. Chenji, what do you mean? Do you want to stay? Only the fat man was still hesitating. After hearing what Xiao Jianhe said about the danger, he did hesitate a little. He looked at Chenji and asked in a low voice. Chenji looked at the fat man speechlessly. I brought the letter and I brought you here too. Do you think it's appropriate for me not to stay? Chenji rolled his eyes at the fat man and didn't answer. The fat man was a little unsure of what Chenji meant. Well, if Chenji stays, I'll stay. The fat man had no choice but to express that he and Chenji were on the same front. He said this as if there was something going on between the two of them. Director Xiao, please tell us what tasks you have, and we will do our best to complete them. Chenji didn't bother to care about the fat man and spoke seriously to Xiao Jianhe. Good. Xiao Jianhe was very satisfied when he saw that all 5 people chose to stay. Cici, show them the information about the wanted criminal that you recently investigated. Xiao Jianhe said to Li Cici, who was standing beside him. Oh. Li Cici nodded quickly. Find the list of wanted criminals from the files. One of them is the guy who has been committing crimes frequently recently. They have already investigated this guy's background and know where he is hiding now, but they don't have the manpower and have not taken any action. Found it, this is him, Ding Jihu, from the old city. He was wanted for murdering a family of 5 after an argument with someone. He committed multiple crimes while on the run, including theft and robbery. He is a beastmaster, and the beastmaster he controls is currently a grown 3rd-level green-wing bat. Li Cici found Ding Jihu's information and told everyone. Chapter 47, Wanted Fugitive, Ding Jihu. Ding Jihu lives in a private house in the western suburbs. He rarely shows up during the day and only goes out at night. Li Cici told Chenji and the others all the information she had found. According to the latest news from Envoy Scouts yesterday, Ding Jihu is still there, and he is the only one there. You can investigate first and make sure it is safe before taking action. Xiao Jianhe gave instructions to Chenji and the others. No, wait for our good news. Su Miao spoke. Take Ding Jihu's information and head to the destination. Ling Jun frowned, looked at Chenji, and could only follow helplessly. It is indeed dangerous to act rashly now, but Su Miao's character is obviously not something they can persuade. Let's go over and take a look first. The group arrived at the western suburbs, where Ding Jihu was hiding in a house. From the outside, the doors and windows of the house were closed and the curtains were drawn, so nothing could be seen inside. That's it. Wait and see if the target is here, Chenji said in a deep voice. Su Miao originally planned to charge indirectly. After all, he was only at the 3rd stage of growth body, so he didn't need to be afraid of so many people. But if you think about it carefully, if there is no one inside, doing this would be like alerting the enemy. So Su Miao also calmed down and waited quietly for the target to show up. We should keep an eye on them separately, not in one place, as they will be too conspicuous. Chenji continued. It's hard not to arouse suspicion when they are together, so the best solution is to follow them separately. The 4 of them nodded. Chenji came to a noodle shop at the intersection, sat down and ordered a bowl of noodles. Ling Jun went to the supermarket, bought a pack of cigarettes, and squatted outside the supermarket to smoke. Su Miao and Jialan pretended to be best friends and sat and chatted in a park not far away. The fat man had nothing to do and was just walking around. After the 5 people watched for about half an hour, it was time for dinner, and the target appeared. A man in a baseball cap walked out of a house, looked around vigilantly at the door, then lowered the brim of his hat and walked towards the hidden alley. From the face exposed under the brim of the other person's hat, one can see that there is a clear scar under his left eye, which is exactly the characteristic of Ding Jihu. The target has appeared, follow it. Chenji immediately used the walkie-talkie provided by the police station to contact everyone. The 5 people immediately followed quietly from all directions. Chenji put the money down, stood up and followed Ding Jihu. Without any hesitation, Ding Jihu walked straight into an alley, then quickened his pace, turned around and disappeared around the corner. Chenji was startled and quickly quickened his pace to chase after him. Just as Chenji reached the corner, Ding Jihu, who was hiding in the corner, kicked him. Chenji was kicked out by the opponent. Ding Jihu took a step forward and chased to the fallen Chenji. He flipped his right hand and a dagger flashing with cold light appeared. He stabbed Qinji in the chest without hesitation. Qinji's eyes suddenly widened, and a chill rose in his heart. Roar! Just when Qinji thought he was about to meet with an accident, a dragon roar was heard, causing Ding Jihu's movements to suddenly freeze. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qinji quickly rolled on the ground and escaped from the opponent's knife. Ding Jihu came back to his senses and looked at the 5 young men around him whose hair had not even grown back, his face cold. Why are you following me? Who asked you to come? Ding Jihu questioned them coldly. Although he had no intention of letting these guys leave alive, he also wanted to know who was behind this. Ding Jihu, from the old city, right? Qinji asked calmly, and finally confirmed once again that this man was the Ding Jihu they were looking for. You know so much about me, did Brother Long ask you to come? I told you, I'm used to my freedom, I don't like others telling me what to do. Ding Jihu showed a look of understanding. He had obviously misunderstood and regarded Qinji and others as people from another force. Qinji's heart suddenly moved. He still remembered that Xiao Jianhe said that a mysterious force was gathering the criminals in Sunset City, and perhaps he could get some information from Ding Jihu. Brother Long said that you don't know what's good for you, so we have no choice but to invite you. Qinji spoke hurriedly, to prevent Su Miao and the others from saying the wrong thing. As soon as Qinji said this, they knew what he was going to do, and they all wisely shut their mouths. You guys are still too young. However, how could a wicked man like Ding Jihu talk nicely to Qinji and others? He would start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Green-winged bat! With a wave of his hand, a giant green bat about 1 meter tall appeared. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth and released an invisible sound wave. Su Miao and his fellow beastmen all had painful expressions on their faces, as if they were in great pain. Only Qinji Xiaohong was not affected. Qinji's heart immediately moved and he looked at the other party's beast. Exotic beast, green-winged bat. Growth body level 3. Attributes Dark Earth. Skills Ultrasonic Wave, Magic Shadow Bullet. Ultrasonic Wave, release ultrasonic waves to exert pressure on surrounding beasts. Beasts above level 2 are immune to this. Magic Shadow Bullet, Dark Ability Attack. Qinji immediately understood why Xiaohong was not affected. Xiaohong was now at the level of a fantasy beast, 2 levels higher than an alien beast. The pressure caused by the ultrasonic wave had no effect on Xiaohong at all. Xiaohong! Go! Without saying anything, Qinji signaled Xiaohong to go forward and attack the other party. Xiaohong received Qinji's order and quickly flew towards Ding Jihu. The mosquito swarm gradually grew larger, as it kept splitting into clones along the way, from just 1 to hundreds of mosquitoes in the blink of an eye. Ding Jihu was shocked when he saw that ultrasound was useless on Xiaohong. Impossible! Ding Jihu couldn't believe this result, because the only way to be immune to ultrasound is to be 2 levels higher than the green-winged bat. If it is 2 levels higher than the green-winged bat, it must be at least at the level of a mythical beast. How could these guys possibly possess a beast tamer of the fantasy beast level? Magic Shadow Bullet! But Ding Jihu did not forget to control the beast to fight back. Although he had some doubts about Qinji's beast control, he would not delay the battle at hand. The green-winged bat opened its mouth, and a dark energy ball formed in its mouth, which it then spat out at the attacking swarm of mosquitoes. Boom! The magic shadow bullet hit the mosquito swarm and exploded immediately. Ding Jihu immediately showed a mocking expression on his face. Young men, you are still too naive. You think you can defeat me with just your small number of men? You are dreaming. Ding Jihu sneered and looked down on these young people. After all, considering their age, he didn't think such a young guy could be his opponent. These 2 girls are great. Consider them as gifts from your brother Long. Thank him for me. Then Ding Jihu looked at Jiao Lan and Su Miao and said with a wicked smile. Shameless LSP, thank you for nothing, let's just go back and accept the investigation. Qinji's calm voice came. Then, a black shadow suddenly flashed across the place where the mosquito swarm exploded, and rushed towards the green-winged bat rapidly. Chapter 48 First Murder. Ding Jihu was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, the black shadow had already rushed towards the green-winged bat. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a terrifying power directly blew the green-winged bat into pieces. Dealing with the fugitive is not like sparring in school. Shinji did not hold back at all and used all his strength without hesitation. The green-winged bat was only an exotic beast, and its attributes were originally lower than those of its peers. Of course, it could not withstand the simultaneous explosion of hundreds of little reds, and was blown to pieces in an instant. Puff! The death of the beastmaster also brought backlash to Dingjihu, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as he opened his mouth. How is this possible? Dingjihu was horrified and could not accept this result at all. The situation changed so quickly that he didn't have time to react. Let's go together! Catch him! After the green-winged bat was blown to death, Leng Jun and his men's beasts returned to normal. Seeing Dingjihu's appearance, he immediately called out and rushed towards him, intending to capture him alive. Dingjihu looked at the people who were besieging him with a gloomy face. He moved his hand slightly, and quietly made a gesture to summon the beast. However, his little action was seen by Shinji, and his face changed immediately. Be careful! Don't go over there! Shinji hurriedly reminded everyone. Ling Jun and the others' expressions changed, and they immediately stopped when they heard Shinji's voice. Ever since Sumiao was injured last time, they have begun to learn to trust each other. This time, after hearing Shinji's reminder, they chose to believe it without hesitation. Boom! Just as the four of them stopped, a flying bird with flames burning all over its body suddenly appeared in front of Dingjihu. Soul Beast Flame Bird. Growth Body First Stage. Attribute Fire. Skills Fire Breathing, Flame Charge. When everyone saw Dingjihu summon another beast, they were shocked. I didn't expect he had a beastmaster. He is a mid-level beastmaster, be careful! Shinji looked solemn. It was obvious that Dingjihu was an intermediate beastmaster and had two beasts under his control. Although the death of the green-winged bat dealt a heavy blow to Dingjihu, his other beast was not affected and still had the ability to fight. I want you all dead! When had Dingjihu ever suffered such humiliation? He was beaten like this by a group of unknown guys and lost a beast. How could he not be angry? Dingjihu roared immediately. The flamingo seemed to sense its master's anger, and immediately let out a long cry to the sky. Chirp! Then it spread its wings and flew towards Su Miao, who was nearest to it. It opened its beak and a stream of scorching flames spurted out, directly attacking Su Miao. Su Miao was suddenly shocked. He hurriedly signaled the ice heart bird to come over and resist. The ice heart bird spread its wings and several ice spikes appeared, attacking the flame bird's flames. But the effect was minimal. After the ice spikes encountered the flames, they quickly melted into water and fell to the ground, only weakening the opponent's delay a little. Fire overcomes ice. When facing a beast of the same level and grade with attributes that restrain it, the ice heart bird is obviously no match for the opponent. Without the resistance of the ice spikes, the flames sprayed straight towards Su Miao's face. If attacked by flames, Su Miao's perfect face would probably be disfigured on the spot. Soul Mirror Shield! Just when everyone had no time to support Su Miao, Jialan, who was with Su Miao, suddenly shouted in a low voice, and the sickle weasel spirit beside him immediately floated up and cast a layer of black light on Su Miao. Call! Then the arrow sprayed onto Su Miao without any hindrance. Amid everyone's surprised gazes, Su Miao was not only fine, but instead a beam of flame was reflected from his body and attacked the flame bird along the same path. The flame bird was caught off guard and hit by the incoming flames, which immediately knocked it back several meters. Chirp! The flame bird stabilized its body in a panic and let out a long howl of dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Dingjihu calmed down a little. He felt that these guys were no ordinary people. They could block the attack of his grown-up beast and even counterattack to injure the flame bird. The one who controlled the mosquito just now was even more terrifying, and the green-winged bat that was able to kill him in one move was obviously quite powerful. Facing 5 opponents who were no weaker than him, Dingjihu felt nervous for the first time. The thought of giving up has already arisen in my heart. Then he quietly retreated, intending to take the opportunity to escape. He's trying to run! Don't let him run away! Shinji was staring at Dingjihu from behind, so this little movement naturally did not escape his eyes. Seeing that his purpose had been discovered, Ding Jihu no longer hesitated and turned around and ran. At his signal, the flame bird also charged towards Ling Jun and his men. The flames on the flame bird suddenly became stronger, and then it rushed forward. Wherever he passed, flames on his body fell from the sky, leaving a long trail of fire on the ground. Ling Jun and his men were frightened by the flamebird's flaming charge and hurriedly dodged. However, Ding Jihu's purpose was not to kill them, but to delay time and take this opportunity to escape. "Fatty! Stop him!" Qinji frowned and hurriedly greeted the fat man on the other side. At this time, the fat man was the closest to Ding Jihu, and the cannon boar had the ability to fly, so there was still a chance to catch up with the other party. "Leave it to me!" The fat man smiled and said confidently. "Pig! Collapse the mountain!" The fat man immediately shouted to the cannon boar. Then the wild boar flapped its huge ears and slowly flew up. The pig suddenly stomped its hind legs on the ground, and the whole pig suddenly soared into the sky, reaching a height of more than 10 meters, and then rushed rapidly towards Ding Jihu on the ground. Ding Jihu, who was fleeing, only felt a shadow coming over his head. When he looked up, his eyes suddenly widened. A huge but fell from the sky and headed straight for his head. Bang! The cannon boar sat on Ding Jihu. Ding Jihu was knocked to the ground, his eyes bulging, blood gushing out of his 7 orifices, and fragments of his internal organs spurting out of his mouth along with blood. Then his neck went limp and he fell to the ground, motionless. Qinji, Su Miao and others rushed over. I put my finger in front of Ding Jihu's nose and found that he was no longer alive. Dead. Qinji looked at the fat man speechlessly. Dead? The fat man swallowed, feeling a little guilty. He didn't expect to smash the opponent to death, he just wanted to test the skills of the cannon boar after it was advanced. The others also had strange expressions and fell silent for a while. This was their first time killing someone, and also the first time they saw someone die in such a tragic way. They still felt a little uncomfortable. Even Qinji, who had lived 2 lives, felt his heart pounding. "He's dead, he deserves it. His death will save more innocent people," Qinji said in a deep voice. I don't know whether he was persuading himself or Su Miao and the others. "You will have this day sooner or later, just relax, it will be fine in a few days," Ling Jun said calmly. Among the 5 people, only Ling Jun was the most indifferent one. "You talk as if you've been there." Qinji looked at Ling Jun speechlessly. However, thanks to Ling Jun's pretense, everyone felt a little better. Qinji then contacted Xiao Jianhe and asked him to notify the relevant departments to deal with the body. Chapter 49 Desensitization Therapy. Great! As expected of someone recommended by Su Zhongdao, he captured a wanted criminal so quickly. Back at the police station, Xiao Jianhe looked at the 5 people excitedly and said. But Qinji and his companions seemed listless. Xiao Jianhe was slightly stunned, but soon figured out what was going on. "I understand how you feel now, but this is a lesson you will have to go through sooner or later. The sooner you accept it, the sooner you can get used to it." Xiao Jianhe understood that it was the first time for each of the 5 people to kill someone. The feeling of watching their own kind die in front of them was indescribable. Those with weak minds may even suffer psychological trauma from this. "You must know that this man is a criminal. If he is not brought to justice, more innocent people will be harmed by him. By killing him, you are eliminating harm for the people and indirectly saving many innocent people." Xiao Jianhe provided psychological counseling for them with a serious look on his face. However, their current mood cannot be relieved by just a few words. Xiao Jianhe also understood, as he had been through it all before. If they want to get out of this, they have to rely on themselves. "In fact, the first time I killed someone, I was even more embarrassed than you guys." Xiao Jianhe suddenly smiled and said. This immediately aroused the curiosity of Qinji and others. "Not only me, but also Su Zhongdao." Seeing that Qinji and the others had reacted, Xiao Jianhe continued speaking. "We were comrades in arms at the time. We were all freshly graduated recruits. Because the front line was in urgent need, we went to the battlefield after receiving simple training. Not only do we have to kill people, We also have to watch our comrades fall one by one. That was the first time we felt death and knew how fragile life is. After the battle, there were only 3 of us left in our class. When we saw the bodies scattered all over the ground, we all vomited without exception. It's not because of nausea, but the trembling from the bottom of my heart, that is the fear for life. Xiao Jianhe looked at the 5 people seriously and spoke slowly. I say this not to tell you how terrible death is or how fragile life is, but to let you know that if you don't overcome the fear in your heart, you may be the one lying on the ground in the future. Xiao Jianhe said in a deep voice. Xiao Jianhe's words moved the 5 people slightly. But they didn't say much. It would take time for them to feel the shadow of death, and it would not be possible to recover in a short time. Go back, the mission is temporarily suspended. Come back when you are ready. Xiao Jianhe sighed and waved at the 5 people. The 5 people left the police station with stiff expressions and returned to the academy. No one spoke along the way. Even the fat guy who talks the most is silent. Everyone returned to their dormitories, and no one took the initiative to bring up what happened today. Qinji also felt a little uncomfortable. That night, Qinji lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. As soon as he closed his eyes, he saw the tragic sight of Ding Jihu being crushed into a meat pie. When Qinji finally fell asleep, he dreamed of Ding Jihu coming to take his life. Wipe! Qinji woke up with a start, cursed inwardly, and threw the pillow away in anger. What the hell? I've lived 2 lives as a human being, and I'm still frightened by a dead person? Qinji was very dissatisfied with his own psychological endurance. No! I don't believe it! Come out and kill me if you have the guts! Qinji angrily rolled out of bed, put on his clothes, left the academy and headed for the police station. Sunset City was not safe late at night, but Qinji couldn't care less. If he doesn't deal with this weakness, he won't be able to sleep well at night, and he will have nightmares as soon as he falls asleep. It would be better not to sleep at all. Fortunately, Qinji did not encounter any accidents along the way and arrived at the police station safely. In the police station, Li Sisi was on duty. That's right, Li Sisi is on night shift again today. Why are you here? Li Sisi asked in surprise when she saw Qinji. He knew that Qinji and his team had killed a wanted criminal during the day. It was their first time killing someone, so they were under some psychological pressure. The director asked them to go back and rest for a few days, but he didn't expect Qinji to come back so soon. Take me to see Ding Jihu's body. Qinji got straight to the point without saying anything. Ah? Li Sisi was immediately confused. Why are you looking at him? You are not allowed to look at the bodies of criminal suspects casually, Li Sisi said speechlessly. For the sake of our familiarity, please let me take a look. Just for one night. I can't sleep if I don't watch it. Qinji asked Li Sisi humbly. It's just that the tone caused Li Sisi to misunderstand. You are not necrophiliac? Li Sisi looked at Qinji with a strange expression. What does it mean that you can't sleep without seeing him? Looking at a corpse before sleeping? This is too freaking perverted. It's not Li Sisi's fault that he had distorted thoughts. It was really that Qinji's words were ambiguous. What is that? Qinji was speechless. Li Sisi's imagination was too strong. As soon as I fell asleep, I dreamed that Ding Jihu was looking for me to kill me. I wanted to overcome it. Let me stay with Ding Jihu's corpse for one night. Once I get used to it, I won't be afraid anymore. Qinji told Li Sisi truthfully. Ah? Li Sisi didn't expect Qinji's purpose to be this, but this also made her feel that Qinji was quite perverted. Because of fear, you want to stay with the thing you fear. Is this something a normal person can do? Qinji's idea was simple. Wasn't he afraid of the dead, afraid of Ding Jihu's ghost? Then he would stay with Ding Jihu's body and let his body slowly adapt to the feeling of fear until he developed a habit. This is commonly known as desensitization therapy. He just didn't believe it. What could a dead man do to him? Okay, but you can't move around. Don't touch Ding Jihu's body, otherwise I won't be able to explain myself. Li Sisi had no choice but to agree to Qinji's request. Although this is against the regulations, there are only 3 of them in the entire police station, and Qinjita is not an outsider. He is an external employee of their police station and is also half an internal member. Even if Xiao Jianhe knew about it, he would not say anything. Qinji nodded, and immediately went to the morgue under the leadership of Li Sisi. There are square iron boxes against the wall. Li Sisi came to one of the iron boxes and pulled it out with force. There was a corpse lying on it, covered with a white cloth. Li Sisi lifted the white cloth and found Ding Jihu's body. Qinji looked at Ding Jihu's pale face, and the fear of death rose in his heart again. Okay, go out, I'll stay here. Qinji suppressed the discomfort in his heart and spoke to Li Sisi. Then be careful. Li Sisi nodded and immediately left the morgue, leaving Qinji alone here. With all the corpses in the morgue, Qinji looked at Ding Jihu's body and then took a deep breath. Then he walked to the other iron boxes and pulled out the other bodies. Qinji was the only living person in the entire room. Qinji instantly felt the temperature around him drop a lot, and a chill rushed to the back of his head. I just don't believe he can't be overcome. Qinji snorted coldly, sat on the spirit bed next to Ding Jihu and stared at Ding Jihu's body. Chapter 50. Give me a scare. The next morning, Xiao Jianhe and Yu Anhua came to work. Sisi, good morning, go back and rest early. Xiao Jianhe greeted Li Sisi and signaled her that she could go home and rest after get off work. After all, there are only 3 of them, and they need to take turns to rest and maintain their energy. Morning. Li Sisi nodded to Xiao Jianhe and looked in the direction of the morgue with some hesitation. Qinji hasn't come out yet. But Xiao Jianhe had already arrived, and she felt a little guilty. Xiao Jianhe's eyes were so sharp that he immediately noticed Li Sisi's abnormality. Following Li Sisi's gaze, he glanced at the morgue. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Xiao Jianhe asked Li Sisi puzzledly. Chief, Qinji is in there. Li Sisi lowered her head guiltily. She knew she couldn't hide it from Xiao Jianhe, so she simply acknowledged Qinji's existence and pointed in the direction of the morgue. What is he doing in the morgue? Xiao Jianhe was stunned for a moment, then frowned and asked. He wanted to overcome his fear of death and stay with Ding Jihu's body. Li Sisi said truthfully. What? Xiao Jianhe was stunned. This kid, he actually thought of this. Xiao Jianhe was surprised, but he didn't expect Qinji to use this method to overcome his fear. But for some individuals, it is still quite effective. But first of all, people who can use this method must be mentally prepared, just like Qinji. Actively using this method means that he has passed the psychological test, and what he needs to overcome is the physiological reaction of his body. This physiological reaction can be overcome as long as you get used to it. Qinji's desensitization treatment is very effective. Xiao Jianhe then walked to the morgue, pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as Xiao Jianhe walked in, he saw Qinji sleeping soundly on Ding Jihu's body. Xiao Jianhe was stunned for a moment, then started laughing. He knew that Qinji had passed the test and had overcome his fear of death. When he saw Qinji's appearance, he thought of the scene when he and Su Zhongdao were new recruits. He had not finished telling the story he had told Qinji and the others before, and there was also a sequel. After the battle, he and Su Zhongdao hid in a sea of corpses and blood for 3 days and 3 nights to avoid the enemy's search. They went from fear to numbness, and that was when they began to transform. Kid, wake up. Xiao Jianhe walked over and gently patted Qinji's shoulder to wake him up. Qinji woke up in a daze. Then he looked around in confusion. What sweet dream did you have? Xiao Jianhe asked Qinji with a smile. Sweet dream? Qinji thought about it in confusion, recalling the content of his dream just now. He glanced at Ding Jihu in front of him. What a sweet dream, more like a nightmare. I dreamed that this guy turned into a ghost and wanted to kill me, and I beat him up. Qinji pointed at Ding Jihu and said, Okay, it's daybreak, go back to sleep if you want. Xiao Jianhe smiled helplessly and shook his head. Qinji had truly overcome his fear completely, and was not even afraid if the person he had just killed appeared in his dream. Oh. Qinji nodded. He had slept so late, and really needed to go back and catch up on some sleep. After returning to the dormitory, Qinji had just laid down for a short while when he heard a hurried knock on the door. Qinji! Are you awake? Wang Fugier shouted hurriedly outside. What are you doing? I just fell asleep. Qinji opened the door speechlessly and said to Wang Fugier, who had dark circles under his eyes. How can you still sleep? I didn't sleep all night. Damn it. As soon as I closed my eyes, that Ding Jihu appeared. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep at all. Wang Fugier obviously had the same distress as Qinji and was haunted by nightmares all night long. You can't sleep, so you come to disturb me? I just want to catch up on some sleep, and you keep knocking on the door. Get out of here! Qinji said speechlessly. Qinji, didn't you have a nightmare? The fat man looked at Qinji's sleepy face and asked with a puzzled look. What kind of nightmare was that? It was just Ding Jihu. I beat him up in my dream and he didn't dare to come anymore. Qinji said calmly. What? The fat man was stunned. How did you do that? Teach me. The fat man immediately asked Qinji in a learning manner. He didn't want to continue to be tortured by nightmares. It's simple. Go to the police morgue before Ding Jihu's body is cremated and sleep with his body for a night. Then you will succeed. Qinji smiled and said. Ah? The fat man looked at Qinji in disbelief. Sleeping with a corpse in his arms? How could he sleep like that? He had nightmares even when Ding Jihu was not around, let alone looking at Ding Jihu's corpse. How could he possibly sleep? Qinji, no! Brother Chun! Don't play tricks on me. How did you do it? Teach me. The fat man naturally didn't believe it, and asked Qinji with a bitter face. I'm telling the truth, believe it or not, and don't bother me anymore, or don't blame me for being rude. Qinji said to Wang Fugier in a warning tone, then he closed the door, ignored the fat man, and went back to bed to continue sleeping soundly. Wang Fugier scratched his head in confusion. Is this true or false? Although Wang Fugier felt that Qinji's words seemed to be a joke to him, he also felt that they were somewhat credible, and he was a little conflicted for a moment. Forget it, let's go and take a look first. Wang Fugier had no choice but to give it a try and see what would happen. After arriving at the police station and questioning Xiao Jianhe, we learned that Qinji had indeed stayed in the morgue for a whole night. This made Wang Fugier believe Qinji's words even more. I want to sleep with Ding Jihu too. Wang Fugier immediately spoke loudly to Xiao Jianhe. Xiao Jianhe was stunned. Did you listen to Qinji's lies? This method may not be suitable for everyone. Are you sure? Xiao Jianhe looked at Wang Fugier with a strange expression and said, Sure. I don't want to have nightmares anymore. I'd rather die early and be reborn. Who cares? Wang Fugier has full confidence in Qinji. As long as Qinji can do it, he can definitely do it too. Okay. Xiao Jianhe looked helpless, but since Wang Fugier had asked, he naturally had to help. It was just a piece of cake. After getting used to it for a whole day, Wang Fugier actually fell asleep on Ding Jihu in the afternoon. When he woke up again, he suddenly saw Ding Jihu's miserable face. He was immediately frightened and slapped him subconsciously. Fuck you! You scared me! Wang Fugier gave Ding Jihu a loud slap in the face. Don't insult the corpse! Xiao Jianhe, who was standing by, angrily shouted at Wang Fugier. Sorry, I just woke up and this was a subconscious reaction. Wang Fugier apologized to Xiao Jianhe embarrassedly. Okay, let's go back now. Xiao Jianhe waved his hand speechlessly, wishing he could drive Wang Fugier away quickly. Just when Wang Fugier was about to leave, 3 figures appeared at the door of the police station again. Chapter 51 Investigation Mission. Su Miao? Leng Jun? Jia Lan? Fatty Wang looked at the 3 people with surprise. Why are you here? Fatty Wang asked the 3 people curiously. Qinji said that sleeping with Ding Jihu can help us overcome our fear of him. Let's give it a try. Su Miao said lightly. Let me make it clear first, I'm not afraid of him, you guys forced me to come here. Leng Jun said helplessly. His arm was tightly held by Jia Lan, and it was obvious that Jia Lan had brought him here by force. It really works. I am better now and I sleep soundly. Fatty Wang said with a smile. This made Su Miao and others more convinced that Qinji's method was effective. Then, the three of them entered the morgue together under Xiao Jianhe's speechless expression, surrounded Ding Jihu's body, and stared at him. Seeing this, Xiao Jianhe shook his head speechlessly. These guys are really worrying. Xiao Jianhe never said such a thing. It would be strange if the whole team used the same method and it worked. This only shows that these guys are the same type of people. They have already overcome the fear of death in their hearts, but their bodies have not yet gotten used to the physiological reactions. Therefore, this method is effective for all of them. After one night, all 5 of them overcame their fears. Back to work. By the way, Ding Jihu mentioned a brother long before, who seemed to be related to that mysterious organization. This brother Long wanted to win over Ding Jihu, but Ding Jihu didn't agree. After Qinji returned to the police station, he relaxed and thought about some information he had received from Ding Jihu before. Well, we have checked this brother Long. On the surface, he is the owner of a bar. His information is very clean and he has never committed any serious crimes. He is completely different from those wanted criminals. However, there are many wanted criminals working in his bar. We have arrested people in his bar before, but we did not find any suspicious clues about Brother Long. Xiao Jianhe nodded. He obviously knew some information about this Brother Long. This time I plan to let you check this Brother Long. Xiao Jianhe continued. Cici and I are very familiar with their faces. As soon as we showed up, they knew we were the police. Before we could get there, the clues were hidden by them. So I plan to have you go to his territory and see if you can find the real information about this Brother Long. Xiao Jianhe said seriously. And he broke the rule that did not allow Qingji and others to participate in the investigation, because only Qingji and others were suitable for this investigation task. If Yuanhua and Li Sisi were to take part in it, they would not be able to find any clues at all. Qingji and his friends were unfamiliar faces, so no matter what identity they pretended to be, it would not be easy for the other party to notice them. Okay, we'll try our best. Qingji nodded. He didn't dare to brag. They were all novices in this area of investigation and couldn't make any bold claims that they would definitely complete the task. They could only try their best to investigate, and whatever they could gain depended entirely on fate. Hey! Then Xiao Jianhe threw a pile of colorful clothes to Qingji and the others. What's this? Qingji and the others asked in confusion. Change your clothes. You don't look like gangsters at all. Wouldn't it attract attention if you go to a bar? Xiao Jianhe explained. Oh. Qingji nodded. Looking at their attire, jeans and white t-shirts, they were indeed very ordinary, and it was obvious that they were college students. Each of the 5 people immediately picked out a suitable set of clothes to change into. Qingji changed into a pair of cropped trousers, wore a pair of loafers, and put on a floral shirt. Dressed like a spirited young man. The fat guy was wearing a loose hip-hop style shirt and wide jeans with several metal chains hanging on them. Ling Jun looked relatively normal, his sweatpants and tight vest showing off his well-defined muscles. Looks like a thug. Where are Su Miao and the others? Qingji asked doubtfully. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. As soon as Qingji finished speaking, Li Sisi came out from another room with 2 people. Jiao Lan and Su Miao looked embarrassed and came in front of the crowd embarrassedly. Jiao Lan was wearing shorts, a pair of flat sneakers, a pair of black stockings on her slender legs, and a black vest, which perfectly showed off her figure. Qingji's eyes fell on Jiao Lan's head and he almost burst out laughing. I don't know when Jiao Lan's hair turned pink, and the pink hair looked out of place. A typical little gangster look. Jiao Lan, you, ha ha ha. The fat man couldn't help laughing immediately. Jiao Lan was so angry that his face turned blue. What are you laughing at? You are not much better than me, Jiao Lan said dissatisfiedly. Everyone laughed for a while, and then their eyes fell on Su Miao. Everyone was immediately amazed. Compared with Jiao Lan, Su Miao's style is relatively conservative. Su Miao couldn't accept being too exposed, so she just wore a pair of tight jeans. However, there were too many holes in the jeans, and there was even a hole under her buttocks. She wasn't much better than Jiao Lan. The top was a simple t-shirt, and her hair remained the same, except that it was let down and had a few colorful strands. Now I look a bit like a gangster, but I still feel like something is missing, Xiao Jianhe held his chin with his hand, looked at the 5 people, and said with a frown. Then his eyes fell on Ling Jun's hard muscles, and he quickly realized what was missing. I know! Sisi, put something on them. Xiao Jianhe immediately gave instructions to Li Sisi. Li Sisi also understood instantly and brought Qinji and the others back to the room. After a while, several people came out of the room again. This time it looks completely new, with some patterns added to everyone's exposed skin. Qinji has an entire arm covered in tattoos on his right arm. There is also a big rose tattoo on Xiaolan's right leg, under her stockings. There was an extra butterfly on Su Miao's neck and an extra earring on her ear. The most outrageous one is Ling Jun, who perfectly interprets what it means to have a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, with his body covered with tattoos. Their appearance now is no different from those thugs out there, and is even more outrageous. That's enough now. No one should suspect you if you show up in the bar. Xiao Jianhe looked at the 5 people with satisfaction and nodded. Okay, when you get there, don't worry about anything else, just have fun and treat yourself as a real consumer. But don't forget your purpose. Find an opportunity to investigate Brother Long. Remember to be flexible, and safety is the most important thing. Xiao Jianhe explained to the 5 people. Yes. The 5 people nodded. After it got dark, Qinji and his 4 companions appeared near the night Paris bar. The 5 of them walked straight towards the bar door. But as soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by a tall and strong bald man. Qinji's face immediately turned cold, and he looked at the other party unkindly. What do you mean? Chapter 52, Right and Wrong Come to Your Door. Entrance Fee. The bald man took out the payment code and said lightly. Qinji raised his eyebrows, snorted coldly, then took out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay. Damn it, I've never seen a bar that charges admission. After paying the money, Qinji complained in front of the bald man without any hesitation. This way he wanted to establish his image as a fearless gangster. The bald man just glanced at Qinji indifferently, and turned his head away, not caring about Qinji's complaints at all. He has seen many fearless hooligans like this. Don't be fooled by their arrogant words. When they really meet a tough guy, they run faster than the other. In the bald man's eyes, Qinji and his companions were all jokes. As they walked into the bar, heavy metal music like noise immediately rushed into their ears. Qinji and others frowned immediately. None of them had been to a place like this before, so they felt a little uncomfortable the first time they came. But they still suppressed their discomfort and pretended to be used to it. The 5 of them swayed their bodies and came to the bar. Cappuccino, please. Qinji sat down at the bar and spoke to the bartender. Sir, this is a bar. Qinji's words immediately confused the bartender. He had been working in the bar for so many years, but this was the first time he saw someone ordering a cappuccino in the bar. Of course I know this is a bar. How can I order if you don't tell me what you have here? Qinji said with an impatient look on his face. Do you prefer something stronger or softer? The bartender immediately realized that this was the first time for these people to come here, and asked Qinji and others. Of course it's strong. We are 3-year-olds? Who would drink something like plain water? The fat man echoed impatiently. Hold on. Seeing how angry they were, the bartender stopped asking questions and went back to making cocktails. After a while, 5 cocktails of different colors were served to the 5 people. A total of 12,000, very good value. The bartender said calmly. Qinji put down the wine glass that was about to reach his mouth. So expensive? Qinji was not pretending this time, he really felt it was too expensive. 5 glasses of wine, less than £1 in total, cost more than 1,000 yuan. This is the price of Maotai, why? Given Qinji's merciless character, how could he be willing to spend such money in vain? Su Miao stopped Qinji. Card swipe. Su Miao said lightly. They are here to investigate the case, and it is not convenient for them to cause trouble. The beauty is so generous, but it's a pity that she followed a poor guy. If you don't have money, don't come to such a place. And you let the beauty pay. Are you a man? However, just because they don't want to cause trouble doesn't mean others won't provoke them. Another group of young hooligans came over, and the yellow-haired leader looked at Su Miao with lustful eyes. Obviously, he was attracted by Su Miao's beauty. Huang Mao had been observing Qingji and his friends since they came in. Seeing that Qingji couldn't even afford a glass of wine, he immediately came over, intending to take the opportunity to show off his financial strength and win the beauty. Qingji looked back at the other party, a group of young men around 20 years old, each of them dyed their hair in different colors. Compared with them, these were the real gangsters. Why? Do you come here often? Qingji raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Certainly. Huang Mao looked very proud. My brother's expenses are all mine, unlike you, who even lets beautiful women pay for drinks. If you don't have the ability, don't waste beautiful women's feelings, right? TSK. The yellow-haired man looked at Qingji with mockery, and then winked at Su Miao. Qingji and Su Miao looked at each other. He saw the anger hidden deep in Su Miao's eyes at a glance. Stop talking about these useless things. If you don't agree, go out and practice. Qingji pretended to be angry and said to the other party. Ling Jun and his men also cooperated by rolling up their sleeves, revealing the tattoos on their arms to intimidate the other party. However, this action did not scare the yellow-haired man on the opposite side. The thug behind him also took a step forward with a tense look on his face, as if he was ready to start a fight if they disagreed. Huang Mao looked at Qingji and the other four, then looked at the dozen or so people behind him, and suddenly laughed. Come on, whoever is a coward is a grandson. It is common for yellow-haired people to fight, and now we have more people on our side, so how can we be afraid of Qingji? Walk! Qingji waved his hand angrily and walked out of the bar first. He looked like a gangster looking for a fight. Huang Mao followed closely behind. Qingji and others walked out of the bar and turned a corner to the alley next to the bar. This place was remote and sparsely populated, making it the most suitable place for a fight. You know the rules well, you're brave. Huang Mao followed closely behind, saw the place Qingji chose, and said with a smile. Brothers, teach them a lesson. Remember not to hurt women. Huang Mao waved his hand and immediately ordered his younger brothers behind him to take action. Bang! 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 A moment later, the yellow-haired man squatted on the ground with a bruised face and nose, trembling as he looked at the ferocious beasts around him. Brother, I didn't know you were beastmasters. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Huang Mao begged for mercy from Qingji with a bitter face. You said you come here often? Qingji squatted down and asked the yellow-haired man. Yes, I come here often, but I will never come again in the future. I will definitely disappear wherever you are. Huang Mao nodded, and then seemed to understand what Qingji meant, and hurriedly said that he would never dare to come again. How well do you know this place? Does the boss know him? Qingji asked Huang Mao seriously. Yes, but he doesn't know me. Huang Mao didn't know what Qingji and the others were going to do, but he answered whatever Qingji asked, not daring to hide anything. Tell me about it. Qingji did not continue asking, but let Huang Mao speak himself. The boss of Night Paris is called Brother Long by everyone in the underworld. He is a very capable person with many powerful people under him. Oh, and there are also beastmasters like you. Huang Mao hurriedly told what he knew about Brother Long. Qingji nodded. This was pretty much the same as what they knew, but this was not what he wanted. Go on, tell us something we don't know. Qingji said coldly to the yellow-haired man. That's all I know. Huang Mao had a bitter face and felt so aggrieved that he was about to cry. He is just a customer who comes to consume. What can he know? Then there is nothing we can do, Ling Jun, let your dragon eat him, we don't need useless people. Qingji said to Ling Jun indifferently. Ling Jun was speechless for a while, but still cooperated with Qingji and let the purple-bearded dragon come forward and open its bloody mouth to scare the yellow-haired man. Roar! The purple-bearded dragon stuck close to the yellow-haired man's face, opened its big mouth and let out an angry roar, and the saliva in its mouth sprayed onto the yellow-haired man's face. The yellow-haired guy was so scared that he peed his pants. He felt a warm sensation in his crotch. He stared with his eyes wide open and almost fainted. I know! I remember now! Night Paris closes at 4 o'clock, and Brother Long will leave Night Paris after 4 o'clock. Huang Mao was so scared that he spoke loudly. Chapter 53, Tracking Failed, Money Back. Very good. Know anything else? Shinji nodded with satisfaction and continued to ask. The yellow-haired man frowned in thought, then shook his head. I don't know, that's all I know. This is all Huang Mao knows about Brother Long. He knows when Brother Long will leave because he often comes here. That's a pity. Shinji sighed and winked at the fat man behind the yellow-haired man. Before Huang Mao could understand what it meant, he suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes and instantly passed out. What should we do next? The fat man asked Shinji after knocking the yellow-haired man unconscious with a punch. Wait until 4 o'clock and see what this Long brother does after leaving the bar, Shinji said in a deep voice. Now this is the only clue they have and the only way to find Brother Long. They can only wait. Shinji and 4 other men hid near the bar, keeping a close eye on what was happening outside the bar. I was afraid that I would accidentally get distracted and miss Brother Long. We waited until 4 in the morning, when the bar closed and the guests left one after another. A black car stopped at the door of the bar. Brother Long walked out of the bar, looked around, and after making sure there were no suspicious people, he got into the car and drove away. Go! Follow! Without saying anything, Shinji called on a few people to follow the other party. The other person was driving a car, and it was not easy to catch up with him on foot. Come up! Su Miao said suddenly. I saw that Su Miao had already summoned the ice heart bird. The huge ice heart bird was big enough to support all of them. The 5 people squeezed onto the back of the Bingshin bird, hid in the air under the cover of night, and fell far behind the black car. Brother Long glanced at the rearview mirror from time to time while in the car, for fear of being followed. But he didn't expect that the person following him was not behind him, but above him. The turn ahead is open now. After making sure it was safe, Brother Long gave instructions to the driver. When working with the organization, they must be extremely vigilant. If they are discovered, they will be finished. Ring, ring, ring. As the car got closer to the organization's branch, Brother Long's cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked up the phone, I saw that it was someone from the organization calling. Hello? Brother Long quickly picked up the phone. Idiot! You're being followed, get out of here! The person on the other end of the phone started cursing without hesitation, then quickly hung up the phone without giving Brother Long a chance to speak. Brother Long was startled for a moment, and stretched his head to look behind the car. There was no one in the rear, which made him confused. He didn't know why the organization said he was being followed? There's not even a shadow of a car behind me, so how could I be following you? Just as Brother Long was wondering, his face suddenly changed. He thought of something and stretched his head to look above his head. In the dark night sky, a hint of light blue always floated above his head. Brother Long's eyes widened immediately and he understood what it was. Turn around! Without saying a word, Brother Long asked the driver to turn around and cancel the plan to go to the organization's branch. Shinji in the sky saw Brother Long sticking his head out, and then the car changed direction, and his brows frowned slightly. We may have been discovered, Shinji said in a deep voice. What should we do then? Just take action? Jiao Lan asked Shinji puzzledly. Shinji was the one who commanded them along the way, and they habitually asked for Shinji's opinion at this time. Unconsciously, they had already regarded Shinji as their backbone. No, keep following him and see where he is going. Shinji shook his head. If we act now, we can at most catch Brother Long, but we will definitely not catch the person behind him. Keep following and see where the other person will go once they know they are being followed. Su Miao nodded and immediately asked Bing Xian Bird to follow. When Brother Long found out that the person above him was still following him in the car, he immediately frowned. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. Bring people to the western suburbs to wait for me, there is work to do. Brother Long gave instructions to his men calmly. Then he hung up the phone and asked the driver to rush to the western suburbs. Shinji and others were following in the sky. When he found out that the other party was heading towards the western suburbs, he raised his eyebrows. Don't follow me, go away, Shinji said to everyone in a deep voice. Places like the western suburbs are vast and sparsely populated, with wastelands everywhere. If a person dies, they can be thrown into the wasteland and not be discovered for 10 days or half a month. So if the other party comes to such a place, there is a high probability that they have set an ambush. Since he knew there was an ambush, Shinji would naturally not let everyone go up and die. So I decided to leave and wait for the next opportunity. Anyway, the other party doesn't know what they look like. The other party is in the light and they are in the dark, which is beneficial to them. Su Miao nodded, controlled the ice-heart bird to turn around, and disappeared into the night sky. When Brother Long discovered that the shadow above his head had disappeared, his brows immediately frowned. He was not afraid of the other party following him, but he was afraid that the other party would hide in the dark and not come out. He doesn't even know who his opponent is, which is a hidden danger for him. He doesn't know when he will be stabbed in the back. Boss! Where are the people? Brother Long's men arrived at the agreed location. Each of them looked ferocious and powerful, and they were all beastmasters with considerable strength. He ran away. Be careful these days. Don't show your head unless necessary, Brother Long said with a frown on his face. Qinji and his colleagues returned to the police station and told Xiao Jianhe everything that had happened today. After hearing this, Xiao Jianhe frowned. You should bring those thugs back, Xiao Jianhe said with a sigh. Qinji did a good job, but unfortunately there are still loopholes. Huang Mao and his men had seen Qinji and his men's faces, and knew that Qinji had inquired about Brother Long's affairs. If Brother Long knew about this, it would expose Qinji and his men's identities, which would be disadvantageous to them. Qinji also realized that he had overlooked this point. Now I go and catch them back? Qinji said doubtfully. No need. If we do it now, it will make too much noise and will easily alert the enemy. These little people may not be able to get in touch with Brother Long, so don't worry about them. Xiao Jianhe shook his head. Since he hadn't done it well in the beginning, it would be unnecessary to make amends now, and it would easily attract the other party's attention. After alerting the enemy this time, Brother Long may not show up again. Let's talk about it in a few days. You guys go back first, Xiao Jianhe said to Qinji and others. I guess after what happened today, Brother Long won't show up again in the short term. Qinji and the others can take a break for now and wait a few days. All right. Qinji nodded. I'm going to the Beast Taming Institute to train. Is there anyone who wants to come with me? After leaving the police station, Jiao Lan suddenly asked the four people. Then go, it's cultivation anyway when you go back. The fat man said it didn't matter. Su Miao and Ling Jun also nodded. The training room of the Beast Taming Institution is much better than the dormitory. The environment is designed according to the attributes of beast taming and the corresponding energy is rich. The speed of beast taming training in the training room is twice as fast with half the effort, so they naturally have no objection. Only Qinji did not express his opinion. It is true that Xiaohong is different from other beasts. Xiaohong can be said to be able to practice while standing and is practicing all the time. Because Qinji has placed clones in all the breeding rooms, providing spiritual power to Xiaohong's original body at all times. Just go, you're free anyway. Qinji spread his hands indifferently. The five of them came to the beast taming and breeding institution together, and as soon as they arrived, they found that the place was in chaos. What's going on? Tell your boss to come out and give us an explanation. Why is my beastmaster's training speed so slow here? It's even worse than my training at home. RNM, give me your money back. Chapter 54, Explosion in the Cultivation Room. The staff of the Beast Taming Agency were sweating profusely due to anxiety. No one knew what was going on these past few days, but all the beast tamers that came to use their training room had problems. Either their training speed slowed down, or after a period of training, their strength not only did not increase, but their spiritual power decreased. How could these beast masters give up? They all came to them to ask for an explanation. What the hell is this? Can the beast control's spiritual power be reduced? The fat guy was confused when he saw this situation. What's the point of practicing here? Qinji touched his nose awkwardly in the back. Because he knew what happened better than anyone else, it was really Xiaohong's clone who did it. I didn't expect there would be such a big commotion here. How about changing to another one? Ling Jun suggested. This is the largest training institution in Sunset City. Where else can you go? Jiaolan said dissatisfiedly. Everyone, please be patient. We are already investigating the cause and will give you an explanation. Please rest assured. At this time, a man wearing glasses walked out of the organization and spoke to everyone with a solemn oath. What explanation? Give me back my money first. I came here to train beasts, but now not only has their strength not increased, but their spiritual power has also decreased. What kind of training room is this? It's a rip-off. Give me back my money. However, how could these customers be so easy to deal with? They all demanded a refund. The man with glasses frowned immediately. At this time, a staff member came up to him and whispered something in his ear. The man with glasses frowned immediately. Everyone, please be quiet. Those who have suffered losses, please go to the front desk and take the invoice. We will compensate you for the price difference based on the size of your loss. And our staff has found the reason. Someone is messing around in the breeding room. Our people have discovered other beasts inside. We will investigate it soon. The man with glasses had no choice but to refund them, but at the same time he found the reason. The staff found an unknown mosquito in the breeding room. Although it has not been caught yet, it will be caught soon. If he knew who did this, he would make sure that guy died without a burial place. The man with glasses thought resentfully. After hearing what the man with glasses said, Qingji's heart suddenly moved. Knowing that Xiaohong's clone might have been discovered. Although it was just a clone, it wouldn't be a big deal if he died, but what if the other party found out about him through Xiaohong's clone? Absolutely not. When Qingji thought of this, his face changed. We must never let the other party find out Xiaohong's clone. Qingji's mind moved, and he immediately conveyed an instruction to Xiaohong. Xiaohong received it immediately and was moved. Boom! 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 Suddenly, there were a series of explosions inside the training institution. White smoke suddenly rose from each breeding room. The man with glasses was startled. Go and see what's going on! The man with glasses didn't care about the customers and hurriedly asked the staff to go and check. You don't know until you see it. The man with glasses felt heartbroken at the sight. Without exception, all 100 cultivation rooms exploded. Many of the facilities inside were damaged by the explosion, and the total loss was at least several million for him. Who is it? The man with glasses yelled angrily. Qingji shrank his head outside. He had no choice. In order to avoid implicating himself, he could only let Xiaohong detonate all the clones. Who knew it would be so powerful and cause such serious damage? Let's go to another one. Jiaolan, who had no intention of changing places, quietly walked out of the training institution. The breeding room has been blown up, so we have to change it. The 5 people came to another smaller training institution, opened 5 training rooms, and each went in to start practicing. Qingji had nothing to do in there, so he came out after putting Xiaohong in there. After taking a look at Xiaohong's information, I found that after several days of unremitting efforts, Xiaohong has only reached the 2nd stage of growth. Now that the stable source of spiritual power is gone, the speed of cultivation will not be that fast. He has to think of other ways to improve Xiaohong's spiritual power. I can't even think about going to school. Not only is it slow in absorbing people's spiritual power, it's also not safe now. Xiaohong's deeds have become campus legends, and she can't appear again easily. Now the breeding room plan is no longer effective because it is easy to be discovered. Qingji looked worried and couldn't think of any good ideas for a while. Just when Qingji was worried, a figure rushed into the training institution. Doctor! Doctor! Save it! A man rushed in a panic with a lion-like beast. However, the lion's condition was a little strange at this time. It was covered in blood and its breath was weak. It was obvious that it was on the verge of death. Seeing this, the staff of the breeding institution rushed forward to help and called a veterinarian. After the veterinarian arrived, he checked the lion's condition and immediately sighed. It's beyond saving, my condolences, the veterinarian said helplessly. At this time, the injuries on this beastmaster were so serious that he could no longer reclaim the beastmaster space and could only wait to die outside. And he had no ability to save it. Even if the beastmaster went to a better place to treat it, it would be too late. When the beastmaster heard the veterinarian's words, his legs immediately went limp and he sat down on the ground. This is his only beast, and it is also the proof that he is a beast tamer. If this beast dies, he will never be a beast tamer again in this life. Shinji looked at the other party's dying beast with his eyes fixed, and the other party's information suddenly appeared in front of him. Exotic beasts, liger. Growth body first stage. Attribute physical. Skill. Status near death. Treatment plan: soul fixing grass prolongs life, and rejuvenation water warms the body for 7 days to recover. The eye of evolution immediately showed Shinji the best treatment plan. Shinji's expression changed immediately. He can still be saved, Shinji said lightly from the side. The beastmaster suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked towards Shinji's position, as if he had found a life-saving straw. What did you say? Then he rushed to Shinji like crazy and grabbed Shinji's hand excitedly. I said he could still be saved. Shinji frowned and calmly pulled his hand out. He doesn't like men. Can you save it? If you can save it, you can give me anything you want, the beastmaster said very excitedly. Shinji's words made the veterinarian who had not left yet frown, and he looked at Shinji carefully. Seeing that Shinji was so young, his face was full of disdain. Little friend, who taught you? Which veterinary school did you graduate from? Do you have a veterinary certificate? Do you have a medical license? The veterinarian asked Shinji a series of 4 questions, which made him look confused. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. If it's cured, that's fine. But if it's not, you'll be responsible. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The veterinarian spoke to Shinji in a cold, warning voice. Chapter 55, Underground Coliseum. Shinji frowned. But he soon reacted. Although the veterinarian's tone was not very kind, it seemed that his words were not meant to mock him, but to do good for him. Just like the other party said, if he didn't have those certificates, he would be fully responsible if something went wrong. The veterinarian was just reminding him with good intentions. Thanks for the reminder, but I do have a way to treat it. However, whether he can find the herbs or not is none of my business. Shinji first thanked the veterinarian, then said calmly, Don't worry, I will never let you take any responsibility. I will take all the responsibility if anything happens. The beastmaster is almost going crazy with anxiety, and now he can only place his hopes on Shinji. If Shinji cannot be cured, then he will be completely hopeless. The soul-fixing grass will keep you alive, and the rejuvenating water will warm you up for 7 days before you can recover. Shinji looked at the other party and said calmly. Among them, soul-fixing grass and rejuvenating water are both extremely rare materials. Most people would be lucky to have one, and it is simply impossible to get 2 in a short period of time. When the beastmaster heard the prescription Shinji mentioned, his face froze and he looked completely disappointed. The veterinarian was secretly deducing the feasibility of Shinji's treatment plan in his mind. Soon his eyes widened and a look of horror appeared on his face. Because according to his deduction, Shinji's plan might actually be able to save the lion tiger. The biggest problem of the liger now is that it can't hold on for much longer. No matter how good the healing medicine is, the liger will run out of vitality and die before the medicine takes effect. However, the soul-fixing grass that Shinji mentioned has the effect of prolonging life and can allow the liger to live longer. Rejuvenating water is a relatively mild healing potion. Use it to slowly warm the body. As long as you can survive the most dangerous stage, there is a chance that the liger can be cured. I have rejuvenating water, but unfortunately there is no soul-fixing grass in the store. The veterinarian suddenly sighed and said. Although he felt that this treatment plan was feasible, unfortunately there was a shortage of medicinal materials and he was unable to cure the disease. When the beastmaster heard the veterinarian say there was rejuvenating water, his disappointed look immediately returned to normal. I have the soul-fixing grass, the beastmaster said excitedly, and then took out a black herb from his arms. It is the soul-fixing grass. He got this soul-fixing grass by accident in the Sunset Forest, and he had never been willing to sell it. He never expected that it would become the life-saving straw for him to tame his beasts today. That's enough. Just as I said, the soul-fixing grass will keep you alive, and the rejuvenating water will nourish you. The effect will be seen soon. Shinji nodded and just moved his mouth without any intention of taking any action. After all, He is just the Wan Yuyen of the veterinary world. He only knows theory but has no veterinary operational experience. Follow me! However, this veterinarian was quite conscientious. After deducing that the treatment plan was effective, he immediately took the other party's beast to the treatment room. With the veterinarian's operation, the liger's injuries were stabilized and it was successfully out of danger. You just need to rest for a few more days, and you will be able to recover. Thank you. Thank you. The beastmaster was so excited that he was about to kneel down in front of the veterinarian. The veterinarian quickly stopped the other person. You shouldn't thank me, you should thank that young man, the veterinarian said with a smile. Of course, the beastmaster knew that he should thank Qingji. He came to Qingji with an excited look on his face, bent his legs and was about to kneel down. Don't shorten my life, I can't bear it. How could Qingji make the other party kneel down? It was just a piece of cake for him. Besides, he doesn't look like a rich man, so I gave up the idea of making some money. So let it be. Thank you. If my beast dies, our family will be completely ruined, the beastmaster cried. There are 5 people in their family. His parents are disabled, his wife is paralyzed in bed, and his son is still young. The whole family depends on him alone. If he loses his beastmaster, he will completely lose his source of income, and will no longer be able to support this broken family. When Qingji learned about the other party's family situation, he frowned. Then what did you do? You made the beastmaster like this? Qingji asked the other party in confusion. I don't want to do that anymore. For my family, I have to make money. If I want to make money, I can only fight in the Colosseum. Liger was beaten like this in the Colosseum, the man explained with a bitter look on his face. The Colosseum? Qingji had a puzzled look on his face, but suddenly he perked up and looked happy. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me, Qingji suddenly said to the other party excitedly. While the other party was confused, Qingji excitedly rushed into the breeding room. Qingji finally thought of a new source of spiritual power, the Colosseum. The Colosseum is just like the underground black boxing in the previous life, except that the boxers are replaced by beastmen. Moreover, all the contestants have signed a life and death agreement, and they will not bear any responsibility if the beastmaster dies in the arena. But the income is also considerable. After a show, as long as you are famous, you can get at least a 6-digit appearance fee. Before the competition, all participating beasts will be locked in cages for spectators to watch and place bets. The target that Qingji had in mind was none other than the beast tamers that were participating in the competition. In such a chaotic place, without a beastmaster around, Qingji could suck as much as he wanted without worrying about being discovered. If you encounter a few powerful beastmasters, you can absorb spiritual energy even faster. Qingji immediately felt that this was a good place. Fatty, I'm going to go out for a while, you guys continue, you don't have to wait for me. Qingji gave some instructions to the fat man and then took Xiaohong away from the breeding room. Where is the Colosseum? Take me there. Then he found the man and asked excitedly. The man looked at Qingji with hesitation. The Colosseum isn't a good place. Why are you going there? As the benefactor who saved his beast, he asked Qingji in confusion. He didn't want his benefactor to end up like him. Whether it's participating or betting, the Colosseum is a scam, a pit that eats people without leaving any bones. Don't worry about it, take me there, I have something important to do. Qingji didn't have time to explain to the other party, so he said urgently. The other party had no choice but to take Qingji to the Colosseum at Qingji's strong request. Following the other party, Qingji came to a familiar place. Looking at the familiar sign in front of him, Qingji was confused. He was very familiar with the words, Paris night, having just been there last night. The Colosseum is only open at night, and it's not open yet, the man explained to Qingji. In here? Qingji pointed at the sign of Night Paris and asked in confusion. Well, this is a bar on the surface, but there is actually a huge arena underground. It is only open to beastmasters. Of course, there are also ordinary spectators. They go there to place bets. The bets every night are at least over 10 million. The man nodded and explained to Qingji. Qingji never imagined that there was an arena underneath Night Paris. No wonder Brother Long didn't leave until 4 in the morning, it turns out his real business is this. Chapter 56: A Human Fight. It was not until the evening when Night Paris opened again that Shinji walked towards the bar under the guidance of the man. And Shinji also knew the man's name, Kai Xuan. Kai Xuan took Shinji to the bar, and they were stopped by the bald man again. Entrance fee, the bald man said lightly. Kai Xuan moved closer to the other person and whispered something in his ear. Participating in animal fights, Kai Xuan said in a low voice. The bald man was obviously familiar with Kai Xuan. He didn't say much, but just looked at Shinji. I brought him here. He's also a beastmaster. He wants to participate in beast fights to earn some money. Kai Xuan hurriedly explained to the bald man. The bald man looked Shinji up and down carefully. You look familiar, the bald man said doubtfully. I was here yesterday and brought my friend with me. Did you forget? Shinji said calmly. He hadn't thought of lying. There was no need to hide such a small matter. It would not be worth it if it aroused the other party's suspicion because of such a small matter. It's impossible for the other party to not let him in just because he came here yesterday. Oh, now I remember, you want to make some extra money? The bald man suddenly realized and remembered what happened yesterday. Shinji nodded slightly. You are responsible for the people you bring in, and if something goes wrong, you know the consequences. The bald man did not continue asking questions, but warned Kai Xuan. Clear. Kai Xuan nodded to show that he understood. Come in. Then he made way to let the two of them go in. This time, Shinji and his friends did not go into the dance floor. Instead, they walked straight into the corridor and came to a guarded elevator. After entering the password, they took the elevator to the second underground floor. When I walked out of the elevator, the corridor outside was filled with thugs with malicious looks. When ordinary people come here, they would be scared just by the looks of these people. Kai Xuan? Didn't your beastmaster die? Why are you here? A middle-aged bearded man sitting on a chair said in confusion after seeing Kai Xuan. I brought a new person, my nephew, who is also a beastmaster. He also wants to fight beasts and make money. Kai Xuan hurriedly introduced Shinji. Your nephew? The bearded man looked at Shinji suspiciously. Little boy, you look so young and still a student. Does the school allow you to get tattoos? The bearded man looked at Shinji carefully, and when he saw the tattoo on Shinji's arm, he was immediately puzzled. Fired, Shinji said calmly with an indifferent expression. This answer surprised the bearded man. Interesting. The bearded man laughed, and didn't ask any further questions. Come on, fill in the beast taming information, and fill it out truthfully. If you are found to have concealed your strength, I will not give you any money. The bearded man gave Shinji a form and asked him to fill in the strength and grade of the beast he could control. Shinji took a look, then picked up a pen and started filling it out. He did not hide anything about his strength, but when filling in the grade, Shinji hesitated. Xiaohong's current grade is fantasy beast level. If it is filled in truthfully, it would be too horrifying. So Shinji decisively concealed the matter of the grade and filled in a soul beast. Although the soul beast is not low, it is within an acceptable range. The bearded man took the form filled out by Shinji and was surprised when he saw the grade column. Young man, that's interesting. I can let you play tonight. The first game is 100,000. If you win, the next game is 200,000. The appearance fee will double for every win, and correspondingly, the appearance fee will be halved for every loss. Is that okay? The bearded man introduced the rules here to Shinji. No problem. Shinji nodded. His main purpose was not to make money, but to let Xiaohong absorb spiritual energy. That's good, come in. The bearded man nodded, then asked his men to move aside and let the two men pass. After walking along this corridor and passing through a door, Shinji's eyes suddenly opened up. A huge venue appeared before his eyes, and the crazy noise of the surrounding audience rushed into his ears, making his eardrums hurt. So many people! Shinji didn't expect that there would be such a large venue under this inconspicuous bar. It covers an area of at least several thousand square meters, with a huge octagonal iron cage in the middle. There is a circle of small iron cages around the iron cage, and each iron cage contains a beast. This is the player who will be playing today. The place where Qinji and the other person appeared was the contestants' inner field, where all the people sitting were the participating beastmasters. The arrival of Qinji and his companion also attracted a lot of attention. One of the beastmasters sneered when he saw Kai Xuan. Still alive? How? The beastmaster is not dead? Then you are very lucky. The other party looked at Kai Xuan sarcastically and said. Kai Xuan was immediately furious when he saw the other person. Sun Zhongsai, don't be so complacent. When the lion tiger beast recovers, I will make you pay the price. Kai Xuan yelled at Sun Zhongsai angrily. The injuries of the liger were caused during the fight with Sun Zhongsai. Hee, you'd better save your energy. You may not be so lucky to let the beastmaster step down alive next time. If I were you, I would find a place to hide. After all, you are the only man in your family. If you die, no one will support your disabled wife. Sun Zhongsai was obviously very familiar with Kai Xuan's situation and said sarcastically. Kai Xuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he could do nothing about the other party. If he wants revenge, his beast is still in the treatment room and will need at least a week to heal. Who is this kid? Is he your illegitimate child? Of course, with such a disabled wife, who wouldn't cheat on him? When Sun Zhongsai saw Qinji, he continued to exaggerate and ridicule Kai Xuan. However, this angered Qinji. He doesn't care about the grudges between Sun Zhongsai and Kai Xuan, nor does he want to care, but don't fucking involve me. Keep your mouth clean! Stop biting people! Qinji looked at Sun Zhongsai with cold eyes and warned him. Sun Zhongsai was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Qinji to dare to scold him. You are tired of living! Sun Zhongsai would naturally not give in under the gaze of so many people, and he immediately walked up to Qinji with an angry look on his face and was about to teach him a lesson. However, Qinji took the initiative, stepped forward, and punched Sun Zhongsai hard in the face, hitting him right on the nose. Bang! Puff! Blood immediately gushed out of Sun Zhongsai's nostrils. You fucking! Sun Zhongsai covered his nose and saw the blood on his hands, becoming even angrier. He wanted to rush up and beat up this ungrateful boy again. However, Qinji is now in high spirits, and he is young and strong. Compared with Sun Zhongsai, who is nearly middle-aged, he naturally has an advantage in physical fitness. Qinji grabbed Sun Zhongsai's neck, pressed him to the ground and started punching and kicking him. Sun Zhongsai was beaten so hard that he screamed in agony. The beast fight hasn't started yet, but a human fight has already started. In a cage outside the Colosseum below, a sturdy python was looking at Qinji and the others, spitting out its tongue with a fierce look in its eyes. Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! I was wrong! Stop hitting me! Chapter 57, Cruel Arena. Qinji did not hold back when he attacked, using all his strength in every punch and kick. The main reason is that he knows that this place is an underground force, which can be seen from the attitude of the people watching the show around him. As long as no one is killed, few people will interfere in the fights. Keep your mouth clean. If I hear you barking again, I'll rip your mouth off. Qinji looked at Sun Zhongsai with a cold expression. Sun Zhongsai closed his mouth and looked at Qinji with gritted teeth. But he did not dare to show his resentment towards Qinji, and his face turned purple from holding it in. Kai Xuan, who was standing by, looked at Sun Zhongsai, who was beaten. He felt relieved but also worried about Qinji. Qinji, you may be in trouble, Kai Xuan said to Qinji in a serious tone. What's wrong? Qinji asked doubtfully. Does this Sun Zhongsai have a very powerful background? There is a rule in the Colosseum that the grudges between beastmasters must be settled on stage. You just beat Sun Zhongsai, and it may have been seen by the people in the Colosseum. You may be arranged to fight with Sun Zhongsai later, Kai Xuan explained. Qinji nodded slightly. What am I supposed to be? It's okay. After listening to Kai Xuan's explanation, Qinji waved his hand indifferently. I didn't take this matter seriously at all. Dear audience, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Colosseum. Today we have a new contestant participating in the competition. Without further ado, please welcome the Beastmaster to the stage. The host appeared in the iron cage and gave an enthusiastic opening speech, which aroused the passion of the audience. Soon the host left the stage and the iron doors on both sides of the octagonal cage opened. Two beastmasters came up with their beasts. Oh! The audience immediately cheered loudly. For the first beast fight, the organizers chose veteran contestants who were quite popular and had won 3 or 4 consecutive games, just to arouse the passion of the audience. Because these people are excited, they are likely to place more bets, allowing the organizers of the Colosseum to make more money. The first to appear were 2 wild beasts, each about 3 meters tall. Their strengths are similar, and they are all growing monsters. As soon as the battle started, both sides started a fierce fight, pouncing on each other with bared fangs and claws, biting and scratching with sharp claws, and rolling and entangled with each other. Blood instantly covered the entire arena. The level of brutality was no less than that of hunting strange beasts in the wild. Shinji frowned as he watched. The difference between tamed beasts and wild beasts is that tamed beasts are under the command of a beastmaster who knows how to avoid the enemy's sharp edge and use tactics. However, the beasts here seem to have returned to their wildness again, fighting only by instinct. After just over 10 minutes, one of the beasts fell to the ground, and blood spilled all over the arena. The staff immediately went up and dragged the fallen beast away. The owner of the beast even lay on the beast and cried bitterly. This beast was not as lucky as Kai Xuan when he met Shinji. This time he died directly on the field without any chance of recovery. The spectators on the stage, those who had won the bet, were not excited and shouted loudly in celebration. Those who lost spit out sweet things and cursed. What the hell? What the hell? I lost millions! What's more, he picked up the thing in his hand and threw it at the dead beast. As a result, the beastmaster was also implicated, and many water bottles, snack bags, garbage, etc. were thrown on his head. What Shinji saw was a slight frown on his face. The people here are so crazy and don't care about life at all. Just get used to it, this happens every day here. Kai Xuan noticed that Shinji's expression was not right and explained. By the way, is the boss here really Brother Long, the bar owner? Shinji asked Kai Xuan puzzledly. He felt that with Brother Long's size, it would be impossible to achieve such a large scale. One person's bet can be over 1 million, and with so many people together, the daily turnover is at least hundreds of millions. Can a bar owner do this? Shinji didn't believe it. On the surface, yes. Kai Xuan nodded. However, Shinji heard the hidden meaning in his words. What do you know? Shinji asked Kai Xuan curiously. During the time I've been making money here, I've heard some rumors that there should be a bigger boss behind Brother Long, and that Brother Long is just the person in charge here. These audiences and customers were not brought by Brother Long, but were invited by the big boss behind him. After the Colosseum, Brother Long has to check the accounts with the big boss every day to ensure that the daily account flow is normal. Kai Xuan told Shinji the rumors he had heard. Shinji narrowed his eyes slightly. What Kai Xuan said matched the information they learned from Huamao. Brother Long goes out at 4 in the morning every day to find the big boss behind the scenes and deliver the account books of the underground arena to him. The last time they were discovered, it was probably the boss's people who discovered them. Otherwise, if Brother Long was the only one who wanted to discover them, he would have discovered them earlier and would not have waited so long to find them. If I want to meet the big boss behind the scenes, is there a chance here? Shinji asked Kai Xuan curiously. How would I know? I just heard all this information from others. But I heard that if you can become a legendary player in the Colosseum, you will get a mysterious reward. I don't know what this mysterious reward is. Kai Xuan shook his head. Mysterious reward? Shinji frowned. How can I become a legendary player? Shinji asked with some confusion. Winning streak. With every consecutive win, the appearance fee will double. After 10 consecutive wins, you will be promoted to a legendary player. Currently, there are only 2 legendary players in the Colosseum. These 2 legendary players will not appear in the Colosseum easily. Every time they appear, even Brother Long has to follow behind and bow and nod to accompany them. Kai Xuan explained. Shinji thought to himself. If there really is a boss behind Brother Long, then the status of the legendary player must be higher than Brother Long. Becoming a legendary player may allow one to get in touch with the organization behind Brother Long. I know. Shinji nodded slightly, already having a plan in mind. Sir, it's your turn. After several rounds of fighting, a staff member came behind Shinji and whispered to him. Shinji was stunned. Good. Then he followed the other person and left. Follow the other person to the entrance. Shinji passed through a security scanner and was asked to take off all suspicious items on his body, even a metal buckle. Okay. The staff member nodded slightly to Shinji and made a gesture of invitation. Shinji walked towards the entrance gate indifferently. Next up is the long-awaited debut of the newcomer. This newcomer is no ordinary person. He has already mastered a grown beast at a young age, and is even a soul beast. He is a child of destiny. His opponent is no ordinary person either. He is Sun Zhongsai, who has just won 4 consecutive victories and is known as the Crazy Python. Now please invite both parties to come on stage. The host was outside introducing the information of both parties. Shinji also heard who his opponent was. It was Sun Zhongsai, whom he had beaten up. The iron doors on both sides slowly opened. Sun Zhongsai, with a bruised face and nose, came up with a python as thick as a man. Shinji also slowly walked onto the stage. But his appearance made the scene suddenly quiet. What's going on? Where's his beast? Everyone looked in Shinji's direction in confusion. Shinji walked up alone, without any beastmaster with him. Chapter 58 One Shot Solved. When the host saw Shinji coming on stage alone, he immediately walked over with an embarrassed look on his face. Where's your beast? How can you fight without it? The host whispered a reminder in Shinji's ear. Shinji glanced at the host indifferently. Why should you care? Even if there is no beast control, if I die on the stage, it has nothing to do with you? Shinji responded without any hesitation. The other party was not concerned about him. How could people who work here have a conscience? He was just afraid of affecting the enthusiasm of the audience. The host's face turned pale after being scolded by Shinji. Snort! He immediately snorted coldly. Is this new guy very conceited? He said he can defeat his opponent even without controlling the beast. Young people are just full of energy. How could the host swallow this? He immediately said sarcastically. Deliberately create hatred for Shinji. However, Shinji didn't care about it. Sun Zhongsai has already incurred enough hatred. Does he still need help from others? What's going on? You're not relying on beast control to fight the other party? You're very brave. I'll buy this newcomer for $1,000. Oh, and buy all the remaining anacondas. Fill them up! The audience was shocked by Shinji's words and then placed bets one after another. Of course, more than 90% of people bet on Sun Zhongsai. After all, veterans are much more reliable than newcomers. It's not like there haven't been newcomers before who were killed by veterans even though they were 2 levels stronger than their opponents. The main reason is that newcomers don't understand the cruel rules of the Colosseum, and many of them will deliberately hold back and are unwilling to kill. The veterans don't have this concern and will fight to the death, so they are often killed in return. Rank isn't everything. Boy! Didn't expect that we would meet again so soon? Sun Zhongsai looked at Shinji with a sneer on his face. Today, I will let you know what cruelty is. Sun Zhongsai smiled cruelly, as if he had already seen the scene of Shinji being swallowed alive by his giant python. Shinji shook his head indifferently. It's already the 2nd stage of growth, what a pity! Shinji looked at the opponent's giant python with a look of pity and shook his head. Sun Zhongsai was somewhat confused by Shinji's actions. Where's your beastmaster? Are you really planning on fighting on your own? Sun Zhongsai frowned and asked Shinji. Shinji stretched out his right hand, made it into a pistol shape, and pointed it at Sun Zhongsai. Don't move, or I'll break your legs. Shinji pointed at Sun Zhongsai's knee and said calmly. Sun Zhongsai looked puzzled, not knowing what Shinji was up to. Playing tricks! Crazy python! Go! Sun Zhongsai no longer hesitated and decisively ordered the python beside him to attack Shinji. Bang! A soft sound came out of Shinji's mouth. Call out! A red light instantly attacked Sun Zhongsai. Phew! Boom! A bloody hole was immediately pierced in Sun Zhongsai's knee, and then an explosion sounded on the floor behind him. Ah! Sun Zhongsai screamed immediately, and his right leg went limp and he fell to the ground. He held his knees and wailed. This scene stunned the audience, who looked at the stage in shock. Sun Zhongsai screamed and pointed at Qinji. He's cheating! He's got a gun! Sun Zhongsai said to the host with excitement. The host glanced at Qinji. Every contestant has to go through a security check before going on stage. Not to mention guns, even nail clippers are not allowed, so how could they possibly bring a gun? Qinji made a pistol shape with his right hand and pointed it at the host. Is this a gun? Qinji asked the host with a smile. Bang! Then he made a shooting gesture towards the host. The host was so frightened that his body trembled. After all, that was how Qinji injured Sun Zhongsai just now. However, he felt relieved when he found that he was fine. The contestant meets the requirements and no weapons are used. The fight continues, the host said to Sun Zhongsai helplessly. Sun Zhongsai looked unwilling. Although he didn't know how Qinji did it, he knew that Qinji must have cheated. Otherwise, how could he injure himself silently? Anaconda! Go! Don't give him a chance to attack! Sun Zhongsai gritted his teeth, then climbed up and hid behind the python, and gave orders to it. Hiss! The python roared, twisted its body and quickly approached Qinji. Its huge body exerted great pressure. In front of it, Qinji's head was not even as big as its head, and it could swallow him alive in one bite. Sun Zhongsai's face was gloomy. He planned to let the python eat Qinji, which would make him feel better. Anaconda! Eat him! Sun Zhongsai roared angrily. Then the python opened its mouth wide and sucked Qinji hard. Qinji suddenly felt a suction force coming from his body, pulling him into the giant python's mouth. Qinji decisively pointed his hand at the python again. Make a shooting motion. Bang! His mouth opened slightly and a gunshot sound was heard. A stream of light shot out from behind Qinji and went straight into the open mouth of the python. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the python's mouth. The python's mouth was blown into a bloody mess, and it fell to the ground with its eyes rolled over. Qinji knocked the python unconscious with one blow. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone was confused by the sudden change. They didn't know how Qinji did it or what means he used. Injuring Sun Zhongsai was acceptable, but knocking down a grown second-level beastmaster with one blow was a bit horrifying, right? If humans had such powerful strength, who would still keep beasts? How do I win? Kill the other person? Qinji asked the stunned host in confusion. The host then came to his senses and saw Qinji pointing his finger at Sun Zhongsai again. His heart trembled. No, I declare. What's your name? The host was about to announce Qinji as the winner when he suddenly remembered that he didn't know Qinji's name. And just now Qinji did not write his name. Ji Chen. Qinji said calmly. He naturally had no intention of using his real name. It's normal to use a pseudonym here, no one will mind it, it's just a code name for convenience. Ji Chen wins! The host announced the result immediately. Sun Zhongsai was shocked and looked at Qinji for a long time without coming to his senses. No! Impossible! He must have cheated! He still couldn't accept this result and shouted madly. Cheating! 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 The audience also joined in a loud protest. Because most of them bet on Sun Zhongsai, if Sun Zhongsai lost, it would mean they lost money, so of course they would stand on Sun Zhongsai's side. Quiet! The players did not cheat, the results are true. Things got a little out of hand, so Brother Long had to step out and express his attitude. Impossible! If he didn't cheat, how could a human like him possibly beat a beastmaster, unless he is a high-level beastmaster or above? Some audience members raised questions. Except for high-level beast tamers and above who have the ability to borrow beast taming skills, beast tamers below this level have no combat power. However, considering Qinji's age, it is impossible for him to be a high-level beastmaster, which made them doubt it. Of course a beastmaster below the advanced level cannot beat a beastmaster, but who said he did it? Did you see him do it? Brother Long sneered and asked back. Chapter 59 I know. It's invisibility. Brother Long's words left the audience confused. Suddenly one of the audience's eyes lit up and he figured something out. I know! It's invisibility! The audience member looked excited, as if he understood what was going on. It's not that Ji-chin didn't summon his beast, but his beast has the ability to turn invisible, so we can't see it. The attack just now was not launched by Ji-chin, but by his beast. He was so excited as if he had discovered the truth, and explained loudly to the people around him. When Brother Long saw this, he quietly retreated. He doesn't care what the truth is, as long as the audience can accept it. As long as the result is not changed, he will make a lot of money. Obviously, the audience has already found the excuse, so he doesn't need to bother explaining it. And that audience member's statement was quickly accepted by others. This explanation is indeed reasonable. Otherwise, how can one person have the ability to fight against the beastmaster? This is simply impossible. Seeing this, Qin-ji shook his head helplessly. Then he waved his hand gently and took Xiaohong behind him back to the beast taming space. In fact, Qin-ji asked Xiaohong to create a dozen clones to stay behind him, because the lighting in the underground arena was dim, and mosquitoes with such a small body would not be easy to be discovered. Although there were many people in the audience, they were so far away from the iron cage that it was impossible for them to see Xiaohong's figure. Otherwise, what a good look it would be. Sun Zhongzai's injury was merely caused by Qin-ji's Xiaohong clone using Shadow Charge. The anaconda has Shadow Charge plus Undying Blood Explosion. So it looked like Qin-ji was shooting with his hands, but in fact he was just showing off and it had nothing to do with him. Qin-ji came down from the stage and, under the guidance of the staff, came to the bearded man again. Good boy, this is your appearance fee for today. The next one is 200,000. When is it? The bearded man smiled and gave Qin-ji 100,000 yuan. This is Qin-ji's appearance fee today. We'll talk about it next time. Qin-ji didn't say much, just took the money and left. Etc. However, the bearded man stopped Qin-ji. Hearing the bearded man's voice, the younger brothers around him immediately blocked Qin-ji's way. This surprised Kai Xuan. What do you mean, Big Beard? Kai Xuan questioned the bearded man. He was the one who brought Qin-ji here. If something happened here, he would feel guilty. Don't be nervous, what are you doing? Get out of here! The bearded man scolded his subordinates in dissatisfaction. Don't be nervous, we are all businessmen and we won't do those dirty things. The bearded man smiled and patted Kai Xuan on the shoulder. I just want this brother Ji-chin to leave me his contact information and detailed information about the beast so that I can help him make money when I have the chance. The bearded man explained. Then he pushed another form in front of Qin-ji. Qin-ji took a look at the form, which was much more detailed than the one he filled out when he came in before. Including information such as the type of beast, name, etc., it is extremely accurate. Qin-ji shook his head decisively and pushed the form back. I'll come here again, but forget about the form. I don't want to expose my beast. Qin-ji said calmly. The bearded man frowned immediately. But Qin-ji didn't want to fill it out, and he couldn't force them to stay, otherwise no beastmaster would dare to come here in the future. It's okay. I understand. Come back to me next time. Your brother Hu Zi will definitely arrange an opponent for you to deal with. The bearded man smiled and said, without making things difficult for Qin-ji. Just let Qin-ji out. Now Qin-ji is just a newcomer in the eyes of the bearded man. Although he has value, it is not much. Qin-ji, you are amazing. You won the first game so easily. Coming out of the bar, Kai Xuan said excitedly. Qin-ji didn't say much and stuffed his appearance fee for today into Kai Xuan's hand. Take it, and don't come to this kind of place again, Qin-ji said to him indifferently. Qin-ji realized that this place was a man-eating pit. If Kai Xuan continued to come here to fight beasts, he would die in there sooner or later, and then there would be no one to take care of his family. Kai Xuan was stunned. No! I can't take your money! Kai Xuan decisively refused. Qin-ji saving his beast was already a great favor to him, so how could he possibly ask Qin-ji for money? Take it, add your previous money and start a small business. Even though you won't become rich, it will be enough to support your family. Isn't it better than taking risks here? Chinji said decisively. Don't come here anymore, we'll say goodbye now. After Chinji gave the money to Kai Xuan, he left without looking back. The 100,000 yuan was Chinji's guide fee to Kai Xuan. As for what would happen to Kai Xuan in the future, he didn't want to know, nor did he want to ask. Kai Xuan looked at Chinji's back and remained silent for a long time. Chinji returned to the dormitory and fell asleep immediately. He had been up for 2 days and 2 nights, and felt like he was going to die suddenly if he didn't sleep. He slept so soundly that when he woke up he didn't know whether it was morning or afternoon. I checked my phone, 1823. It's already afternoon. Hey! Did I forget something? After Chinji woke up, he suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. Then he thought about it carefully and was stunned. Fuck! Didn't I go to let Xiaohong absorb my spiritual energy yesterday? What was I doing? Chinji suddenly recalled that he had planned to let Xiaohong go to the Colosseum to absorb spiritual energy yesterday, but after arriving, he was shocked by the scene in the Colosseum and forgot about it afterwards. Shit! My brain! Chinji looked annoyed. But there is nothing I can do but wait until next time. I got up, washed, and then walked out of the dormitory to go out for dinner. As soon as I reached the stairs, I met Xia Wenbiao, who was also going downstairs. Xia Wenbiao was stunned. The two of them had a deep hatred for each other, and the conflict broke out as soon as they arrived at Longting College. Hi. Chinji smiled and waved to Xia Wenbiao. Xia Wenbiao looked at Chinji with a cold expression. What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? Chinji asked doubtfully. Snort! Xia Wenbiao snorted coldly, turned around and left without looking back. Although he hated Chinji, he also knew that he was no match for Chinji. The last time he asked his brother to deal with Chinji, he failed. He was discovered and scolded by the tutor, so Xia Wenyu hasn't shown up yet. Xia Wenbiao would certainly not be stupid enough to cause trouble for Chinji alone. In Class B, he learned that Chinji's real name was not Wang Fugier, but Wang Fugier was another person who knew Chinji's real name. He also learned that many people in Class B were dissatisfied with Chinji. Among them was the monitor of Class B and many people who were eliminated by Chinji. So he planned to unite these people and find a way to teach Chinji a lesson. Mr. Chin, sooner or later I'll let you know what it means to be a tall tree and attract the wind. Humph! Chapter 60. I can pee farther than you. After filling his stomach, Chinji once again came to the night Paris bar. This time, the sturdy man guarding the gate did not stop Chinji and let Chinji in directly. Take the elevator to the underground Colosseum. When the bearded man saw Chinji, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, Brother Ji-Chen, you're finally here. The bearded man laughed heartily. He was worrying about how to find Chinji. You don't know how popular you are now. Everyone is waiting for you to perform. The bearded man smiled and put his arm around Chinji's shoulders, saying excitedly. Chinji raised his eyebrows. What are you waiting for me for? Chinji was a little confused. He had only fought a match yesterday, so why was his popularity so high? And why were there people waiting for him? You may not know that yesterday's competition made many viewers curious about what your beast is, and now they are waiting for you to take the stage. The bearded man never expected that Chinji would become a celebrity in the Colosseum overnight. There were also viewers who came specifically to explore Chinji's beast taming. Chinji looked strange. Is this even possible? He was just pretending to be cool and didn't reveal Xiaohong's existence, but he attracted so many curious guys? Chinji was speechless. Sure enough, no matter where you are, personality is very important, and his mysterious personality seems to suit the tastes of the people here. How about a show today? I'll arrange it for you. The bearded man asked Chinji cautiously. Yes, but try to sit in the back row. Chinji nodded. He came here naturally for the beast fight, but more importantly, it was for Xiaohong to absorb spiritual energy. Okay. Today, you'll be the finale. The bearded man was afraid that Chinji would not agree. As long as Chinji was willing to play, it would be beneficial for him to postpone it. Now Chinji is considered a minor celebrity, and everyone is looking forward to his performance. Putting him at the end can retain many viewers. Chinji nodded and then came to the contestants in a seat. The area below was still the same as before, with several beasts locked in iron cages. These are the players who are about to play. Chenji's heart moved, and he released Xiaohong quietly. Under the cover of dim light, it flew straight towards the beasts around the iron cage. After flying above the iron cage, it directly split into 100 clones, which were scattered in the surrounding iron cages where the beasts were imprisoned. A dozen mosquitoes in a huge iron cage are not noticeable at all, not to mention that everyone's attention is attracted by the beast fighting on the stage, and no one pays attention to the situation around the iron cage. At Chenji's signal, Xiaohong's clone immediately lay on top of these beasts, pierced its mouthparts directly into their bodies, and madly absorbed their spiritual energy. These beasts felt the loss of spiritual energy in their bodies and immediately became aware of it. They raised their heads and let out anxious roars. Roar! But no one cares. Everyone thought that these beasts were aroused by the fight on the stage and were roaring in anger. And their beastmaster was not nearby and could not sense the beastmaster's intentions. Seeing this, Chenji immediately laughed. He didn't expect it to be so easy. He had originally been restrained and didn't dare let Xiaohong split into so many clones. It seems that no one is paying attention to what is happening in the audience. Chenji simply became bolder. Let Xiaohong split again, and 1,000 clones appeared. Each of the beasts was bitten by 100 mosquitoes. If you look closely, it seems as if a layer of light red gauze is covering the beast. Roar! Bang! The beasts bitten by Xiaohong suddenly became irritable and kept hitting the iron cage, making loud noises. This attracted some people's attention. Look at those beastmasters, they can't wait to go on stage. It seems that we came to the right place today. Today's beast fight will definitely be exciting. However, the audience didn't think about anything else at all, they just thought that the beastmaster was eager to go on stage. Those beastmasters suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. Feeling the spiritual energy in his body dissipate, he suddenly became panicked. But no matter how they roared, the people around them seemed not to notice them, which made them feel helpless. They wanted to convey their feelings to their masters through their thoughts, but due to the distance, they were unable to do so and could only endure it silently. Soon this beast fight ended, and the next one began with the host's introduction. Chenji also hurriedly asked Xiaohong to control the clone to leave the beast that was about to appear. After these two beastmasters came on stage, they looked listless and looked as if they had not woken up yet. This made the beastmasters on both sides somewhat confused. Xiaoyai, what's wrong with you? The beastmaster asked about the beast's condition with concern. The beastmaster immediately conveyed to his master an expression of being very tired. The beast tamer and the beast tamer can only achieve simple perception, and accurate communication is impossible. The beastmaster could not understand the beast's current situation simply by expressing emotions. Okay, after this fight I'll take you to the training room to rest. The beastmaster stroked the beast's fur and spoke soothingly. Xiaoyai, go! Then he gave an order to the beastmaster to go forward to fight. The beasts of both sides immediately engaged in battle. Only, the process of this battle was a bit strange. The two beasts seemed to have no strength left. They were trembling together, and every attack was weak. This made the beastmasters on both sides frown slightly. Xiaoyai! Water arrow spray! One of the beastmasters couldn't stand it anymore and quickly signaled his beastmaster to use his skills to attack the opponent. When the water-controlling beast heard the command from its master, it immediately took a step back, opened its mouth, condensed a stream of water, and sprayed it towards the opponent. Sizzle. Water gushed out of its mouth, drew an arc and landed on the ground 1 meter away. Audience. The scene suddenly fell silent. What the hell? I'm peeing. What kind of skill is this? Marking out territory? Damn! I paid money just to watch this. What the hell, it's not even as far away as my pee. The audience complained. This made the beastmaster look embarrassed. Xiaoyai! What's wrong with you? He couldn't help but blush and scolded the beastmaster. Xiaoyai looked back at her master with a wrong look on her face. He was also helpless. He didn't have enough spiritual power and couldn't shoot it out. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. You dare to fight beasts with this little ability? His opponent also took the opportunity to laugh at him. Wind Tiger! Let them see how powerful you are! Wind! The Beastmaster on the opposite side immediately gave his Beastmaster an attack order. The swift tiger immediately shook its body, and a burst of wind energy condensed out and attacked the opponent. Phew! A breeze blew the Beastmaster's hair up, and the scene fell silent again. Fuck! You two are playing with each other! The audience finally couldn't bear it anymore and stood up, pointing at the two people on the stage and cursing. This made the host on the stage look confused. What do you mean? The host had to stand up and ask the two contestants with a frown. I don't know either. Xiao Ai seems to be running out of spiritual power. The two Beastmasters were also confused and didn't know what was going on. Chapter 61 Why Should I Save Him? The host saw the two men in this state, and it was obvious that they could not continue fighting. I'm very sorry, both players are not in good condition today. We will move on to the next game after this one. The host had no choice but to announce the end of this duel and move on to the next one. Otherwise, this level of competition will make the audience even more resentful. Qinji hurriedly summoned back all of Xiaohong's clones. He had inhaled a little too much just now. If he continued, it might attract attention, so Qinji stopped while he was ahead and could continue next time. Qinji took a look at Xiaohong's realm. Judging from her level, she should be not far from being promoted to the 3rd level. This promotion speed is acceptable. The fight on the stage continued. Although the Beastmaster at the back also looked listless, at least he was able to display his skills. Although it could not be compared with the previous fight, it was still acceptable to the audience compared with the previous one. Although it wasn't exciting enough, it was slowly finished. Finally, it was time for the battle they had been waiting for. Next, it's what everyone is looking forward to, Ji Qin versus the 3-game winning streak player, San Yan. Under the introduction of the host, both parties slowly entered the venue. Qinji was still the same as before, walking onto the ring alone. On the opposite side was a bald man with a 3-eyed monster. This monster looks like a monkey, but has 3 eyes. The other party's title also came from this. Qinji's eyes moved, and the other party's information appeared in front of him. Strange beast, 3-eyed monkey. Growth body level 3. Attributes physical earth. Skills phantom punch, earth-shattering impact. Qinji's eyes darkened slightly. It seems that the opponent that Big Beard found for him is not weak, and is much stronger than Sun Shonsai last time. After the bald man came on stage, he looked at Qinji seriously. He had also heard rumors about Qinji, so he did not dare to be careless. His eyes were fixed behind Qinji, as if he wanted to see clearly the beast behind him. Invisible beast control is indeed tricky, but I won't underestimate the enemy, the bald man said to Qinji seriously. Qinji looked behind him. There was no such thing as invisible beast control. Xiaohong was clearly flying right above his head. He found the other party's confident look a little funny. Really? Then you better be careful, my beast is right next to you. Qinji smiled slightly and said lightly. Qinji's words startled San Yan. He quickly took a step back, hid behind the 3-eyed monster monkey, and looked around vigilantly. The bald man's emotions were transmitted to the Beastmaster's mind, and the 3-eyed monster monkey also looked around vigilantly. Before the fight even started, the man and the beast started to panic. You're kidding me! When the bald man saw the teasing expression on Qinji's face, he immediately realized that he had been fooled. Get ready, both of you! The fight begins! The host didn't wait for the two to finish talking and announced the start as soon as both parties were in their seats. Humph! 3 eyes! Go! The bald man snorted coldly, and after the host announced the start, he directly ordered the beast to rush towards Qinji. The 3-eyed monster monkey immediately rushed forward at a very fast speed. Qinji immediately raised his hand and pointed it like a gun. Snap! As soon as Qinji finished speaking, a stream of light shot towards the 3-eyed monster monkey. Hide! The bald man was quick-witted and quick-spoken, and quickly told the 3-eyed monkey to dodge. The 3-eyed monster monkey also reacted immediately, flashing on the spot, and a stream of light passed by him, leaving a wound on his waist. Boom! Xiaohong's clone landed on the ground behind the three-eyed monkey and exploded immediately. Qinji's hands kept moving. At his signal, Xiaohong ordered her clones to use Shadow Charge to attack the three-eyed monkey. However, the three-eyed monster monkey was also very fast and nimbly dodged Qinji's attacks. The bald man immediately showed a proud look when he saw this. Haha, Sanyan's speed is definitely among the best in his class. Your attacks are useless to him, the bald man said proudly. 3 eyes! Earth-shattering impact! Then the bald man took advantage of the gap in the attack to give orders to the beastmaster again. The three-eyed monster monkey immediately jumped up, clasped his fists, and slammed hard on the ground in front of him. Boom! The three-eyed monster monkey punched the ground, and a ground-breaking wave immediately attacked Qinji. Fortunately, because of the continuous attacks, the three-eyed monkey was far away from him, and Qinji had time to dodge. Roll over to avoid the opponent's attack. But this also gave the other party the opportunity to get close to him. The three-eyed monster monkey rushed up instantly. He raised his fist and punched Qinji. Qinji frowned as he looked at the fist coming towards him. The bald man was very proud. Ha ha ha, what's with the invisible beast taming? In the end, I still win. Hiding is ultimately a dishonest method, the bald man said with a smug look on his face. However, as Qinji looked at the approaching three-eyed monster monkey, a smile appeared on his lips. Xiaohong! Go! Qinji's mind moved, and Xiaohong immediately rushed forward with his clone. The one who is really fighting is not him, but Xiaohong. No matter how embarrassed he is, it will not affect Xiaohong's fighting. He has made plans long ago, and the opponent rushing up is just seeking death. At Qinji's signal, Xiaohong led a dozen clones and charged directly towards the attacking three-eyed monster monkey. Dozens of streaks of light suddenly rushed in front of the three-eyed monster monkey. Although the three-eyed monster monkey was fast, at such a close distance, he had nowhere to hide while charging. The three-eyed monkey immediately widened his eyes, and saw a dozen tiny mosquitoes suddenly appear in his field of vision, but he felt fear from these mosquitoes. The three-eyed monkey wanted to dodge, but his body didn't have time to react and was hit directly by the dozen mosquitoes. Boom! More than a dozen little reds exploded at the same time, and the three-eyed monster monkey was blown away instantly. His chest was covered in blood and flesh, his ribs were clearly visible, and one of his arms was broken. It was obvious that he was dying. The bald man was stunned for a moment. This 3 eyes! Then he rushed forward like a madman, looking at the dying beast man helplessly. He never expected it to turn out like this, he clearly had the advantage. You bastard! You're looking for death! The bald man was furious and rushed up to settle the score with Qinji. Qinji raised his hand and pointed at him calmly. The bald man stopped immediately. He swallowed with a guilty look on his face. Qinji glanced at the three-eyed strange monkey indifferently. Status: severely injured and unconscious. Emergency treatment plan: disinfect with alcohol, awaken his consciousness, and put him into the beast control space to temporarily save his life. Qinji then looked at the bald man indifferently. I have a way to save your beast's life, Qinji said to the bald man. The bald man was stunned for a moment. Now Sanyan is injured and unconscious, and can't even be put into the beast taming space. With this level of injury, there is only one way to go, which is death. Unless there are medical equipment and a veterinarian on site, there is hope of saving him. Did Qinji really say that he could save Sanyan's life? The bald man's first thought was disbelief. But then, he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. Because this is his only hope. If Qinji is not allowed to treat Sanyan, he will have no way out. But if he is treated, there is still hope. Then save him! The bald man spoke to Qinji anxiously, as if he was giving orders to his subordinates. Qinji was very dissatisfied with the other party's attitude, so he immediately spread his hands. Why should I save? Chapter 62 New Mission, Legendary Player. Baldy didn't expect Qinji to give this answer. Stunned for a moment. Didn't you say you could save Sanyan? Are you kidding me now? However, Baldy knew that if he offended Qinji, he might lose even this last chance. Please! Save 3 eyes! Please! In order to keep the beast alive, the bald man immediately lowered his head to Shinji. Only then did Shinji nod with satisfaction. 200,000 to save his life. Shinji wouldn't work for nothing, he worked for the money. Okay. As long as you can save him, 200,000 is 200,000. The bald man gritted his teeth and said decisively. He can still come up with 200,000. Shinji smiled slightly. He immediately looked at the host. Any alcohol? Shinji asked the host. Yes. Fights are common in places like the Colosseum, so naturally there are always disinfectants and alcohol on hand. Soon the staff brought Shinji a whole barrel of alcohol. Shinji took the alcohol barrel, walked to the three-eyed monkey, opened the lid and poured it out. Such violent disinfection methods made everyone's scalp numb. Roar! The alcohol had just been poured on the three-eyed monkey, irritating the wound on its body. The unconscious three-eyed monster monkey suddenly woke up and let out a terrible roar in pain. The bald man felt the beast's pain and glared at Shinji. What are you doing? As he said this, he went up and started fighting with Shinji. He was asked to save Sanyan, but he tortured Sanyan like this. How could he tolerate this? Put it in the beast taming space, find a good doctor, there is still hope for salvation. Shinji looked at the bald man coldly, then said lightly. The bald man then realized that the three eyes had established a connection with the beast controlling space again. The bald man's face immediately lit up with joy and he quickly put the three eyes back in. As long as he enters the beast taming space, the beast taming state will remain unchanged, and Sanyan's injuries can be effectively alleviated. Although there is no cure, it gives him time to seek medical treatment. Money. Shinji stretched out his hand to the bald man and said. He doesn't want to work for nothing. Although the bald man was unwilling, he still gave Shinji 200,000 yuan with a painful look on his face. Not only did I not get any money in today's game, but I also lost the money I won in the past few days. It's a huge loss. Thank you. When Shinji saw the 200,000 yuan arrived in his account, he said with a smile on his face. Then he left the iron cage and walked out of the passage, where the bearded man was waiting for him outside. Ha ha ha, Brother Ji-chin, you really didn't let me down. Congratulations on winning 2 consecutive victories. The bearded man laughed and congratulated Shinji. Money. Shinji didn't say much. He just stretched out his hand and asked the bearded man for today's appearance fee. You are indispensable. The bearded man immediately signaled his men to bring the money over, and handed 200,000 in cash to Shinji. Brother, are you interested in another game? Try to win 3 games in a row? The bearded man then asked Shinji cautiously. No, let's stop here for today. Shinji decisively refused. It was almost the end and there were not many beasts near the iron cage. Xiaohong could not continue to absorb spiritual energy. There was no need to continue wasting time here just for the appearance fee. It would be better to come again next time. I think you have quite a lot of talent. You have a chance to compete for 10 consecutive wins. Becoming a legendary player will give you mysterious rewards. It's definitely worth it. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? The bearded man didn't seem to give up and continued to persuade Shinji, offering him the legendary player reward to tempt him. Mysterious reward? What is it? Shinji had already learned about the mysterious reward from Kai Xuan, and pretended to be curious, and asked the bearded man. You are not qualified to know this now, but when you win 5 games in a row, I will be able to let you know. Why not give it a try? The bearded man did not explicitly say what the mysterious reward was. Since it was a mysterious reward, he would definitely not let people know about it easily. Trigger mission, legendary player, win 10 consecutive games in the underground arena and become a legendary player in the arena. Reward, 1,000 points of spiritual power and a blood fusion crystal. The Eye of Evolution suddenly gave Shinji another task, which made Shinji slightly stunned. Don't worry, today's game doesn't matter, right? Shinji smiled and said to the bearded man. The bearded man burst into laughter after hearing what Shinji said. Yes, what you said makes sense, see you tomorrow? The bearded man said happily. His purpose was just to keep Shinji. Since Shinji had expressed his opinion, it meant that Shinji would come again, so he didn't have to worry. Players like Shinji are rare, mysterious, and popular. If used properly, they will bring them huge benefits. Shinji nodded, then took the elevator to leave the Colosseum. After Shinji left, in a room in the bar, Brother Long watched Shinji on the surveillance camera savoring the red wine in his hand. This young man who suddenly appeared and was quite popular naturally attracted his attention. The surveillance footage not only shows Shinji's every move today, but also the footage of Shinji and Su Miao appearing in the bar a few days ago. You said they came here that day? And had a conflict with others? Brother Long looked at the surveillance footage and asked calmly to his men standing behind him. Yes, the person who had a conflict with him was a yellow-haired guy who often came to our bar. He was an ordinary person. The subordinate nodded and told Brother Long the truth. Find him. I want to know this guy's background. Brother Long instructed calmly. The coincidence of Shinji's appearance made Brother Long suspicious. Yes. The subordinates took the order and immediately went to look for Huang Mao's whereabouts. Shinji didn't know that Brother Long had already become suspicious of him. After returning to the dormitory, Shinji began to catch up on his sleep as usual. Shinji! Shinji! However, he had just fallen asleep for a short while before he was woken up by the fat man's loud voice. Calling the soul! What for? Shinji poked his head out from under the quilt with dissatisfaction and asked outside the door. Come out quickly! Something happened! The fat man said anxiously. Shinji got out of bed helplessly and opened the dormitory door. What's wrong? He asked the fat man sleepily. Those guys in Class B are spreading rumors about you everywhere, saying that you are a coward, a softy, and a coward for avoiding fighting. The fat man was so excited that he kept insulting Shinji. Shinji frowned as he listened. Did you say that or did they say that? Seeing that the fat man was speaking so excitedly, Shinji had reason to suspect that these words were all said by the fat man. What are you talking about? You and I are brothers, why would I curse you behind your back? Those guys in Class B said that. The fat man coughed twice and explained. Why are they scolding me for no reason? When have I ever avoided a fight? Even if they scold me, they should be truthful. Shinji was puzzled. Are these guys itching for trouble? Don't you know? They challenged you publicly on the college forum, but you didn't respond, so they naturally used this as an excuse to insult you. The fat man spread his hands and explained. Forum? Shinji was bewildered. The last time he was on the forum was about the Xiaohong incident. The Red Ghost incident was widely spread, so Shinji rarely visited the college forum again, and naturally did not know about this incident. Chapter 63. Posts that defamed Shinji. Shinji opened the forum and saw his name in the headlines. Shinji, a freshman in the A class, avoided fighting. He is a coward and does not deserve to be in the A class. Shinji opened it and saw various replies below. From Class B to Class C, everyone was scolding him. Even the senior students who passed by raised some questions when they saw it. Is this Shinji so hated? They were a little puzzled. Why could a freshman be excluded by other freshmen? Am I annoying? Even Shinji began to doubt himself. Was he too annoying? Why were so many people scolding him? It's okay, not too annoying. The fat man thought about it and said hesitantly. Get lost. Shinji pushed the fat man angrily. But he has to solve this problem, otherwise it will affect his image. How can he find a senior to date in the future? So Shinji decisively opened a real name account and started replying on the forum. Shinji, if you want to challenge me, come find me. It's not like I won't fight you. You just lost last time and don't dare to come? You're just venting your anger on the internet. That's all you can do. Shinji did not hesitate to criticize them. After he commented, he quickly received various responses. Anonymous user, you coward, I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. What are you so crazy about? Anonymous user, that's right, I can crush you into ashes with just a few moves. Shinji read a lot of replies, all of which were sent by anonymous users, and no one dared to use a real name account. Direngia, I was just passing by and watched for a long time, but no one dared to stand up. These freshmen are a bit timid. Direngia and Shinji had met each other once. After seeing this post, He looked at it repeatedly for a long time and finally concluded that this post was made by a bunch of cowards to vent their anger. If you can't beat someone in real life, just curse them online. Renjia naturally couldn't stand it. Xiaowenyu, Mr. Chen, do you dare to fight me, a fair fight? However, there are still some people who dare to use their real names, such as Xiaowenyu. Renjia, you are a sophomore challenging a freshman. Isn't that a joke? I feel ashamed for you. Without Qingji saying anything, Renjia, who was at odds with Xiaowenyu, stood up and confronted Xiaowenyu directly. Xiaowenyu, Renjia, do you want to be beaten? Did I say how to beat you? I only use the lowest level beast and don't use my own spiritual power. Is this fair enough? Xiaowenyu responded again immediately. Renjia, the lowest level of beast tamer is also a growing body. How can you say such shameless words? However, Renjia still said something to Xiaowenyu, which made Xiaowenyu grit his teeth in anger. He wanted to find an opportunity to teach Qingji a lesson, but he didn't expect Renjia to show up and cause trouble. Qingji, you can challenge me. According to the rules, the entry fee is 100,000 yuan. Qingji immediately replied to Xiaowenyu. Xiaowenyu, what do you mean by 100,000 yuan? This surprised Xiaowenyu a little. He didn't expect Qingji to really agree. At the same time, I was also a little confused about what the 100,000 yuan entrance fee was for. Qingji, I'm sorry, I'm busy, and many people want to beat me up. I have no choice but to save my time. Anyone who wants to challenge me has to pay 100,000 yuan, just as a ticket to beat me up. Qingji replied. Xiaowenyu frowned, but if it was only 100,000 yuan, he didn't take it seriously. Xiaowenyu, okay. Let's go to the fighting arena now. Do you dare to come? Xiaowenyu decisively agreed to Qingji's request and asked him to go to the arena now. Qingji smiled slightly. Qingji, wait for me. Qingji then exited the forum and walked towards the arena with Fatty. Qingji, are you really going to fight Xiaowenyu? The fat man asked Qingji with a worried look on his face. What's wrong? Can't I? Qingji asked doubtfully. Xiaowenyu is a sophomore. His ability is better than ours, the fat man said with some concern. He still remembers the horrific scene when he was chased by Xiaowenyu's longhorn beetle war bugs last time. So what? He doesn't need spiritual power or high-level beast control. He is also a growing beast control. Am I afraid of him? Qingji was not afraid of Xiaowenyu, although he might be higher in level than him. But Xiaohong was a fantasy beast-level beastmaster, naturally higher than soul beasts, so even if there was a slight difference in level, he could make up for it. What's more, Qingji's strength is not bad now. I'm still a little worried. The fat man was still worried about Qingji and Xiaowenyu fighting. There's no need to worry. I've already said it. If I back down now, I'd be a coward, Qingji said indifferently. From the moment he promised Xiaowenyu on the forum, he had no way out, either accept the challenge or be labeled a coward. Well, the fat man sighed, but there was nothing he could do. Let me see which restaurant nearby is good and reserve a table for you. The fat guy suddenly took out his cell phone and started fiddling with it. Get lost! If you want to eat my meal, wait for your next life. Qingji was speechless. The fat man was still as weird as ever. He tried to be serious for a while but then returned to his previous state. Soon the two arrived at the fighting arena. After arriving, they were stunned by the scene before them. There were already many people in the arena, and now there are even more. Many people who were watching the fun on the forum came to the scene curiously, ready to watch the fight between Qingji and Xiaowenyu. Among them is sophomore Renjia. When Renjia saw Qingji, he immediately waved to him. Hey Qingji, I believe you. Teach Xiaowenyu a lesson. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Renjia greeted Qingji enthusiastically. Dozens of people were there to watch the fun, more than half of them were freshmen, students from B and C classes. Qingji scanned the crowd and saw several familiar figures, including Xia Wenbiao, Sun Yaoran, and Zhao Jie, all of whom had grudges against Qingji. Obviously, these guys are the culprits of what happened on the forum, and they were the ones who caused it. You really came. Here, 100,000 yuan as a reward for you. At this time, Xiaowenyu had already stood on the fighting stage, looking down at Qingji, and casually threw down a bundle of cash, a total of 100,000 yuan. He looked at Qingji with contempt, obviously not taking Qingji seriously. If Qingji hadn't been discovered by the tutor last time, he would have been taught a lesson by him long ago. Why would he wait until now? Qingji reached out to catch the money thrown by the other party and looked at Xia Wenyu on the stage indifferently. Thank you? Qingji smiled slightly and accepted the bundle of money without any anger. Go on stage. Then Xia Wenyu saw Qingji standing there motionless and took the initiative to speak to Qingji. What stage do you want to go on? You haven't paid the entrance fee yet. I can only go on stage if you pay me. Qingji said doubtfully. Didn't I just give it to you? Xia Wenyu immediately said angrily. Just now? Didn't you give me that as a reward? I thanked you, so let's be fair. It was a reward, an entrance fee, and another 100,000. Qingji said as a matter of course. This made Xia Wenyu stunned. He didn't expect Qingji to be so thick-skinned. At the same time, I also regretted that I had to show off. Now, I have wasted $10,000. Chapter 64. Who said I looked like I could squeeze in? I don't have any money with me, I'll give it to you after the fight. Xia Wenyu had no choice. He had no money on him, so he could only fight until the end. No, that won't work. What if you cheat? If you don't have money, then go home. I'm busy. Qingji waved his hand and pretended to turn around and leave. This made Xia Wenyu look anxious. I have. At this time, Xia Wenbiao suddenly stood up and said, Brother, I have money, transfer it to him first. Xia Wenbiao had been waiting for this day for a long time, so how could he let Qingji leave so easily? He immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to Qingji. Hey, you two are really rich. Next time you feel itchy, remember to challenge me. Qingji smiled and was immediately satisfied after getting another 100,000 yuan. This performance was worth his appearance fee at the Colosseum yesterday. Stop talking nonsense, you've already received the money, get on stage. Xia Wenyu said to Qingji with an angry look on his face. Only then did Qingji slowly walk onto the fighting stage. Let me make this clear first. According to the rules, you cannot use spiritual power to bless beasts, and you cannot use high-level beasts. Qingji stood opposite and reminded Xia Wenyu. I know, no need for you to remind me. Xia Wenyu said impatiently. Then Xia Wenyu stretched out his hand and summoned out the longhorn beetle war insect that Qingji had already seen once. The huge body of the longhorn beetle is very intimidating, and its pitch-black shell looks extremely hard. Soul Beast, Longhorn Beetle. Growth Body Level 5. Attribute Physical. Skills Longicorn Charge Iron Bones. Qingji looked at the properties of the longhorn beetle with a serious expression. With the strength of a 5th-level growth body, it is indeed not easy for Qingji to defeat his opponent. Qingji also summoned Xiaohong out. When Xia Wenyu saw the mosquito appearing next to Qingji, he sneered. Of course, he knew about Qingji's beast, a mosquito beast. Its advantages were its small size, strong concealment, and the ability to self-destruct, with a powerful explosion. But it was no threat to him at all. The biggest advantage of the longhorn beetle is its high defense. The self-explosion of a mosquito alone cannot hurt the longhorn beetle. Longhorn beetles! Charge! Without saying anything, Xia Wenyu ordered the longhorn beetle to rush towards Qingji. Although the rules of the arena are that you cannot attack the beastmaster, there are exceptions to everything. However, if when attacking the opponent's beast, if the beast dodges and accidentally attacks the beastmaster, then there is nothing that can be done. Xia Wenyu had exactly the same plan. Qingji's beast was small and difficult to attack, so he took advantage of Qingji's lack of reaction and attacked him first. If Qingji let the mosquito avoid him at this time, he would be the one who got hurt. Xia Wenyu's calculations were very careful. If everything went according to his idea, he would not only win the victory, but also seriously injure Qingji and make him feel better. Looking at the attacking longhorn beetle war insects, Qingji showed no fear at all. Xiaohong! Charge! Qingji also gave instructions to Xiaohong, asking him to use the charge skill. Xiaohong immediately split into several clones and rushed towards the attacking longhorn beetle war insects. Boom! One clone crashed directly into the longhorn beetle insect, causing a violent explosion. However, the body of the longhorn beetle only shook slightly, and there was not even a trace of damage on its hard shell. It just slowed down its speed a little. Oh! You think you can hurt the longicorn war bug with this little attack? You're dreaming! Xiaowenyu immediately sneered and said sarcastically. The longhorn beetle did not stop and continued to charge towards Qinji. Qinji frowned and continued to let Xiaohong attack the opponent. Boom! 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 One after another, the clones rushed towards the longhorn beetle insects regardless of their lives and exploded on their bodies. Although it was unable to harm him, it was able to gradually block the attacks of the longhorn beetle insects, gradually slowing down their speed, and eventually forcing them to stop. It's useless. You can block it once, but can you block it twice or 3 times? Seeing this, Xiaowenyu was not discouraged at all and said with a sneer. Then the longhorn beetle quickly stepped forward and used the horn on its head to attack Qinji. Qinji rolled over to avoid it. Narrowly avoided the opponent's attack. However, Xiaohong's explosion had no effect on the longhorn beetle insects, which made Qinji a little troubled. This guy must have some weakness. It's impossible for his whole body to be so hard. Qinji frowned and looked at the longhorn beetle war insect, as if trying to find out the opponent's weakness. Qinji thought as he ran. By the way, let Xiaohong keep bombarding the longhorn beetle insects to block the opponent and delay the opponent's pace. When the longhorn beetle saw Qinji running farther and farther away, the shell on its back suddenly opened, revealing the elytra inside. It spread its wings and flew up, rushing towards Qinji quickly. Qinji was startled and quickly raised his head and fell backwards. Thump! Qinji fell heavily to the ground, feeling severe pain in his back. The longhorn beetle flew over Qinji's head, and its snow-white belly passed by Qinji's eyes. Qinji was stunned for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Now I know the weakness of the longhorn beetle. The defense of the longicorn war bug is indeed high, but it seems that there is no shell defense on its abdomen, Qinji said with a smile on his face while looking at Xiaowenyu in the distance. Xiaowenyu's face froze immediately. He was a little surprised when Qinji found his weakness. But then there was a sneer. Even if you knew, so what? Do you have a chance? Xiaowenyu sneered disdainfully. Most people know that the weakness of the longhorn beetle is in its abdomen, but how many people can actually attack it? The longhorn beetle warrior insect was lying on the ground with its abdomen pressed against the ground. Unless it was turned over, it was impossible to attack its weak abdomen. How do you know if you don't try? Qinji chuckled. Then let Xiaohong rush towards the longhorn beetle warbug. Longhorn beetle! Get down! Xiaowenyu also hurriedly ordered the longhorn beetle war insects to land and lie down for defense. Avoid exposing weaknesses during flight. The longhorn beetle immediately fell to the ground, with its abdomen pressed against the ground, firmly defending its weak point. Looking at the mosquito flying over, the longhorn beetle raised its horn and attacked the opponent. Xiaohong dodged it lightly, then flew to the ground and landed under the longhorn beetle. The tiny body drilled directly under the body of the longhorn beetle. However, because the longhorn beetle was clinging to the ground, there was only a tiny gap between its body and the ground, so Xiaohong could only get in a little bit. Xiaowenyu sneered when he saw this. The body structure of the longhorn beetle is so large that even ants cannot get into it. If you want to get in and attack it, you are dreaming, Xiaowenyu said disdainfully. Yeah? Qinji smiled slightly. Then ordered Xiaohong to split. One after another, clones split out from under the longhorn beetle warbug and soon filled the only tiny gap, and more clones were squeezed out. This method cannot bring Xiaohong's clone under the longicorn warbug. Xiaowenyu's heart, which had been tense, suddenly calmed down. To be honest, when he saw Qinji's actions just now, he was a little worried that Qinji might succeed. Now it seems that the defense of the longhorn beetle war insects is still very tight. It's useless. As long as the longhorn beetle war bugs shrink, there won't be a gap at all. It's simply a pipe dream to squeeze in, Xiaowenyu said with a proud look on his face. Qinji smiled slightly. Who said I was going to squeeze in? Chapter 65, Expensive Pills. Then, Qinji shouted softly. Burst! Xiaohong under the longhorn beetle warrior insect suddenly exploded. Hundreds of little reds exploded at the same time, and a huge impact force directly lifted up the longhorn beetle war insects. The white belly was exposed to everyone. Qingji did not hesitate and asked Xiaohong to split quickly again. Hundreds of clones appeared in an instant, and before the longhorn beetle warrior insect could fall over, they rushed under its abdomen. Boom! Then there was another explosion, and the powerful blast directly blew the longhorn beetle away. The longhorn beetle was blown directly to the stage, with green liquid flowing from its white abdomen, and it was obvious that it was seriously injured. Xia Wenyu was stunned immediately. I was a little confused for a moment. Impossible! Impossible! Xia Wenyu really couldn't accept this result. How could he lose to a freshman? This is not right. You lose, noob. Qingji looked at Xia Wenyu with a mocking look on his face. No! I didn't lose! You're cheating! Xia Wenyu said excitedly. No, I can't afford to lose. If I lose, I lose. It's shameful to want to deny it. Without waiting for Qingji to speak, Dai Renjie began to mock Xia Wenyu sarcastically. How could he miss such a good opportunity? If he didn't make Xia Wenyu sick to death, he wouldn't be called Dai Renjie. Xia Wenyu's face turned pale. Anyone who gives it to Qingji would be a disgrace to him, and Dai Renjie would probably use it to laugh at him in the future. Snort! Xia Wenyu knew that if he stayed any longer, he would only become more and more embarrassed, so he decisively took back the beast, turned around and left, not wanting to be ridiculed by others here. When Qingji saw Xia Wenyu leaving, he looked at the freshmen and other B and C classes around him. Anyone else want to beat me up? It only costs 100,000 yuan. Qingji glanced at everyone. When the students in Class B and Class C met Qingji's gaze, they all turned their heads away guiltily, not daring to meet his gaze. They all left in disgrace. Even Xia Wenyu, a sophomore, was no match for Qingji. What qualifications did they have to challenge Qingji? Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if they went up now? Qingji felt bored when he saw this. Qingji was not in the mood to go back to sleep. After thinking about it, he decided that he had quite a bit of money now and it was time to find something to improve his strength. His initial spiritual power value is more than twice that of a normal person, and he needs to put in twice as much effort as others to improve his realm. Therefore, Qingji must rely on external forces to improve his strength, otherwise practicing on his own would be too slow. Qingji immediately went to the academy store to see if there were any rare items for sale recently, especially those that could help improve spiritual power. The college store has a wide variety of merchandise, and the outermost ones are the most common goods, which are cheap, large in quantity, and of little value. The precious things are at the back. What Qingji needed were naturally pills to assist in his cultivation, so he went straight to the medicine area. Once here, the price instantly increased several times. Even the cheapest pill costs nearly 100,000 each. Hiss! So damn expensive! Qingji took a breath of cold air. Qingji's eyes swept across the counter one by one, checking the effects of the pills. He didn't stop looking until he saw a purple pill. Purple mysterious pill. Spiritual medicine low grade. Effect: speed up the absorption of spiritual power and assist in cultivation. Duration varies from person to person. The higher the talent, the stronger the effect of the medicine. The drug grades of elixirs are divided into ordinary elixirs, magical elixirs, and divine elixirs. It is already very precious to reach the lower grade of elixir. Qingji took one look at the price and was immediately scared away. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 8 million. The moment Qingji saw the price, he was stunned. He has only saved 2 or 3 million in such a long time, and this guy's pill costs 8 million. How can he afford it? Moreover, this thing is a consumable. Perhaps one pill can only last for a day or half a day. Spending 8 million a day on cultivation, is this something that ordinary people can afford? No wonder Su Zhongdao wanted to test their eyesight. If they only relied on their family background to practice, no matter how rich their family was, they would not be able to squander it like this. Damn it, I can't afford this stuff. Qingji could only look away with great pain. He would deal with this thing later when he had more money. Qingji continued to look down, and soon he once again found a pill that could assist in cultivation. And the price is acceptable to him. Wylingden. Fondant low grade. Effect: increase cultivation speed. Price: 88888. A single fan N costs 88,000 yuan, but fortunately Qingji can afford it. He immediately bought one and went back to try the effect. If it was effective, he could still afford to take one a day. After getting the wheeling pill, Qingji returned to the dormitory, sat cross-legged and began to practice. He put the pill into his mouth, and after swallowing it, it immediately cut open in his abdomen. The medicinal power flowed to his limbs and bones, and finally stopped in his qi. The medicinal power of wheeling pill was immediately integrated into his spiritual power tank. The spiritual power jar that was integrated with the power of wheeling pill suddenly formed a vortex, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual power. Qingji's cultivation speed increased a lot. It is estimated to be about 1.5 times, which is relatively good. Qingji didn't know how long it had been. The medicinal power in his sea of qi slowly disappeared, and finally the vortex completely dissipated, and his cultivation speed returned to normal. Qingji opened his eyes and looked at the time. 6 hours had passed, which meant that the effect of a wheeling pill could only last for 6 hours. However, the gains were still huge. The spiritual power in Qingji's body increased a lot again, at least 1/5 stronger than before. Although it will take a long time to fill up the big tank, as long as he keeps practicing, he will probably see obvious results in 2 months at most. 60 days, 88,000 a day, 2 months is... shit! Over 5 million! Qingji calculated carefully and exclaimed when he got the result. This is too fucking expensive. This further aroused Qingji's desire to make money. I looked at the sky outside and saw that it was already dark, so I stood up and headed for the Colosseum. Now the fastest way for him to make money is the appearance fee in the Colosseum. The appearance fee will double with each consecutive win. If he can successfully win 10 consecutive games, he will eventually receive hundreds of millions in appearance fees. Qingji was also shocked after he figured out the account. If he really succeeds, he won't have to worry about money for the time being. Qingji's face lit up with joy and he immediately went to the Colosseum. The bearded man was still so enthusiastic about him. Brother Jichen, the opponent has been arranged for you and we can start at any time. Why don't you follow the old rules and wait a little longer? The bearded man seemed to have understood Qingji's habits and asked cautiously. Qingji nodded. Of course he has to wait. Xiaohong is still waiting to absorb the spiritual power. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. The bearded man smiled and told someone to go down and make the arrangements. Just like last time, Qingji came to the contestant's inner seat and asked Xiaohong to go down and absorb the spiritual power of other beasts. However, this time Qingji was more careful and asked Xiaohong to restrain herself a little. The absorption process was more secretive and not too excessive, so as to avoid being noticed by others. Strange, why do the beasts today seem to be of different levels? Although the audience and the beastmasters all sensed something strange, they did not doubt it too much. Chapter 66 Red, Orange, Yellow, Green, and Blue. After Xiaohong absorbed a circle, she successfully broke through to the 3rd level. At the same time, he finally got to play again. That's right, it's time for the long-awaited Jichen to take the stage again. It's the equally popular and well-known contestant, Jin Sane. As both sides took the stage, the audience burst into warm cheers. It's not just because of Qingji, even his opponents are very popular. Qingji suddenly felt that this opponent was a little unusual. The man who appeared opposite Qingji was a very handsome young man, who was at most 4 or 5 years older than Qingji, and was also in the prime of his youth. A big part of the other party's popularity is due to his appearance. Annyeonghaseyo. Jin Xian bowed slightly to Qingji and said something in Korean. It turns out to be a stick. Haseyo. Qingji nodded awkwardly. I have heard of your reputation, Master Jichen. I am Jin Sane, please give me your guidance. Jin Xian bowed to Qingji respectfully, looking very polite. Jichen, please give me some advice. Qingji nodded and bowed to Jin Xian as well. The other party was so polite, he couldn't lose the demeanor of a great country. Just as Qingji bowed, Jean Sain's eyes suddenly flashed coldly, and he stretched out his hand to summon the beast. A lion covered in golden hair appeared on the stage and quickly pounced on Qingji. Before Qingji raised his head, he heard a gust of wind. When he looked up, he found a golden lion pouncing towards him. Qingji was startled immediately, but there was no time to dodge, and he could only watch the opponent attack him. In my heart, I kept cursing the other party for being insidious and actually launching a sneak attack. No martial ethics. Boom! A streak of light flashed across the sky and suddenly exploded in front of the golden lion, knocking it back. Fortunately, Qingji summoned Xiaohong in advance, and Xiaohong rescued Qingji in time, avoiding a successful sneak attack by the opponent. Asshole! Do you know what shame is? Qingji was almost tricked, and he was so angry that he started cursing. However, Jean Sain smiled nonchalantly. Only the winner has the right to speak. As long as you can win, any means don't matter. Jean Sain said with a smile without any shame. Wipe! Qingji was so angry that he kept cursing. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen anyone more shameless than him. It was said that Koreans had no martial ethics and liked to use shady tricks. Today he finally saw it. Xiaohong! Fuck him for me! Qingji was really pissed off by the other party, and gave orders to Xiaohong with a cold face. Xiaohong suddenly split into nearly 100 clones. The audience around saw a red mist appear above Qingji's head, and then rays of light shot out from the red mist towards the golden lion. Due to the distance, they still couldn't see Xiaohong's true face and could only observe a layer of misty red. Is that Ji Chen's beast? It's revealed its true form. Even so, the audience around was extremely excited and thrilled. Jean Sain on the opposite side frowned slightly. He could only vaguely see the red dots but couldn't tell what they were specifically. Golden Lion, get out of the way! However, facing Qingji's attack, he still asked the Golden Lion to dodge hurriedly. Boom! 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 Xiaohong's clone kept hitting the ground and exploding, but the Golden Lion dodged them one by one and did not cause any harm to him. This is the third battle that Qingji has taken over. The opponent that the bearded man has arranged for him is naturally not simple and will not let Qingji win easily. Qingji frowned slightly and looked at the Golden Lion. Soul Beast Golden Lion. Growth Body Level 4. Attribute Thunder. Skills Lightning Strike Thunder. Sure enough, the opponent has changed from the previous strange beast to the current Soul Beast, which is obviously much stronger than the previous opponents. At this time, the Golden Lion was restrained by Xiaohong. Although the Golden Lion could not be hurt for the time being, the Golden Lion was also unable to free himself to launch a counterattack. Qingji's eyes narrowed and he turned to Jean Xian. Then he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Jean Xian. Jean Sain was stunned for a moment, and became a little panicked. What are you going to do? Jean Sain asked Qingji guiltily. What are you doing? I'm going to beat you up. What else can Qingji do? How can he feel relieved if he doesn't beat this guy up while the other party is busy with his beast taming? Qingji punched Jean Sain directly. Jean Sain was caught off guard and was hit in the nose by Qingji's punch, which immediately became crooked. I knew you had plastic surgery. How can there be a man so good-looking? Qingji said indignantly. Jean Sain touched his nose and found that the prosthesis was bent crooked by Qingji, and he looked angry. You're looking for death. Jean Sain was so angry that he gritted his teeth, got up and was about to fight back, punching Qingji on the head. Qingji was quick-eyed and quick-handed. As the opponent just got up, he kicked him directly and hit the bull's eye. Oh! Jean Sain immediately let out a miserable howl, covered his legs, and fell to the ground with a painful look on his face. Oh! Even the audience around them screamed subconsciously, feeling the same way. It's so painful just looking at it, and the male audience members all felt a tightness in their crotch. Now all that's left in Jean Sain's world are red, orange, yellow, green, and blue. An audience member sighed and said, What's the meaning? The audience nearby looked at him in confusion. Blue and purple are gone. The audience was stunned for a moment, then they suddenly realized what was going on and gave the other party a thumbs up in admiration. Your Excellency's literary talent is indeed outstanding. I admire you! After Qingji knocked Jin Sane down on the stage, Jin Shitsi was also affected a little. Feeling his master's pain, the golden lion was slightly distracted and was hit by Xiaohong without paying attention, leaving a wound on his shoulder. Seeing this, Jin Sane wanted to stand up and command the beast again, but Qingji stepped forward and pressed his head to the ground. He sat on Jin Sane, stepped on his hands, and pressed his head so that he could not move at all. Xiaohong, kill him! Facing the Korean player who attacked him, Qingji showed no mercy and directly ordered Xiaohong to kill him. Xiaohong received Qingji's instructions and took immediate action. Nearly 100 clones dispersed instantly, and then attacked the golden lion at the same time. Nearly 100 little red clones blocked all of the golden lion's escape routes, leaving him no room to dodge. The golden lion was already affected by its master's emotions, and now it was even less able to dodge and was hit instantly. Nearly 100 little reds exploded at the same time. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose above the stage, and the golden lion was directly submerged by the explosion. Puff! Jin Sane suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of horror and disbelief. No, no! Then he struggled like crazy and rushed towards the center of the explosion. A large pit had appeared at the center of the explosion, with the golden lion's body lying in it. It was pitch black and had been blown into charcoal, with no trace of life left. No! Jin Sane cried out in pain and unwillingness. Then he looked at Qingji viciously. I want you dead! Chapter 67 Exposed. The fight is over, Ji Chen wins. After the host saw that Jin Sane's beast was dead, he immediately announced the result. However, how could Jin Xian accept this result? He was now blinded by anger and rushed towards Qingji like a madman. Upon seeing this, Qingji calmly raised his right hand and pointed it at Jin Sane like a gun. Jin Xian didn't react at all and continued rushing towards Qingji. Call out! A stream of light shot out from behind Qingji and hit Jin Sane directly. Puff! The stream of light instantly passed through Jin Xian's knees. Jin Xian's legs went limp and he fell to the ground with a thud. Qingji withdrew his hand indifferently and glanced at Jin Sane on the ground with a sneer on his face. Playing dirty tricks on me? Are you the type to do that? Qingji said with a sneer. The audience on the stage suddenly burst into excited cheers. The more intense and brutal the battle, the more it arouses the passion in their hearts. Not only was the battle fierce among the beast tamers, but the beast tamers also started fighting on the stage. Even one beast tamer died and the beast tamers also saw blood, which made the audience even more excited. Qingji's popularity rose again. Qingji glanced indifferently at the audience on the stage, without any expression, and turned away indifferently. These audiences are crazy, and he doesn't want to become crazy as well. He has a purpose, and he will stop when he achieves it. Jin Sane looked at Qingji with resentment. He was only a junior beastmaster, and the death of the first beast he tamed caused him great backlash. His foundation has been damaged, and it will be very difficult for him to break through to the intermediate level of beast tamer. He might not be able to own a second beast tamer in his lifetime. Without beast taming, he would be completely kicked out of the beast tamer circle. Asshole! Jin Sane was so angry that he dragged his injured leg and limped towards Qingji. Someone! Drag him away! However, Qingji didn't need to do anything. The host frowned and asked someone to pull Jin Sane away ruthlessly. To them, only beast tamers are valuable. A beast tamer without a beast to tame is worthless to them. Naturally, they cannot watch the disabled Jin Sane do harm to Qingji. Ashi! Let me go! Jin Sane struggled frantically and cursed, but it was of no avail as he was dragged away mercilessly. In the bar office, Brother Long was watching Qingji's every move through the surveillance camera. Brother Long, we found the person. The subordinates suddenly came to report to Brother Long. Bring it up, Brother Long said lightly. Then a yellow-haired gangster was brought over by the other party. This yellow-haired guy was exactly the gangster that Qingji had taught a lesson before. Huang Mao looked terrified, and when he saw Brother Long, he was so scared that his whole body started shaking. Long! Brother Long! Huang Mao called Brother Long with a guilty look on his face. He didn't know why Brother Long wanted to call him and felt very unsure. Do you know this person? Brother Long glanced at the yellow-haired man indifferently, pointed at Qingji on the surveillance camera, and asked with a smile. Huang Mao took a look at the surveillance footage and recognized Qingji Lai at a glance. No. I've met you once. Huang Mao nodded hurriedly, not daring to hide anything. Oh? How did you know each other? Brother Long asked with interest. They beat me up a few days ago. This guy was the leader. By the way, they are all beastmasters. Huang Mao said hurriedly. Well, what did he tell you that day? Brother Long nodded and continued to ask. He asked about you. Huang Mao thought about it and recalled what Qingji asked about Brother Long. What did you say? Brother Long raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. I. Huang Mao hesitated immediately. He was afraid that Brother Long would find out that he had revealed Brother Long's whereabouts, and he would be punished by Brother Long. Seeing that Huang Mao was so uncooperative, Brother Long was immediately dissatisfied and glared at his men. The subordinates immediately understood what Brother Long meant. He stepped forward and kicked the yellow-haired man on the knee. Ah! Huang Mao cried out in pain. His legs went limp and he fell to the ground. Just one kick crippled his left leg. Ah! I told you that you would leave the bar at 4 o'clock. I didn't say anything else, and I don't know. Please forgive me, Brother Long. Huang Mao felt the pain in his leg and was frightened. He dared not hide anything and kept begging Brother Long for mercy. Brother Long immediately frowned and waved his hand to his men. The subordinate immediately understood what Brother Long meant and dragged Huang Mao out by his collar. Knowing my whereabouts, were you the one in heaven that day? Brother Long looked at Qingji's face on the surveillance camera and said coldly. Judging from various reasons, the person who followed him that day was most likely Ji Qin. But he didn't know what the other party's purpose was. He followed me and now comes to the Colosseum. What a strange guy. Brother Long couldn't figure out what Qingji's purpose was. If he was a policeman, he probably wouldn't participate in the beast fight. But if he was not a policeman, then what was his purpose? I want to see what you are going to do. Brother Long couldn't figure it out, so he just waited and saw what Qingji's purpose was. Then he took out his phone and contacted the bearded man. Next time Ji Qin comes, assign him a master of the same level, don't let him have it so easy. Brother Long explained to the bearded man. I understand, Brother Long. The bearded man nodded immediately. After Qingji returned, he continued to practice and spent 88,000 yuan to buy a healing pill. After practicing for a day, Qingji sat on the bed and pondered. He is trying to find a way to improve Xiaohong's combat effectiveness. The mission issued by the Eye of Evolution allowed him to win 10 consecutive victories, but 10 consecutive victories were not so easy to achieve. This is only the third consecutive victory. The opponents we have encountered have all been soul beast level beast tamers. We will only encounter stronger opponents in the future. Xiaohong's current strength may not be enough to cope with future opponents, so she must continue to become stronger. The only way Qingji could think of to improve his strength in a short period of time was, of course, skill stones. Just like the dark skill stone rewarded by the last mission. If Xiaohong can get another skill stone with matching attributes, she will have a fourth skill. This is a significant improvement in strength. But skill stones aren't that easy to find. Qingji looked worried. Not only are skill stones precious, they are also extremely rare. Skill stones are obtained by killing wild beasts. The magic crystals in the beast's body have a very small chance of mutating into skill stones. After absorption, they will inherit one of the original beast's skills. There is no demand for it in the market. Qingji had never seen skill stones in the black market or in the academy store. This kind of thing only appeared in major auction houses. Besides the skill stones, the only other option is the magic crystal, Qingji said with a sigh. In addition to skill stones, magic crystals of the same attributes can also enhance the strength of the beast. It not only increases the spiritual power of the beast, but also enhances the power of the corresponding attributes. In the evening, Qingji did not rush to the Colosseum, but went to the night market outside the college first. Compared to buying magic crystals in the academy store, Qingji, who has the Eye of Evolution, finds it more cost-effective to pick up bargains on the carpet outside. Boss, how much is this? Chapter 68, greatly enhanced skill power. After wandering around for a few hours, Qinji successfully harvested 3 primary fire magic crystals and 2 primary dark magic crystals. The total cost was 450,000. Although there is a possibility of finding a bargain, the stall owners are not stupid. They know their stuff inside and out, and most of them are bought at original price. It's just a lot cheaper than buying it in the college store. The advantage of the college store is that it has sufficient supply and the prices are not too favorable. Unless it is something very rare, precious goods are indeed cheaper than those sold outside. After Qingji got the magic crystal, he immediately gave Xiaohong a fire magic crystal and asked him to absorb it. After Xiaohong absorbed a primary fire magic crystal, a dazzling red light burst out from her body. After a moment, the red light disappeared. Qingji looked at Xiaohong for a long time but didn't see any changes in her. But in terms of aura, the fire energy is more intense. Give it a try. Qingji found a deserted place and summoned Xiaohong. Let Xiaohong release an immortal blood explosion at a tree as thick as a person. Xiaohong ran straight into it. Boom! There was an explosion, and a tree as thick as a person was blown down directly, and wood chips flew everywhere. Qingji's face lit up with joy. Although Xiaohong's appearance has not changed much, the explosive power has increased slightly. The explosion power used to be equivalent to the size of a basketball, but now it can directly blow down a tree as thick as a person. It can be seen that the improvement is not a little bit. Not bad, not bad! Upon seeing this, Qingji once again gave the remaining 2 fire magic crystals and 2 dark magic crystals to Xiaohong. After Xiaohong absorbed it, the power of the explosion increased again. The power of the explosion has been increased from being able to blow down a tree as thick as a person to a range of 1 meter, and the power has been greatly improved. Before, it took dozens of little red clones to blast out a deep pit, but now just one little red can leave a small pit with a diameter of half a meter on the ground. The speed of shadow charge has also increased a lot. Before you could see a stream of light, but now you can't even see the stream of light. Xiaohong can pass through the target in the blink of an eye. Okay. This is much safer. Qingji's face was full of joy. Shit! It's too late. Then Qingji looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning and the Colosseum was almost over. Rush to the bar. At this time, the bearded man from the Colosseum was wandering in front of the elevator with a sad face. Thanks to Brother Long's instructions, he had arranged Qingji's opponent in advance. If Qingji doesn't come today, then today's beast fight will have to end early. Even if Qingji's opponent doesn't come today, he will have to pay the opponent's appearance fee. Brother Hu Zi, this game is almost over, are you still waiting? The subordinate came over and asked the bearded man. The bearded man looked at the time and gritted his teeth. No more waiting, let the host announce the end. The bearded man said helplessly. Qingji hadn't arrived yet, maybe he didn't plan to come today, so he had no choice but to end today's beast fighting session. Drop. Just when the bearded man was about to order someone to end the fight, there was a sudden beeping sound from the elevator, and then the elevator opened. Qingji walked out from it. The bearded man was stunned for a moment, then looked surprised. Brother! You are here! The bearded man hugged Qingji in surprise, his face full of excitement. Qingji saved him nearly $1 million in appearance fees, how could he not be excited? Hurry! Your opponents have been arranged. You are the last one to play. Hurry and get over there. Time is running out. The bearded man hurriedly urged Qingji. Who is my opponent today? Qingji asked the bearded man. The bearded man was stunned. Qingji had never asked for his opponent's information before, but he was surprised that he asked today. Li Qianxuan, the player who has won 4 consecutive games, today is an important moment for him to advance to his 5th consecutive victory, so... The bearded man still told Qingji about the other party's situation. The 4-game winning streak has advanced to the 5th game winning streak. The opponent will definitely be serious, so it will be difficult to deal with him this time. What strength? Qingji continued to ask. Soul Beast, 5th stage of growth. The bearded man has nothing to hide. This is all public information and can be told to the players. Understood. Qinji nodded without any change in expression and walked straight towards the entrance. As Qinji walked onto the stage, he also saw his opponent. A middle-aged man with a bird-like beast that looked like a red-crowned crane. The middle-aged man had sharp eyes, as if he could see through people's hearts. He stared straight at Qinji, and could not see any change in the expression on his face. Qinji didn't understand anything from the other person's eyes. Then Qinji turned his attention to the other party's beast. Soul Beast Cloud Crane. Growth Body Level 5. Attribute Dragon. Skills: riding on the clouds and mist, the shadow of a crane. The information about the other party's beast suddenly appeared in Qinji's eyes. Qinji looked solemn. He had also fought with players at the 5th stage of growth. Xiao Wenyu's longhorn beetle was at the 5th stage of growth. However, the opponent's strength could not be compared with Xiao Wenyu's, because Xiao Wenyu himself was an intermediate beastmaster with 2 beasts, and the Longicorn war bug was his weakest beast. And this guy obviously only has this one beast tamer, otherwise why would he come to fight beasts? A junior beastmaster can allow the beast to borrow the beastmaster's spiritual power, but cannot use the spiritual power to enhance the beastmaster's strength, so Qinji is not too worried. Ji Chen. Li Qianxuan called out Qinji's name lightly. Ask for advice. Qinji nodded slightly as a greeting. After the last lesson, he didn't dare to bow again, for fear of being ambushed again. The people here have no moral principles. I have studied your beast control. Its explosive skill should be a fire attribute. It also has the ability to turn invisible, which makes it impossible for people to detect the movements of the beast control. Li Qianxuan had obviously studied Qinji's fighting style carefully and was very familiar with Qinji's apparent abilities. Qinji smiled gently. The other party only guessed half right, and what they knew was only what he showed. Until now, no one has discovered that his beast is just small in size and cannot be invisible. It seems that you know me very well. Is there any way to deal with me? Qinji nodded and asked Li Qianxuan in confusion. No. Li Qianxuan shook her head. The invisibility ability is indeed very tricky, but it is useless to me. Although I can't be invisible, I can achieve a similar effect. Li Qianxuan said softly. Then he stopped talking nonsense and let Yunhe take action. Ride the clouds and mist! At Li Qianxuan's command, the cloud crane spread its wings and flew up. A large amount of smoke was emitted from the white wings. After flying around overhead, the entire iron cage was filled with white smoke. Visibility in the smoke was less than 2 meters. This made Qinji frown. I understood what the other person meant just now. Although the opponent cannot be invisible, but staying in the smoke, invisibility is meaningless. Everyone is the same. We cannot see where the target is and can only identify the target's location by sound. The other party dared to do this. Obviously he is very skilled in the skill of sound positioning. Yunhe! Straight ahead! Attack! Chapter 69, Popularity Rises, Targeting. When Qinji heard Li Qianxuan's voice, he quickly laid down on the spot. He had just laid down when the silhouette of a cloud crane appeared in front of his field of vision. It cried out and flew over his head. If he had not reacted in time, he would have been injured by Yunhe. Qinji frowned. Looking around, one could only see a white mist. Li Qianxuan's figure could not be seen at all, let alone Yunhe's figure. Xiaohong! Disperse the clones! Qinji had no choice but to let Xiaohong split into more clones, spread out, and let him act on his own. In this situation, Xiaohong can only fight on his own and he cannot give any command. After receiving the order, Xiaohong immediately split into hundreds of clones, which scattered throughout the arena and occupied the entire arena. Naturally, Li Qianxuan and Yunhe had nowhere to hide and were exposed to Xiaohong's field of vision. One of the clones spotted Li Qianxuan and immediately bumped into him. Li Qianxuan was also restricted by the clouds and fog and could not see what was happening in the distance. But suddenly he found a tiny red figure appeared in front of him, and it rushed towards him before he could see what it was. Li Qianxuan dodged instinctively. Boom! An explosion occurred directly beside Li Qianxuan. At this time, the power of Xiaohong's self-explosion was no longer the same as before. The violent aftermath of the explosion directly blew Li Qianxuan away. Li Qianxuan stood up from the ground with an embarrassed look on his face, feeling a sharp pain in his waist. When he turned around, he saw a burn the size of a bowl on his waist. Ah! Li Qianxuan showed a painful expression. He looked around with horror. Then a red dot was seen again. A mosquito was flying towards him. Li Qianxuan's eyes suddenly widened. Boom! The explosion sounded again. Chiu! Yunhe raised his head and let out a cry. Feeling his master's pain, Yunhe seemed a little irritable. Suddenly, the clouds around Yunhe began to surge, slowly changing into shapes exactly the same as Yunhe, and moving as swiftly as Yunhe. After the clouds turned into cranes, the surrounding clouds also disappeared. The scene on the ring appeared in the audience's field of vision again. At this time, Li Qianxuan fell to the ground, with multiple injuries on his body. Qinji was safe and sound, and looked at the clouds and cranes that suddenly appeared around him with a vigilant look on his face. After careful counting, there were actually more than a dozen of them scattered around the arena. This is Yunhe's second skill, Hazy Crane Shadow. It is somewhat similar to Xiaohong's split skill and belongs to the category of clone skills. Kill him! Li Qianxuan, who was seriously injured in the explosion, looked coldly at Qinji, who was surrounded by Yunhe's clones, and gave orders to Yunhe in a cold voice. He was beaten like this, there is no way he can let the other party have it easy. Qinji's expression was shocked. Surrounded by Yunhe's clones, he didn't even have a chance to escape. Chiu! The cloud crane cried out, and more than a dozen clones immediately surrounded Qinji. Qinji was horrified and looked around, but there was nowhere to hide. Boom! Just when he thought he was going to die here, explosions suddenly occurred around him. The cloud cranes formed by the mist suddenly exploded and dissipated like smoke under the impact of the explosion. Qinji's expression changed, and then he looked surprised. Before, he asked Xiaohong to disperse his clones. Now Xiaohong's clones were everywhere. All of Yunhe's clones were surrounded by Xiaohong, and could be destroyed at any time. It was obvious that Xiaohong had her clone attack the opponent's clone in time and saved Qinji. Xiaohong! Well done! Qinji said excitedly. This scene also made Li Qianxuan stunned. He never expected that the outcome of the battle, which he thought he had won, would suddenly change. Now! Get rid of him! Qinji shouted loudly to Xiaohong. Xiaohong immediately received Qinji's instructions, controlled her clone, and quickly attacked Yunhe's real body. At this time, Xiaohong's speed was so fast that the streak of light could not be seen. Almost as soon as Qinji finished speaking, a series of explosions were heard from Yunhe's side. Boom! 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 After several explosions, Yunhe was suddenly seriously injured. Li Qianxuan hurriedly took Yunhe back to avoid fatal damage. I lost! Then he decisively admitted defeat. Li Qianxuan is a smart man. He knows that if he admits defeat, he still has a chance to turn the tables. If he insists on doing so, the beastmaster may die, and the price will be too high. Qinji smiled slightly. Then he turned around and prepared to leave the stage. Your beast is a mosquito, right? Li Qianxuan's voice suddenly came from behind, causing Qinji to pause. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Li Qianxuan struggled to get up and walked to Qinji and said lightly. Thanks. Qinji was silent for a moment, then thanked the other party. Water magic crystal combined with weak water nourishment will help Yunhe evolve. Qinji reminded Li Qianxuan lightly. Since the other party kept the secret for him, he didn't mind providing the other party with some evolutionary ideas. Li Qianxuan's Yunhe has a weak water bloodline in his body, so there is a chance that the second attribute can be activated. Li Qianxuan was stunned when she heard Qinji's words and stared blankly at Qinji's back. But he was not sure whether Qinji's words were credible. After all, even the best trainer cannot determine the evolutionary path of a beast. Most of the materials needed for evolution are recorded in the database. They are discovered by our ancestors through repeated trials over hundreds of years. Everyone also evolves according to the records in the database, and the evolutionary routes are fixed. And what Qinji just said is completely different from Yunhe's evolutionary path. Li Qianxuan looked confused, but he still kept in mind what Qinji had just said in case of emergency. This is Qinji's fourth consecutive victory, and his appearance fee has been directly increased to 800,000. The next time will be the most crucial 5-game winning streak. If he wins, according to what the bearded man said, he will know about the mysterious reward. Congratulations, bro, you won again. When the bearded man saw Shinji, he congratulated him with a smile. But Shinji saw a hint of reluctance in the other person's expression. The smile didn't seem genuine. It's good enough that the bearded man can smile. As Shinji's popularity grows, more and more viewers are betting on Shinji to win. Although they have set the odds for Shinji to be very low, they still cannot suppress the number of people betting. They lost tens of millions in this battle. How could this make him happy? When will you come next time? I can arrange an opponent for you. The bearded man tried to ask Shinji. I don't know, maybe tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, come when you are free. Shinji said casually. He wasn't sure when something might suddenly happen to him. The bearded man suddenly looked embarrassed. If Shinji is not sure about the time, how can he arrange a strong opponent for Shinji? We can't let Shinji keep winning like this. When the bearded man wanted to say something, Shinji had already walked into the elevator. Before the bearded man could finish speaking, the elevator door closed. The bearded man looked at the closing elevator door with a worried look on his face. I could only tell Brother Long about this. Brother Long frowned slightly when he learned that Shinji had won 4 consecutive victories. Next time, arrange for Long Shi to play. No matter when Ji-Chin comes, let Long Shi stay permanently. Don't worry about wasting the appearance fee. No matter what, lower Ji-Chen's popularity. Don't let everyone bet on Shinji. Brother Long explained to the bearded man in a deep voice. I understand, Brother Long. The bearded man nodded immediately. Then I contacted Long Shi. In a hidden rental house, a man received a call from the bearded man and nodded slightly. I see. Chapter 70, Fighting for the 5th consecutive victory. The next day, Shinji came to the underground arena as usual. Just like before the beast fight begins, let Xiaohong absorb the spiritual power of the beasts in the arena. One of the beasts was quite powerful, much more powerful than the previous ones. Soul Beast Flame Flower. Growth Body Level 6. Attributes Fire, Grass. Skills Flame Jet Thorn Whip. Soul Beast, 6th stage of growth, Dual Attribute Beast Control. It is more powerful than all the beasts Shinji has encountered before. It immediately caught Shinji's attention. Xiaohong! Suck him dry for me! Shinji only needed to use his brain a little to guess that this beast tamer might be prepared for him. Such a strong opponent must be a powerful opponent designed to prevent him from easily winning 5 consecutive victories. Naturally, Shinji was not polite and let Xiaohong suck the opponent's spiritual power dry first. After receiving Shinji's order, Xiaohong immediately sent her clone up and lay on the flame flower to start absorbing spiritual energy. The flame flower is a huge red flower, supported by a thick stem with 2 emerald green leaves on it. However, the roots below are not inserted into the soil, but move on the ground like legs. After Xiaohong landed on the flame flower and began to absorb its spiritual energy, the flame flower soon sensed something was wrong. He twisted his body restlessly, trying to get rid of the little red clone on his body. Xiaohong's clone lay tightly on him, making it impossible for him to throw herself off. When Flame Flower saw that he couldn't get rid of the things on his body, he immediately became angry. The roots under his body suddenly penetrated into the ground, and thorny vines emerged from the ground and whipped him without hesitation. At the same time, the owner of the Flame Flower also felt something strange about the Flame Flower. On another waiting stage, Long Shi's expression suddenly changed. His eyes immediately turned towards the iron cage. The sudden riot of the flaming flower also attracted a lot of attention. Long Shi rushed towards the iron cage without any hesitation. Upon seeing this, Shinji hurriedly asked Xiaohong to disperse the clones to avoid being discovered. Long Shi rushed to the iron cage, but the flame flower had already calmed down. What's going on? Long Shi asked Flame Flower in confusion. Flame Flower twisted her body towards Long Shi in grievance. Sent a signal to Long Shi. Long Shi frowned suddenly. You said there was something sucking your spiritual energy just now? Long Shi immediately understood the meaning of the Flame Flower. Flame Flower nodded hurriedly. Long Shi went forward to check out the matter with concern, but did not find anything unusual on the fiery flower. He immediately frowned and looked around, as if to see if there were any suspicious people. But he found nothing. This made him feel very strange. The noise caused by the flaming flower was soon overshadowed by the battle on the stage. Not long after, at the last moment, Qinji finally came on the stage again. Ji Chen's opponent this time is Long Shi? Oh my god, Ji Chen is in trouble now. Long Shi, a player who has won 5 games in a row, has maintained a record of 9 wins and 1 loss so far. He can be considered a seeded player. If he's lucky, he may even be promoted to a legendary player. Who should I bet on between these two? When the audience learned that Qinji's opponent was Long Shi, they were all shocked. Long Shi is an old player with an amazing record of 9 wins and 1 loss, and a record of 5 consecutive wins. Such a player is not only extremely strong, but also very popular. Every time it appears, more than 80% of the people bet on Long Shi to win. But this time it's different. Although Long Shi is strong, the newly promoted Ji Chen is also a dark horse. He has won 4 consecutive games without a single defeat and is equally strong. So the audience was confused and didn't know who to bet on to win. Of course I'd bet on Long Shi. A veteran player is always safer than a novice, right? Although Ji Chen is very strong, many people still choose to bet on Long Shi. After all, they know Long Shi well, but as for Ji Chen, they still don't know what Ji Chen's beast is. I think Ji Chen is pretty good. What if there's a surprise? However, there are still people willing to take a gamble. After all, Ji Chen has brought them too many surprises, and this time may be no exception. The audience placed their bets one after another. The bearded man looked at the betting ratio and breathed a sigh of relief. This time the bets were more evenly split, almost 50-50. As long as Ji Chen loses today, Ji Chen's popularity will drop, and there will no longer be a one-sided bet on Ji Chen, thus solving the current problem. The bearded man smiled. Ji Chen, with the strength of a 3rd-stage growth body, there is no way you can win against a 6th-stage growth body, right? The bearded man said with a smile. Qinji's beast-taming strength has naturally been registered. The bearded man knows what Qinji's beast-taming strength is, and the strength he displayed is also within this range. Although he defeated Li Qianxuan, who was at the 5th stage of growth, last time, Li Qianxuan was no match for Long Shi. Long Shi's flame flower is a completely combat-type beast tamer, and a dual-attribute beast tamer. Its combat power is definitely far superior to Li Qianxuan's. Not only the audience were paying attention to this battle, even Brother Long was paying attention to Qinji. Brother Long doesn't know what Qinji's purpose is now, so he is always paying attention to Qinji's every move to prevent Qinji from doing anything secretly. Qinji slowly walked onto the stage, and Long Shi opposite him also appeared in his sight. The moment Qinji saw the other person, his expression suddenly changed. I feel that the other person is somewhat familiar. Then I suddenly remembered. Long Shi's photo was on the wanted list that I saw at the police station before. Qinji smiled slightly. I am Ji Chen, please give me your advice. Qinji bowed slightly and said to the other party. Long Shi did not reply, but just looked behind Qinji calmly. His eyes kept shifting. Obviously, he also knew about Qinji's news, and knew that Qinji's beast control was mysterious and had never been revealed, so he wanted to see if he could discover anything. But he was overthinking. He was not Qinji, who had the eye of evolution, and there was no place for beastmasters to hide in his eyes. Long Shi doesn't have such eyes, so naturally he can't see Xiaohong's existence. Both parties, take your positions. The fight begins. At the referee's command, the beast fight officially began. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the flaming flower in front of Long Xia opened its petals, and an orange-yellow flame spurted out from the pistol, attacking Qinji. He launched the attack without even saying hello. Qinji's expression immediately changed. He took a few steps back to avoid the opponent's attack range and let Xiaohong step forward to fight. When the flame flower saw Qinji dodging, its roots that were like feet moved forward and kept approaching Qinji, intending to burn Qinji to death. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in front of Flame Flower, forcing it to stop. Seeing this, Long Shi frowned and looked up into the sky. The things in front of Long Shi's eyes kept slowing down, as if the world around him was being slowed down. In his field of vision, in front of the flaming flower, small red dots were floating in the air and were attacking the flaming flower. Longshi was stunned. Thorn Whip! Hurriedly gave orders to the flame flower. Chapter 71 Mysterious Reward. The roots of the flame flower immediately penetrated into the ground, and thorny vines emerged from the ground, waving in front of the flame flower, forming an impenetrable defense. Boom! 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 Then a series of explosions sounded in front of the flame flower. Xiaohong was hit by the vines of the flame flower and exploded in the air. Longshi frowned and looked carefully at the situation ahead. Relying on his special ability, the scene in front of him continued to enlarge, and then the true appearance of those red dots finally appeared before his eyes. Mosquito! Longshi exclaimed. Relying on his ancestral ability, the Eye of the Demon Mountain, he saw clearly what kind of beastmaster Qingji was. It was not the invisible beastmaster as rumored. It's just because it's too small, it's not easy for others to find it. Qingji also heard the other party's exclamation, which made him frown immediately. I don't know how the other party found Xiaohong, as she was so far away from him. Flame flower! Flame jet! After long she learned what Qingji's beast was, he sneered and planned to burn these tiny mosquitoes to death with fire. After receiving Longshi's command, the flame flower immediately retracted its vines, opened its petals, and spewed out a large amount of flames. The scorching flames immediately enveloped the mosquito in front. This made Longshi look happy. However, he took a wrong step and made the wrong decision. Xiaohong herself possesses the blood of the phoenix and has been activated by Qingji, giving her the ability to be reborn from the ashes. These flames cannot cause any harm to Xiaohong at all. Xiaohong was even happier in the flames. Xiaohong! Go! Qingji smiled slightly, and immediately asked Xiaohong Qingji to get closer to the other party. Without the obstruction of the vines, the groups of little red clones easily rushed out of the flames and came to the side of the flaming flower. Only then did Longshi realize that fire was useless against these mosquitoes, and he was suddenly shocked. Flame flower! Use thorn whip! Longshi hurriedly asked Flame Flower to change its moves, but it was too late. Boom! 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 Explosions one after another sounded on the Flame Flower, and the Flame Flower was soon engulfed in the sea of fire created by the explosions. Longshi suddenly felt a sweetness in his mouth, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the center of the explosion with a dazed look on his face. Flame Flower dead. Longshi couldn't believe it. How could the Flame Flower die so easily? No, no! Longshi screamed in horror. Without the beast tamer, not only would his family abandon him, he would also be wanted by the police. Without the beast tamer as a protection, he would not be able to stay in the Colosseum and would be caught by the police sooner or later. What the hell? Longshi was so angry that he was about to go up and fight Qingji. But Qingji is no pushover. Longshi had already suffered backlash due to the death of you beasts, so how could he possibly be a match for Qingji? Qingji kicked the opponent in the crotch. Longshi immediately bent down with a dark face, and fell to the ground with his body bent like a shrimp. The host didn't expect the winner to be decided so quickly, and it took a long time before he announced that Qingji won. Those who bet on Qingji stood up and cheered. Not only for winning money, but also for celebrating their vision. Only the bearded man had a bitter look on his face and couldn't even smile. Qingji has won 5 consecutive victories. In the future, more and more people will bet on Qingji, which will cause considerable losses to them. When Qingji came out of the Colosseum, he saw a smile on the bearded man's face that was uglier than crying. This time, Qingji received an appearance fee of 1.6 million. Congratulations, congratulations! The bearded man congratulated Qingji with a wry smile. Congratulations, I have now won 5 consecutive games. Can you tell me what the reward for the legendary player is? Qingji smiled slightly and asked the bearded man. This? Okay, the mysterious reward is actually a pill, the purple mysterious pill, a pill that can speed up the training of the beastmaster. The bearded man could only helplessly tell Qingji what the reward was. Ah? When Qingji heard about the reward, he was stunned. 1 purple mystic pill? That's less than 10 million. 10 consecutive wins would earn hundreds of millions in appearance fees. Are you so stingy with your rewards? Shinji was speechless. He wondered if the organizer had a problem with his brain, setting the appearance fee so high but being so stingy with the reward. Although Zixuanden's victory was very good, it seemed of little value when compared with the appearance fee of hundreds of millions. The bearded man was stunned for a moment. It's not 1, it's 5. Also, who told you that the appearance fee is over 100 million? After 5 consecutive wins, the appearance fee will not double. It will be fixed at 1.6 million. This is the highest appearance fee. The bearded man explained to Shinji. If the money keeps doubling, won't they lose a lot of money? Ah? I see. Shinji was suddenly disappointed. He thought the money could keep doubling, but it was unrealistic when he thought about it. The daily turnover of this Colosseum is only tens of millions, and at most half of it goes to the Colosseum. After deducting the players' appearance fees, the money the Colosseum gets is also limited. It's impossible to keep doubling the money like this, otherwise I'll really lose a lot of money. 5 purple mysterious pills, that's not bad, right? Shinji nodded slightly. The value of 5 purple mysterious pills is nearly 50 million, which is indeed a lot. The bearded man was speechless when he saw Shinji's confident look on his face. It was as if he was 100% sure to win 10 games in a row. Goodbye, I'm leaving. After Shinji learned what the reward was, he waved goodbye to the bearded man. After leaving the bar, Shinji did not leave, but waited quietly outside for something. It was not until Longshi walked out of the bar that Shinji followed cautiously. Longshi dragged his injured body and walked forward step by step. Now that he has no beast to tame, he must find a secret place to hide, otherwise if he is discovered by the police or his enemies, he will be doomed. Shinji followed the other party to the western suburbs of Sunset City. This is the most hidden place in Sunset City. The buildings are intricate and easy to hide. Once the criminals get inside, it will be difficult for them to find their target. This is also the favorite hiding place for wanted criminals. Longshi planned to hide here for a while and find an opportunity to return to the family. Although he would not be valued by the family without the beast tamer, at least he was safe within the family. Seeing that there was no one around, Shinji walked out from the darkness. When Longshi heard the noise behind him, he stopped in his tracks and turned around vigilantly. When he found out it was Shinji, a look of vigilance appeared on his face. What are you going to do? Longshi asked Shinji with a guilty look on his face. If you don't do anything, take your head and collect the reward, Shinji said with a faint smile. He knew that Longshi was a wanted criminal, so there was no way he could let Longshi escape easily. Moreover, he had also seen Xiaohong, so there was no way he could let him go back alive. Otherwise, if the news leaks out, his advantage in the Colosseum will be gone. Longshi was stunned for a moment, then turned and ran. Without any hesitation. Without the beast he controls, he doesn't think he will be a match for Shinji. The only way he has a chance to survive is to run away. Boom! Chapter 72 Lost. A self-explosion seriously injured Longshi. Shinji carried the seriously injured Longshi directly to the police station. But before he reached the police station, Longshi died. Shinji threw the corpse in front of Lee Sisi with a helpless look on his face. He was alive just now, but now he's dead. Please take care of him. Shinji shook his head helplessly and said, No, who is this? Lee Sisi looked at Shinji with a puzzled look and asked. Wanted criminal, as usual, don't forget to put the reward on my card, and I'm leaving. Shinji said lightly, then waved and turned to leave, leaving Lee Sisi alone in the wind. What? Who let me, a girl, stay with a corpse? Lee Sisi looked at Shinji's back and muttered in dissatisfaction. Then he reluctantly moved Longshi's body to the morgue, and only told Xiao Jianhe about it at dawn. Xiao Jianhe's face suddenly changed when he saw Longshi's wanted order. Let Shinji come to me. Now! Xiao Jianhe ordered Lee Sisi angrily. Lee Sisi was frightened by Xiao Jianhe and didn't know why Xiao Jianhe suddenly got angry. What are you standing there for? Hurry up! Seeing that Lee Sisi did not respond, Xiao Jianhe urged again. When Shinji received Lee Sisi's call, he was still asleep. What? Let me go over now. I haven't woken up yet, okay. Shinji could only climb out of the bed helplessly. He had only slept for 2 hours and was now extremely sleepy. After arriving at the police station, Shinji hadn't even opened his eyes yet. Shinji! Did you kill this man? After meeting Shinji, Xiao Jianhe took out Long Shi's wanted order and questioned Shinji. Shinji nodded slightly. Yes. Do you know who he is? After hearing Shinji's answer, Xiao Jianhe asked Shinji in a disappointed tone. Isn't he just a wanted criminal? Did I make a mistake? When Shinji saw Xiao Jianhe was so angry, he suddenly came to his senses. I secretly thought that maybe I had killed the wrong person? But Long Shi looks exactly like the one on the wanted poster, he wouldn't make a mistake. He's a wanted criminal, yes, but do you know who's behind him? You're in trouble, don't you know? Xiao Jianhe said with a little anger. As long as I didn't kill the wrong person, I don't care who's behind him. Shinji said indifferently. Well. Seeing that Shinji didn't take it seriously, Xiao Jianhe sighed helplessly. This guy's surname is Long, and he is a member of the Long family. Although he has committed a serious crime, he can be arrested by the police and tried by law. He can even be killed by the police during the arrest process. But he must not be killed by anyone other than the police. Otherwise, the Long family will never let it go. They will regard this as a provocation to their Long family. Xiao Jianhe explained to Shinji with a serious face. Then what? Shinji asked calmly, as if he hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet. When the Long family learns that Long Shi is dead, they will definitely send someone to look for you. Then you will be in big trouble. Xiao Jianhe said with a serious face. Oh, come on, if they want to cause trouble for me, it shouldn't be against the law for me to fight back, right? Shinji nodded, and then asked Xiao Jianhe. Xiao Jianhe was stunned for a moment. I said so much just to make Shinji be careful of the Long family, and let Shinji know how terrible the Long family is. But I never expected Shinji to react like this. It's not against the law, but aren't you afraid? Xiao Jianhe asked Shinji with a puzzled look on his face. Which one is better, Longting Academy or the Long family? Shinji did not answer Xiao Jianhe, but asked Xiao Jianhe instead. Of course Longting Academy is powerful. Longting Academy trains countless talents every year. The energy it contains cannot be shaken by a single family. Xiao Jianhe said this as a matter of course, but before he finished speaking, he understood what Shinji meant. That's good. Who cares about the Long family or the Dog family? As long as I am still a student of Longting College, they won't dare to touch me. As long as my value is high enough, Longting College will protect me. Am I right? Shinji asked Xiao Jianhe with a smile. Xiao Jianhe's expression was stiff, and he stared at Shinji in a daze. He didn't expect that the seemingly immature Shinji would be so thoughtful and think so much in an instant. It's good that you know this. If you meet a member of the Long family, be careful. Do not leave Longting Academy unless necessary. Xiao Jianhe was angry because he was afraid that Shinji would be retaliated against by the Long family. Now that he knew that Shinji understood everything, he felt relieved. Yes, I know. By the way, after a while, I might find the organization that shelters wanted criminals. Wait for my news. Shinji smiled, then turned and left the police station. Only Xiao Jianhe was left with a puzzled look on his face. For a moment I didn't understand what Shinji meant. What has he been doing lately? Xiao Jianhe asked Li Sisi puzzledly. Li Sisi shook her head. She didn't know what Shinji was doing recently. Xiao Jianhe looked helpless. Forget it, leave him alone. On the way back, Shinji's eyelids were drooping as he walked. He was so sleepy. Walking in the woods on the way back, Shinji had walked for an hour without realizing it. But I never saw the shadow of the college. This instantly made Shinji perk up, and he looked around with a puzzled look on his face. Oh my God! Is this still China? Where the hell am I? Shinji looked at the dense jungle environment around him with a confused look on his face. He didn't even know where he had come from. In a daze, he seemed to have taken the wrong road. Originally, there was no road from Sunset City to the academy, and the only way to reach Longting Academy was through the woods. If you take the slightest wrong step in this process, you might get lost. Chenji, in his sleepy state, unknowingly went in the wrong direction. Damn it, now I'm lost! Chenji was speechless. He looked at the sky. It was still cloudy today. He couldn't even see the sun and couldn't tell the direction. In fact, even if he figured out the direction, he wouldn't be able to find his way back because he didn't know which direction he had gone. You can only find a direction you think is right and keep walking. You can't just stand there and wait. That would be almost like waiting to die. With his previous 7 days of survival experience, Chenji believed that even if he got lost, he would still be able to survive in the dense forest, so he was not worried at all. As he walked, Chenji did not find Longing Academy, but encountered a strange beast first. Oh my god! A strange beast! Chenji was suddenly shocked. There are no exotic beasts around Longton College. The only place with exotic beasts is the breeding farm in the back mountain. But the breeding farm is behind Longton College. It's impossible for him to bypass Longton College and get to the breeding farm, right? That's too magical. Chenji hurriedly hid himself and carefully observed the strange beast in front of him. Strange beast Doraemon. Growth body level 3. Attribute grass. What appeared in front was a strange beast that was over 1 meter tall, blue in color, and looked like a cat standing upright. This Dora beast was lying on the ground eating grass and didn't notice Chenji's arrival at all. Roar! Suddenly, a larger feline beast suddenly emerged from the grass near Doraemon and pounced on Doraemon. Chapter 73. Damn, it's you! Doraemon was bitten to death by this feline monster. Exotic beast, lion. Growth body level 6. Attribute, water. After the lion bit the Dora beast to death, it did not eat on the spot, but picked up the Dora beast's body and turned away. Seeing this, Chenji hurriedly followed. Following Shirlulu, we soon arrived at a flat grassland with a stream beside it. And on this piece of grass, there are more than a dozen lions. Lions are actually social creatures. Chenji hid in the bushes in the distance and saw the lion Lulu, who had just returned from hunting, distributing food to other companions. When Chenji looked at so many exotic beasts, he immediately had an idea. Suddenly a bold idea came to my mind. With so many exotic beasts, isn't this the best opportunity for Xiaohong to absorb spiritual power? And there is no need to worry about exposing Xiaohong's abilities. When Chenji thought of this, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. While Shirlulu was eating, Xiaohong split into dozens of clones and flew towards the other side. When Xiaohong flew near the lions, the leading lion suddenly looked in Xiaohong's direction. He sensed something approaching, but did not see Xiaohong. Then he turned around and didn't see Xiaohong. This made Chenji feel slightly relieved. Soon Xiaohong's clone landed on Shirlulu, pierced the other's skin with its mouthparts, and began to slowly absorb their spiritual power. Shirlulu didn't notice Xiaohong's appearance. In the wild, mosquitoes are very common creatures. Exotic beasts are often bitten by mosquitoes, so it is not uncommon to have a dozen mosquitoes on their bodies. Moreover, Chenji slowed down Xiaohong's absorption speed so that it would not attract Shirlulu's attention in a short period of time. As the sky gradually darkened, Chenji's stomach growled with hunger, but he had no plans to leave. This opportunity is hard to come by, and we can't give it up just because we are hungry. As the sky darkened, the lions closed their eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chenji immediately asked Xiaohong to speed up the absorption and take the opportunity to absorb a large amount of the lion's spiritual power. Xiaohong's spiritual power grew rapidly. It was not until midnight that green lights suddenly appeared around the grass by the river, floating in the air like light bulbs. Chenji's expression changed and he quickly hid himself to avoid being exposed. As the lights got closer, Chenji could see their true colors. Strange beast bloodthirsty wolf. Growth body level 7. Attribute physical. They were another group of strange beasts that lived in groups. They were mortal enemies of the Shirlulu in this area and were here to attack the Shirlulu group. The bloodthirsty wolves approached quietly and pounced on the sleeping Shirlulu in an instant. Shirlulu was also suddenly awakened at this time, and decisively fought back after being attacked by the bloodthirsty wolf. Shirlulu opened his mouth, intending to use his skills to fight back against the bloodthirsty wolf. A ball of water vapor condensed in Shirlulu's mouth, but before it could take shape, the water vapor dissipated directly in their mouths. Unable to release skills due to lack of spiritual power. This made Shirlulu instantly confused, and he was beaten by the bloodthirsty wolf without any ability to fight back. The lions could only flee in a panic, and many of them died on the spot and became food for the bloodthirsty wolves. The battle was over in a short while, the bloodthirsty wolf won, and the lion fled in a panic. Shinji witnessed a brutal fight between wild beasts not far away. If Shirlulu's spiritual power had not been sucked away by Xiaohong, the outcome of this battle would be unknown. But now, Shirlulu, who has lost his spiritual power, is like a lion without teeth and poses no threat to the bloodthirsty wolf. After the bloodthirsty wolf drove away the lion, it occupied the grassland. However, unlike lions, bloodthirsty wolves are also very vigilant at night. Some of them rest on the spot, while a few patrol and stand guard around to guard against sneak attacks from other creatures. Shenji's expression changed. He had just almost absorbed all the spiritual power from the lions when another group of them came up, simply sending him spiritual power. Shinji chuckled and immediately asked Xiaohong to continue absorbing the spiritual power of these bloodthirsty wolves. Although the bloodthirsty wolf also felt something was wrong, he felt relieved after looking around and finding nothing unusual. Until the morning, when the sun rises. Xiaohong has just finished absorbing it. In one day, Xiaohong absorbed the spiritual power of dozens of 6th and 7th stage exotic beasts, which greatly improved her strength. From the 3rd level, he directly jumped to the 5th level of growth body strength. Shinji asked Xiaohong to come back and left quietly. Looking at the direction where the sun rose, Shinji was able to determine the direction. A beast of the 6th or 7th stage of growth should not be in a breeding farm. Shinji frowned in thought. Although there are growing alien beasts in the farm, there are not that many of them. Most of them are young alien beasts prepared for new births, so this place is not a farm. Shinji carefully recalled the map of the area surrounding Longting College. There is a breeding farm behind the college mountain, and behind the breeding farm is the Sunset Forest. There are also sunset forests on the left and right sides. But he didn't know whether he was on the left or the right. Although it was only a difference of one letter, if he went in the wrong direction, he would get further and further away. Shinji frowned in thought, unable to find a direction, so he could only randomly choose a direction and continue forward. Cuckoo, cuckoo! I'm so hungry! Shinji's stomach suddenly growled. His stomach was already deflated after not eating for a whole night, and now it was protesting. There was no other way, Shinji could only look for food first. With the Eye of Evolution, he didn't have to worry about being poisoned. He could easily tell which wild fruits and vegetables were edible and which were not. However, Shinji's luck was quite good. Not long after he walked, he encountered a herbivorous beast, which was not very strong and was just enough for him to eat. Ordinary beasts, sheep. Juvenile stage 5. Attribute physical. Shinji looked at young Mimi, who was as soft as cotton candy, and drool flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lamb kebabs, roasted whole lamb, here I come! Shinji immediately asked Xiaohong to go up and prepare to blow up young Mimi and eat the mutton. Roar! Just when Shinji was about to take action, a roar suddenly came from the distant sky, and a giant dragon descended from the sky and swallowed young Mimi alive in one bite. Shinji was stunned for a moment. The food that was about to reach his mouth was gone, which made him very angry. You! Shinji was about to curse the other party when he suddenly saw that the dragon had discovered him and was looking at him with ferocious eyes. Shinji immediately retracted the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. A huge ferocious dragon was looking down at him with eyes full of anger. Brother, I'm sorry to disturb you while you're eating. I'll leave now. Shinji apologized sincerely. Roar! However, what responded to him was the roar of the vicious dragon. Shinji suddenly felt that the ferocious dragon in front of him was somewhat familiar. Then he reacted and his eyes widened. Now I know why this guy looked at him so angrily. Shit! It's you! Chapter 74, Give It to Me. The ferocious dragon in front of him was the one whose eggs were stolen by Shinji before. Apparently the evil dragon also recognized Shinji and looked at him angrily. Roar! Without saying a word, the ferocious dragon opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth and spit out a breath of gray dragon breath. The destructive dragon breath instantly destroyed the trees in front of Qinji and dissipated in the dragon breath. Qinji dodged hurriedly and fled frantically. He dodged the dragon's breath attack with experience, and was almost burned to ashes by it. Xiaohong! Go! Qinji knew that he couldn't possibly outrun the ferocious dragon. Last time it was because of the Oviraptor, but this time he had no mount and could only rely on himself. Xiaohong received Qinji's order and immediately stepped forward to fight. Xiaohong split into countless clones and flew towards the ferocious dragon recklessly. Boom, boom, boom! Xiaohong's clone encountered the dragon's breath and was instantly ignited and exploded. Violent explosions sounded, and the surroundings were immediately covered by flames produced by the explosions, blocking the evil dragon's vision. Qinji decisively took this opportunity to leave quickly. Roar! The ferocious dragon roared, and when it found that Qinji had disappeared, it decisively flew into the explosion, and its sharp claws cut off the trees on the ground at the roots. Passing through the flames produced by the explosion, the fierce dragon found Qinji's figure again. The vicious dragon immediately attacked Qinji, with its sharp claws pointing directly at Qinji. If Qinji was hit, his head and body would be separated in an instant. The evil dragon is determined to avenge his child. Little did he know that as he was passing through the explosion flames, countless little red clones had taken the opportunity to stick to his body. Qinji looked at the attacking ferocious dragon with a serious expression. Burst! Then there was a loud shout, and the little red on the fierce dragon's body exploded instantly. Boom! Hundreds of little reds exploded at the same time, and the body of the fierce dragon was instantly submerged in the explosion. Bang! Then he fell heavily to the ground. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, the ferocious dragon looked in a state of disarray, with many marks of explosion on its body, half of its scales broken, and its wings all blown to pieces. But he still struggled to get up, glared at Qinji, then opened his mouth wide, ready to fire another dragon breath at Qinji. Boom! Xiaohong launched an attack again at this time, and a group of clones rushed forward and instantly rushed into the fierce dragon's mouth, exploding with a loud bang. The evil dragon died instantly. Qinji breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiaohong's strength has increased now and he is no longer afraid of the grown ferocious dragon, otherwise he would have been in trouble this time. Walking up to the fierce dragon, Qinji took out a dagger and dismembered the dragon's body. The dragon claws and the hardest dragon scales on the chest are also valuable, so Qinji collected them. Next comes the most valuable thing on the exotic beast. Magic crystal. After exploring the evil dragon's body for a while, Qinji finally found the magic crystal. I wonder what attributes of magic crystals this evil dragon with both dragon and dark attributes will have. Then a fist-sized black magic crystal appeared in Qinji's hand. Intermediate dark magic crystal. Qinji's face suddenly lit up with joy. It turned out to be an intermediate magic crystal, and a dark one at that. Xiaohong might be able to use it in the future. Qinji solemnly put away the magic crystal and was not in a hurry to use it now. This is the place where evil dragons roam, so I know where I am now, Qinji said to himself. The appearance of the evil dragon allowed Qinji to determine his current location, and he immediately turned and headed towards Longjing Academy. A few hours later, Qinji finally saw the familiar building outside Longjing Academy. Qinji stayed in the dense forest for a day and a night. His clothes were torn into beggar's clothes and he looked extremely miserable. Let's go eat first. I'm starving! The first thing Qinji did when he came back was to find a place to fill his stomach. He was so hungry that his original plan to eat mutton was intercepted by the fierce dragon. I could only find some wild fruits on the way to fill my stomach, but they were not very filling. Qinji came to Li Ji's home cooking restaurant, still the old place, and asked the boss to serve a few dishes. He ate and drank a lot, and finally filled his stomach with satisfaction. Ah, so cool! Qinji lay on the chair with a satisfied look on his face. Boss, check out! Qinji called the boss over and was about to pay the bill when he suddenly froze. His cell phone had run out of battery and was turned off, and he had no cash on him, so he had no money to pay the bill. Total 48, skin code or cash? The boss came over and spoke to Qinji kindly. Hee hee, can you scan my face? Shinji smiled awkwardly and asked the boss. The boss looked at Shinji with a smile on his face. Just when Shinji was in trouble, a young man walked in. When I was about to order food, I suddenly saw Shinji, who was dressed in rags. What kind of place is this? Even beggars can get in? What bad luck! The other person covered his nose with a frown on his face, moved away from Shinji, and planned to leave. Shinji frowned and looked back at the other person. Suddenly I smiled with relief. Xiao Wenbiao, what a coincidence! Shinji said to the other party with a smile on his face. Xiao Wenbiao was stunned for a moment, and then he turned around when he heard someone calling his name. The moment he saw Shinji, his body suddenly shook. Shinji! Xiao Wenbiao looked frightened and even stuttered when speaking. Come and have dinner, come on, don't be polite, we are all classmates, let's eat together. Shinji walked up to Xiao Wenbiao without saying a word, grabbed him and pushed him into his seat, his enthusiasm as if he were meeting old classmates. Xiao Wenbiao was confused and didn't know what Shinji meant. But when he saw the empty plate on the table, he was speechless. What is he going to eat? The plate? Boss, please add 2 more dishes so my classmates and I can have a drink, Shinji said generously to the boss. The boss did not suspect anything and decisively returned to the kitchen to prepare food. When Shinji saw his boss leave, he glanced at his empty wrist. It's getting late, and I have things to do. Please take your time eating. Then he left Xiao Wenbiao and left with a very anxious look. This made Xiao Wenbiao look confused. Baffling. Xiao Wenbiao muttered something and prepared to get up and leave. But at this time he was stopped by his boss. Don't go, the bill hasn't been paid yet. The boss stopped Xiao Wenbiao rudely. What bill? I didn't eat, Xiao Wenbiao said strangely. Your classmates have eaten, pay the bill. Why does the boss care so much? Once he sells the goods, someone has to pay for them. Xiao Wenbiao was confused. He looked at the empty plate on the table and immediately understood what was going on. Shinji! You fucking bastard! Xiao Wenbiao was angry. I didn't eat it. Go ask him for money. It's none of my business. Go away! Xiao Wenbiao was certainly not willing to clean up Shinji's mess, and angrily tried to push his boss away and leave. The boss's expression changed instantly. He clenched his fist suddenly, and his muscles bulged instantly, and his clothes were torn apart by his muscles with a sound. How dare you eat and dine in front of me, Thunder Hanli Watai! You are tired of living! The boss looked at Xiao Wenbiao fiercely, as if he would take action if Xiao Wenbiao dared to leave. Xiao Wenbiao was stunned for a moment, and took a step back in fear. He had heard that the shop owners outside Longying Academy were not easy to deal with and might be hidden masters. But could he be frightened by this momentum? He immediately took a step forward with a look of dissatisfaction, got close to the boss's face, and shouted loudly in a defiant tone. Give it if you want! Chapter 75, 6 consecutive wins, Brother Long appears. Shinji went back to change his clothes and went to the underground arena again that night. This time Shinji arrived just in time. Shinji's arrival immediately attracted Brother Long's attention. Because Shinji has now won 5 consecutive victories, he has entered the ranks of top players. With 5 consecutive wins, the basic strength gap is not too big, unless you win 10 consecutive games. After 10 consecutive wins, everyone's strength is about the same. Brother Long naturally has to take Shinji seriously. Because he still doesn't know whether Shinji is an enemy or a friend. Have you arranged the people? Brother Long saw Shinji through the surveillance, and immediately asked the bearded man. Everything has been arranged. His opponent this time is the player with 7 consecutive wins, Hu Tian. The bearded man nodded and said to Brother Long. Okay, if he wins again today, I'll have someone contact him. Brother Long nodded. Shinji, like before, let Xiaohong absorb some of the beast's spiritual power before going up to the ring again. This time, his opponent was a middle-aged man with a beard. He looked extremely fierce, and he looked like someone who was not easy to mess with. Shinji also felt that the other party was somewhat familiar. I quickly remembered that there seemed to be a photo of this person on the wanted poster. Hu Tian looked at Shinji opposite him with a serious expression. With a casual move, a 10-meter-long lion appeared on the ring. Soul Beast, Roaring Lion. Growth Body Level 7. Attribute Earth. Skills Earthquake Wave, Meteorite Fall. Superior! Hu Tian took action without saying anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the roaring lion opened its mouth and let out a roar. Roar! Then a wave came out from under the feet of the roaring lion, and gravel protruded from the ground and attacked Qinji. Qinji's expression changed, and then he asked Xiaohong to quickly split into clones. Hundreds of Xiaohongs supported his body, lifted it up and floated into the air. The earthquake waves passed under his feet without causing any harm to him. Hu Tian was slightly surprised to see Qinji's body floating in the air. Is it really a stealth skill? Hu Tian was originally a little skeptical about the rumors. After all, invisible beasts are rare. Seeing Qinji floating in the air at this moment, all his doubts were immediately dispelled. Only an invisible beastmaster can hold up the beastmaster's body and allow the beastmaster to float in the air. Roaring Lion! Meteorite falls! Hu Tian did not give Qinji time to react and ordered the beastman to attack again. The roaring lion immediately raised his head and let out a long roar. The soil above his head continued to condense, and soon a stone ball with a diameter of 1 meter condensed above his head. Then, like a meteorite, it quickly smashed towards Qinji. Qinji would naturally not just stand there and watch. He took advantage of the gap when the opponent was performing his skills to let Xiaohong quickly split into 2 clones. Facing a 7th-level beastmaster, he did not dare to be careless. If he was hit by the opponent, he would have no chance to fight back. Hundreds and thousands of little red clones appeared around Qinji. A layer of hazy red light suddenly enveloped Qinji. It was as if there was a layer of fog. This is precisely the visual effect created by the fact that Xiaohong has too many clones. Only when you get closer can you discover Xiaohong's true appearance. Shadow Charge! Qinji looked at the incoming meteorite and gave an order, asking Xiaohong to use her skills to fight back. Hundreds of little red clones crashed into the meteorite together and disappeared beside Qinji in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud bang, the meteorite shattered instantly. Under the impact of so many little red clones, the meteorite condensed by the roaring lion had no power to resist. Xiaohong! Now, go ahead! Qinji hurriedly gave instructions to Xiaohong. Taking advantage of the gap in the opponent's attack, let Xiaohong rush forward immediately. From the audience's perspective, the red light around Qinji suddenly rushed towards the roaring lion, like a transparent giant emitting red light. Is this Ji Chen's beast's true form? It's so huge! All the audience thought that this was Qinji's real beast body. The whole body was several dozen meters tall and reached the top of the iron cage. This is because the iron cage is only this high, and Qinji has no other choice, otherwise he could have let Xiaohong fly higher, making it look even more shocking to the audience. Roaring Lion! Fight back! Hu Tian frowned as he looked at the approaching red light, and hurriedly gave orders to the beastmaster. However, Roaring Lion didn't know what to do. Before Hu Tian gave accurate orders, he didn't know whether to use seismic waves or meteorites. It takes time for meteorites to fall, and earthquake waves can cause huge damage to targets on the ground, but they pose no threat to targets in the air. This put the Roaring Lion in a dilemma. But soon the red light was in front of them, and the Roaring Lion had no choice but to wave its sharp claws to grab the red light in front. Boom! As soon as the Roaring Lion's sharp claws touched the red light, there was an explosion. One of its claws was blown so deep that the bone was visible, and the Roaring Lion also let out a wail. Hu Tian's face changed immediately. Earthquake waves! There was no time to think, so he hurriedly asked Roaring Lion to use his skills. But Hu Tian made the wrong decision. Although the red light looks like a ground creature, this huge creature is actually made up of flying mosquitoes, and the earthquake waves cannot attack Xiaohong at all. The earthquake wave passed under Xiaohong's clone, and then Xiaohong took the opportunity to rush over and completely wrapped up the Roaring Lion. Boom! In the panic-stricken eyes of the Roaring Lion in the red light exploded instantly. Hu Tian also spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The Roaring Lion was killed instantly by Xiaohong without any resistance. After Xiaohong's strength increased greatly, The power of her explosion also increased greatly. Besides, Qinji did not hold back, so this result was normal. Hu Tian looked at Qinji with horror, while Qinji turned and left calmly. He came up to the bearded man, stretched out his hand and asked for his appearance fee. "Take the money." The bearded man looked at Qinji in astonishment. He knew that Qinji was very strong and had the potential to win 10 games in a row, but he didn't expect that today's battle would be so easy. It seems to be stronger than the previous 2 days. Okay. The bearded man came to his senses and had no choice but to give the money to Qinji. Qinji looked at the cash in his hand with a satisfied look on his face. He had received another 1.6 million. "Brother Long, what should we do?" The bearded man asked Brother Long in a low voice through the intercom. "Let him go, you don't have to worry about the rest." Brother Long's voice came from the headphones. "Yes." The bearded man nodded slightly. With Brother Long's order, he did not stop Qinji. Let Qinji leave. However, after Qinji came up from the underground arena, he saw a bald man standing in front of the elevator door, quietly waiting for him. Qinji raised his eyebrows, as if he had guessed something. "What's the meaning?" Qinji asked calmly, looking at the bald man who blocked his way. "Our boss invites you." The bald man made a gesture of invitation to Qinji, motioning him to go into the bar. Qinji thought for a moment, then decisively followed the other party into the depths of the bar. He originally came here for Brother Long, and also wanted to find the organization behind Brother Long. The underground coliseum is just because of the mission. Now that Brother Long has been brought out, he naturally won't miss this opportunity. Chapter 76, Brother Long's Test. Led by the bald man, Qinji came to a tea room. A man who looked intimidating without even getting angry sat in front of the coffee table, making tea elegantly. Qinji's arrival did not seem to attract the other party's attention, and all his attention was on the tea-making work in front of him. When Qinji saw the other person, his eyebrows raised immediately. Because the man in front of him was not the Brother Long he had met before. Qinji looked around the tea room. Soon we discovered several hidden surveillance cameras in the corner. I became more certain of my thoughts. She sat down on the chair opposite the man with a casual look on her face and crossed her legs. This made the man opposite him look slightly. But he still pretended to be calm and continued to make tea. Qinji leaned back in his chair and watched the other person's performance quietly. The man looked up at Qinji only after he finished the work in his hands. Then he pushed a cup of tea in front of Qinji with a calm face. "Drinking tea?" the man said to Qinji indifferently. Qinji didn't say anything, but looked at the other person with a teasing look. The other person felt uncomfortable, and even though he had been keeping calm, he became nervous. The real Brother Long was watching everything here behind the surveillance camera. When he saw this, he knew that Qinji had discovered that the other party was fake. Then he stopped hiding, stood up, opened the door, and walked out of the room in the tea room. Qinji turned his head and looked at Brother Long, and immediately smiled. This is the real Brother Long. Long! Brother Long! The man thought that he had done something wrong and was discovered by the other party, so he stood up with a nervous look on his face and looked at Brother Long. "Go down." Brother Long waved his hand and asked the other party to leave without pursuing the matter. "Ji-chen, right?" Brother Long smiled and asked Qinji in a friendly manner. "Brother Long, what does this mean? You asked someone to invite me here, but you sent someone to fool me?" Qinji questioned the other party without any hesitation. Misunderstanding, but you seem to be very familiar with me? Have we met before?" Brother Long laughed and casually passed over the matter of the fake goods. "I heard you had a conflict with someone in my bar a few days ago. Didn't it bother Brother Ji-chan?" Brother Long asked Qinji with a smile. It seems like he cares about Qinji, but in fact it is a test. Qinji's face changed immediately, knowing that the yellow-haired man might have been found by the other party. "Brother Long, are you asking me about your whereabouts? It was indeed me who did it." Qinji nodded and directly admitted the incident. The smile on Brother Long's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a murderous look. "So you were the one who followed me that day?" Brother Long asked Qinji with a cold face. "Tracking? What tracking?" Qinji immediately pretended to be confused. I have admired Brother Long for a long time. I just want to find an opportunity to get to know him and make a living by following him," Shinji continued. This immediately made Brother Long suspicious, but he never let down his guard. "You are so young and talented, do you really need to rely on me for a living?" Brother Long looked at Shinji's young face and asked doubtfully. "What's the point of having good talent? I was expelled from the academy and can't even get a diploma. It's still useless. No one wants to hire me," Shinji said with a wry smile. "Make yourself into a down-and-out student." Brother Long still didn't believe what Shinji said, and his eyes quickly fell on the tattoo on Shinji's arm. Having been in the underworld for so long, he could tell at a glance that the tattoo on Shinji's arm was fake. "Your tattoo is quite real." Brother Long looked at Shinji with a smile and said, "You're talking about this?" Shinji looked at the tattoo on his arm and had to say that this tattoo sticker was really useful. It hadn't fallen off after such a long time. "It's fake, just a tattoo sticker." Shinji decisively admitted that this was fake and did not hide it. "When you go out, you give yourself an identity. If you don't do this, how can you get in?" Shinji said calmly. Shinji's answer made Brother Long a little confused. Every word Shinji spoke was true, so Brother Long was completely unaware of anything unusual. For a moment, he was unable to determine what Shinji's purpose was and whether what he said was true. "What is your purpose in going to all this trouble?" Brother Long finally asked the question in his mind. Let's see how Shinji will answer. "What other purpose can I have?" "To make money. I need money for training and training beasts. Without the benefits of the academy, of course I have to earn money on my own," Shinji answered as a matter of course. "Just for money?" Brother Long looked at Shinji in disbelief and asked. Shinji nodded slightly. Seeing this, Brother Long stood up and walked to the inner room. He quickly took out another box and placed it directly in front of Shinji. "Here's 10 million. Don't show up at the Colosseum again." Brother Long opened the box and found a huge amount of cash inside, a full 10 million. Shinji's expression suddenly changed. 10 million in cash is indeed very tempting. But if he nods now, regardless of whether he can take it or not, his connection will be broken, and it will not be so easy to find such a good opportunity to get close to Brother Long next time. Then Shinji shook his head. "Before it was for money, but now, it's not just about money. My goal is the reward for the legendary player, the purple mystic pill." Shinji's eyes turned, and he quickly thought of a reasonable excuse to refuse. When Brother Long heard that Shinji's target was the purple profound pill, he was stunned for a moment. "Purple profound pill? Ha ha ha, brother, you are very confident in your own strength." Brother Long laughed loudly, then closed the box calmly. "It's not easy to win 10 games in a row. Although you are very strong now, the players who won 10 games in a row are completely different from the players you are facing now. Brother Long definitely doesn't believe that Shinji has the chance to win 10 games in a row with his current strength. Although Shinji has now won 6 games in a row, he does not necessarily believe that Shinji can win 10 games in a row, even if it is 9 games in a row. Don't underestimate the fact that there is only 1 game left, because the last game of the 10-game winning streak is against a legendary player. That's a genuine legendary player with 10 consecutive wins. Moreover, so much time has passed, the legendary player's strength will only get higher and higher, so it will be extremely difficult to win. So what? The value of 5 purple mystic pills is already far more than 10 million. Even if I can't get the purple mystic pills, my appearance fee is not low. I can earn it in a few days. I can still distinguish between a full meal and a full meal," Shinji said calmly. However, these words dispelled a lot of Long Ji's suspicion towards Shinji. A person who only cares about money and benefits is the easiest to control. If a person only looks at immediate interests, or ignores interests at all, that is something to be wary of. "Very good, then may I congratulate you in advance on becoming a legendary player?" Brother Long stood up and said with a smile. "Thank you for your good words." Shinji stood up and said with a polite smile. "It's all right, I'll take my leave now." Shinji also knew that it was time to resign. It was obviously not the time to investigate the organization behind Brother Long. Being too impatient would only backfire. Brother Long watched Shinji leave, and then his face turned cold. Apart from this contact, Brother Long's suspicion of Qinji has not been dispelled. Ji Chen, who are you? Brother Long frowned and looked in the direction where Qinji left, talking to himself. Check the people who came with him that day and find out what their background is. Then Brother Long gave instructions to his men. He couldn't find any information about Qinji, so he could only start from the people around Qinji. There was more than just Qinji who came with him that day. Chapter 77, The 10th Battle, a battle of higher levels. In the next few days, Qinji easily won the Colosseum and won 9 consecutive victories. Just like Brother Long said, after 5 consecutive victories, the strength gap is not big. The strongest opponent Qinji encountered was only at the 8th level of growth. Qinji won with a little real effort. Qinji's popularity in the Colosseum is also unprecedentedly high. Since the Colosseum opened, no one has ever won 9 games in a row from the first game. Qinji's current record is a 100% winning rate. Qinji's odds in the Colosseum have dropped to the extreme. He can only win $1 for every $100. With a 100 to 1 odds, the audience is buying like crazy. The Colosseum has lost a lot of money in the past few days because no one bet on Qinji's opponent to win. Until this day, Qinji's 10th battle was also the most crucial one. If he wins, he will have won 10 games in a row. If he loses, he will start all over again. His opponent is a legendary player who has not played for several months and last won 10 consecutive games. Gongsun Shufan. When Qinji learned the other party's name, he looked strange. Gongsun Shufan? There's nothing wrong with the name, but why do these 4 words look so strange when put together? A surname as noble as Gongsun, combined with the name Shufan, is like a plate of sushi served to you in a Michelin 3-star restaurant. This time, even Brother Long came to the scene in person. He has always been worried about Ji Chen and has been skeptical of him. If he wins, the purple profound pill will be secondary. Mainly, the organization will absorb legendary players who have won 10 consecutive games into the organization. If Ji Chen has other purposes, then there will be big problems. Moreover, in the past few days, he could not find any information about Ji Chen. Even his friends had not appeared in Sunset City. When Qinji walked into the ring, he saw his opponent, Gongsun Shufan. This name is obviously a female name. And the other party was just as he expected, a middle-aged young woman. He is average-looking, but his every move and gesture exudes a dissolute air. After seeing Qinji, Gongsun Shufan immediately gave Qinji a teasing smile and winked at him. Although Qinji's appearance is not extremely handsome, he is also extremely cool. A wanton young woman like Gongsun Shufan naturally cannot control herself from a young man as good-looking as Qinji. Handsome boy, are you free tonight? Let's have a drink together. Gongsun Shufan threw a coquettish glance at Qinji and said while biting her red lips. Qinji suddenly felt the corner of his mouth twitching. I almost vomited. It was the first time he was teased by a woman, and it was an old woman. Stay with me for one night, I can relax a little bit. Seeing that Qinji was unmoved, Gongsun Shufan slowly approached Qinji a few steps and spoke in a low voice. Most people would not be able to control themselves if faced with such a situation. Although he will not be tempted by beauty, he cannot escape the temptation of profit. The reward for 10 consecutive wins is 5 purple mysterious pills, a treasure worth more than 40 million. Who wouldn't want it? If it's just about spending one night with the other person, most people would really agree. After all, although Gongsun Shufan is not good-looking, she is not so ugly that she can't be looked at. You can just grit your teeth and bear it. But Qinji is different. First of all, he has absolute confidence in his own strength. Secondly, the women who often appear around him are beauties like Su Miao and Jiao Lan. He really can't stand an old woman like Gongsun Shufan. You're dreaming! Qinji directly retorted, not giving Gongsun Shufan any hope. When Gongsun Shufan saw that Qinji rejected her so ruthlessly, her face immediately fell. His already not-so-good appearance suddenly turned into a donkey face. If you don't accept my toast, you're asking for death, Gongsun Shufan said angrily, and immediately stretched out her hand to summon the beast. A black-haired monkey holding an iron stick appeared in front of Gongsun Shufan. Soul beast, steel-haired monkey. Mature body, first stage. Attribute, physical. Skills: thrust, sweep, crazy monkey attack. Shinji was stunned when he saw the other party's beast. Mature form. Shinji never expected that Gong Sun Shufan's beast was actually a first-level mature beast. At the same time, I also understood why Brother Long said that the legendary players are different from the players he has met. The gap in strength is too big. No wonder no new player has achieved 10 consecutive wins in the past few months. This is not something that ordinary people can accomplish, right? The gap between a great realm is not so easy to cross. Shinji immediately became serious. Humph! Since you're so handsome, it's not too late to regret now. As long as you agree to stay with me for a few months, I'll give you the title of legendary player. Gong Sun Shufan snorted coldly and said to Shinji with a chuckle. She was very satisfied with Shinji's shocked expression at this moment. In the past, many players who had won 9 consecutive games decisively chose to give up after seeing her strength, and their expressions at that time were the same as Shinji's. It's just that none of the previous contestants was as handsome as Shinji, so she didn't give him any chance. She finally met an opponent who impressed her, but the opponent ignored her, which made her very unhappy. You really think highly of yourself. I can take the title of legendary player myself. Do I need you to give it to me? Although Shinji was afraid of the opponent's strength, he still remained tough. Even if he dies on stage, he will never be able to live off his wife. Unless the other person is beautiful. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Steel hair! Come on! Beat him! Gong Sun Shufan snorted coldly and gave an order. The steel-haired monkey holding an iron rod suddenly jumped up and attacked Shinji. Shinji had already split Xiaohong into countless clones, which spread around him and formed layers of protection around his body. Before the steel-haired monkey jumped to Shinji's side, it ran into Xiaohong's clone head-on. Boom! The steel-haired monkey swung his stick down, and it exploded directly in the air. The steel-haired monkey immediately nimbly rolled over to avoid the impact and took advantage of the shock of the explosion to return to Gong Sun Shufan's side. However, the steel-haired monkey did not suffer any harm, not even a single hair on its body was burnt. But even so, Gong Sun Shufan was shocked. You're quite capable. You were able to repel Steelfer's attack, Gong Sun Shufan said with slight shock. Are these red dots your beastmasters? Gong Sun Shufan frowned and looked at the red dots floating in the air. She had no information about Shinji, and did not know about Shinji's invisible beast taming that was circulating among the audience. However, the red dots around were indeed suspicious, and she also did not see Shinji's beast appear. Combining the two, she guessed that this might be Shinji's beast. But he could never imagine that there was any beast tamer in this form. Fancy! Steel hair! Thrust! Gong Sun Shufan snorted coldly and showed disdain for it. In the face of absolute strength, any fancy tricks are meaningless. Immediately with an order given, the steel-haired monkey rushed out like a sharp sword, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Shinji. Any little red clones it encountered along the way were killed instantly by the sword, without any power to resist, and they didn't even have time to release the indestructible blood explosion. Shinji's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 78, Give It a Try. Shinji hurriedly took a step forward, and Xiaohong's clone immediately flew to the bottom of his feet, forming a pedal as a support point. Shinji climbed up several meters quickly as if he was climbing stairs. The sharp sword transformed from the steel-haired monkey passed under him, and he narrowly avoided the opponent's attack. However, this also allowed the other party to get closer to Shinji. After the steel-haired monkey stopped, it immediately swung the iron rod in its hand and smashed it towards Shinji above his head. Shinji's face changed slightly. He stretched out his hand and pointed. Xiaohong beside him immediately used Shadow Charge to rush towards the opponent. Call out! Xiaohong was extremely fast and rushed in front of the steel-haired monkey in the blink of an eye. However, the steel-haired monkey reacted faster and swung the iron stick in his hand, directly hitting the attacking little red clone. Boom! Xiaohong's clone hurriedly launched an immortal blood explosion. Exploded in front of the steel-haired monkey. The huge force of the explosion caused the steel-haired monkey to take a step back. Shinji took the opportunity to step back and distance himself from the steel-haired monkey. and let Xiaohong keep attacking the steel-haired monkey, suppressing the opponent with firepower like a machine gun. The iron rod in the steel-haired monkey's hand left after images when it was swung, and explosions kept forcing him back. The audience in the stands were all excited. Their previous fighting skills were mediocre, and most of them were close combat, which, although cruel, was not intense enough. Today's battle allowed them to see what it means to tame beasts. Chenji's attack was like a machine gun, and the steel-haired monkey's defense was impenetrable. The two sides fought back and forth. It was simply a visual feast. But Gong Sunshufan frowned slightly. She didn't expect that Chenji could fight on equal terms with the steel-haired monkey. Want to beat me? You're too young. Gong Sunshufan snorted coldly. She didn't want any accidents to happen in this battle, so she immediately used her spiritual power to increase the strength of the steel-haired monkey. The steel-haired monkey's eyes suddenly turned red and entered an overclocked state. The strength of the steel-haired monkey increased instantly, temporarily breaking through from the first stage of maturity to the second stage of maturity. He swung the iron rod in his hand quickly, killing all the attacking Xiaohong clones, then took a step back, swept it horizontally, and shot out an air blade, attacking Chenji directly in the distance. Chenji's face changed. The body tilted back and fell backward. Whoosh! The air blade flew past Chenji's face. When Chenji stood up again, the steel-haired monkey had already rushed towards him again. Chenji frowned, realizing that it would be of no benefit for him to continue wasting time like this, and he would be dragged to death by the opponent sooner or later. The gap in strength is indeed not so easy to make up. We can only give it a try, Chenji said in a deep voice. Xiaohong's biggest advantage is that her attack power is very strong. The lethality caused by her self-explosion is not comparable to that of ordinary beasts. Chenji can always fight against opponents of higher levels because of the power of the immortal blood explosion. After figuring it out, Chenji quickly ran towards Gong Sunshufan. At the same time, let the surrounding little red clones quickly gather towards the steel-haired monkey. Gong Sunshufan's face changed when she saw Chenji suddenly rushing towards her. Chenji's plan was soon understood. Want to attack me? You are too naive! Gong Sunshufan sneered. She is an intermediate beastmaster. Although she cannot use beastmaster skills yet, her strength is far superior to that of a primary beastmaster. Gong Sunshufan immediately took back the spiritual power bestowed on the steel-haired monkey, exerted it on her fist, and prepared to give Chenji a head-on attack. Without the blessing of Gong Sunshufan's spiritual power, the steel-haired monkey directly withdrew from the overclocking state, and its speed suddenly slowed down a lot. He was almost catching up with Chenji, but was left a little behind by Chenji. At this time, the many little red clones that were chasing him from behind also rushed forward and surrounded the steel-haired monkey. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Chenji decisively changed direction. Gong Sunshufan's face suddenly changed, realizing that she had fallen into a trap. Not good! Gong Sunshufan exclaimed and hurriedly used her spiritual power to bless the steel-haired monkey again. But at this time, the steel-haired monkey was surrounded by thousands of illusionary mosquito queens. The entire body of the steel-haired monkey was covered with a thick layer of red, and densely packed mosquitoes were biting the entire body of the steel-haired monkey. The steel-haired monkey kept slapping the mosquitoes on its body, trying to drive them away. But with such a large number of enemies, the steel-haired monkey's actions were in vain, and the mosquitoes he shot down were just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, in such a close situation, the steel-haired monkey had no way to deal with the mosquitoes on his body. He couldn't use any skills and could only use his hands to drive them away. If he uses a skill, he will attack himself as well. Xiaohong! Explode! Chenji no longer hesitated, and seeing this scene, he shouted angrily. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, dazzling flames burst out from the steel-haired monkey's body and it exploded instantly. The audience was illuminated by the fire from the explosion and subconsciously covered their eyes with their hands. At the same time, they also discovered that their previous guesses about Chenji's beast control were somewhat wrong. Just now, that was the true appearance of Ji Chen's beastmaster, right? It doesn't seem to be the legendary invisible beastmaster? No, absolutely not. It seems to be a group of mosquitoes, a group of countless mosquitoes. Someone discovered the truth, but Chenji no longer cared at this time, because this might be his last beast fight, and he might not come here again in the future. Gong Sun Shufan also looked at the flames produced by the explosion with shock. "Steel hair!" Gong Sun Shufan cried out in surprise and called for the beast in the fire. But no one responded to her. However, when Qinji saw that Gong Sun Shufan was not affected at all, he felt a pang in his heart. The fact that Gong Sun Shufan did not suffer any backlash means that the steel-haired monkey is still alive. If the steel-haired monkey still has the ability to fight, then he's done for. Qinji swallowed guiltily and looked at Xiaohong, who was the only one left. Now Xiaohong is the only one left, and her spiritual power has run out, so she can no longer split into more clones. Qinji looked at the explosion with a worried look on his face, hoping that the steel-haired monkey inside had lost its combat effectiveness. The fire gradually dissipated, and the scene inside was exposed to everyone's eyes. Without exception, all the mosquitoes on the steel-haired monkey were killed. Although the immortal blood explosion did not cause any harm to the illusionary mosquito queen, the impact force generated afterwards still destroyed the fragile clone. Now the only beast left at the center of the explosion is the steel-haired monkey. However, the situation of the steel-haired monkey is not much better. The shiny black hair had disappeared, and the monkey was burned bald, becoming a hairless monkey. Some of the shy female audience members couldn't help but cover their eyes and watch secretly through their fingers. Not only was the steel-haired monkey's hair burned off, but its body was also badly injured. There was blood and flesh all over its body, and it was obvious that it had suffered extremely serious injuries. "Steel hair!" Gong Sun Shufan called out to the steel-haired monkey with concern. As if it heard its master's call, the steel-haired monkey lying on the ground suddenly moved its arms. Then he propped himself up and actually stood up from the ground. Qinji's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, "This is not good." Chapter 79 Who Are You? Gong Sun Shufan was immediately delighted when she saw that the steel-haired monkey could still stand up. "Steel hair! Kill him!" Gong Sun Shufan immediately pointed at Qinji angrily and said, "Roar!" The steel-haired monkey roared, but his voice was much deeper and not as powerful as before. Then he tightly grasped the iron rod in his hand and walked towards Qinji. The steel-haired monkey was seriously injured. Although he could still stand up, he no longer had the fighting power he had before. He even had to walk slowly, step by step, to get close to Qinji. When Qinji saw the other party like this, he immediately felt relieved. "I was so scared, I thought he could still fight." Qinji let out a long sigh and spoke softly. "Humph! Even so, I can still kill you. Your beast control power must be exhausted." Gong Sun Shufan snorted coldly when she heard Qinji's words. It was speculated that Qinji's beast-taming spiritual power had been exhausted. The move that was able to beat the steel-haired monkey into this state had completely exceeded the strength possessed by a grown beast-tamer. It is impossible to achieve this kind of power without consuming all spiritual energy. So he could be sure that Qinji was at the end of his strength. "Yeah?" Qinji smiled slightly. "Just because the beast has no spiritual power anymore doesn't mean I'm gone, right?" Qinji said with a smile on his face. "He hasn't used his spiritual power yet. A junior beastmaster can let the beast borrow the beastmaster's spiritual power. He is not completely powerless to resist." But Gong Sun Shufan was not afraid at all. "Even if you still have spiritual power, so what? How much power can a junior beastmaster lend to the beasts? Besides, don't I have any spiritual power?" Gong Sun Shufan sneered. Then he lent his spiritual power to the steel-haired monkey, and the monkey, which looked listless, suddenly became more energetic. However, because the injury was too serious, there didn't seem to be much change and his steps were still very heavy. "I am different from ordinary junior beastmasters," Qinji sneered. "His spiritual power is more than twice that of an ordinary junior beastmaster, and his initial spiritual power is higher than others." Qinji lent all his spiritual power to Xiaohong without hesitation. Xiaohong immediately used splitting, and hundreds of clones appeared, blocking Qinji again. "Xiaohong, charge!" Then Qinji gave an order and all the clones immediately rushed towards the steel-haired monkey. The steel-haired monkey at this moment was no longer the same as before. It was slow and looked listless, and had no ability to dodge the shadow charge at all. Hundreds of clones crashed into the steel-haired monkey in the blink of an eye. Boom! The explosion sounded again, and the steel-haired monkey flew out instantly and hit the iron cage behind it hard. Bang! Then it bounced off the iron cage and fell to the ground, and there was no movement anymore. Puff! Gong Sun Shufan felt a sweet taste on her lips and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. You're looking for death. Gong Sun Shufan certainly knew what this meant. The beastmaster suffered backlash damage, proving that the steel-haired monkey was dead. Gong Sun Shufan was suddenly extremely angry. She stretched out her hand again and summoned an even larger beast. Soul Beast, Blazing Fire King Kong. Mature Body, 4th Stage. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Fiery Punch, King Kong Throw, Meteor Drop. A gorilla more than 10 meters tall appeared in front of everyone, beating its chest with both hands and roaring, as if it could feel its master's anger. A pair of big dark eyes stared at Shinji. Shinji was suddenly shocked. He had already exhausted all his means to defeat a steel-haired monkey, and he really couldn't defeat a 4th stage gorilla. Kill him for me! Gong Sun Shufan pointed at Shinji angrily and gave orders to the fiery King Kong. The death of the steel-haired monkey made her full of resentment towards Shinji. She was so furious that she no longer cared what the occasion was. She had to make Shinji be buried with the steel-haired monkey. Shinji was startled and turned around and ran away. Hey! Are you guys still going to do anything about it? She broke the rules. Shinji knew that the only people who could save him now were the organizers of the Colosseum, and only their actions could save his life. Foul! 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 At this time, the audience on the stage could not bear it anymore and stood up one after another, accusing Gong Sun Shufan of foul play. Although there are no rules in the Colosseum, the one-on-one rule is still the default, otherwise it would be too unfair. At this point, Gong Sun Shufan had obviously lost, and continuing to fight at this time would have been a violation of the rules. Even Brother Long in the stands frowned when he saw this. He somersaulted down from the stands, stood in front of Shinji, and calmly extended his right hand. The fiery King Kong on the opposite side threw a punch, which was easily caught by Brother Long. The huge fist of fiery King Kong smashed into Brother Long's hand, but nothing seemed to move. Brother Long glanced at the fiery King Kong indifferently. Roll! He uttered a word in a cold tone. The fiery king froze immediately, a look of fear on his face. He hurriedly returned the way he had come, and hid behind Gong Sun Shufan with trembling legs. When Gong Sun Shufan saw that it was Brother Long who took action, the anger on her face disappeared immediately. Brother Long! Gong Sun Shufan cried out guiltily. The outcome is decided, you have already lost. Brother Long said lightly. Gong Sun Shufan opened her mouth, but under the intimidation of Brother Long, she dared not say anything and could only close her mouth unwillingly. This was the first time Shinji saw Brother Long take action, and he was extremely shocked. I thought that Brother Long was just a fugitive, and his strength might have reached the level of an intermediate beastmaster, but now it is completely wrong. Blocking the attack of a mature beast tamer with one hand is not something that an intermediate beast tamer can do. You have to be at least a high-level beastmaster or above, who can borrow the power of beasts to be able to do this. Brother Long stopped Gong Sun Shufan's angry revenge, then turned around to look at Shinji and gave him a kind smile. Congratulations on your 10th consecutive win and winning the title of legendary player, Brother Long said with a smile on his face. Well, thanks. Shinji's expression was stiff as he spoke indifferently. He was still immersed in the shock of Brother Long's strength. Come with me. Brother Long didn't say much and spoke to Shinji indifferently. Then turned and left. Shinji hesitated for a moment, and followed the other party. Shinji followed Brother Long to a secret room in the Colosseum. Then Brother Long took out a box and after opening it, 5 purple pills were quietly lying inside. They were the priceless Zishuan pills. Shinji's expression immediately changed and he reached out to take it. Brother Long simply closed the box and took it back. What do you mean? Isn't this my reward? Shinji frowned and looked at Brother Long in confusion. Of course it's your reward, but it's not that easy to get. If you want to get the reward, you must join our organization. Brother Long smiled and said. Then join, you can give it to me. Chenji said indifferently. You can join, but before that, I want to know who you are. Brother Long chuckled, then his expression changed, and he looked at Chenji coldly and questioned him.